Koi, I have a devil fruit tree. Chapter 1, Daming Air. The Kingdom of Fire, Daming Palace. A young man lay on the soft lawn, looking at the blue sky and white clouds in the sky, then slowly raised his palm, and a light blue light appeared in the palm of his palm, but it soon disappeared. Oh, that's still the case. The young man sighed, his arms hanging down weakly, and his eyes were a little dazed. It's been 8 years, and I can't keep a chakra. Didn't I really have the life to become a ninja? God, since I don't let me become a ninja, why should I travel to this world? The boy said bitterly. The boy is a time traveler, and he travels through the world of the hot-blooded anime Naruto. I won't mention the original name. His name is now Shenseoxiu, and his identity is the only heir to Daming of the Kingdom of Fire. However, compared to the god Naruto who was an anime yum in his previous life, it is of course interesting to travel to the world of Naruto. As for inheriting the position of Daming, it is completely out of consideration. At the beginning of time travel, Shenseoxiu first searched himself in different ways according to the practice of traveling through the worlds many times. Unfortunately, he did not find any golden fingers. But it doesn't matter. As the only heir to Daming of Fire Country, this identity is already a very good start. With the bonus of this identity, as long as you work hard and add the profit in the plot, it should not be difficult to become a powerful ninja if you do it. He did it as he said, as the god Zeoxiu, it was not too easy to get the method of condensing chakra. However, what made him desperate was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not condense even a slight chakra. Well, this statement may be a bit inaccurate, and he is not unable to extract chakra. On the contrary, every time he extracts chakra according to the method on the scroll, he can clearly feel the power of chakra extracted from his body, but no matter how hard God Zhaoxiu tried, the chakra extracted cannot be retained. Shenseoxiu has tried countless times. As soon as he extracts chakra, the chakras he extracts will disappear out of thin air. This phenomenon lasted for 8 years. In the past 8 years, he even asked his father to ask his father for his cheapness to find the third generation of Naruto Sarutoki Hinaru, known as the ninjutsu professor, to help him check his body, but after Sarutobi Hinaru checked his body, the result was that his body was normal and he even had a good ninja talent. But even Sarutobi Hinazawa couldn't tell why the chakra condensed from the body of Kanzeojiu disappeared out of thin air. At the beginning, Shenseoxiu also fantasized whether this phenomenon in him would be because of some awesome system or grandfather hidden in his body. After all, he, who had read 10,000s of books in his previous life, added up to 8 digits of the time travel novels he had read. 9 out of a half of the protagonists in those novels have this routine. But he had been waiting for 8 years. Not to mention the old man in the system, even a tree would probably have grown up several floors for such a long time, but his golden fingers had not appeared yet. Do I really want to give up my ninja dream, be a heir to DNA with peace of mind, and then wait to inherit the position of DNA of the Fire Kingdom, and become one of the most powerful ordinary people in the Naruto world? No. This is not the life I want. Thinking that he would become the greasy middle-aged person with a fan on his head in the future, Kanshusuk suddenly stood up and shouted, Kanshusuk, but the man who vowed to be the strongest ninja, how could he give up his dream so easily? If it really doesn't work, I will take the risk of trying to find Orochimaru to cooperate with him and fund his research. If it is him, there should be a way to solve my situation. If it is not good, with Orochimaru's ability, there should be no problem in making me a ninja. Well, the premise is that he doesn't want to kill me. When Kanzeojiu came through time, the second war in the ninja world happened to end. Now 8 years have passed, Koba Sunin has become a title that is enough to shock the ninja world. Although Orochimaru has not yet reached the point of using human body tests forbidden techniques, he should have begun research. I originally wanted to wait until after the Third Ninja World War to find him. It seems that I can't wait for that time. Shen Zhaoxiu thought in his heart. Come here. Shenseoxiu shouted loudly, and two masked ninjas in black appeared in the empty garden. They knelt on one knee in front of Shenseoxiu and said respectfully, "Sir Shu, what are you asking for?" As the only heir to Daming of the Kingdom of Fire and a time traveler, how could Shenseoxiu not cultivate his own power? The two ninjas in front of him are the private soldiers cultivated by Kanzeojiu since childhood. Although they only have the strength of the Chunin level, they are loyal. These two ninjas are orphans. They were adopted by people sent by Shenseoxiu since childhood. They were constantly brainwashed during their growth. Now, for them, Shenseoxiu's existence is equivalent to faith, and even if they die, they cannot be betrayed. The only disadvantage of these people is he has limited talent, and even after becoming a ninja, the upper limit is not very high. These two Zongnin are already the best among the many ninjas he has trained. However, compared to ability, Shenseoxiu valued their loyalty more, the kind of loyalty that could not be changed even if it was hypnotized by ordinary illusions. "Prepare, I'm going to Konoha village," said Kanshu. Although Konoha village is nominally a vassal attached to the Kingdom of Fire, sadly, since the second generation of Naruto took power, the Kingdom of Fire is just a big money owner to the ninjas of Konoha village, and they are also stupid people and have a lot of money. However, there are so many ninjas and civilians in Konoha village, most of them still need resources from the Fire Kingdom to support them, so they still have the respect they should have for this financial owner. Yes. The two ninjas lowered their heads, then stood up and retreated, and finally flashed and disappeared in an instant. Seeing the two ninjas disappearing instantly, Kanzeojiu's face was full of envy. "Come without a shadow, go without a trace, this is a ninja, I am so envious." Whoosh! About a quarter of an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared, half kneeling in front of Shenseoxiu, and said respectfully, "Sir Shu, the ceremonial guard for travel is ready, you can set off." In the Kingdom of Fire, Daimyo is equivalent to the Emperor, and the current status of Kanzeoxiu is equivalent to the Prince. He wants to go out, so of course he cannot use it directly. Especially when going to places like Konoha village, he must pose enough so that the dignity of Daimyo can be demonstrated in front of those ninjas. Although this method may not be of use to those powerful ninjas, this may also be the last stubbornness of Daming as an ordinary person in front of those ninjas. Chapter 2, The Golden Finger appears. Next, Shenseoxiu was invited away by two female officials. "What are you doing?" "Of course, it's dressing up. First, I took a shower and changed my clothes, then I dressed up. I had to work hard for about an hour before all things were finished." There were about 60 guards of honor for Shenseoxiu traveling, of which 18 were carried by him alone. What's more, the sedan chair he traveled was actually bright red, and there were big red flowers hanging on it. "Oh, it's such a big show, it's so troublesome to go out. When I become a dame, I must change to this damn big red sedan," Kanjuo whispered, and then, with the help of the female official, got on the big red sedan that went to Konoha village. On the big red flower sedan chair, Kanzeojiu lay on the soft mat, supporting his head with one hand and holding the scroll with the other. The scroll records the method of chakras condensation and the various low-level ninjutsu he has collected over the years. In his capacity, it is not difficult to collect such low-level ninjutsu. He has read this scroll countless times over the past few years, and he remembers every word on it clearly, and he can pick up every handprint of ninjutsu at will, which is really memorized. But even so, every time he is free, he will take it out and read it again, and after each time he will continue to try to condense the chakra. Hey, if I had the perseverance when I was in school, I would definitely. I still couldn't get into a key university. Shaking his head, Kanju put down the scroll in his hand, then sat up, closed his eyes, and began to refine the chakra. Although he knew that this might be useless, he had never given up in 8 years. Chakra is an energy generated by the perfect fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy. The way to refine chakra is to fusion of these two energies. Shenseoxiu had already understood the method of refining chakra. In the past 8 years, he had not known how many times he had tried it. Even if every time he successfully refined chakra, those chakra would disappear out of thin air, but he could clearly feel the process of the birth of chakra and be obsessed with it. Although it is a bamboo basket to fetch water every time, Shen Zhaoxiu never gave up. Sometimes he tried for several hours, which was more diligent than a normal ninja. If you roll your eyes and see the trajectory of chakra flowing in your body, you can see that in Shen Zhaoxiu's body, a blue energy was wandering all over his body, but soon, this energy was like being attracted by something, and began to gather towards his head, and then disappeared out of thin air. Shen Zhaoxiu himself has long been accustomed to such a situation, because for the past 8 years, every time he tried to condense chakra, it was the result, without an exception. But this time, there seems to be a change. As the chakra extracted by Shen Zhaoxiu continued to gather towards his head, a vast white space suddenly appeared in his mind, and there was a black dot inside the space, and the chakra he condensed was swallowed by this black dot. Damn, what is this? The appearance of the space and black dots in the mind made the consciousness of Shen Zhaoxiu change instantly. At this time, his consciousness was like those monks who had cultivated spiritual consciousness in the online novels of the immortal cultivation in the previous life. He could see inwardly the situation in his body, and there was a vast white space in his mind. God Zhaoxiu felt this in his mind. The space is like the sea of consciousness depicted in the novel. I am going to become an immortal when I open up the space of consciousness. Shen Zhaoxiu thought excitedly. However, what attracted the most attention of Shen Zhaoxiu was the sudden black dot in the sea of consciousness, because he clearly sees the chakra he had worked hard to extract was absorbed by this thing. However, although he found the culprit of his own practice achievements for 8 years, Shen Zhaoxiu was not angry at all, but was a little excited. The standard way to open the golden fingers is, this familiar feeling is either to mortals cultivate immortality or to fight through the rhythm of the sky. Angry? It doesn't exist, it's too late to be happy. System? Little green bottle? Or the old man? No matter what you are, since you have appeared, let's say something quickly. Labor and capital have been waiting for you for 8 years. Shen Zhaoxiu shouted excitedly. If he hadn't been in a state of consciousness now, he would probably not be able to jump up and sing. After 8 years of waiting, it finally came to harvest. How could he not be excited? However, Shen Zhaoxiu received no response. In the sea of consciousness, in the vast white space, black dots as big as sesame particles float quietly there. No matter how the consciousness of Shen Zhao cultivation called, they would not move. After calling for a long time, there was no movement in the space. Shen Zhaoxiu began to realize that things might not be simple. What's the situation? Is it because of the farming flow in the space? But there is no land in this space. Shen Zhaoxiu, who was a little nervous, began to try to find out if this space has other uses. After taking it for a long time, only his consciousness can enter and exit this place, and he cannot carry anything. Obviously, the way this thing is opened is not a place to farm. This is not the right way to open it. Are you playing with me? Shen Zhaoxiu was extremely depressed. His golden fingers were clearly appearing, but he didn't know how to use this to break it. Waiting online, very anxious. God, what's going on? Shen Zhaoxiu was a little crazy. Although he called the space in his mind the sea of consciousness, it seemed completely different when he thought about it carefully. Moreover, after this space appeared, there was no change except the ability to see him inwardly, and he did not find anything like the martial arts that could cultivate immortals. More importantly, what is the black dot in the sea of consciousness that can devour chakra? Can that thing explode at a critical moment with a seed? But I don't have Gundam either. Impossible, it must be that the way I opened it is wrong. By the way, the black dot can absorb chakra, give it a little more chakra to try. Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly thought of this, then withdrew his consciousness from the sea of consciousness and began to condense the chakra to see what would happen. Hey! Take a deep breath, concentrate and calm your energy, and then Shen Zhaoxiu began to concentrate on refining chakra. Perhaps because of the emergence of the sea of consciousness that the consciousness of the divine Zhao cultivation has undergone some changes. This time, the process of refining the chakra. He could clearly feel the process of the chakra formation in his body. However, like before, the chakra he extracted this time still went through a mere formality in his body, and then it was like being guided by something, thinking about his head gathering, and finally being absorbed by the black dot in his sea of consciousness. Chapter 3, on the possibility of pulling out the Naruto wool. Because he can see inward, the Kanzeo Shui can see the process of refining chakra. Although he does not know how fast he can refining chakra, according to his research over the years, it is almost certain that his speed of refining chakra is greater than that of ordinary Shinen. Koba village's hanging wall does not count. But no matter how fast he refines chakra, he will be instantly absorbed by the black dot in the sea of consciousness. 1 hour, 2 hours. It took a total of 5 hours from Daming Prefecture to Konoha village. During this period, Shen Zhaoxiu was constantly refining chakra, constantly providing the black spots in the sea of consciousness. After absorbing the chakra for a full 5 hours, the black dots in the space of the divine Zhaoxiushi's consciousness finally began to change. Shen Zhaoxiu could clearly feel that the black dot trembled slightly after sucking the chakra. Well, it's very light, and it's only a small moment, but Shen Zhaoxiu won't feel wrong, that thing is definitely moving. This is a good start for Shen Zhaoxiu. At least now it is confirmed that this thing will react to chakra. As long as there is a reaction, it means that this thing will definitely be activated one day. As long as there is hope, he can wait, even if it takes another 8 years. Shen Zhaoxiu believed that as long as he could activate this golden finger, he could definitely become the strongest ninja in the ninja world. Sershiu, Konoha village has arrived. Lord Naruto from Konoha village is greeting you at the entrance of the village. At this time, a call suddenly came from outside the sedan chair, interrupting Shen Zhaoxiu's thoughts. Don't worry about him, let's go home. Shen Zhaoxiu said without thinking and said directly road. Damn, the golden fingers are all appearing, and the Naruto who is still in charge of the hairy Naruto, it is important to go home and study the purpose of the golden fingers. Standing outside the sedan chair, Konoha Shangenin heard the words of Ken Shushu, several black lines appeared on his forehead. No matter who he is, we go home, what the hell is it? You have arrived at the gate. You don't even show your face. Are you walking around with us? And Lord Naruto knew you were coming, so he stood at the gate of the village to greet him. At least you came down and say hello. Is it really good to be so willful? Daming himself is not as arrogant as you. Wait, do you think Lord Naruto is here too? Asked Shen Zhaoxiu, who suddenly reacted. That's right, Lord Naruto is waiting at the entrance of the village, ready to welcome your arrival. Konoha Kuminai said. Not her, he should have a lot of chakra, right? When Shen Zhaoxiu thought this, a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. That. Kanju sticks his head out of the sedan chair, looks at the Konoha Kanin who is not named, and says, please go and invite Lord Naruto over and say I have something important to him. Yes, please wait. Konoha Kanin lowered her head, then turned around and disappeared. After a while, he came over with Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen from Konoha village. Master Shu, I wonder what you are asking me for. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the big red sedan chair of Kanzeo Jiu and asked politely. Although in the Kingdom of Fire, Naruto's status is comparable to that of Daname, and Sarutobi Hineisen was in his prime at this time. And he was even more aware of mastering more than 1,000 kinds of ninjutsu and already received the title of ninjutsu professor, due to the many hidden dangers left by the last ninjutsu war. the relationship between Konoha village and several other villages is still very tense, and a war may break out at any time. Once the war breaks out, Konoha village needs a lot of funds, which requires the use of suckers. It is the support of the financial owner, so Sarutobi Hiruzen is also very polite to the Kanzeo Shui. Sir Naruto, please come up and speak. The door of the sedan chair was opened, and the voice of Kanchu came from the sedan chair. Faced with the invitation from Kanshushu, Sarutobi Hizuo felt a little weird, but he still walked up. The space inside the sedan chair of Shenseoxia was very large, like a small living room, and it couldn't help but have all kinds of small furniture, and there was even a small bed covered with a big red quilt. Master Shu, I wonder what you are asking me for. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kansuo and repeated the previous words, with a very polite tone. That's right. Kanchu thought for a while, then looked at Sarutobi Hinazun and said, when I was refining chakra today, I felt that the extracted chakra had been staying in my body longer than before. I don't know if this situation means that my body cannot retain chakra, so I would like to ask Lord Naruto to check it out for me. Oh! Hearing the words of Kanshushu, Sarutobi Hinashushu's face also showed an unexpected expression. He had studied the situation that Kanshushu's body could not be kept in chakra for a while, but he did not find the reason. So after hearing Kanshushu tell him about his physical condition, he was also curious about what was going on. Sarutobi Hinazun looked at Kansuke, thought for a moment, and then said to him, Sir, please stretch out your hand and I'll check it out for you. I'm working. Shen Zhaoxiu lowered his head slightly and then stretched out his right arm to put it on the table in front of him. Under his drooping eyes, the brilliance of expectation flashed. Shen Zhaoxiu wanted to know if the black dot in his mind's sea of consciousness space would react to other people's chakras. If that black dot could also absorb the chakras of people other than him, that would be interesting. Sarutobi Hinata stretched out his hand and held Shinzasuke's wrist. The next moment, a powerful chakra surged out of his palm and flowed into Shinzasuke's body. Sarutobi Hinata does not have the pupil technique of seeing the flow of chakra in other people's bodies, such as Sharingan or rolling eyes. Therefore, if he wants to check the body of Shen Zhaoxiu, he must inject his own chakra into Shen Zhaoxiu's body. In the past, Sarutobi Hinata was also doing this when he was checking his body as a Kansuwa Xiao. However, at that time, Kansuwa Xiao could not see inside, so he could not see if other people's chakra would be absorbed by the black spot in his mind after entering his body. But now, he can see it clearly. At this time, Kanzeo Jiu looked inward and carefully paid attention to the flow trajectory of the chakra that Sarutobi Hizuo was poured into his body. He found that after Sarutobi Hizuo's chakra entered his body, he first turned around in his body, and then flowed into the sea of consciousness on his head, and finally was absorbed by the black dot. Kanzeo Jiu was also surprised to find that the black spot in his sea of consciousness trembled gently after absorbing Sarutobi Hizuo's chakra, and the tremor was much stronger than when he absorbed the chakra he had extracted himself. Chapter 4, Is the Golden Finger an Egg? Sure enough, there was a reaction. The black spot also responded to other people's chakra, which made Shen Zhaoxiu's excited body tremble. Sir Xiu, what's wrong with you? Feeling the trembling body of Kansuke, Sarutobi Hizuo immediately asked him, and then stopped chakra's input. It's okay, I feel like my body is reacting to your chakra, so I'm a little excited. Kanchu suppressed the excitement in his heart, and then calmly said to Sarutobi Hizaki, you continue to enter chakra to me, and I feel that the problem of not being able to retain chakra in my body may be found. This. Okay. Although he was a little confused, Sarutobi Hinazawa still agreed to the request of Kanchu and continued to transport chakra to his body. In the body of Shen Zhaoxiu, as Sarutobi Hizuo's chakra continued to pour into his body, the black dots in his sea of consciousness immediately moved, and then like a small black hole, it began to absorb Sarutobi Hizuo's chakra crazily and began to tremble violently. Well, my chakra was swallowed. The chakra who lived in the body of Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly disappeared, and Sarutobi Hinata naturally could not detect it, but he was even more curious about why this phenomenon occurred in the body of Shen Zhaoxiu. Moreover, Sarutobi Hinata looked very calm when he saw Shen Zhaoxiu, and there was nothing wrong with it. Therefore, he not only did not stop transporting chakra, but instead increased the chakra's delivery volume. At this time, Sarutobi Hinata was less than 50 years old. Although he was no longer in his prime, his chakra was at its peak, both in quality and in quantity. After absorbing his chakra a large number, Kancha could clearly feel that a regular rhythm began to be transmitted from the black dots in his sea of consciousness space. That feeling was like something was brewing in the black dots. The rhythm that came from the black dots made Shen Zhaoxiu feel a little strange. That feeling was like a life being formed and about to be born. Damn it, is this black spot actually an egg? This egg needs enough chakra to hatch. Now that it has absorbed full chakra, is it going to hatch? Dragon? Phoenix? Or Kirin? Will it be that a tailed beast hatch? If so, I hope it's 10 tails. Shen Zhaoxiu cultivates the brain in his mind, and then starts to nourish the egg. But then again, Sarutobi Hinata is worthy of being Naruto. The amount of this chakra, tisk, and the chakra he extracted himself can be described as different from the chakra, and it is not on the same level of magnitude at all. He was thinking a lot in his mind, but on the surface, Shen Zhaoxiu still had to pretend to be calm, and his face showed 3 joys, 6 thoughts and a little excitement. Of course, this expression was decorated with the kansuwa, because at this moment, Sarutobi Hinata was staring at him, probably observing how he reacted. If he showed some pain or negative expressions now, he was sure that Sarutobi Hinata would stop sending chakra to him immediately. He finally caught a chakra refining tool, but he wouldn't let it go so easily. At least he had to let Sarutobi Hinata hatch this suspected egg thing for him. If Shen Zhaoxiu had to do it himself, the Ghost Island would have to save enough chakra to activate this scammed gold finger. As soon as he thought of this, the expression on Shen Zhaoxiu's face began to change again. In order to activate the golden finger, Kancha began to show his already super god acting skills in front of Sarutobi Hinata. So, under Sarutobi Hinata's gaze, the expression on Kansu's face began to change. First, the 3 pleasures, 6-point thoughts, and excitement on his face disappeared, and the expression became a surprise that seemed to be a difficult problem and found some kind of uncertain answer. Then there are surprises that may find the answer. Then it turned into ecstasy of finally finding the correct answer. Finally, there is the enjoyment and pleasure of solving the puzzle. Seeing the series of changes in expressions on Kanzeojiu's face, Sarutobi Hinata suddenly felt very strange and felt an indescribable feeling of discomfort in his heart. He asked Kanzeojiu, "Sir, what's wrong with you?" "Well, keep going, don't stop." Hearing Sarutobi Hinata's question, Kanzu suddenly said with a happy look on his face, "Damn, what's going on?" When he heard this slutty word from Kanzeojiu suddenly said this, Sarutobi Hinata's hand trembled, and he felt goosebumps suddenly on his body, and he felt as uncomfortable as if he had taken a bite of show. "Damn, it was already weird enough that you always showed this kind of enjoyment expression, but now you still say such a slutty word, and still have a tone of dissatisfaction. People who don't know think that we are doing something in the sedan chair." But the Naruto-level qualities allowed him to steadily deliver chakra to Kanchu's body. After all, if you can suddenly have those suffocating sluts, this kid may have really found his body that cannot keep chakra. Reason. "Sir Sarutobi, I feel the chakra flowing in my body. Please continue to send chakra to me, don't stop, please." Just as Sarutobi Hirasad's heart was turning around, Kanzeojiu suddenly opened his eyes, looked at him with a serious look on his face, and asked, "You said so, what else can I do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen complained in his heart, and then said solemnly, "Master Shu, please rest assured. Before you say you stop, I will never stop the chakra delivery. Please. After hearing this, Kansuke immediately solemnly lowered his head to Sarutobi Hinako, then closed his eyes again, and another expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. Sarutobi Hizun continued to maintain the chakra delivery, but the enjoyment expression on Kanzeo Shiu's face made him feel a little unbearable. The expression of Master Shiu's enjoyment on his face should not have any problems. Even if there is a problem, I have time to stop it. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hinata simply turned his head and stopped looking at him. He even lost interest in checking the changes in Shen Zhaoxiu's body, and began to wholeheartedly want to transport chakra from Shen Zhaoxiu's body. As for whether this continuous transmission of chakra will cause Sarutobi Hinata to insufficient chakra? In this non-combat situation, Sarutobi Hinazawa, who can condense and instill chakra while saying that this delivery volume is not as fast as his training, and he can continue for a whole day. After not feeling Sarutobi Hinazun's gaze, a slight smile appeared on the corner of Kanchu's mouth, and then he focused his consciousness on the space of consciousness and began to carefully observe the changes of the egg. Chapter 5, Demon Fruit Tree. In the space of Kamishu's sea of consciousness, as Sarutobi Hizami's powerful chakra was constantly absorbed by the black dots, he found that the black dots began to slowly expand. The originally sesame black dots, after constantly absorbing the chakra of Sarutobi Hinasar, began to slowly expand and grow larger. In just 10 minutes, they expanded to the size of soybeans. As the black dots continued to grow larger, the strange life rhythm conveyed therein became more and more obvious. That feeling is like a life is about to break out. Isn't this thing really an egg, right? Looking at the black dot that had expanded to the size of a walnut, Shenzeoxiu suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. We have an egg in our brain and it is about to hatch. It's weird, but looking forward to it. If it was really an egg, the truth would know what would be hatched inside. It would be great if it was a divine beast in the mythical world. Dragons, phoenixes, and kinlins are all fine, and kunpeng and other things can be accepted. If a divine beast could really hatch, it should be able to beat the 10-tailed human Zulai, right? Hehe, the divine beast Zulai, just thinking about it makes people feel excited. Crack! Just as Kanzawa Shoji imagined himself becoming a divine orc, Zuriki, and hit the entire ninja world, a sound of something shattering pulled his thoughts back. Shenzeoxiu, who came back to his senses, immediately focused his attention on the black dots in the sea of consciousness space and found that the surface of the black dot that had expanded to the size of an egg had begun to appear, and with a slight breaking sound, the cracks were spreading and growing towards the entire black dot. It's coming out! Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the deepening cracks on the black dots and felt the strong rhythm of life conveyed from it. He knew that the life inside was about to be born. What exactly will this golden finger hatch? I'm so looking forward to it. Feeling the increasingly powerful rhythm of life in the black dots, Shenzeoxiu was increasingly looking forward to it, and at the same time she was a little nervous. Click! The sound of shattering came, and the black on the surface of the black dot completely shattered and fell, revealing a dazzling green ball. What is this? Looking at the dazzling green, Shenzeoxiu was puzzled. He was basically sure that this thing was not an egg, but the powerful vitality that came out also meant that this thing was not simple. Suddenly, the green light ball emitted a buzzing sound, and then a powerful attraction burst out. In an instant, the chakra that injected Sarutobi Hinata into the body of Shen Zhaoxiu was sucked in the air. Not only that, after absorbing the chakra in the body of Shen Zhaoxiu, the green light ball was obviously not satisfied and began to forcibly absorb the chakra in the body of Sarutobi Hinata. What's going on? Feeling that his chakra was suddenly forcibly robbed by Kanchu, Sarutobi Hizawa, who was originally drowsy, suddenly woke up and looked at him with horror. I don't know either, but I feel like something is about to awaken. Kanchu looked at Sarutobi Hinazun with a tangled expression of excitement, expectation, and a little worried, and said with some uncertainty. Is there anything to awaken? Is it the limit of blood? Hearing the words of Kansu, Sarutobi Hiraba frowned slightly. As if he had thought of something, but he was not sure. With Kansu's begging eyes, he forced himself to not cut off the chakra connection with the two, and was still there. Instill chakra into the body of God Zhao cultivation. Thank you very much. Seeing that Sarutobi Hinata did not cut off the chakra immediately, Kansuke immediately thanked him. Master Shiu doesn't need to be like this, it's just a little chakra. On the contrary, what Master Shiu said about awakening made me very interested. Sarutobi Hinazo said with a reluctant smile. Shen Xiaoshiu smiled slightly, and closed his eyes without saying anything. The body of Shinzo Xiao absorbed chakra very quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, Sarutobi Hinazawa's chakra was absorbed. After the chakra was hollowed out, Sarutobi Hinazawa decisively cut off the chakra, and then quickly condensed the chakra while staring at Shinzo Xiao. In the sea of consciousness of Shenzeoxiu, after the emerald green light sucked the chakra, its shape began to change, the green light on the surface began to restrain itself, and after the green light completely retreated, a seed appeared in his sea of consciousness. That's right, it's just a seed, not an egg. This seed continuously absorbs Sarutobi Hinaza and begins to sprout and grow. First, a tender green bud emerges, and then slowly grows. In a short while, it grows directly from a small tender seedling to a bowl-shaped bowl. They are more than 1 person tall, with mysterious patterns on the surface. This tree has 3 large branches, and each large branch has 4 small branches, a total of 12 large trees with scattered branches. After the big tree grows to its limit, the branches begin to stretch. Flowers bloom at the end of one of the branches, and a small cucumber-like fruit bears a complex spiral pattern on the surface of the fruit. The small cucumber continues to grow until Sarutobi Hinata cuts off the input of chakra and stops growing. Damn! Is this a devil fruit? After the big tree stopped growing, Kanzeojiu looked at the cucumber hanging on the branches in surprise, and was shocked. In his previous life, as a hot-blooded anime fan, he naturally would not know the famous devil fruit among One Piece. In this way, this pattern is definitely a devil fruit. It turns out that there is a devil fruit tree in my mind. Those time travelers at a certain point can only cross the ninja world with the ability of one fruit. My buddy has just come up with a devil fruit tree. This is a rhythm that is going to go against the will of heaven. This golden finger is a bit powerful. After confirming that the devil fruit tree grew in his sea of consciousness, Shenzeoxiu's mentality was not only excited but also expectant. Anyone who has seen One Piece knows that the abilities of the demon fruit are strange and can gain some incredible superpowers after eating them, but they will also be disgusted by the sea and become a land duck. Well, in the Naruto world, this setting can basically be ignored. The abilities of devil fruits are divided into 3 categories: Superman, natural, and animal. Shenzeoxiu saw some information about devil fruits in his previous life. He remembered that the fruits of the Superman are generally of melons, and the fruits of the animal are generally longer fruits or vegetables. The fruits of the natural system are best distinguished. And the spiral patterns of the natural system are all protruding. This fruit looks like it should be an animal. Should I eat it? Shen Xiaoshiu was a little hesitant when he looked at the cucumber hanging there. 99% of the devil fruits may be animal type. Although there is also a huge classification of the fantasy beast system in the animal system, it is very rare after all. He doesn't think he can win the big prize. Moreover, in the pirates setting, a person can only eat one devil fruit. If this setting is also brought by him, then after he eats this, even if awesome fruits appear in the future, he can only watch it. This is not fun. Don't worry, just take a gamble. If you can only eat one, you will have the meaning of giving me a tree. And this is the world of Naruto. Kanju thought for a while, then gritted his teeth and reached out to grab the cucumber. Chapter 6, Blood Resistance Limit? Call out. The moment Shenzeoxiu picked off the devil fruit, the devil fruit in the cucumber form directly turned into a stream of energy and merged into his body. The next moment, a powerful airflow mixed with huge chakra suddenly burst out from his body, instantly overturning his big red sedan chair. Sarutobi Hinashin flashed and appeared 10 meters away from the sedan chair, looking at the Kanshusha with his eyes closed in surprise. At this time, the chakra that broke out from Shenseoxiu's body instantly was definitely at the level of a Zongnan, but this huge chakra quickly restrained, leaving only the chakra equivalent of a Zionin still entangled around his body. Master Shu. Sarutobi Hinasar looked at Kansuk in surprise. His body changes surprised him. He actually jumped from an ordinary person to a Kansuk. However, what he cared more was the violent force hidden in Kansuk's body that could be comparable to the Zongnan. That power even made him feel the dangerous aura. Sir Naruto, thank you very much. I seem to have become a ninja. Kanchuo opened his eyes and said excitedly as he looked at Sarutobi Hiko. You don't have to be polite. It's my honor to help you, but you'd better let me check your body to avoid any hidden dangers. Sarutobi Hinata narrowed his eyes and said. I'm so grateful. Kansuk smiled slightly when he heard this, then stretched out his right arm to Sarutobi Hinako. Sarutobi Hinata stepped forward, grabbed Kamishu's right wrist, and released chakra to sense his body. Sure enough, he found that in addition to the normally flowing chakra, there was also a violent force like a beast hidden in Shenseoxiu's body. Sir Shu, there is a violent force lurking in your body. In my perception, this force is like a dormant beast, and I'm afraid it's hard to control. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kansuk and said with a serious look on his face. You're talking about this? Shen Zhaoxiu smiled slightly, then his eyes narrowed, his dark eyes turned into vertical pupils, and his hands also turned into sharp claws. At the same time, a violent chakra suddenly burst out from his body, faintly gathering around him into the form of a tiger. Animal system, cat fruit, tiger form. This is the fruit power obtained by Shen Zhao cultivation. This is the limit of blood. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kanchu in surprise, with a confused look in his eyes. Blood-stained boundary? Maybe. I'm not sure what this ability is going on, but I can be sure that the problem that has troubled me over the years is because of this ability. Shenseoxiu said affirmatively. So that's it. I've been dormant for several years and soared into the sky after I awaken. This kind of example is not uncommon in the limit of blood. But master cultivation, your ability is a bit strange. That kind of chakra feels like a tail, a ferocious beast. Sarutobi Hirusword said with some reference. Sir Naruto is afraid that I can't control this power, right? Don't worry, although this power has just awakened, it gives me the feeling that it is inherent and can be controlled as I want. Kaniasu said confidently. Is this true? That's fine. Sarutobi Hira nodded, and then said with a kind look, Master Shiu finally came to Konoha village. Please follow me in and sit for a while. No need, my ability has just awakened and I have become a real ninja again. I need to go back and tell my father immediately. Shen Zhaoxiu waved his hand and said with an excited look on his face. Since that's the case, I'll lose my companion first. There are still many things to deal with in the village. Sarutobi Hizaki said. Please give me some advice. Kansuk nodded and said with a smile. Then I will say goodbye. After Sarutobi Hirashao said goodbye to Kansuk, he returned directly to Konoha village. Let's go back to. After Sarutobi Hirosha was killed, Kanchu also set off to return to Daming Mansion. After waiting for 8 years, we can finally start. Shen Zhaoxiu sat cross-legged in the sedan chair, looking at his right hand that turned into a tiger's claw, with a flash of light in his eyes. Back at Daming Mansion, Shen Zhaoxiu immediately locked himself in the room and began to study his abilities. First of all, he got the ability of animal cat fruit tiger form, and I don't know if it was because the demon fruit tree grew up with chakra as its nutrient, so the ability of the demon fruit has been integrated with chakra. This means that in addition to sufficient physical strength, he also needs a considerable amount of chakra to support his ability to use the devil fruit. But in contrast, because of chakra, his fruit ability is much stronger than that among the pirates. This is why after he used his fruit ability, the chakra, which was originally only at the level of the lower ninja, would soar to the level of the Zhong ninja. As for side effects, you will need to test it before you can find out. However, even if the side effects of turning into a land duck are there, it doesn't matter. After all, this is not a pirate world. There are not so many seas, and there will be no such thing as sea tower stone. Secondly, it is the question of whether he can have multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time. At present, only one devil fruit has grown on his devil fruit tree, so he can't experiment, but he has a feeling that he should have multiple devil fruit abilities at the same time. Of course, this still needs to be experimented. Finally, it is the growth of the demon fruit. The growth of the demon fruit this time is entirely due to Sarutobi Hinazun's chakra, and it is estimable how huge the chakra is that a ninja with the title of Shadow. Fortunately, most of the chakras were due to the need for the devil fruit trees to grow from seed activation to growth. Now the devil fruit trees have grown, and the subsequent cultivation of devil fruits is only possible, so the amount of chakras needed will be much smaller. According to Shenzeoxiu's estimate, at the speed of his current chakra and irrigation with all his strength, the devil fruit tree will grow fruit again in about a month. As for what other devil fruits will grow later, and whether there is a quantity limit, these need to be experimented slowly. At least, now I have the capital to become stronger, and the golden finger has been activated. It is only a matter of time before I become the strongest. Shen Zhaoxiu clenched his fist gently, thinking in a stir. Then, next, I'm going to study it. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hinako, who returned to Konoha village, kept echoing the pair of vertical pupils that Kanchu had been transforming into his beastly chakra, and he felt something was wrong in his heart. I don't seem to have heard of the bloodline of the great masters. And that chakra is too similar to the tailed beast. Sarutobi Hinashen thought later. He recruited 2 ancient tribes and ordered, "You go to Daming Mansion to monitor the movements of Lord Shen Zhaoxiu during this period, and check the history of the Shen Zhao family." "Yes, Lord Naruto." The 2 envies received the order, and then disappeared with a swoosh. Chapter 7, Absolute Control. The Kingdom of Fire, Daming Palace. After Shen Zhaoxiu came back, he immediately locked himself in the room and began to study his golden finger, which is the devil fruit tree, in his mind. Sitting cross-legged on the large bed 3 meters wide, Shen Zhaoxiu sensed the power of the chakra in his body and the devil fruit. He thought for a while, suddenly raised his hand, and then his mind moved, and a huge chakra began to gather in his palm, and then condensed into a cucumber with a unique pattern. The cucumber in Shen Zhaoxiu's hand was the first devil fruit grown in his sea of consciousness space, animal-type cat fruit. "It's really okay." Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the cucumber in his hand, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "I originally wanted to try it, but I didn't expect that he could really restore the devil fruit he had eaten. I don't know if I can peel this power from the body of the person who ate the fruit after I'm allowed to eat it." Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoxiu immediately turned his head and shouted to the outside of the door, "Come in, come in." The door was pushed open, and a masked ninja in black walked in quickly, knelt in front of Kanzeo Jiu on one knee, and said respectfully, "Sir, what are you doing?" Tian Lao is one of the confidant ninjas secretly cultivated by Shen Zhaoxiu. He was adopted by Shen Zhaoxiu since he was a child. His loyalty to Shen Zhaoxiu cannot be changed even if it is a certain level of illusion. Shen Zhaoxiu handed the demonic fruit in his hand to the ninja named Tianzu, "Eat it." When Tian Lao heard Shen Zhaoxiu's words, he had no doubts and took the devil fruit directly from him. He ate it without hesitation, and his face did not change throughout the whole process. Tian Lao, who had eaten the devil fruit, suddenly let out a soft moan. The next moment, a violent chakra burst out from his body, and the size of this chakra was definitely at the level of a supreme ninja. Tian Lao felt the powerful force in his body, his face was full of shock, then looked at Shen Zheoxiu and asked in surprise, "Sir Xiu, I am." Shen Zheoxiu thought for a while and said, "Well, this is my ability. I will tell you later, come here first and give me your hands." "Yes." Tian Lao did not violate Shen Zheoxiu's orders just because he obtained the power, and immediately reached his hand in front of Shen Zheoxiu. Shen Zheoxiu held Tian Lao's wrist and thought, the power of the devil fruit eaten by Tian Lao was quickly pulled out of his body by Shen Zheoxiu, and condensed into a cucumber-shaped devil fruit, which appeared in Shen Zheoxiu's hands. The power was withdrawn, and the expression of Tian Zhou did not change much, but I felt a little disappointed. This is normal. After all, I just gained such a powerful force and was instantly taken back, and anyone would be lost. It's true. Shen Zheoxiu didn't care about Tian Lao's temperament. He looked at the devil fruit that appeared again in his hand, and his eyes were even more excited, and he said in surprise, "It's great, so that he can completely prevent those under him from having the idea of betrayal after getting the power of the devil fruit." Thinking of this, Shen Zheoxiu handed the devil fruit in his hand to the heavenly prison and said, "Eat it." Seeing this, Tian Zhuo's eyes lit up immediately. He immediately took the devil fruit from Shen Zheoxiu's hand. He didn't care about the unique smell at all, and swallowed it into his stomach with a big mouthful. After eating the devil fruit again, the powerful force burst out from the Tian Zhou again, but before he could feel the power, he felt that the power was pulled out of his body again. More importantly, this time, Shen Zheoxiu pulled out the power of the devil fruit from his body, and he had no contact with the body of Tian Lao at all. Sure enough, it's okay without physical contact. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the devil fruit that was reunited in his hands again and whispered, "Since there is no need to touch, then the next thing is the distance." Thinking of this, Shen Zheoxiu handed the devil fruit in his hand to the heavenly prison again and said, "Eat it." "Yes, Lord Xiu." Tian Lao respectfully took the devil fruit from Shen Zheoxiu's hand, and then ate it expressionlessly. After eating it, the familiar and unfamiliar power filled his body again. However, with the experience of the previous 2 times, Tian Zhou was no longer surprised because he knew that this force would leave him again soon. "You go out now and run as fast as possible. If your body does not change, don't stop." Shen Zheoxiu pointed to the direction of the door and said, "Yes." Although he was puzzled, Tian Lao still stood up immediately and rushed out of the door according to Shen Zheoxiu's order. "It's almost done." 10 minutes later, Shen Zheoxiu's eyes slightly condensed, and then his mind moved, and a familiar force immediately began to gather in his palm, and then condensed into a cucumber with a unique pattern. "Ha, really?" Shen Zheoxiu looked at the devil fruit that had been condensed again in his hand, and couldn't help but scream excitedly. With the speed of the heavenly prison, you can run at least 10 miles away in 10 minutes. This distance could still remove the power of the devil fruit from the body of the heavenly prison without any obstacles, which means that the distance could not stop him from controlling the devil fruit. This situation proves that he has absolute control over the devil fruit produced on the devil fruit tree in the sea of consciousness. Whether it is granted or reclaimed, it is only within his thoughts. Since you have absolute control over the power of the devil fruit, you can assure that you can give this power to those who are loyal to you. Shen Zheoxiu looked at the devil fruit in his hand and whispered, "When the Tianzu comes back, I'll test the side effects." "Well, there's no need to regain my strength this time." About 15 minutes later, Tian Lao returned to Shen Zheoxiu panting. Before he could practice the prayer of Shen Zhao, a familiar cucumber was handed to him again. "Eat it," Shen Zheoxiu ordered. "Yes." Tian Lao respectfully took the devil fruit from Shen Zheoxiu's hand, ate it expressionlessly, and then the familiar and unfamiliar powerful force surged from his body again. However, what surprised Tian Zhou was that this time Shen Zheoxiu did not regain this power, but said to him, I remember that it seems that my father had accumulated a pool of sea water to raise turtles. You can get some sea water there. Yes. Although I don't know what Shenseoxiu wants to do with sea water, Tian Lao still meticulously carried out his orders. Soon, Tian Lao quietly brought a basin of sea water from the pool where Daming raised sea turtles and brought it to Shenseoxiu. Shenseoxiu looked at the sea water in front of him. Someone looked at the Tianzu, knelt on one knee and said, "Tianzu, put your hand into the water and see what it feels like." Chapter 8, Test. Yes. Although I don't know why Shenseoxiu asked him to do this, after hearing the order, Tian Lao immediately put both hands into the basin containing sea water. "What do you think?" Shenseoxiu asked immediately. When Tian Lao heard this, he sensed it for a while, and then replied, "Report to Master Shu, I don't have any special feelings. I don't feel it, that is, the devil fruit I produce does not have the side effects of losing my ability when I encounter sea water." Shenseoxiu thought for a while, then ordered to Tianzhou, "I remember you can swim, right? Go to the viewing pool outside for a swim." Yes. When Tian Lao heard this, he immediately stood up and then flashed and disappeared into the room. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the door with his eyes and said softly, "I am not afraid of the sea water, then the curse that turns into a land duck should not exist." After a while, the soaked Tianzu returned. As Shen Zhaoxiu expected, the Tianzu did not turn into a landslide. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the wet prison and whispered, "There are no side effects, and my abilities can be absolutely controlled by me. Then, it is time to test how to obtain the devil fruits of different abilities." Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoxiu ordered to Tianzu again, "Tianzu, come and inject your chakra into my body." Yes. When Tian Lao heard this, he immediately got up and came to the back of Shen Zhaoxiu. He skillfully pressed his hands gently on his back, and then began to inject chakra, with his movements very skillful. While Tian Lao injected chakra into Shen Zhaoxiu's body, Shen Zhaoxiu himself was also looking inward. He watched the chakras injected into his body that Tian Lao began to flow in the meridians in his body after entering his body, but the devil fruits in the sea of consciousness did not react. Seeing this situation, Shen Zhaoxiu couldn't help but frown and said to himself, "Is it because the chakra in the heavenly prison already has the power of devil fruit, so his chakra will no longer be absorbed by the devil fruit tree?" After waiting for a while, the demon fruit tree in the sea of consciousness still did not respond. Shen Zhaoxiu turned to the Tian Lao behind him and said, "Okay, stop." "Yes, Lord Shu." When Tianzu heard the order, he immediately stopped the chakra's delivery, then returned to Shen Zhaoxiu and knelt on one knee respectfully. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Tianzu and said in his heart, "If we take back the power of the devil fruit on Tianzu, I wonder if his chakra will be useful." Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoxiu thought about it, and then the power of the devil fruit in Tian Lao's body was pulled out again. Tian Lao felt the disappearance of the power in his body, and his mood was no longer at all. He's used to it. After Shen Zhaoxiu stripped the power of the devil fruit from the body of the Tian Lao, he ordered him again, "Try injecting chakra into me again." Yes. When Tian Lao heard this, he stood up again, came to Shen Zhaoxiu, skillfully pressed his palm behind him, and then began to inject chakra. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at himself inwardly and found that the chakra of the heavenly prison finally caused the reaction of the demon fruit tree. His chakra began to be absorbed by the devil fruit in the sea of consciousness of Shen Zhaoxiu. While the demon fruit tree absorbed the chakra of the heavenly prison, a soft light began to flash on one of the 12 branches. Shen Zhaoxiu could feel that a new devil fruit was growing vigorously in that ball of light. However, Shen Zhaoxiu estimated that with the amount of chakra in the heavenly prison, it would be impossible to make this devil fruit grow and mature completely even if it was sucked dry. Half an hour later, the prison was exhausted. His chakra was completely drained, but it was just that the new devil fruit on the demon fruit tree in the sea of consciousness of Shen Zhaoxiu was sprouting. As for maturity, Shenseoxiu estimated that it would be possible to squeeze the heavenly prison at least 100 times. However, with Tianzu's physical condition, the chakra was consumed, and without overdrawing, it would take about a few hours to recover. If this is the case, as long as he works hard, he can ripen this new devil fruit in at most 1 month. As soon as Shenseoxiu thought, the devil fruit in his hand turned into a stream of energy and merged into his human body. Then, the familiar cat fruit returned to his body. Of course, Shenseoxiu was not greedy for this power. With the devil fruit tree, he didn't need to greedy for this power. The reason why Shenseoxiu did not give the ability of this cat fruit to the heavenly prison is that in addition to waiting for him to cultivate the devil fruit condensed by his chakra, he is also thinking about choosing a powerful devil fruit for him. After all, there are not many ninjas like Rushinswo who are absolutely loyal and capable of being under him. I don't know if the difference between different ninjas can be superimposed on a demon fruit. If possible, it doesn't take long to produce demon fruits, and form a legion of powered people. Thinking of this, Shenseoxiu began to condense the chakra himself, and then he found that the chakra he condensed could not be absorbed by the demon fruit tree according to his will, and his chakra could be superimposed on the devil fruit condensed by the chakra in the heavenly prison. However, Shenseoxiu felt that his chakra should be considered an exception, and he was not sure whether other people's chakra could also operate in this way. Shenseoxiu thought for a while, then shouted to the outside of the door, "Mingtang, Jingkui, Zuk, Siming, come in too." Swish! 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 As soon as Shenseoxiu finished speaking, 4 figures of 2 men and 2 women appeared in the room one after another, and then knelt side by side in front of Shenseoxiu. There are not many ninjas that Shen Zhao has cultivated over the years, and there are only 12 of them who can reach the number of Zongnan. The names of these 12 people were all chosen by Shenseoxiu himself, but in the past few years, the only 5 people who were still alive in front of him were left. Shenseoxiu looked at the 4 of them and said, "You 4, let's inject chakra into me together." "Yes, Lord Chu, X4. When Mingtang, Jingkui, Zuk, and Siming heard this, they stood up and came behind Shenseoxiu, pressed one palm on his back, and then began to inject chakra. While the 4 of them injected the chakra, Shen Zhaoxiu was also looking inward, paying attention to the movements of the 4 of them after they entered their bodies. Shenseoxiu discovered that after the 4 people's chakra was injected into his body, only Mingtang, Jingkui, and Zuk's chakra made the devil fruit tree react. And different devil fruits condensed on different branches. Only Siming's chakra stayed in his body and was not absorbed by the demon fruit tree. Chapter 9, Guess. Half an hour later. The chakra of Mingtang, Jingkui, Zuk, and Siming was exhausted. The chakra of Mingtang, Jingkui, and Zuk were absorbed by the devil fruit tree in the sea of consciousness of Shenseoxiu. Like the chakra of Tianzu, it condensed into the prototype of 3 devil fruits on the devil fruit tree. Only Siming, her chakra, didn't know why, was not absorbed by the demon fruit tree, so she stayed in Shenseoxiu's body. After a few minutes of rest, Shenseoxiu and the 5 others said to them, "Okay, you guys go down. As for orders, X5. The 5 people in Tianlao stood up at the same time, bowed respectfully to Shenseoxiu, and then disappeared into the room. After the 5 people left, Shenseoxiu felt the chakra of Siming who was still staying in his body, and said thoughtfully, "Is it a limit on quantity, or is there anything special about Siming's chakra?" Shenseoxiu cultivated the inner sea of consciousness space. After looking at the form of the demon fruit tree for a while, he suddenly realized that the demon fruit is divided into 3 categories: animal, superman, and natural, and the demon fruit tree in his mind happened to be divided into 3 large branches. Does that mean that the 3 major branches on this devil fruit tree represent 3 major categories of devil fruit? The devil fruit condensed from the chakra of Tianlao, Mingtang, Jingkui, and Suzakwai are all on the same branch, which means that their chakra can only condense the same devil fruit, and the branch of the devil fruit condensed from the chakra of the 4 of them happens to be the branch of the animal type cat fruit condensed from the chakra of the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi Hinashin. In other words, after Sarutobi Hinashin and Tianyo were absorbed by the demon fruit tree, they condensed all animal type demon fruits. So, although the chakra of Sarutobi Hina and Tianyo are very different in size, they are actually the same in essence, so their chakra can only condense the animal system. If this is the case, then Siming's chakra should be fine, but it is just that the branch of the demon fruit tree that belongs to the animal system has been occupied by the demon fruit tree, so her chakra has not been absorbed by the demon fruit tree. But what exactly is the similarity between Sarutobi Hinako and Tianyo's chakra, and the other 2 on the demon fruit tree represent the 2 branches of the Superman system and natural system? What type of chakra is needed to produce fruit? Konosuke thought about it and felt that if he had to say what the similarities between Sarutobi Hina and Tianyo had between them, it might be that they had no blood resistance limit. Blood resistance limit. Thinking of the word blood succession limit, Shenzei Oxiu suddenly lit up his eyes and said in surprise, yes, blood succession limit can only be inherited by blood ties through genes. Usually, except for people with the same bloodline, others cannot learn it, and even the Sharingan cannot copy it. In this world of ninjas, if we have to distinguish between chakra categories between ninjas and ninjas, there is definitely a world of difference between any ninjas with the blood resistance limit and no blood resistance limit. That difference is like a noble and a civilian, which belongs to the class gap. It's a pity that among the ninjas I trained, the only Qinglong that has the blood transcendence limit is dead, otherwise I can test it immediately. Shen Xiaoxiu said with regret. Shenzei Oxiu felt that if he had a blood resistance limit, he would definitely condense a demonic fruit other than the animal system, and it was very likely to be a Superman system. After all, the ability of the blood resistance limit is the same as the devil fruit of the Superman system, and it contains all kinds of strange abilities. However, ninjas with the blood relay limit are very rare in the entire ninja world, and those ninjas with the blood relay limit ability have a pride factor in their genes, which are generally impossible to be recruited by forces outside the large ninja villages. There are ninjas who have the blood resistance but are not from a large ninja village, but these ninjas are often accompanied by huge troubles. Even if Kanzeojiu has the only heir to the fire country, he dare not easily recruit those ninjas with the blood resistance as the only heir to Daming of the fire country. In the 8 years that Shintasha traveled through time, the ninjas who had the ability of blood transcendence were recruited by him. Not only did they not come in use, but instead caused him a lot of trouble. The only Qinglong who can control the blood limit of water flow and was brainwashed successfully and was very loyal to him, also died 3 years ago, without even the complete body. As for the rarer natural demon fruit, the chakra type required will definitely be more unique, but there are only a few chakra types in the entire ninja world. Shen Xiaoxiu is patient and try them all. As long as you try all the chakra types, you can always find a match that is only a matter of time. Although some chakra types are very difficult to find, and some chakras are even unable to contact without a certain strength, Shenzei Oxiu, who has mastered the demon fruit tree, believes that as long as he develops his league of capabilities, he will definitely be able to develop all the abilities of the 3-type devil fruits. Working cautiously is all the past, but I am now different from the present. Shenzei Oxiu smiled slightly and said confidently. I didn't dare to recruit those ninjas who had the blood resistance limit in the past because Shenzei Oxiu had no ability to control it. Now that he has the power of the demon fruit tree, who will he be afraid of? For the current Shenzei Oxiu, as long as the chakra is enough, it will not take long to create a legion of devil fruit abilities. Even if this legitimate legion is all animal type, as long as the number is sufficient, it is definitely a force enough to change the entire ninja world pattern. Not to mention, among the animal type demon fruits, there is also a powerful category called Phantom Beast Sprout, which is said to be a more rarer category than the natural system. Shenzei Oxiu felt that if he could condense a devil fruit of animal type Phantom Beast species, as long as he developed it for a period of time, it would definitely be a powerful force comparable to the shadow. However, thinking of the Otsutsuki family and the one that extends their bloodline, even if they have the strength of shadow level, they are not enough to see in front of them. So, we still have to find a way to condense two kinds of demon fruits, namely Superman and natural, especially natural. In this world without dominant, the side effects of the demon fruit are also eliminated. The ability of the natural should be considered invincible, right? Kamisha felt that if he could condense the devil fruit of the natural system ability, even if he did not have the ability to destroy the world, under the ability of the natural system to elementalize, even Shimura Senju, who was known as the god of ninja, would have to stare at him. Even among the abilities of the Superman system, there are powerful abilities such as shock fruit that are claimed to be able to destroy the world. Thinking of this, a body of elementalization suddenly appeared in Kanzeojiu's mind, with his left hand shock fruit and his right hand momo fruit. That kind of configuration, let alone Shimura Kishao, even if the six-path immortals are coming in person, they will press it on the ground to rub it. Chapter 10, Illusion. Then, set a small goal first, develop a team of animal abilities, and then plan to blood resistance limit. Shenseoxiu thought in his heart. Although he had already guessed how to condense the two categories of devil fruits, namely Superman system and natural system, Shenseoxiu was not in a hurry to try it. He was going to develop the animal system abilities he had already mastered, so that he could make plans before he could have a certain degree of power in his hands. In the next time, Shenseoxiu, in addition to letting the Tianlao instill chakra in himself every day, was studying the ability of the animal-type cat fruit in his hand. Although the upper limit of the ability of the ordinary species animal system devil fruit is not high, the increase in the body is the strongest among the three systems. In this world, the ability of the animal system is also very considerable to the user's chakra increase. After a test, a chakra, like Kanzawa, who had just become a ninja, once he ate the fruit, once he used his ability, the chakra would be immediately increased to the level equivalent to the Krinoin. This is still without much training and development. Shenseoxiu estimated that if it is trained and developed, the animal system demon fruit will not only continue to strengthen the physical constitution of the abilities, but will definitely increase the upper limit of the ability's own chakra to a great extent. Like Tianzu, the ninja who originally had the lowest chakra among the Zongnin, after eating the fruit, his chakra limit will be greatly increased, and once he uses his ability, he can even instantly soar to the level equivalent to the upper Ninen. Shenseoxiu estimated that if a ninja like Tianlao can develop the ability of the animal system devil fruit to the level of awakening, then in addition to its characteristics, even if it cannot reach the level of the third generation of Thunder Shadows, it may not be much different. After this period of development, Shenseoxiu discovered that although the ability of the devil fruit coexisted with the chakra of the abilities, it did not completely integrate into one. That kind of relationship is very similar to the perfect man, Uzuaki, and the tailed beast, and maybe even closer. After all, the chakra of the demon fruit is not like the tailed beast, which has its own consciousness and is easier to control. But no matter how close you are, no matter how skillful you use it, the ability of the devil fruit and the chakra of the abilities themselves are still two different powers. In the view of Shenseoxiu, this situation is not a bad thing. At least, if the chakra of the demon fruit and the chakra of the abilities themselves are not one, but can echo each other, then can the chakra of the demon fruit competent person also operate like the illusion of the illusion? As we all know, in the Naruto world, there are two types of illusions. One is the illusion of pupils and the other is the non-epid illusion of pupils. When facing attacks from non-epid illusions, you only need to disrupt the flow of your own chakra to crack it. When facing the illusions of your own chakra, you can only crack it by interfering with your own chakra flow through others. However, there is another exception to these two cracking methods, that is, Ren Zulai. Zulai, who can communicate with the tailed beast sealed in his body. can crack almost any illusion no matter what kind of illusion he faces by interfering with the two completely different chakras of the tailed beast sealed in his body. If the demon fruit abilities can also operate in this way, this will give the abilities an absolute advantage in fighting against ninjas who are good at illusion. On this day, after draining the chakra of Tianzu and Zuk and others, Shenzeoxiu suddenly looked up and looked at Si Ming standing aside, saying, Si Ming, try using illusion on me. Yes, Lord Qiu. When Si Ming heard Shenzeoxiu's words, he immediately stood up excitedly. During this period, Shenzeoxiu had been accepting chakra from Tianlao, Zuk, and others, but only excluded her, which made Si Ming feel very uncomfortable and felt abandoned. She was obviously the one who was most favored before. Now that Master Xiu can use himself again, Si Ming is very happy, as if he has found the value of his existence again. Sir Xiu, offended. Monogemming first prayed to Shen Zhao, then stared at him, quickly formed seals with both hands, and finally shouted, Ninjutsu, illusion, Nariku's technique. As Si Ming used his illusion, the scene in front of Shenzeoxiu immediately changed. The surrounding courtyards turned into ruins, with corpses on them, and at his feet, Daming Daddy was dying with his eyes open. That dead figure is so miserable. Illusion, Nariku's technique will allow middle-aged craftsmen to see terrifying scenes that they don't want to see in their hearts, and thus collapse. It is a relatively common low-level illusion in D-level ninjutsu. Shenzeoxiu glanced at the surrounding scene expressionlessly, raised his hand to prepare for sealing, but after thinking about it, he put it down again, and then his mind moved, and his eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils, and the powerful chakra instantly flowed irregularly in his body. The next moment, the scene in front of him immediately shattered like a mirror, returning to the original scene. It's true. After the illusion was unraveled, Shenzeoxiu was ecstatic and then said to Si Ming, change another illusion, do it again. Yes. Si Ming received the order and immediately performed another illusion on Shenzeoxiu. Narcissism, illusion, the art of the follower. When the illusion was used, in the eyes of Shenzeoxiu, black phantoms suddenly appeared in the shadows around him, slowly approaching him like a ghost. Shenzeoxiu's heart moved, and the chakra of the devil fruit flowed in his body, instantly unraveling the illusion. These are too weak, just use your strongest illusion. Shen Zhaoxiu said to Si Ming. Yes, Lord Qiu. After receiving the order, Si Ming immediately set off his posture, quickly formed seals with both hands, and shouted, Narcissism, illusion, tree binding kill. As Si Ming used his illusion, a big tree appeared out of thin air behind Shenzeoxiu, and branches grew on the big tree to wrap him around, and the touch was very real. Illusion, magic, tree binding killing, B-level ninjutsu, are traditional illusions circulating in Konoha village. They can allow opponents to see their dreams entangled by trees to disrupt their mentality and limit their freedom. The original intention of the legendary illusion was to make people fight against Hashirama Senju, known as the god of ninja, and thus feel fear in their hearts, and they don't know if it is true. Although this is not the highest level ninjutsu that Shen Zhaoxiu can get, it is the strongest illusion mastered by Si Ming. This feeling is really real. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the trees that bound him, said softly, and then his heart moved, and the chakra of the devil fruit in his body immediately flowed quickly, and then the illusion was unraveled. It was untied in an instant. Shen Zhaoxiu unraveled Si Ming's illusion, moved his body for a moment, and then whispered, although I haven't tried higher level illusions, in this case, when using the ability of the devil fruit, I can disturb the flow of chakra in my body at any time than Jajiri. In other words, as long as I can realize that I have been involved in an illusion, even a high-level illusion technique should have no effect on me. Chapter 11, 5 Fruits. Half a month later. The 4 demon fruits on the animal system branch of the demon fruit tree in the Sea of Consciousness space finally matured, and then he couldn't wait to reach out to pick the ripe demon fruit, but when his consciousness was about to touch the ripe demon fruit, he stopped again. Although he had long speculated that as the host of the demon fruit tree, he had a very high chance of being compatible with the ability of multiple demon fruits, and with the attempts to develop the ability of the devil fruits these days, he became more and more convinced of this speculation, but when he really tried it, Shenseoxiu still couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, if you guess wrongly about this issue, it will be a life-threatening death. Master, just die. Shen Zhaoxiu hesitated for a moment, then touched his consciousness to a ripe devil fruit. The moment he touched the devil fruit, the fruit was instantly picked, and then a familiar force poured into his body. It's true. During this period, Shen Zhaoxiu has been trying to develop and understand the ability of cat fruit, so the power of this fruit has always existed in his body. Now that he feels another familiar force pouring into his body, Shen Zhaoxiu couldn't help but scream excitedly. Shen Zhaoxiu has no unexpected situation now, which shows that the power of the two devil fruits can coexist in his body. Moreover, the fruit ability he obtained this time is also the animal system, to be precise, the ability of animal fruit wolf form. As soon as the mind moves, the ability of the fruit in the body is activated, and then the image of the whole person begins to change, and the whole person becomes a huge wolf. Animal fruit wolf form, although it is not as good as the previous cat fruit tiger form, it is also considered a good power. The chakra blessing of this fruit to the capable person is similar to the previous cat fruit. After activating the ability, it can be directly let the chakra volume of Shinen directly increase to the level of Zhongnan. Shen Zhao cultivation moved for a while, and after experiencing the ability of this dog and dog fruit for a while, his mind moved again, and then his form directly switched from wolf to tiger, and there was no need to transition in the middle with human form. Can you actually switch directly? This saves a lot of trouble. Shen Zhaoxiu, who had become the tiger form, said with satisfaction. Then he paused for a while and then returned to the human form. Then he said with regret, it's a pity that both abilities cannot be activated at the same time. It turned out that Shen Zhaoxiu had just tried it and wanted to activate the two abilities of cat fruit and dog fruit at the same time, but it was obvious that he failed. I don't know if it is because animal system is the special nature of biological changeability, which causes the two abilities to be unable to be used at the same time. Or is it because the abilities of the two demon fruits cannot be displayed at the same time? It's okay if it's the former, but if it's the latter, it's trouble. Shen Zhaoxiu's face was a little solemn. If the abilities of the two demon fruits cannot be exerted at the same time, even if he can have multiple fruit abilities at the same time and can switch at will without superimposing them, it will be greatly reduced when used. And many of the combination abilities he imagined will not be presented. Or, is it because I have insufficient development of the ability of the devil fruit that I cannot use two or more fruits at the same time? Shen Zhaoxiu pondered this and said, then shook his head and said, forget it, when the fruit of his Superman or natural ability is condensed, you will know it after trying it. It's unreasonable that the Blackbeard can dark and earthquake with one hand, but I, the host who controls the mother tree, cannot do it. Let's just look at what abilities the other fruits have, and then think about what abilities should be assigned to whom, and pull up the team first. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoxiu began to try the other three demonic fruits that had not been picked. After picking all the remaining ripe devil fruits, Shen Zhaoxiu immediately knew the abilities of these three devil fruits. The three devil fruits are not surprisingly all animal system, namely bird and bird fruit swift form, Niu fruit buffalo shape and cat fruit leopard form. Including the previous cat fruit tiger form and dog fruit wolf form, they are all ordinary species, but they are not ancient species that were expected to be cultivated. However, all the fruits are animal system, which is expected, and through the ability form of these fruits, Shen Zhaoxiu even determined another thing, that is, the growth of the devil fruit is likely to be affected by the character of the chakra host. Tian Lao is determined, responsible, and honest, so his chakra is the buffalo. Jing Kui is persistent and cruel, and his ability to condense chakra is a wolf. Ming Tang is flexible and agile, so his chakra condenses his abilities as leopards. Suzaku has always yearned for the sky and advocated speed, so the ability condensed by her chakra is the fast-flying swift among birds, which is also the only fruit of the four with flying ability. As for Si Ming, who was in the process of being banished because there was no vacancies, even if the fruit was not yet condensed, Shenzeoxiu could probably guess what fruit would the girl's chakra condense. Si Ming hides the ferociousness of hunting under her cuteness, so what her chakra condenses is that the fruit may be the kind of petite and stupid appearance, but in fact it is the ability of a dangerous hunter. Because Shenzeoxiu knew very well that Si Ming, the girl, had such a kind of personality, and her gentle side, was only shown to him. However, Shen Zhaoxiu was a little surprised that the devil fruit that was condensed from the cat fruit, tiger form that absorbed Yuan Firazan's chakra. Not to mention whether Yuan Firazan's personality is as arrogant as a tiger like a forest king, with his personality and chakra characteristics, shouldn't the condensed ape or monkey? Shen Zhaoxiu thought for a while and said, is it because the devil fruit is mixed with my chakra? This problem must be impossible to confirm, because Yuan Firazan's chakra has already produced fruits. Even if the chakra of Shen Zhao cultivation is mixed with it, it is highly likely that it will not be absorbed by the demon fruit tree again. A person's chakra can only condense the fruit once, which is a positive conclusion that Shen Zhao cultivation has repeatedly tested many times. Chapter 12 – Questions about ingesting chakra. What a pity! When Shinzasha thought that he could not continue to fetch the wool on the three-generation Naruto, even though he had become a ninja, he had no suitable excuse to ask other ninjas in Konoha village for chakra, and he felt a little regretful. Although the chakra of Gajeo cultivation can condense the devil fruits with anyone's chakra, it cannot make the chakra of the person who has already condensed the fruits grow new fruits again. However, what grew out of the chakra of the mixed chakra of Shenzeoxiu and Yuan Firazan was cat fruit, tiger form. Judging from the fruits, his chakra seems to be able to affect the ability attributes of the devil fruit. It is certain that Yuan Firazan's chakra does not have the blood succession limit. However, according to his personal chakra attributes, if all the fruits condensed from Yuan Firazan's chakra should be more than 90% of them will be apes. After mixing with the chakra of Shenzhen, they have produced a cat family, so there must be the influence of the chakra of Shenzhen. If this guess is correct, it can only be because of the god Scandal self-cultivation as the host of the devil fruit, because his chakra does not have the uniqueness of blood resistance limit. But Shenzeoxiu still doesn't know how much impact his chakra has on the devil fruit abilities. If the real-time ratio of his chakra and other people's chakra condensation results changes, can he change the ability category of the fruit? What kind of power will the fruit condensed by purely cultivating one's own chakra be? Will it also become impossible to use the fruit after it condenses once? All these need to be tried slowly in the future, and with this concern, Shenzeoxiu is not ready to use his own chakra to condense the fruits for the time being. If we share the 5 existing fruits to Tianlao and wait until they develop these abilities for a period of time, we should be able to form a strong force. Pulling my thoughts back on track, Shenzeoxiu felt the power of the 5 demonic fruits in his body, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, and with this power, I also have the confidence to start planning for the blood resistance chakra. However, before that, there is still an opportunity. Shen Zhaoxiu said softly, if you remember correctly, the Third Ninja World War should be about to begin. If you want to seize the rare blood resistance chakra in the ninja world, the best opportunity is undoubtedly war. The chaos brought by the war allows Kanzeo Zhu to let go of his hands and feet to plot against the rare chakras in the ninja world, not only the blood relay limit, but also other chakras with unique attributes, even the tailed beast. If the devil fruit that can condense from the blood resistance chakra is most likely to be the Superman, then what kind of ability will the more special chakra-tailed beast condense? Natural system? Or is it a animal system illustable beast species that is more rare than natural? No matter which one it is, Shen Zhao cultivation is looking forward to it very much. But if you want to seize these chakras, there is another problem before Shenseoxiu, that is, the chakra intake. After all, even if he has the ability to catch the tailed beast, it is impossible for the other party to willingly instill chakra into his body. Therefore, finding ninjutsu and other means to absorb other people's chakra is a problem that must be solved. In the memory of Shintashu, although it is rare in the ninja world that can absorb chakra from others, there are not many. There are several types of ninjas that can directly absorb chakra from others. Among them, the most efficient one is naturally the Hungry Ghost path derived from the 6 ninjutsu, the first of the 3 major eye techniques, and the weakest one is probably the chakra-absorbing ninjutsu from the Dragon Suit of Yunnan Village, Akidokai. In addition, Baiju and Jirobo, who is also one of the 4 Yunyuan who is from Yunyuan Village, also have the ability to absorb other people's chakra. Among them, Hungry Ghost Path and Baiju's abilities are related to the Reincarnation Eye and are almost impossible to replicate. Jirobo needs the Blessing of Curse Seal developed by Orochimaru. Akidokai's chakra absorption ninjutsu should not be difficult to learn, but the efficiency is too low. Kanzeo remembers that there is another female ninja called Bufeng who can seize other people's chakra through kissing, which seems to be called ghost kissing. This ninjutsu is effective. If you don't need the ability of blood resistance limit to be used, you can learn it. However, at this time, neither Jirofeng nor Akidokai was born yet. The female ninja Bufeng from the Sand Village was also a character who appeared in The Legend of the Wind 3 years later. She probably hasn't been born now, but she can ask about her abilities. As for the Reincarnation Eye and Baiju, during this period, Uchiha Madara has not yet been burping, and rash contact may attract his attention. Shenseoxiu doesn't want to be with Uchiha Madara at the moment. Whether it is cooperation or hostility, he doesn't want to provoke him because his strength is not equal. At least until a powerful natural demonic fruit is condensed, Kanzeo will never contact Uchiha Madara, so the only thing that can be used and practical now is the ninja tool. If there is no way to ninjutsu, then you can only start with ninjutsu. Shenseoxiu thought for a while, and after thinking about it, he felt that Big Sword and Shark Muscle was the most convenient. However, Big Sword Sams is an important ninja tool in Mizuki Village. It is almost impossible to get the Sams through normal means. It is not easy to grab the Sams in secret. It requires careful planning. If you want to seize the big Sams, the best time is undoubtedly the Third Ninja War. During the Third Ninja World War, the young Mate Kai team unexpectedly encountered the Blade 7 people in the hidden village of the Mizuno village. The entire team was almost killed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mate Kai's father Mate Dai arrived in time and killed 4 of the 8-gate Dunjia formation at the expense of his life. Only the 3 of the Blade 7 people were left to escape. Among them, the Watermelon Puffer Ghost, the Loquachai Zhang and the Black Hole Iya escaped. Among them, the Watermelon Puffer Ghost is the user of the Big Sword Shi Mao among the Blade 7 people. If you want to seize the Big Sword and Shark, that is undoubtedly the best time. Kanzeo Zhu stood up, looked at the moon in the sky through the skylight, and then smiled and said, "Sure enough, whether you want chakra or ninja tools, or you have to wait until the Third Ninja War begins. It is the best time. I remember that the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War seemed to be caused by the disappearance of the third generation of Feng Ying in the Sand Hidden Village as the fuse. I wonder if the Scorpion took action at this time?" Chapter 13, Giving. "You guys, come in." Shenseoxiu suddenly spoke and called softly. Click. The door was opened, and 5 people from Tianlao, Jingkui, Mingtang, Zuk, and Siming entered the room one after another, then lined up, knelt in front of Shenseoxiu on one knee, and said in unison, "Master Xiu, what are your instructions?" Shen Zhaoxiu spread his hands open, and the light blue chakra visible to the naked eye quickly gathered in his palm, and then condensed into 4 strange-shaped fruits. He glanced at the fruit in his hand, then placed Niu fruit, dog fruit, cat fruit and bird fruit in front of the 4 people, Tianlao, Jingkui, Mingtang, and Zuk, and said, "Eat it." "Yes, Lord Chu, x4. The 4 of them did not hesitate at all. At the same time, they picked up the fruit in front of each other and then put it into their mouths and ate it in big mouthfuls. During this period, even Zuk, who was a girl, did not change at all. That scene made Shenzeoxiu feel a little suspicious about what this devil fruit tastes. As for the ability of the devil fruit, Shenzeoxiu himself did not need to eat the fruit to obtain it, so he did not know the true taste of the fruit. Boom! 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 After the 4 of them ate the fruits in their hands, a powerful chakra fluctuation immediately surged out of their bodies. Feeling this powerful force, Jingkui, Mingtang, and Zuk also showed shock on their faces. Even Tianzu, who had already had such experiences several times, also showed surprise on their faces. Although Tianlao had already guessed in his heart when Shenzeoxiu asked them to instill chakra, he found that after he ate the uneasy fruit this time, the power that surged out of his body seemed to be different from the previous time. As for Si Ming, she could only look at the 4 people whose breath was soaring, her eyes full of loss, and the feeling of being rejected once again surged into her heart. No need to be surprised, this is a gift. Shenzeoxiu looked at the 4 people in Tianzhou and said expressionlessly. The power of the devil fruit is magical. Although the potential requires the ability to develop without any effort, the ability of the fruit will be engraved into the brain of the ability immediately after eating it, so there is no need for Shenzeoxiu to explain it. After eating the fruit, the 4 people from Tianlao immediately understood what kind of power they had obtained. Just as the 4 of them were feeling the sudden powerful force in their bodies excitedly, Shenzeoxiu suddenly opened his hands, and the power that had just been obtained from the 4 people in the Hushan's was uncontrollably gushing out of their bodies. Feeling the power in his body pouring out from his body uncontrollably, Jingkui, Mingtang and Zuk all changed their faces suddenly. Only Tianzhou has always maintained a calm expression on his face, because he has experienced this many times and has gotten used to it. The 4 of them looked up and saw that the chakra that gushed out of their bodies had turned into that strange fruit again and appeared in the hands of Shenzeoxiu. Shenzeoxiu held 4 devil fruits in both hands and looked around the 4 people. His actions at this time were beating and warning. Even if you trust these people in front of you, Shenzeoxiu must let them know. He can give and take back this power. Shenzeoxiu stared at the people quietly for a while, then waved his hand and sent the fruit in his hand to the people again, saying, "Eat it." "Yes, x4. The 4 people in Tianlao responded in unison, then picked up the fruit in front of them and ate them expressionlessly again. At the same time, the 4 people immediately felt that the familiar and powerful power had once again returned to their bodies. "From this moment, I will formally give you a few of you this power in your body." Shenzeoxiu looked at the 4 people and said in a deep voice, "Master this power as soon as possible. In the near future, I will need you to use this power to do more for me. We are willing to die for Lord Chu." The 4 of Tianlao shouted loudly. "Very good." Shen Zhaoxiu nodded with satisfaction and said, "You guys go down first and get familiar with your abilities. I will guide you in how to develop this power tomorrow." After saying that, he glanced at Si Ming, who was silent on the side, and said, "Stay behind." "Yes, Master Zhu." x4. The 4 of Tianlao stood up, respectfully prayed to Shen Zhao, and then left the room one after another. Finally, Zuk, who was leaving the door, closed the door intimately. "Come." Shen Zhaoxiu waved to Siming and said, "Instill your chakra into my body." "Yes, Lord Chu." When Siming heard Shenzeoxiu's words, he couldn't help but feel happy. He immediately stood up and came to Shenzeoxiu's self, gently pressed his palm on Shenzeoxiu's back, and then instilled his chakra into Shenzeoxiu's body. Shen Zhaoxiu looked inside himself and sees Si Ming's chakra immediately was absorbed by the demon fruit tree in the sea of consciousness space, and then condensed into the prototype of the fruit on the branches belonging to the animal system, and he was relieved. This shows that Shenseoxiu's inference is correct. Siming's chakra was unable to be absorbed by the demon fruit tree before, because it had no position. Another inference was confirmed, which also made Kanzeojiu more confident in the control of the devil fruit tree in his mind. About half an hour later, Siming's chakra was exhausted. She stopped transporting the chakra and wanted to stand up, but she staggered down due to exhaustion. Shenseoxiu came back to his senses and reached out to catch the fallen Siming, who also fell directly into his arms. Yes. I'm sorry, Lord Chiu, I'll get up right away. Siming's face turned red, and then he struggled to stand up. Don't move. Shen Zhaoxiu gently used Siming in his arms and said softly, Follower, you don't need to consume chakras so clean next time. Upon hearing this, Siming hid his head in Shenseoxiu's arms and said in a muffled voice, Yes, Lord Chiu. Feeling the soft body in his arms, Shenseoxiu smiled slightly, and then quietly hugged Siming's petite body. In the eyes of Tianlao and others, Shenseoxiu is the object of faith and also sacrifices his life to protect. At the age of Siming, who was just beginning to love, in addition to having faith in Shenseoxiu's feelings, there is also a longing in his heart, which is the girl's yearning for spring. Shenseoxiu could not feel this kind of emotion in Zuck, who is also a girl but older. It was not that Zuck did not have that kind of emotion in Shenseoxiu, but that she could better understand the difference in identity between herself and Shenseoxiu, so she hid that feeling. Therefore, compared to Siming's longing and admiration, Shenseoxiu felt more loyalty and tenderness from Zuck, and Siming's emotional performance will be more proactive. As for Shenseoxiu, of course he would not refuse to get close to beautiful girls, and in his opinion, both Zuck and Siming were his people and were already destined. Chapter 14, The Death of White Teeth. The animal system's abilities are divided into three forms. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the four people in Tianlao standing in front of him, raised his palms, raised his 3 fingers, and said, These 3 forms are human-shaped, beast-shaped and human beast-shaped. Human type. Since you are your current form, this form can greatly improve your physical ability and chakra while maintaining the human form. I believe you have already experienced this improvement. Beast type makes the body completely beast-like. This state will allow you to completely turn into the beast-like form represented by your own abilities while maintaining human rationality. As he said that, Shenseoxiu's body began to change under the surprised gaze of the 4 people, and finally turned into a tiger with a foot size of 4 or 5 meters. Moreover, the powerful chakra emitted from the tiger was almost at the level of a supreme ninja. In this state, your physical fitness and endurance will be improved to a greater extent, which will allow you to gain an absolute advantage in the battle between hand-to-hand combat. The tiger transformed by Shen Zhaoxiu spoke and said, The last human beast type is to keep the human form and turn wild animals into certain parts of the body. This form can integrate the strengths of humans and wild animals. As he said that, Shen Zhaoxiu's body shape began to change again. He saw that the person stood up and his body gradually narrowed, and his body changed from 4 or 5 meters to about 2 meters. Although most of his appearance has returned to the appearance of a human, he still retained most of the characteristics of a tiger. The fangs and sharp claws constantly twisting their tails, the word king on the forehead and the beast ears on the head all indicate that the Shenseoxiu at this time is not a complete human being. So handsome. Siming, who was standing beside him, saw this form of spiritual Zhaoxiu, and even a heart appeared in his watery eyes, looking like a silly look. After Shen Zhaoxiu showed the 3 forms of the animal system to the 4 people in Tianlao, their bodies returned to normal forms. Then they looked at the 4 people and said in a deep voice, These 3 forms are the main abilities I give you this power. Next, you need to master this power in the shortest time. Yes, Lord Chiu, X4. The 4 people in Tianzu responded loudly, and then began to display their abilities. Tianlao and the others have just obtained their abilities for a while, so they cannot control the forms outside of the human form, especially human beast type. The 4 people cannot even change into that form. However, under the almost step-by-step teaching of Shenzeoxiu, it took only a few days for the 4 people to quickly master various abilities except human beast type, and at least they are very comfortable with the changes in bird shape. Although the 4 people in Tianlao have already understood the power in their bodies after eating the devil fruit, they are still confused about how to develop them. Now with the step-by-step teaching of Shenzeoxiu, the 4 people have grown rapidly in control and development of their own abilities. In terms of ninjutsu, as the identity of Shen Zhaoxiu, although he could not obtain the secret ninjutsu from major ninjutsu, it was not difficult for him to get ordinary ninjutsu. He had already collected dozens of B-level ninjutsu. Even water escape great waterfall technique, which is not a special type of A-level ninjutsu, but among the loyal subordinates he has trained over the years, there are almost no ninjas who can play these powerful ninjutsu. Now, with the blessing of the power of the devil fruit, Tianlao and others finally have the qualifications to use these ninjutsu. Originally, the 4 people in Tianlao only had the strength of Zhongnan, and they were still at the bottom of Zhongnan. However, with the blessing of the power of the devil fruit, the strength of the 4 people all leaped to the stage of Shangnan, and this was when the abilities of the 4 people had not been fully developed. Especially Suzaku, who is already good at long-range ninjutsu, has the advantage of being able to fly in swift form. In addition, the chakra amplitude and endurance improvement brought by the devil fruit ability of animal is probably not her opponent. If her ability is developed to the extent of awakening, even if she encounters a strong man like Koha-sunan, she can at least cause a lot of trouble to the other party if she cannot beat her. However, in the eyes of Shenzeoxiu, the power that Siming and Tianlao finally need to control will definitely not be the current ability. After he finds a way to condense the Superman and natural devil fruits, he will definitely give them stronger power. After all, the 5 of them are the most trusted teams of Shenzeoxiu at present. As for the abilities given to them now, it is not only a training for them, but also a test. Half a month later, after receiving Siming's chakra indoctrination in the room, Shenzeoxiu wanted to hold the little girl and keep warm for a while. But at this time, Zuck would bring him important news. Suzaku knelt on one knee in front of Kansuk and reported, "Sir Shiu, something big happened in Konoha village today. Haki Sakumo, known as Konoha White Teeth, committed suicide." Hearing Suzaku's words, Shenzeoxiu's eyes condensed, then slowly stood up and said in a voice, "Is Biri dead?" Haki Sakumo, known as Koi White Teeth, is not only known in Konoha village. Even if you look at the entire ninja world, it is a terrifying name. His reputation and strength are even greater than the current popular 3 ninja. As for the cause of this person's death, even if Suzaku didn't say it, Shenzeoxiu was very clear about it and committed suicide. Kanzeojiu had seen Haki Sakuroji more than once. To be honest, it was hard for him to believe that such a person would commit suicide because of mere rumor. Suicide ashamed of rumors, this kind of cause of death is simply laughable, but that's the truth. But what kind of story or conspiracy is behind the rumor that led to Haki Sakuroji's suicide is worth pondering. However, these have little to do with Kanshushu, and he doesn't care about the disputes within Konoha village. What really makes Kanshushu care about is the impact of Haki Sakumo Hashiki's death. During the Second Ninja World War, Haki Shuomo killed the Scorpion's parents. After Scorpion grew up, he wanted to seek revenge on him, but found that Haki Shuomo had committed suicide. After learning the news, Scorpion transferred this hatred to the 3rd generation Feng Ying. Believing that the 3rd generation Feng Ying was the Shadow Village's shadow because of his negligence that Konoha attacked in, which led to the death of his parents. Then, he turned the 3rd generation Feng Ying into his own puppet, and the death of the 3rd generation Feng Ying also led to the beginning of the 3rd Ninja War. Therefore, Haki Sakuro's death also means that the 3rd Ninja World War is about to begin. Chapter 15, Arrangement. It's finally going to start. After listening to Zuck's report, Shenseoxiu immediately sat upright, pondered for a while, and then said, Zuck, your next task is to monitor the mist-hidden village, and it is best to be able to grasp the traces of the big sword sheepskin user of the blade sword among the 7 people in the blade sword. The Third Ninja World War is about to begin. If possible, Kanzeojiu wants to get the shark muscle as soon as possible. If successful, everything that follows will be much more convenient. Suzaku is a perception ninja and has the ability to fly. It is very suitable for her to monitor the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Although Suzaku's current strength may not be able to beat the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, if it is really discovered by the other party, it is still no problem for her to escape. Yes. Zuck took the order and then directly turned into a swift form and fly away. After Suzaku left, Shenseoxiu pondered for a while, then shouted at the door, Tianzu, you guys are here too. Whoosh! Swoosh! As soon as Shenseoxiu finished speaking, Tian Lao, Ming Tang and Jing Kui flashed instantly and knelt in front of him on one knee. Master Xiu, what are your instructions? Tian Lao asked respectfully. Shenseoxiu thought for a while and said, you guys go to the underground black market and hire all the ninjas with the blood relay ability that you can hire, and then take them to the number 4 stronghold in batches to wait for my orders. Also, you guys will do this separately, remember to hide your identities. Hiring ninjas with blood resistance chakra is naturally to try to condense the devil fruits of the Superman. Although Shenseoxiu was quite sure that the blood superior limit chakra was able to condense the Superman devil fruit, it was always speculated before trying. Only when the Superman devil fruit was truly condensed can it be completely confirmed. If it were normal times, Kanzeojiu would never dare to hire ninjas with the ability of blood resistance in such a big fanfare, not only because these people may be carrying dangerous troubles, but also may be hidden in spies from major ninjas. But now it is different. With the death of Haki Sakuromo, the entire ninja world will gradually become chaotic, and major ninja villages will definitely go to the underground black market to hire ninjas without backgrounds to do all kinds of dangerous things. At this time, Shen Zhaoxiu asked the Tianzhou and others to go to the black market to hire ninjas, which would not attract the attention of the major ninjas. Even if they were discovered, the major ninjas would not be able to find him in the first half. When they found out that Shen Zhaoxiu was hiring ninjas, the Third Ninja World War was probably outbreak. At that time, everyone was busy fighting, and no one would cause trouble for this matter. Therefore, this is a great time for him to plunder the blood resistance chakra. Once successful, it can add a powerful force to his hands. Yes, Lord Xiu. The 4 men of Tian Lao took the order, and then left with the task that Shen Zhaoxiu gave them. I hope they can bring me some surprises this time. After the Tian Lao and the other 2 left, Shenseoxiu whispered to himself, then looked at Siming, who had recovered some of them beside him, took out a seal from his arms, handed it to her, and said, Siming, take my seal with me. Now go to the fire temple and ask the host of Tianxing to come here, and say that I have important things to ask him for help. Yes, Lord Xiu. Siming respectfully took the seal from Shenseoxiu's hand, and then flashed and disappeared. Fire Temple has a special status in the Kingdom of Fire. The inheritance of the monk ninja can even be compared with the very ancient tribes in the ninja world. Moreover, the Fire Temple has a close relationship with the Kingdom of Fire, and the monks in it have always been highly valued by the daiming of the Kingdom of Fire. In the Warring States period before the formation of the ninja village system, almost all ninjas in the ninja world existed in the form of family, and at that time, daiming, the great powers of the ninja world naturally had ninja troops that specifically guarded themselves. The direct guard ninja unit of Daimei of the Fire Kingdom is called the 12 Guardians of the Guardians. Before the formation of the ninja system, almost all the 12 Guardians of the Fire Kingdom were selected from the 12 Guardians of the Fire Kingdom. Even after the Fire Kingdom formed an alliance with Konoha village, the monk ninja of the Fire Temple has always occupied half of the 12 guardians of the guardians. In the Kingdom of Fire, compared with the Koi village in the cooperative relationship, the Daming clan trusts the monks in the Koi temple. The great monk Sky that Shenseoxiu asked Si Ming to invite is the host of this generation of Fire Temple and is also a very powerful ninja. There are 2 reasons why Shenseoxiu met this host of Sky. The first is because when Kanzeojiu checked information about Fire Temple, he found that Fire Temple collected this sealing technique that can store chakra. The technique can be written in a special scroll, allowing the ninja to store his own chakra in the sealing technique and save it for a long time. This sealing technique that can only store chakra is not very useful to ordinary ninjas, but it is very useful to the divine cultivator. With this sealing technique, Shen Zhao cult can easily collect chakra from different ninjas by using the equivalent exchange method, and then use it to condense a large number of demonic fruits. Therefore, Shen Zhaoxiu invited Tianxing to host this time to get this sealing technique from the other party. Originally, as Shen Zhaoxiu, if you want to get the sealing technique of the Fire Temple, you don't have to ask the host of Tianxing to come in person. You just need to ask Si Ming to take his seal with him to get it. There is another reason why Shen Zhaoxiu asked Si Ming to invite the host of Tianxing to come in, which is to verify his other guess about the ability of the demon fruit tree in his heart. That guess would require a powerful ninja who has controlled at least 2 or more chakra changes in nature to cooperate. As we all know, the chakra in the ninja world has 7 attributes: yin, yang, water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. Except after the 5 attributes other than yin and yang are applied to the extreme, the power will be greatly improved, and this extreme is called property change. In the ninja world, whether to master the characteristic changes of chakra is an important basis for judging whether a ninja is powerful, and it is also a boundary that distinguishes the Krinoin from the Krinoin. In other words, if a ninja wants to get the title of Shang Nin, at least he needs to master a chakra nature change. In the Kingdom of Fire, in addition to Konoha village and the Black Market, only the Fire Temple has ninjas of this level. The master of the Fire Temple, the host of the Sky Monk, is a powerful ninja who masters the changes in the nature of 2 types of chakra. Chapter 16, New Attempt. The nature change of a chakra will only increase the power of a certain attribute escape technique, and when the nature changes of 2 chakra are used at the same time, a new escape technique will be produced. For example, wind plus water equals ice, soil plus water equals wood. In the ninja world, even among those powerful superior ninjas, only a very small number of ninjas can develop the changes in nature formed by mixing these 2 different attributes. But once this development is successful, a new escape technique will be formed, and this new escape technique will be recorded by the genes of the development ninja and passed on to their next generation through blood relationship. Therefore, this power has another name, called blood resistance limit. Since the properties of the 2 chakra can be used at the same time, more properties can be changed naturally. The power generated by the mixture of properties of the 3 chakra is also a higher level escape technique that exceeds the blood transcendence limit. This kind of escape technique is called blood restoration elimination. Above the blood inheritance elimination, there is also the blood inheritance net mixed with 7 chakra changes in nature, which is commonly known as the 6 paths power. Shen Zhaoxiu guessed that if he wanted to condense the devil fruit of the Superman, he would definitely need to produce at least 2 chakras with changes in nature. What determines the strength of the devil fruit of the Superman is probably the number of changes in nature. As far as Shen Zhaoxiu knows, the host of the Fire Temple in this generation, Sky, may have mastered at least 2 or more chakra changes in nature. If he can get his cooperation, he will soon confirm his speculation. The Fire Temple is not far from Daming Mansion, and Si Ming quickly invited the monk from the sky. In Shen Zhaoxiu's room, a monk wearing a moon-white monk's robe and wearing a cassock knelt in front of him and asked, "Master Shu, I don't know why you are here. I have 2 things to ask the master to come." Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the monk in the sky and said directly, the first thing is that I want the sealing technique of the fire temple to store chakra. Chakra seal technique. When the monk Tianxing heard Shen Zhaoxiu's words, he thought for a while, then nodded and said, yes, after going back, someone will send the technique to Master Xiu. Thank you, Master. Shen Zhaoxiu thanked him and continued, as for the second thing, it's about me becoming a ninja. A month ago, I was finally able to condense chakra and become a ninja. The master must have known this, right? I have heard of it below. The monk Tianxing nodded and said, besides, I heard that your highness not only successfully condensed chakra, but also seemed to have awakened some special ability. At that time, Shen Zhaoxiu was unable to condense chakra and had also seen the problem of Tianxing monk, so the other party also knew that Shen Zhaoxiu could not become a ninja. More than a month ago, it was not a secret that Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly successfully condensed chakra and became a ninja. As the host of the Fire Temple, which is closely related to the Daming clan, Tianxing monk naturally would not know. That's right. Shen Zhaoxiu nodded and said, my awakened chakra seems to have a unique blood resistance limit. This ability of blood resistance limit allows me to combine my own chakra with other people's chakra to create a new kind of power. Of course, the new abilities I created cannot exist forever, but will disappear with the consumption of chakra. Blood transcendence limit and other things are of course the nonsense of God's cultivation. The purpose is naturally to be able to reasonably explain why he wanted to collect other people's chakra. Blood resistance limit. When the monk Tianxing heard Shen Zhaoxiu's words, he also looked surprised on his face, but he quickly accepted Shen Zhaoxiu's statement and understood the reason why Shen Zhaoxiu asked him for the chakra seal technique. The monk Tianxing knew very well that the Daming clan of the Kingdom of Fire was not without the ability to become a ninja, but they were in control of the supreme authority of the Kingdom of Fire and did not want to be any ninjas. Not only the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire, but daimyos from all over the world of the ninja world have this idea, because in the eyes of daimyos, ninjas are just a tool in their hands. Even in this era when the great power and ninjas are combined, the status of ninjas has improved, and in the eyes of various countries, it is just equivalent to a mercenary. Therefore, among the Daming tribes in various countries in the ninja world, there are only a few people like Shinzhu who want to become a ninja, and there are almost no ones, because the idea of becoming a ninja is also regarded as degenerate in the eyes of the Daming tribe. When Shen Zhaoxiu expressed his idea of becoming a ninja, he was beaten up by his famous father. If it weren't for the only one in the Fire Kingdom of this generation, Shen Zhaoxiu would have deposed him as the prince. So, when Daming, the Damei Dafa, knew that he could not become a ninja, he was almost happy. So, Your Highness, please come down. In addition to wanting the chakra sealing technique of the Temple of Fire, you also want the chakra underneath. The monk from the sky asked, looking at Shen Zhaoxiu. That's right. Kamishu nodded and said, during the time I became a ninja, I have tried to combine my chakra with many people's chakra, but the effect is not very ideal, and all I have created are some irrelevant abilities. During this period, I have also summarized some experience. I guess that if I want to create powerful power, I may need to combine with the same powerful chakra, preferably the chakra with changes in nature. In the Kingdom of Fire, except for Konoha village, there are only such ninjas in the Temple of Fire. So, I invited the master to come this time, hoping that the master can cooperate with me and let me try what kind of abilities will be created by combining my chakra with the master's chakra. Can you combine your own chakra with others' chakra to create a new blood resistance boundary of power? After hearing Shen Zhaoxiu's words, the great monk in the sky pondered for a while, then nodded and said, no problem, I will cooperate with your highness to experiment. What should I do? Although the monk Tianxing did not know why Shen Zhaoxiu awakened such a blood resistance boundary, as the host of the Fire Temple, no matter whether what Shen Zhaoxiu said was true or false, he had no reason to refuse. Besides, it was just a little chakra, which was not a rude request to him. Thank you, Master. When Shenzeoxiu heard that the monk Tianxing agreed to cooperate with him, an expression of excitement immediately appeared on his face. He stood up, knelt in front of the monk Tianxing, and then extended his arm to the monk Tianxing, and said, "Please inject chakra into my body." Chapter 17, Superman System. When the monk Tianxing heard this, he nodded slightly, then reached out and grabbed Shenzeoxiu's wrist, and released a golden chakra in his palm, which was instilled into his body from the meridians on Shenzeoxiu's wrist. This golden chakra is the unique secret technique of the Fire Temple, called the Power of the Immortals. Shenzeoxiu looked inside and looked at himself, watching the golden chakra of the monk in the sky to pour into his body, and then was absorbed by the devil fruit tree in the space of the sea of consciousness, and his heart was full of expectations. Shenzeoxiu didn't know much about the power of the immortals in the Fire Temple, but he knew that this chakra, known as the power of the immortals, had at least 2 blood succession limit levels of changes in nature, and might even be higher. As for what attributes the changes in the chakra are, he didn't know. However, Shenzeoxiu could feel the power of the chakra instilled into his body by the monk in the sky. At the same time, he was very excited about what kind of fruits of chakra would condense after this chakra was absorbed by the demon fruit tree. About a quarter of an hour later, the chakra of the great monk in the sky was absorbed by the devil fruit tree in the sea of consciousness of Shenzeoxiu. Then he saw that among the 3 major branches on the chakra tree, representing another branch outside the animal system branch, slowly condensed the prototype of a devil fruit, and he was immediately surprised. Although it is not yet certain whether the fruit condensed from the chakra of the great monk of the sky is Superman system or natural system, as long as you determine that this fruit is outside of the animal system, this is enough. An hour later, the monk Tianxing's chakra was exhausted, so he let go of Shenzeoxiu's wrist and stopped transporting the chakra. Seeing this, Shin Zhaoxiu immediately said, "Sure enough, the stronger the ninja, is the greater the amount of chakra required for fusion." Of course, Shen Zhaoxiu's words are nonsense. The great monk of the sky is worthy of being an elite ninja at the level of the ninja. His own chakra amount is amazing. Just 1 chakra consumption makes the devil fruit grow to 1/10 of the progress. In other words, as long as he does 10 more times, the fruit condensed by his chakra will mature. When the monk Tianxing heard this, he frowned and said, "Is the amount of chakra not enough?" He stared at Shenzeoxiu for a while, his eyes full of confusion. "That's right." Shen Zhao nodded without changing his expression and said, "The stronger the chakra, the more difficult it is to integrate it, and my ability allows me to store the chakra that the monk instilled into my body, and is currently being integrated." As Shenzeoxiu said, he specially released the chakra of cat fruit for a moment to increase the credibility of what he said. "I see." The monk in the sky heard the god Zhaoxiu nodded suddenly, and then asked, "How many chakra does your highness need to successfully merge?" The monk Tianxing was still a little confident about his chakra. In his opinion, his chakra was probably not able to accommodate even the body of the ordinary Shangnan, but after his chakra was injected into Shenzeoxiu's body, it was like a mud cow entering the sea, without any slight sensation. This situation, coupled with the flash of chakra on Shenzeoxiu's body, made the monk Tianxing feel a little surprised, and at the same time, he believed Shenzeoxiu's words a little. Shen Zhaoxiu was silent for a while, and then said, "The chakra that the monk instilled into my body just now has been completed by about 1/10 of it. It only takes 9 more times to do it and I can successfully merge new power. It's only 1/10. When the monk Tianxing heard the words of Shenzeoxiu, his face finally showed a look of shock, and then said, "Will such a huge chakra have an impact on His Highness's body?" "Won't." Shen Zhaoxiu shook his head affirmatively, with a look of excitement on his face, and said excitedly, "And I have a premonition that the abilities formed after integrating the chakra of the great monk may be very powerful. It won't affect your highness's health." After hearing Shenzeoxiu's words, the monk Tianxing nodded slightly. What he was most concerned about was not how powerful the power would be created after Shenseoxiu merged with his chakra, but whether his chakra would affect Shenseoxiu's body. As for the remaining 9 chakras needed in Shen Zhaoxiu's mouth, the monk Tianxing didn't care much. It was just a little chakra, and it wasn't that he couldn't get it back. As long as the chakra in his body is not exhausted at one time, he can recover in just a few hours. After knowing the specific amount of chakra required next time, he can instill and refine it while instilling it next time. This operation will probably only take half a day to complete the remaining chakra indoctrination. In a non-combat state, as long as you can keep your energy full, it is not difficult for ninjas at the upper 9th level to consume and refine chakra. By the way, Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly thought of something, then took out a square brocade box of several centimeters from his arms and opened it directly. There was a crystal clear pill inside. Shen Zhaoxiu took out the pill from the brocade box and handed it to the monk Tianxing, saying, "This is a special soldier food pill, which can quickly replenish chakra without any side effects. The general soldier pill restores chakra and overdraws the physical strength of the taker." The pill taken by Shen Zhaoxiu not only does not overdraw its physical strength, but also nourishes the body of the taker. It is very precious and is the secret medicine of the Daming clan of the Kingdom of Fire. Moreover, due to the material problems, it can hardly be copied, and even Shen Zhaoxiu does not have much inventory in his hands. "Thank you, Your Highness." The monk Tianxing obviously knew the special military food pills in Shen Zhaoxiu's hand, but he did not refuse. After thanking him, he took it and put it directly into his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. After taking the special soldiers and grain pills given by Shen Zhaoxiu, in just half an hour, the chakra in the body of the great monk in the sky returned to full state, and then began to instill chakra for Shen Zhaoxiu. This time, the great monk instilled and refined it. It took him half a day to finally make the devil fruit on the devil fruit tree in the sea of consciousness fully mature. After seeing the ripe devil fruit, Shen Zhaoxiu immediately knew that the attribute of the fruit was definitely Superman. Even from the shape of this devil fruit, Shen Zhaoxiu could immediately judge the ability of this devil fruit. Because the appearance of that devil fruit is so unique that it can tell at a glance its ability from its shape. That pink fruit blooming like a flower is definitely not wrong with that fruit. Chapter 18, Flower and Fruit. Superman Series Flower Fruit. Anyone who has seen One Piece knows that this fruit belongs to the ability of Nicole Robin, an archaeologist known as the Son of the Devil in the Straw Hat Group. The ability of the fruit is to make any part of the body grow on any physical thing like a flower, and can even achieve the effect of external incarnation after training and development. In One Piece's world, Nicole Robin's main method of using this ability is almost similar to the joint skills of grappling. Not to mention whether this fruit is powerful or not, but in Shen Zhaoxiu's view, Nicole Robin's development direction is hard to describe. Shen Zhaoxiu retracted his thoughts and said to the monk in the sky, "Master, chakra is enough, you can stop." When the monk Tianxing heard this, he immediately stopped the chakra's delivery and then let go of Shen Zhaoxiu's wrist. "Thank you, Master." Shen Zhaoxiu stood up, bowed to the monk in the sky, and said, "It's a pity that it will take at least 1 month to fully integrate the chakra of the Master, so I don't know my chakra yet what kind of abilities will Law and the Master's chakra merge into. However, with the Master's chakra strength, the power generated after the fusion will at least have the effect of level A ninjutsu. A handful." The monk Tianxing waved his hand and smiled, "It's good that you can help Your Highness." After saying that, he stopped talking, not knowing whether he was completely uninterested in what kind of power his chakra would merge, or he didn't believe in the words of Shen Zhaoxiu at all. Seeing this, Shen Zhaoxiu didn't say anything, let alone explain his ability. Chakra has already obtained the devil fruit, and he doesn't even want to edit it now. When the monk from the sky saw that Shen Zhaoxiu did not speak, he also stood up and bowed to Shen Zhaoxiu, and then said, "If Your Highness has nothing else, I will say goodbye first. I'll give it to the Master." Shenzeoxiu did not try to keep him. After sending the monk from the Daming mansion, he couldn't wait to return to the room and prepare to try out new abilities. After Shen Zhaoxiu returned to the room, he directly picked the ripe flower fruit, and then the power of this devil fruit was instantly integrated into his body. Feeling the ability of flower and fruit in his body, Shen Zhaoxiu pondered for a while, then waved his hand and his two fair arms grew on the floor not far away in front of Shen Zhaoxiu. The palm bent and touched the floor. The real touch immediately reached Shen Zhaoxiu's mind. The feeling was as if he had really touched the ground. This feeling really feels like there are more arms. Kanjuo chuckled, and then his hands were closed. The next moment, a chakra surged out of his body, and then he felt a chakra fluctuation on the arms that were growing on the floor. Sure enough, the chakra conduction is also very smooth. Shen Zhaoxiu felt the chakra fluctuations conveyed from those arms, and the smile on his face became brighter and brighter. Although I don't know what the principle is, my chakra can be transmitted to the limbs condensed by flower fruit without hindrance, and the operability of this ability suddenly becomes much greater. Try ninjutsu. Shen Zhaoxiu thoughts, and the arms that were growing on the floor immediately folded their palms together, and then quickly formed a set of sealing methods. The next moment, a strong wind whistled out between the palms, like sharp and tiny blades passing through the air. This is wind escape random wind blade technique. Although the attack distance of this ninjutsu is only a few meters, if the limbs condensed by the ability of flower fruit is used, the lethality will be absolutely fatal. Just imagine, when Kanzeojiu was fighting against the enemy, a pair of arms suddenly grew from behind the opponent, and then used such a ninjutsu, which would definitely change the situation in an instant. However, this kind of ninjutsu has little lethality and many seals. If you really want to decide the winner in an instant, you still have to use ninjutsu that can be fatal in an instant. It can be used instantly and has great lethality, so it is better to have a ninjutsu that does not require seals. For ninjutsu that meets these conditions, the first thing that Shen Zhaoxiu thought of was the A-level ninjutsu palm immortal art that can turn the palm into a scalpel in medical ninjutsu. However, palm immortal art has very high requirements for ninja chakra control ability, which is not difficult to obtain, but it is not easy to practice. But for Shen Zhao cultivation, as long as he is willing to spend time, it should be fine to learn this ninjutsu. Even if he can't learn it, it's okay. Flower fruit can use many methods, and he is not prepared to hold this ability for a long time. Although the ability of flower fruit is good, it is not the ideal type of Shen Zhao cultivation. Now the conditions for the devil fruit of Superman have been determined, so it is not difficult to obtain the ability of Superman next. I wonder if the abilities of Superman are compatible with animal. Shen Zhaoxiu pondered for a while, then his mind moved. The next moment, a wild chakra surged out of his body, causing his chakra to instantly surge to the level of the Chunin. After activating the ability of cat fruit, Shen Zhaoxiu waved his hand, and suddenly, white arms appeared out of thin air from the floor in front of him, with more than a dozen pairs. He looked at these arms and his mind moved again, and an incredible change occurred on the dozen arms immediately. I saw brown and black fluff growing rapidly on the dozen arms, and my palms also transformed into thick sharp claws. It's true. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the dozens of arms that looked like tiger claws, and couldn't help but show surprise on his face, and then said thoughtfully, it seems that it is not that the abilities of the two demon fruits cannot be activated together, but because activates two animal system abilities at the same time, which will make my body unable to bear it, or because activates two animal system abilities at the same time, which will cause my body to collapse at the level of the biology. Previously, Shen Zhaoxiu tried to release two different types of animal system abilities at the same time, but failed, and when he was about to forcefully try to release two animal system abilities when I was in a state of strength, I found that my body began to feel a little painful. At that time, Shen Zhaoxiu thought that it might be because his body could not bear the ability to activate two devil fruits at the same time. Now it seems that perhaps it is because the animal system ability belongs to the type of biological changes, and his body cannot withstand the release of two biological forms together, which leads to him being unable to activate two animal system abilities at the same time. Regardless of whether this guess is correct or not, at least Shenseoxiu can be sure at this time that he can use the ability of two demon fruits at the same time, or even more. Chapter 19, The Ignited Fuse. It's a pity that unless there are aliens like the Blackbeard in this ninja world, except for me, everyone's body can only accommodate a demonic fruit. Shen Zhaoxiu sighed lightly, waved his hand gently, and then the dozen or so pairs of arms on the ground turned into petals and disappeared. Regarding this issue, Shen Zhaoxiu had already tried it. Except for him, others are like the pirate world. Unless their bodies are different, the body of ordinary ninjas cannot accommodate the power of two devil fruits at the same time. Forcibly accepting them will only cause the body to collapse and will die miserably. There are not people in the ninja world who have the same physical alien shape, and there are even many. Not to mention anything else, the undead duo Hideo and Kakuto in the Akira organization, the bodies of the two monsters can definitely accommodate two or more demonic fruits. But neither of the alien constitution of these two people was born innately, but was created after all. Hida's immortal body is because of the so-called power of evil gods, while Kaoru is because of mastering the secret ninjutsu Dikuyu, and both of these powers can be replicated. Kamasuke thought for a while and said, at this time, Hideo doesn't know if he was born, but Kamado has always been very active as a person who survived the Warring States period. However, with his personality, as long as he can pay enough money, there will definitely be no problem to recruit him. But it is definitely not that easy to learn his secret technique of di resentment and you. Moreover, if I had not suppressed his strength, I would definitely betray him or even betray him at any time with Kaoru's personality. At this time, Xiao has not yet been established, so you can snatch the person first. Shen Zhaoxiu said with a smile. Shen Zhao cultivation has absolute confidence in whether he can have the ability to suppress Kaodu in the future. As for whether he can get dirt resentment from Kaodu, he can take it slowly. Anyway, it is not harmful to hold the person in his hands first. Even if you have horns, whether it is using his chakra to cultivate new devil fruits or to seize the big sword and shark soon, it can come in handy. In short, it is absolutely right to take down the person first. Si Ming, come in. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoxiu recruited Si Ming and asked her to send a message to the Tianzhou. If she encounters Jiaodu in the underground black market, no matter how much money is spent, she will recruit people first. The next day, the devil fruit condensed with Si Ming's chakra finally matured. Its type is animal system, and its ability is cat fruit, rabbit horn form. Sure enough, I knew. After Shen Zhaoxiu learned what kind of ability the fruits cultivated by Si Ming's chakra were, his face also showed such an expression. Although the animal rabbit is called rabbit, it is actually a cat family. Although this animal has a petite and cute appearance, it is actually a ferocious hunter. It is very consistent with Si Ming's personality. After experiencing the power of this fruit for a while, Shen Zhaoxiu handed over the ability to Si Ming. Si Ming was very excited when he was able to. At this time, the chakra storage sealing technique of the fire temple was also sent to the hands of Kanzeoxiu. Shen Zhaoxiu opened the seal scroll, took a look and threw it to Si Ming, saying, "This sealing technique is mainly a matter of material. You get the number 2 stronghold and ask the people there to make some. After the Tianzwen recruits the blood relay ninjas, use this chakra to collect them and send them to me." Shen Zhaoxiu has 5 strongholds in the ninja world, and he is directly responsible for the training of his subordinates at the number 1 stronghold. The number 2 stronghold is a secret workshop managed by Ming Tang, and it is a place to make props such as ninja tools and scrolls. The number 3 stronghold is the intelligence department managed by Zuck, which is responsible for collecting intelligence. The number 4 stronghold is a recruitment center managed by Tian Lao, responsible for recruiting ninjas and dealing with the black market. The number 5 stronghold is a charity home managed by Jinkui, and is a place to support unattended elderly people and adopt orphans. Yes, Lord Chiu. Si Ming took the seal scroll from Shenzeoxiu, bowed to him, and then turned around and left. In the next time, Shenzeoxiu will not only develop the ability of flower fruit every day, but also take time to teach Si Ming to develop her abilities, and at the same time use the ability of flower fruit to tease the little girl from time to time. This kind of life is very leisurely. Soon, half a month passed, and Tian Lao and the others finally recruited a ninja with the blood relay limit, and the blood relay limit that this ninja possessed was still the steel escape ninjutsu that he had never heard of. Steel escape? Ghost Maluo. Shenzeoxiu looked at the information on the scroll sent by Tianzhou, and a smile appeared on his face. In the message sent by Tianzhu, this ninja who used steel escape seemed very mysterious. Even when facing the employer Tianzhu, it only revealed its special steel escape ninjutsu and the name Ghost Mana. He refused to reveal anything else, and even his appearance was not visible to the prison. If it was just a simple steel escape, Shen Zhaoxiu would not be sure of the other party's identity, but when he saw the name Ghost Mana, Shen Zhaoxiu was almost instantly sure that this so-called steel escape ninja is definitely the upper ninja of Konoha village, Hulahu. Beirahu is Konoha's supreme ninja, and he is also a very good friend of the famous Konoha Sunin at this time. However, he was unwilling to accept that his qualifications were not as good as those of Sunin. In order to make up for his shortcomings, he embarked on the path of studying forbidden techniques and eventually became a rebellious ninja. About this, Beiliuhu should be Konoha's Suzunin at this time. How could he come to me to apply for a job? Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the scroll in his hand, said thoughtfully, and then smiled and said, "Forget it, no matter what purpose he has. Since he is here, just leave the steel escape chakra, nothing else matters." The so-called steel escape is a ninjutsu made up of a combination of changes in the nature of earth escape chakra and thunder escape chakra. It can harden any part of the body to defend against any physical attacks, and can also strengthen anything attached to the steel escape chakra. It is an enhanced version of earth escape. At this time, Beiliuhu had not yet become a rebellious ninja, and he himself did not have the blood resistance limit, so this steel escape must have been plundered from other ninjas. From this, it can be seen that Beiliuhu must have begun to study the Ghost Bud Ruo technique. Shen Zhaoxiu was not interested in the Ghost Beluo technique. What he cared more was that if he got the steel escape chakra of Beiliuhu, what kind of devil fruit would condense? Master Xiu. At this time, Si Ming, who should have taken the chakra seal technique to the number 2 stronghold, suddenly returned to Shenzeoxiu and reported to him with panting, "Master Xiu, the number 3 stronghold has just sent the news that the 3rd generation of Feng Ying from Shehyang village has disappeared." Chapter 20, Beiluhu. The fuse has finally ignited. When Shenzeoxiu heard Si Ming's words, he immediately stood up. If Haki Sakuro's death is just a precursor, then the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying is the fuse that really ignited the 3rd Ninja War. It's finally going to start. Shenzeoxiu said with a smile, then said to Siming, "You go to the number 2 stronghold now, let them put down everything they have in their hands, and make a sealed scroll at the fastest speed at any cost. After the scroll is made, you will immediately take it to the number 4 stronghold and hand it over to the Tianzhu. No matter what method the Tianzhu uses, you will bring the chakra who uses the steel escape ninja to me." "Yes." After receiving the order, Si Ming left immediately and took the sealed scroll to the number 2 stronghold. After Si Ming left, Shenzeoxiu stood up and came to the door. Looking at the sky in the distance, his eyes flashed with excitement and whispered, "Blood Transcendence Limit and Tail Beast. I don't know how many demonic fruits I can cultivate in this ninja world war. I am really looking forward to it." The disappearance of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying indicates that the 3rd Ninja World War is about to begin. Soon, the entire ninja world will be completely in chaos because of this war, and this is also a great opportunity for Kamisawa to collect chakra. Taking advantage of the chaos of this war, Kanzeojiu not only wanted to obtain the chakra of the blood relay clan unique to the 5 major ninja villages, but also wanted to get the chakra of the tailed beast of the Shuriki, the hands of the major ninja villages. Once he succeeds, the entire Ninja World War will be rewritten after the Third Ninja World War. Siming took the order of Shenzeoxius at any cost to send the chakra sealing scroll method and production method to the secret workshop of the No. 2 stronghold. The craftsman at the workshop only took 3 days to make a chakra seal scroll, and then Siming took the scroll and ran towards the No. 4 stronghold where the Tianzu was located. Somewhere in the country of fire. Tianlao took the 2 of them to a secret stronghold hidden in the barrier. This stronghold is the No. 4 stronghold, one of the 5 strongholds managed by Tianzu, and the 2 people following Tianzu are a ninja with the blood resistance limit he recruited from the underground black market today. The new ninja in Tianzhou is called Purgatory. The blood transcendence limit he possesses is a very unique crystal escape ninjutsu. It was very popular after the underground black market appeared. He spent a lot of money and agreed to let him take his daughter to the base, which was why he successfully recruited him. Tianzu came to the barrier of No. 4 stronghold, skillfully opened the barrier, and then took the father and daughter of Purgatory to enter No. 4 stronghold. Because of the mission of Shenzeoxiu, all the ninjas in the No. 4 stronghold were sent out by the heavenly prison, guarding the underground black markets in various places, so at this time there was only one person in the stronghold, which was the Steel Escape who was recruited by the Tianzu 3 days ago, enduring the ghost arthritis, which means Bailiahu. Bailiahu, who had been in this stronghold for 3 days, saw the Tianzu coming back, immediately stopped in front of the Tianzu, ignored the Purgatory father and daughter behind the Tianzu, and asked him impatiently, "What do you want me to do if you recruit me here? If I don't explain it, I don't have the patience to spend time with you." The reason why Beiraho accepted the recruitment of Tianzu was entirely because his experiment outside Konoha had stagnated due to shortage of funds and urgently needed a large amount of money to continue the experiment. At this time, Tianzu recruited ninjas with a high price of rewards, and only recruited ninjas with blood resistance limit. After asking about the amount of reward given by Tianzu, Beiraho agreed to Tianzu's recruitment without hesitation, and showed his newly developed Steel Escape ninjutsu in front of Tianzu. After seeing Beiliahu's Steel Escape, Tianlao recruited him without hesitation. However, what surprised Beiliahu was that after Tianzu brought him to this place, he left him here directly, which did not mean what tasks he needed to do. If Tianzu had not paid a deposit of 1/10 in advance, Beiliahu would have left directly. Tianlao looked at Beiliahu expressionlessly and said, "Angzan, your first mission will begin soon, and I have paid you a large amount of remuneration. If you can't get your mission out within 3 days, you can take the advance remuneration I paid directly." "Humph, this is almost the same." Beiliahu's expression on his face calmed down when he heard the words of Tianzu. He was not afraid of how dangerous the tasks given to him by Tianzu were, but he didn't have time to waste them here. As long as he got all the rewards, his experiment would immediately make a huge breakthrough. However, the amount of funds he needed to spend in the next experiment was huge. It was not enough to rely solely on 1/10 of the remuneration paid in Tianzu. Even if he received all the remuneration, he would not be enough. Unless he completed the 2 tasks he undertaken when recruiting him in Tianzu, he could get enough funds. So, what Beiliahu said to Tianzu just now was just urging him to give up his mission, so where can he go to find such a stupid employer who has a lot of money? After seeing that Beiliahu stopped complaining, Tianlao was about to turn around and explain to Purgatory. At this time, the barrier of the stronghold was opened again. Tianlao turned his head and looked at it. Siming, who was wearing black clothes and a half-man-high scroll behind him, walked in through the door of the stronghold. Siming quickly walked to the Tianzhou, untied the scroll behind him, handed it to the Tianzhou, and then stood aside without saying a word. The purpose of her sending the scroll was told to Tianzi 3 days ago through other methods, so there is no need to say more now, and there is no need to communicate unnecessary. Your mission is here. Tian Lao took the scroll and watched Si Ming leave. After turning his head and saying to Bai Liuhu, he opened the scroll in his hand and spread it on the ground, saying, "Your first task is to inject your chakra into this scroll, the more the better." My chakra. When Bai Liuhu heard the words of the Tianzhou, he glanced at the scroll in front of him in surprise and asked in confusion, "What do you want my chakra to do?" Bai Liuhu is an academic ninja who is studying forbidden art and has a deep understanding of chakra. Although Bai Liuhu couldn't know what Tian Lao wanted his chakra to do. The behavior of collecting other people's chakra was nothing more than to study the changes in other people's chakra. No wonder this person only recruits ninjas with blood resistance limits. Is it also for research? Bai Liuhu thought he had seen through the intention of Tianzi to want him chakra. Although he was also studying other people's chakra, he was still a little resistant to his chakra being studied, so his eyes looked at the heavenly prison also brought some danger. Chapter 21, Too Much to Give. Not only Bai Liuhu, but even the purgatory beside him frowned after hearing the chakra of Tianzu who wanted Bai Liuhu, and there was a little resistance in his eyes looking at Tianzu. Although it is almost impossible to copy the blood resistance limit of others through chakra alone, no one likes their chakra to be studied. This is true for Bai Liuhu, and so is purgatory. Tian Lao did not care about the eyes of the two people, but said directly, "What do I need your chakra to do? You don't need to know this. You just need to consider whether I can buy your chakra for 50 million taels. 50 million taels. When Purgatory on the side heard the words of the heavenly prison, the alert in his eyes disappeared instantly, and only surprise was left. You should know that among the major ninja villages, if you do a level A task with a very high level of danger, the highest reward will not exceed 1 million taels. Even if it involves an S-level task that must fight against powerful ninjas at the upper ninja level, the reward will rarely exceed 10 million taels. Even though he doesn't like his chakra was taken to study, but if the reward was 50 million taels, then Purgatory said he could. After hearing the words of Tianzu, the dangerous light in his eyes disappeared instantly. He stared at Tianzu for a while, and squatted down directly in front of the scroll spread in front of him, then looked up at Tianzu and asked, "What should I do?" "The price is 50 million taels. As long as you don't go to assassinate the shadow of the 5 major ninjas or the one that sounds like a mortal, I believe that no ninja will refuse on the black market, let alone contribute some chakra and other dangerous tasks." The same is true for Bai Liuhu. It's not that he has no concentration, but that the heavenly prison has given too much. Tian Lao glanced at Bai Liu and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Spending money is the right granted by Shen Zhaoxiu to the heavenly prison, because compared with what Shen Zhaoxiu wants, money is not worth mentioning at all. In the past few years, because of the inability to practice and the need to cultivate one's own power, Shen Zhaoxiu used his identity to start many businesses in the Kingdom of Fire. As a time traveler, it is not too easy to make money in this poor ninja world. The high-end leisure clubs and chain food restaurants that have risen rapidly in the Country of Fire in recent years and have been popular have almost occupied most of the total entertainment and catering industries in the Country of Fire, and these are secretly all industries that Shen Zhaoxiu has cultivated. These 2 items alone bring wealth to God's cultivation every year, even exceeds the taxes of the entire Fire Kingdom. Not to mention, the flagship store of fashion clothing chains that have been sold in the entire ninja world for several years, Shen Zhaoxiu secretly holds at least 30% of the share, so Shen Zhaoxiu really doesn't care about money. Tian Lao looked at the reaction between Bai Liuhu and Purgatory when they heard the reward of 50 million taels, and suddenly thought of the 2 words that Lord Qiu had said. Things that can be solved with money are nothing. I'm not interested in money at all, and I'm not even lazy to touch it. Tian Lao also thought that Master Qiu spent hundreds of millions of dollars every year to support the elderly and orphans who were unattended. It was so great. On the other hand, the ninjas who are obsessed with money are really vulgar. Tian Lao retracted his thoughts, squatted down and quickly formed a set of sealing techniques with his hands, then pressed his hands on the scroll, activate the sealing technique that stored chakra on it, and then said to Beirahu, "Now inject your chakra into the technique that is on the scroll." It turned out to be a chakra storing technique. Beirahu looked at the activated styling on the scroll in surprise, then pressed his hands on the scroll and began to inject his steel escape chakra into it. As Beirahu's chakra was injected, the seal styling depicted on the scroll began to become gradually brighter. Half an hour later, Beirahu felt that his chakra had been consumed for half of his chakra, so he looked at the heavenly prison and asked, "How many chakra do you need? Is it enough now?" "Not enough." Tian Lao shook his head, glanced at the sealed scroll on the ground, and said, "You need to fill the storage technique on the scroll." "Fill it." "Okay." Beirahu glanced at the stance that had been lighted by less than 1/10 of the stance on the scroll, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitched a few times. It was obvious that if he wanted to fill the scroll that stored chakra, he needed to let all the stances above light up. In other words, he had only completed less than 1/10 of the progress now. However, compared to the reward of 50 million taels, this chakra is nothing at all. Beirahu comforted himself like this, then adjusted his state and began to refine while instilling chakra. In the non-combat situation, this kind of thing was not difficult for ninjas at the upper 9th level. 6 hours later, Beirahu finally filled the storage chakra scroll, and all the sealing techniques on it lit up. Seeing this, Beirahu immediately stopped the chakra delivery, wiped out a breath, then stood up and said to Tianzhou, "It's done, hurry up and give me the rest." Tian Lao carefully put away the scroll filled with chakra on the ground, then took out a stack of silver notes from his arms, handed them to Beirahu, and said, "This is 45 million taels, plus the deposit of 5 million taels given to you before, it is exactly 50 million taels." Beirahu took the silver notes from Tianzhou, counted them quickly, then put them away with satisfaction, looked at Tianzhou again, and asked with a smile, "When you recruited me, there are 2 tasks in total, what is the other task? What is the reward?" Tian Lao looked at him, thought for a while, and said, "The next task is a hunting mission. Because the hunting target is relatively strong and it is very dangerous, the reward will be higher than today's mission, and there will be 80 million to 100 million taels. The specific amount depends on the situation at the time." Beirahu heard the amount that was exploded from the prison, and a hot light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then he asked with an urgent look, "When will you take action?" He didn't even ask who the Tianzhu was going to hunt, because the price of 100 million taels was even considered it is enough to hunt the shadow of the 5 major ninja villages. The whereabouts of the hunting object have not been determined yet. So there will be no action for the time being. Tianzhu thought for a while and said, "However, the mission will start at most not exceed 3 months. I will contact you at that time." After that, Tianzhu looked at the purgatory next to him and said, "Your mission is the same. First, it is a chakra mission of 50 million taels. If you participate in the subsequent hunting mission, you will receive the same amount of reward." "I accept it." Purgatory took over the 2 tasks mentioned by Tianzhu without thinking, and he did not ask who the hunting target of the second hunting mission was. There is no way, the heavenly prison gives too much reward. Chapter 22, The Second Superman Fruit. The next morning, Ming returned to Daming Mansion with the scroll that stored the steel escape chakra, and brought the news of the newly recruited Crystal Escape Ninja Purgatory in Tianzhu. Crystal Escape? Purgatory. When Kancha Shiu heard the Crystal Escape Ninjutsu, the first thing he thought of was the female ninja named Honglian under Orochimaru. In addition, he seemed to be with a little girl next to the newly recruited Purgatory of Tianzhu, so he quickly guessed the identity of the father and daughter. In 100 or 100, the little girls among the father and daughter should be the female ninja Honglian, who uses the Crystal Escape Ninjutsu in the future. Because only one seal scroll was made to store chakra, Si Ming only brought back the steel escape chakra of Baileahu. As for why he did not bring the purgatory father and daughter to Daming Mansion, it was because Shenzeoxiu told Tian Lao and others that his existence could not be exposed unless necessary. However, compared to the identity of the father and daughter, Shenzeoxiu was more interested in their crystal escape chakra. Honglian, is interesting. Kanchu smiled slightly. Before the demon fruit tree in his mind grew, he was thinking about asking Orochimaru for help so that he could become a ninja. Unexpectedly, before anyone could see him, he had already dug up one of his future subordinates. For some reason, Shenzeoxiu always felt that this red lotus was just the beginning, and he would inevitably dig Orochimaru's corners in the future. It would be a good thing if Orochimaru could be recruited under his command. Shenzeoxiu said with a smile, but he knew that this was obviously impossible, and then he looked at Si Ming on the side and said, "Let the craftsman at the number 2 stronghold make scrolls and bring crystal escape chakra to me as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Shu." After receiving the order, Si Ming bowed respectfully to Shenzeoxiu and then left the room. After Si Ming left, Shenzeoxiu looked at Si Ming and brought back the scroll. With anticipation, he untied the seal on the scroll and spread it in front of him. Brush! Shen Zhaoxiu quickly formed seals with both hands, then he suddenly pressed his hands on the chakra storage technique that was flashing with a light blue light on the scroll, and shouted, "The technique reverses." The next moment, the technique portrayed on the scroll seemed to come alive. The light blue lines filled with chakra climbed up to Shen Zhaoxiu's arm like a living thing, and then began to instill the stored chakra into Shen Zhaoxiu's body. Shen Zhaoxiu looked inside himself, looking at the chakra that was instilled into his body from the technique was quickly absorbed by the devil fruit tree in the sea of consciousness space, and then a fruit was condensed on the 4 branches belonging to the Superman system branches, and a hint of joy rose on his face. I began to look forward to what kind of abilities the steel escape chakra of Baileahu would bring to me. A few hours later, the chakra in the seal scroll in front of Shen Zhaoxiu was exhausted, and then the scroll suddenly shattered and spread out, and the sealing technique that clinged to Shen Zhaoxiu's arm also dissipated. That's right, the chakra storage technique of the fire temple and the scroll of the load-bearing technique are both disposable consumables. And the cost is very high. Compared with its use, it is completely in proportion to the cost. It is precisely for this reason that this chakra storage technique is left to the shelves by the fire temple. However, the chakra stored in the scroll has been exhausted, but the devil fruit condensed by this chakra is not yet ripe. Fortunately, it's not much worse. Shenzeoxiu looked at the devil fruit that had grown to 70 or 80-year-old on the devil fruit tree in the sea of consciousness space, and then sat down cross-legged and began to refine the chakra. He was about to use his chakra to fill the missing share and make the devil fruit condensed by the steel escape chakra completely mature. For devil fruit tree, the chakra of Shen Zhaoxiu is a panacea. As long as he has not yet condensed his own chakra, he can use his own chakra to irrigate the fruit condensed by other people's chakra. Of course, this characteristic may remain after Shen Zhaoshui condensed the devil fruit with his own chakra, but he did not dare to try it. If it didn't work, he would have no place to cry at that time. For example, now, Baileahu's steel escape chakra is not enough, Shenzeoxiu can continue to irrigate with his own chakra, and this situation will definitely not be missing in the future, so letting his own chakra maintain this characteristic can save a lot of trouble. This is also the reason why Shenzeoxiu never used his own chakra condensation to achieve results. However, the devil fruit condensed from the chakra of others may change the original ability attributes of the devil fruit after being mixed with the chakra of Shen Zhaoxiu. For example, the devil fruit originally condensed from steel escape may be the steel fruit, but after being mixed with the chakra of Shen Zhaoxiu, it may become the iron fruit, but it may also become the rubber fruit, which will increase more uncertainty. The specific change will take a lot of attempts to determine, so the divine Zaishu has not tested it yet. However, he speculated that although his own chakra and other people's chakra can change the original ability attributes of the fruit, it should not be able to change the essential attributes of the devil fruit that have been condensed. In other words, the steel escape chakra that originally Huliahu will condense a Superman steel fruit that can give the ability to turn the body into steel. After mixing with the chakra that is divine, it may turn this fruit into a rubber fruit that can also change the body of the ability, but it cannot turn it into a children's fruit such as a special ability of the rule system, and it cannot change the essence of the Superman steel devil fruit, turning the original Superman steel into an animal or natural. It can only affect attributes, but cannot change the essence. This is the speculation that after the devil fruit tree in the Shenzeoxiu Sea of Consciousness grew up, he mixed his chakra with Yuan Firi Shao's chakra, and after the first condensed cat fruit, he condensed his own chakra and others' chakra to condense the devil fruit. Of course, this is just a guess. Perhaps, one day when Shenzeoxiu masters the changes in the attributes of chakra and makes his own chakra stronger, and then mixes with other people's chakra, it will not necessarily affect this essential change. In general, it is the chakra of God Zeoxiu himself, which is full of uncertainty for the demon fruit tree. However, Shenzeoxiu not only did not reject this uncertainty, but was filled with expectations. Chapter 23, Diamond Fruit. It was another few hours later. Shenzeoxiu finally used his chakra to ripen the devil fruit condensed by steel escape chakra on the devil fruit tree in the Sea of Consciousness space. The ripe form also made Shenzeoxiu immediately guess the ability of this fruit in his heart. Is this form the fruit of Jaws? Shenzeoxiu stared at the angular fruit on the devil fruit tree for a while, then his mind moved, and the devil fruit fell from the tree, then turned into a strange energy and flowed into Shenzeoxiu's body. Shenzeoxiu experienced the new ability to flow in his body, then raised his arm, thoughts moved, and the next moment, his palms turned into a shiny crystal form. That's right, this steel escape chakra of the chakra of the chakra of the sage, is the ability of the Superman system diamond fruit. Tisk tisk, what a good ability! Kanzeoxiu looked at his shiny palms and couldn't help but smile on his face. The ability of Superman diamond fruit allows the abilities to turn the whole body or any part of the body into a shiny and hard diamond at will. The diamond-shaped body has the hardest hardness in the world and can resist almost all physical attacks. In the pirate world, the ability of this fruit belongs to the captain of the third team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Jaws, who once used this ability to take the slash from the world's #1 swordsman, Hokage Oracle Mihawk without any injury. It can be seen that the defensive power of this fruit is so strong. In addition, the diamond-shaped body also has a powerful attack power, which can not only easily smash all objects with a hardness under the diamond, but also has sharp edges and corners that are not inferior to any blades. It is a powerful ability to both offense and defense. I don't know if the ability of flower fruit can be used with the ability of diamond fruit. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at his diamond-shaped palm and said thoughtfully. Diamond fruit is the second Superman ability obtained by Kamikaze. Although he had tried to use animal-type cat fruit and Superman-type flower fruit at the same time, and the result was feasible, before that, he also tried to use the two animal-type abilities together, but failed. If he can successfully use the ability of flower fruit with the ability of diamond fruit this time, it means that his previous guess is correct. The two types of animal system cannot be used at the same time, not because of the ability problem, but because the body cannot withstand the changes in the two biological forms. Thinking of this, Shenzeoxiu's eyes slightly condensed, and then his mind moved. While maintaining the ability of diamond fruit, he activated the ability of flower fruit. Then, Shenzeoxiu cultivation felt that two different abilities flowed together in his body, but there was no repulsion at all. It's true. Shen Zhaoxiu felt the flow of two different abilities in his body, and he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Then he waved his hand and activated the ability of flower fruit. A pair of fair arms grew out of thin air on the floor not far away in front of him. Then Shen Zhaoxiu held his palms, and the arms immediately turned into shiny and crystal diamonds. Shenseoxiu's heart moved, and the two diamond-shaped hands clamped their fists and hit the ground. Bang! The hard wooden floor was like tofu. And two holes were instantly hammered out of it. Shen Xiaoxiu smiled softly, and then his mind changed. The diamond arm on the floor immediately changed shape, and his palm instantly turned into a spike, with a sharp light shining on it. I wonder if the third generation of Thunder Shadow, which is known as the strongest body in the ninja world, can block this diamond blade. Shen Xiaoxiu looked at the sharp diamond thorns, and couldn't help but chuckled and said, I wonder if the three abilities can be used together with the addition of cat fruit. Thinking of this, Shen Zheoxiu moved again. While maintaining the abilities of flower fruit and diamond fruit, he also released the abilities of cat fruit. Then, he felt the chakra in his body suddenly surge, but the three different abilities were running in his body at the same time, without any disorder. Haha, it's really okay. Shen Xiaoxiu felt the ability of the three fruits in his body to operate simultaneously, and finally couldn't help laughing. Not only that, Shen Zheoxiu could clearly feel that after the ability of cat fruit was activated, the abilities of flower fruit and diamond fruit were immediately strengthened to varying degrees, becoming more powerful. Shen Xiaoxiu waved his hand, and more than a dozen pairs of arms immediately grew on the floor in front of him, and those arms immediately became diamonds after they grew, and then they turned into weapons of various forms. Knife, gun, sword, halberd, axe, halberd, hook, fork, crystal clear blades swaying, flashing with gorgeous and dangerous light. Ha 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 ha, who can resist this ability? Shen Zheoxiu looked at the diamond blades flashing with dangerous light on the floor, with a full face of energy, as if he was already invincible in the world. Cat fruit strengthen the body and chakra, flower fruit can grow limbs on any tangible object within the eyes, and also diamond fruit that can turn those limbs into weapons anytime and anywhere. How many people in the ninja world can resist this combination? Okay, there are really many. After his energy was full of energy, Shen Xiaoxiu quickly calmed down because he thought of a series of distortions and forms that could block his three abilities combinations. Not to mention the Otsutsuki family and the tailed orcs, Haidu and Kaguchi alone, the two alien species with almost immortal abilities, with the current abilities of Kamitsu cultivation. If they cannot kill the other party with one blow, then what awaits him is the end of death. The current strength of Shen Zhao cultivation is that even with the blessing of cat fruit, the chakra intensity can barely reach the level of Zongnan. Even if the ability of flower fruit and diamond fruit is added, it is estimated that the level of the top Zongnan will not exceed that of the special Zongnan at most. This kind of strength, facing those elite ninjas of the upper ninja level, at most, when others don't understand their abilities, they can plot against others when they are not careful, or when they are alone. Moreover, once he misses one blow and his ability is seen through, he has no practical experience and may be beaten. After all, although the ability of diamond fruit can defend against almost all physical attacks, its resistance to elemental ninjutsu such as fire escape and thunder escape is not very high. More importantly, it is nothing else. Currently, the current Shen Xiaoxiu has almost no practical experience in fighting against people. He is completely a fighting novice. Chapter 24, Kaodu. Oh, after all, it's my own lack of tempering. Shen Zheoxiu sighed lightly and said. Shen Xiaoxiu cherishes his life very much. Before he became a ninja, he always lived a pampering life. After turning on the golden finger to become a ninja, he has only been doing it for 2 or 3 months. During this period, he would at most fight with Tian Lao, Si Ming and others when developing his abilities. It was not a real battle at all, let alone a life and death battle. Without practical experience, he will only be beaten if he encounters powerful attack power similar to shocking fruit and does not need to consider defense against the heavenly natural ability. Even if he gives him the bug-level ability of meatball fruit, which can bounce everything, he will probably only be beaten when encountering those powerful ninjas with rich combat experience. It seems that you need to find an opportunity to go out and experience it. Kanzeo said softly, then waved his hand gently, and the diamond arms on the floor immediately turned into petals and flew away, disappearing. Although it is not suitable for going out at this time, I have obtained 2 types of divine shooting skills, which are safe and secure after getting the 2 Superman abilities. He couldn't help but feel throbbing in his heart, so he was going to go out quietly. However, as the only heir of Daming's Kingdom of Fire, Shenzeoxiu would have a bunch of people following him as long as he left Daming Mansion, so if he wanted to go out, he would definitely not be able to use this identity. He needed to change his identity. After making a decision, Shenzeoxiu recalled Siming, Mingtang and Jingkui. Shenzeoxiu is a person who cherishes his life. Even if he goes out to practice, he will definitely not be alone. Therefore, he arranged for Mingtang, who is proficient in the art of change, to be his own, and then quietly left Daming Mansion with Siming and Jingkui. After leaving Daming Mansion, Siming and Jingkui both changed into costumes. Shen Zhaoxiu changed his appearance directly, with short brown hair and brown pupils, which seemed to have become another person, and the identity he prepared for himself was the manager of the food restaurant chain. As for Siming and Jingkui, their identities are of course bodyguards. After Siming and Jingkui obtained the ability of the devil fruit, their strength almost reached the level of a supreme ninja. This kind of strength is still enough as a bodyguard. Siming, wearing a black tights, respectfully came to Shenzeoxiu and asked softly, "Sir Xiu, where are we going?" "Where to go?" Shenzeoxiu thought for a while and said, "Let's go to the number 4 stronghold first." The father and daughter of Purgatory and Honglian are still at the number 4 stronghold. Shenzeoxiu is preparing to go there first, get the crystal escape chakra, and then condense a Superman devil fruit. Then, under the leadership of Siming and Jingkui, Shen Zhaoxiu headed towards the number 4 stronghold where the heavenly prison was located. Half a day later, the 3 of them arrived at the number 4 stronghold where the heavenly prison was located. After entering the number 4 stronghold, Shenzeoxiu found that in addition to the Purgatory father and daughter, there was actually another person in the stronghold. After seeing this person's outfit and his green pupils, Shenzeoxiu immediately recognized the other party's identity. Jiaodu actually recruited him. After looking at Kaoru for a while, Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Kaoru for a while. He was secretly surprised, but he didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains this time. After the board horn felt the gaze of Shenzeoxiu, he also looked at him. His green pupils glanced back and forth on the bodies of Shenzeoxiu and the other 2. He was about to ask about the identity of the 3, but when the heavenly prison that recruited him came to Shenzeoxiu first, he said in surprise, "Master Yuhu, why are you here?" "Oh? It's a big shot." Kakudu saw the posture of the recruiting Tianzu in front of Shenzeoxiu, and his eyes at Shenzeoxiu also changed. "The family is so boring, come out and walk around." Kamasu said to Tianyo, then looked at Kaoru and Purgatory father and daughter, and said, "Hello, Ichigo Shimokaizaki, who is the manager of the Fire Country food restaurant chain and your real employer. Please give me some advice for the first time." Kurosaki Ichigo, the manager of the food restaurant chain in the Country of Fire. Kakudo and Purgatory father and daughter were all surprised when they heard the self-introduction of Kanchu. Although they did not know the name Kurosaki Ichigo, as ninjas active in the Fire Kingdom, of course, it is impossible for them to know that there are hundreds of restaurants in the Fire Kingdom. Especially Jiaodu, who is interested in money and income, once earned about a day by one store under the food chain restaurant, and then he was surprised to find that the compensation for doing a level A-level task himself was not as good as the daily turnover of a store under the food chain restaurant, and there were hundreds of stores under the food chain restaurant. Then, Jiaoda began to inquire about the identity of the owner of the food chain restaurant and was preparing to kidnap the other party for salvage. However, it took Jiaoda several months, but he didn't even find out the name of the owner of the food restaurant chain. Unexpectedly, he took on a high-paid task today, and the employer was the manager of the food restaurant chain. So that's it. No wonder you are so generous in recruiting people. It turns out that you are the manager of the food chain restaurant. Kakudo stared at Kansook in surprise for a while, and then asked, I wonder what is Mr. Kurosaki recruiting us? Although Kakudo had the idea of kidnapping the owner of a food restaurant chain, the other party is his employer now. Although he loves money, he is also a reputable ninja and will never take action against the employer, especially when the other party pays a high deposit. Well, first ask him what the mission is. After finishing the mission and get the reward, kidnap him and make a fortune. Xiao Du thought so in his heart. When Shen Zhaoxiu saw Keiru's gaze, he could probably guess what he was thinking, just to kidnap him or something. However, Shen Zhaoxiu was not very worried because he did not feel any murderous intention from Keiru's gaze. In other words, no matter what the K is going to do to him, it is ultimately for money. For Shen Zhaoxiu, as long as it is something that can be solved with money, it is not a big deal. Take this employment for example, it is no danger of providing chakra. The reward for dangerous tasks is 50 million taels. And the subsequent hunting tasks are even priced at a sky-high price of 80 million to 100 million taels. There will be no second job for this price in the entire ninja world. As long as the Jiao is still interested in money, Shen Zhaoxiu believes that as long as he offers a price, the other party will most likely not refuse. Originally, I hired 2 people just for 2 things. Shen Zhaoxiu said directly, 2 chakras, and a hunting mission. But after seeing the 2 with my own eyes, I suddenly had another idea. Chapter 25, Hiring. After learning about the abilities of both of them, I really appreciate their strength. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Keiru and Purgatory, raised a finger, and asked with a smile, so, I am going to pay 10 million taels per month to hire 2 people to protect my safety for a long time. I wonder what you 2 mean. 10 million taels, monthly. Kakudo and Purgatory were all shocked when they heard the offer from Shen Zhaoxiu. 10 million taels a month, and 120 million a year. This level of reward is just to find a bodyguard? This is too generous. I agree. Purgatory spoke first, directly agreed to the recruitment of Shen Zhaoxiu, and then said, but I have a condition. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at him and asked, what are the conditions? Purgatory turned his head and looked at his daughter beside him, and said, I agree to be your guard, but I need you to provide my daughter with a safe living environment. For Purgatory, making money is second to the point. The most important thing is to find a safe place for your daughter and to be a god-sharp cultivation. This condition is undoubtedly very simple. Can. After hearing the conditions of Purgatory, Kanzeo nodded directly and said, I have some friendship with Daming of the Kingdom of Fire. You just want to send your daughter to Konoha village. When Purgatory heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he shook his head and said, I just hope that Honglien can grow up safely. Even if he doesn't become a ninja in the future, it doesn't matter. Purgatory, which has been in the black market for several years, is very clear. Although a large ninja village like Konoha looks gorgeous on the outside, it is also full of dark filth inside. Konoha safety, for civilians and those families with powerful forces, such as ninjas who have unique blood resistance limits but without the support of strong families behind them, Konoha village is no different from graves. Shen Zhaoxiu glanced at the cute little Honglien beside Purgatory, thought for a while, and said, since that's the case, let her follow you. Thank you, sir. When Purgatory heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he immediately bowed to thank him, and his posture was very low. After all, it is really hard to find an employer like Shen Zhaoxiu who has a noble background, generous moves, and allows him to bring a bottle of oil. Moreover, after he accepted Shen Zhaoxiu's employment, he said he was a bodyguard, but wasn't it because he found a protective umbrella for himself in disguise? After seeing Purgatory agreeing to the recruitment of Kanzeo, the corners on the side hesitated for a while and said, I agree to your recruitment too. However, I am only responsible for protecting your safety in this job. If you are assassinated or in danger, I will take action, but if you want me to do other things, you need to pay another reward. No problem. When Shin Zhaoxiu heard the conditions of Kakuto, he agreed without any hesitation, then looked at him with a smile and said, I just said that this time, in addition to your chakra, there is also a hunting mission. The target of this mission is the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost among the 7 ninja swords in the hidden village of Mizuno Village. I wonder if you have the courage to take on this task? Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Hearing the words of Kanzeo, the Purgatory face changed, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Of course. He knew that the famous Blade 7 people in Mizuho Village was the strongest person in the 7 people of this generation. Purgatory hesitated, but Kaoru laughed and said, Ha ha ha, uncle, I have assassinated even the Shimura Senju, who is called the God of Ninja, and survived safely. Just a few kids playing with knives, I'll take this task. That's the best, Shenzeoxiu said with a smile. Senju Hashirama. When Purgatory heard Kaoru's words, he looked at him in surprise, his face full of shock and confusion. Although Shinju Hashirama has passed away for decades, his reputation is still circulating in the ninja world, and the title of God of Ninja is still a legend that has never faded at this time. However, although he had never seen Hashira Senju, he had heard from the rumors that the power of the ninja god, so he didn't believe the words even Hashira Senju had assassinated in his diagonal. Moreover, although Kaoru is covered in his face, he doesn't look very old last year. Chiho Hashirama has been dead for decades. Not to mention assassination, this person's age is probably not sure if he has seen Chiho Hashirama himself. Boy, you're questioning this university master. Cock seemed to see through the idea of Purgatory, his green pupils stared at him, with dangerous light flashing in it, and behind him were strange black tentacles slowly swimming out. The assassination of Chiho Hashirama and survival was something Kaoru has been proud of until now, so he would never allow anyone to question him in this matter. Purgatory felt the dangerous aura emitted from the angle, and immediately blocked the Honglian beside him, and made a wary gesture, saying, I didn't mean to question you, I was just a little curious. What are you curious about? Jiaodu asked. Purgatory pondered for a while and said, Mr. Chiho Hashirama has passed away for decades, and your age. Ha 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 ha. When Kokdu heard the words of Purgatory, he suddenly burst out laughing. The black tentacles behind him slowly retracted, and then said, It's okay to tell you, I am already 70 years old this year. 70 years old, how is this possible? Purgatory looked at Kaoru in surprise and said, Your status is completely evident in your old age. Humph, what do you know? Kaudu snorted coldly and said, I am an immortal person who lives with the same life as heaven. The immortal person. Purgatory heard Kaoru and didn't say anything. He pondered for a while, then looked at Shenzeoxiu and said, Sir, I will accept the task of hunting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Your Excellency Purgatory can also accept this task, so that is of course the best. Shen Zhaoxiu nodded and said, Including the two, there is another ninja who uses steel escape, which should be enough to defeat the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Seeing that Purgatory had also accepted the hunting figure, Kaoru snorted coldly and said, Humph, hunting is just a knives, I'm enough for me alone. When Shenzeoxiu heard this, he immediately said, Your Majesty Kaoru doesn't need to worry. The mission of hunting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost will not change no matter how many people participate. The reward remains unchanged, those 3 people are 300 million. When Kaoru heard the words of Shenzeoxiu, his eyes turned around and said, Sir, if I go back the head of the boy Ziguishan Puffer Ghost alone. Will the 300 million taels belong to me? Chapter 26, Training. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Kaoru with a speechless face and said, Grand of Kaoru, I don't doubt you can kill the Ziguitian puffer ghost, but my purpose of hunting him is not to kill him, but to the big sword shark in his hand. The knife has the psychic technique of the hidden village in fog, so in order to ensure that you can definitely take down the shark muscles, taking action together is the wisest choice. And you can't make enough money. As long as you work for me with peace of mind, you will have more opportunities to make money in the future. All right. After hearing what Shen Zhaoxiu said, Kaoru could only nod and then asked, also, when will the first mission you recruited us start? The first task is to use 50 million taels to buy chakra. In the face of such super high rewards, even the Koji doesn't care what the Shen Zhaoxiu will do with his chakra. He just wants to trade completely immediately and then get the remaining 45 million taels. No rush for this. Shen Zhaoxiu thought for a while and said, how many days will it take to save the chakra props, so this task will take several days. Although Shen Zhaoxiu also wanted to get the chakra for the two of them as soon as possible, the seal scroll for storing chakra has not been completed, and Shen Zhaoxiu didn't want Kakudu and Purgatory to know what he wanted those chakras to do, so they couldn't let them directly input the chakra into their bodies. In this case, you can only wait until the sealing scroll is done before you can get the chakra for two people. Hearing Shen Zhaoxiu say this, Kaoru is not able to urge him anymore, so he asked, so what do I need to do next? Or should we go hunting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost now? It's not the time yet. Shen Zhaoxiu shook his head and said, the Puffer Ghost in Ziguitian is still in Wu Hidden Village. We need to wait until he leaves Wu Hidden Village. It is best to be alone before we can act. After hearing the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, Kaoru fell silent. Hidden Fog Village is one of the 5 major ninja villages. No matter how arrogant Kakudu is, he will not think that he can kill Midden Fog Village with just a few of them. In the next time, Shen Zhaoxiu asked Siming to go to the number 2 stronghold, waiting for the production of the Chakra Seal Scroll, and he stayed in the number 4 stronghold. While he was waiting, he also began to ask Kakudu and Purgatory for advice on chakras practice. A big man like you is actually interested in becoming a ninja. Kakudu was surprised when he heard that Shen Zhaoxiu wanted to ask him about chakras practice. However, Shen Zhaoxiu had already come to ask him for advice at this time, and it was hard for him to refuse. However, when he learned that Shen Zhaoxiu had not even practiced the most basic chakra practice, he suddenly lost his interest in teaching and asked him to go to Purgatory directly, and let Shen Zhaoxiu come to him when the control of chakra is controlled and his cultivation is brought to him when the nature of the contact changes. At this time, the divine Zhao cultivation, without using the animal system ability, has the strength of the chakra is only the level of the regular lower natal state, and is an absolute rookie. Therefore, his practice needs to start with the most basic chakra practice. Fortunately, Purgatory is much easier to talk to than Kak. After Shen Zhaoxiu asked him for advice, he directly started teaching him step by step from the most basic chakra practice. The most basic chakra practice is to control one's own chakra. The best way to train is to step on water. As long as you can complete this stage of practice, your body can rely on the chakra gathered under your feet and float on the water. This training practice has been practiced by gods shooting, but it has not reached the level of being able to step on water. In this regard, Shen Zhao cultivation was originally a bit basic, and with the careful teaching of Purgatory, he himself trained very hard. Even Shen Zhao cultivation felt that the ability of the devil fruit seemed to have a great bonus to him in the control of chakra, so it took only a few days to complete the practice. 5 days later, Shen Zhao cultivation successfully relied on chakra to stand on the water and completed this stage of practice. After completing this stage of practice, the chakra quality and intensity of the Shen Zhao cultivation itself have also increased a little. In addition, during this period, Tian Lao and Jing Kui will fight him, exercise physical skills, ninjutsu and practical experience, and the speed of performing the skills has also become much faster. After completing the basic practice of chakra, the next step is the practice of chakra attributes. Master Kurosaki, have you tested your chakra attributes? Purgatory asked, looking at Ken Shushu. Tested. Shen Zhaoxiu nodded and said, my chakra attribute is earth. In fact, Shen Zhaoxiu did not know his chakra attributes, or in other words, his chakra had no attributes at all. However, Shen Zhaoxiu's chakra will change its attributes according to the fruit ability condensed from the devil fruit in his sea of consciousness space. For example, the ability of diamond fruit is condensed by the steel escape chakra, and steel escape is a escape technique produced by the combination of the properties of earth escape and thunder escape. Therefore, when Shen Zhaoxiu activates the ability of diamond fruit, his chakra will have the properties of earth escape and thunder escape. As long as he masters the properties of these two chakras, he can use steel escape. The same is true for flower and fruit. The power of the immortal clan that condenses the flower fruit is a combination of the properties of two chakras, fire escape and wind escape. Therefore, as long as the current Shen Zhaoxiu activates the ability of two Superman fruits at the same time, his chakra can theoretically have four properties of fire, wind, thunder, and earth at the same time. However, among the abilities currently mastered by Shen Zhaoxiu, the chakra with the earth attribute has the strongest proportion, so he told Purgatory that his chakra attribute is earth. As for cat fruit, it is completely condensed by pure chakra, and does not contain attribute changes. Is the earth attribute? When Purgatory heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he smiled and said, the changes in the nature of the chakra mastered below also happen to have the earth attribute. The crystal escape of Purgatory is a evasion technique born from the combination of the nature changes of fire escape and earth escape. The nature of the soil attribute chakra changes. The first stage of practice is very simple. Purgatory directly asked Shen Zhaoxiu to grab a handful of soil in his hand, and then tried to use his chakra to make the soil in his hand aggregate into rocks. However, Shen Zhao cultivation practiced for 3 days, and the handful of soil in his hand did not change at all. Just when Shen Zhao cultivation was at a loss and was about to find Purgatory to ask if there was any trick, Si Ming finally rushed back with 2 sealed scrolls that stored chakra. What surprised Shen Zhaoxiu even more was that Si Ming brought not only the seal scroll this time, but also the news that the Kingdom of Thunder raided the Kingdom of Wind. Chapter 27, Narakazuki. The Kingdom of Thunder raids the Kingdom of Wind. When Shen Zhaoxiu heard the news brought by Si Ming, his heart moved slightly. Because he noticed that the 3 generations of Fengying in Cheyenne village were missing and might even be dead, the ambitious Union village finally couldn't stand it and launched a test on Cheyenne village. However, Shen Zhaoxiu knew that this time the temptation in Union village would end in failure, but after this temptation, they would also completely confirm the news of the death of the 3 generations of Fengying, and then truly start a full war with the Wind Kingdom. And this war will also be the beginning of the Third Ninja World War that swept the entire ninja world. Shen Zhaoxiu knew that the Third Ninja World War would be the longest and most casualties of the 3 Ninja World Wars. The war lasted for nearly 10 years, and Konoha was even forced to the point where she wanted all the children who had not graduated from the ninja school to participate in the war. It can be seen that it was tragic. Even after the war ended, the impact of this war lasted for a long time. Of course, in addition to casualties, many shining ninja worlds were also born in the Third Ninja World War. The new star, and the most famous one, is the later 4th generation of Naruto Shiro Feng Ming. Konoha's title of Yellow Flash rose rapidly in the Third Ninja World War, and even made the entire ninja world scared at the later stage. It was precisely because of his outstanding performance in this war that the solid foundation for the later succession of the 4th Naruto of Hakumizu Gate. However, these are all later stories. For Shen Zhaoxiu, the most important thing at the moment is how to get more rare chakra from this war. Will you go to the Sand Village first before the war broke out in the entire ninja world? Shenseoxiu thought this in his heart, then looked at the seal scroll in his hand, then looked at the two of Kodu and Purgatory on the side, and said in his heart, first deal with these two chakras, and see what kind of abilities they can develop. Thinking of this, Shenseoxiu asked Si Ming to put the two scrolls in front of the two Purgatory and spread them out, and then smiled and said, 2. The first mission can be started now. Kokudu and Purgatory had known the content of this mission for a long time, so they didn't say much, and each took a look at the scroll in front of them, and then began to inject their own chakra into it. With anticipation, Kanzeojiu was waiting for Kaoru and Purgatory chakra, and was still predicting in his heart what kind of abilities these two chakras would bring to him. At this time, he went to the underground black market every day to wait for the rabbit and brought back a ninja with the blood resistance limit. Tian Lao brought the ninja wearing a black hood to Kanzeoxiu and said, Sir Yuhu, this is the shadow. His ability is to control the shadow. Manipulate the shadow. When Kanzeojiu heard this, he stared at the ninja named Shadow for a while, and asked, Are you the Nara clan of Konoha? As we all know, in the entire ninja world, only the Konoha village Nara clan who has mastered the ninja technique of controlling shadows, so when the prison said that the person in front of him was to control shadows, Kanzeojiu immediately thought of Konoha's Nara clan. Is it related? Seen raised his head slightly, revealing the face under his hood, frowned slightly, and his voice sounded a little hoarse, saying, Or, do you still need to verify your identity first when you recruit people? Of course not needed, but I just heard that your abilities are somewhat similar to those of Konoha's Nara clan, so I was curious. When Shen Zhaoxiu saw the appearance of this shadow, he also smiled slightly and said, Then, let's talk about the content of the mission. First of all, the first task is your chakra, and the reward is 50 million taels. Can you accept it? 50 million taels. Xin was obviously stunned when she heard the reward given by Shenseoxiu, but she quickly calmed down and asked, For such a high reward, there is no need to fight, so I naturally have no reason to refuse. However, I have a question below, what do you want my chakra to do? Do what? When Kanzeojiu heard the question of Shadow, a smile suddenly rose on his face, then took a step back, and suddenly shouted, Catch him! Whoosh! 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 As soon as Shenseoxiu finished speaking, Si Ming, Tian Lao and Jing Kui took action at the same time and attacked the so-called Shadow. Because Si Ming and others did not have the ability to launch the first time, the attacks of the three people were easily avoided by Ying. After avoiding the attacks of the three people, Ying did not fight back immediately. Instead, she glared at Shenseoxiu and asked in a narrow voice, What are you doing? Although Narakazuki looked angry, he was very depressed. He just asked tentatively and the other party took action directly. This was too unreasonable. However, Shenseoxiu smiled but said nothing, and then ordered to the three people in Tianzhou, Fight quickly and take him down. Siming and the other two received the order and immediately activated their abilities. In an instant, the violent chakra broke out from the three of them at the same time, and then attacked Narakuku again. Facing the aura of Siming and the other two, Narakazuki did not dare to be careless. After agility avoided the attack of Siming and the other two, he quickly formed seals with both hands and directly used the secret technique. Ninjutsu method shadow binding technique. When chakra was released, the shadow behind Narakazuki ran quickly on the ground like a living thing, and flew towards Siming and the other two like a swimming snake. Of course, Siming and the other two knew the ability of this shadow and immediately dispersed. Narakazuki's shadow immediately split into three, continuing to chase the three of them. Fire escape fire dragon bomb. Wind escape big breakthrough. Siming and the other two skillfully avoided Narakunjiu's shadow, and then Siming and Jinkui released ninjutsu respectively and attacked Narakunjiu himself. Narakunjiu could not dodge, and his face was flooded with a terrified expression. Seeing this, Siming and Jinkui stopped the attack, but before they could be happy, Narakuju, who was in the wind and fire, exploded with a bang and turned into a burst of white smoke. It's a shadow clone. Catch you guys! Just as Ming and Jin Kui were stunned, Narakazuki's voice came from the side of the two. Ming and his heart were shocked. Just as they were about to turn their heads, they found that their bodies could not move. Their eyes turned down and they saw that the shadow under their feet had been catched by the other party at some point. After capturing Ming and the others, Narakazuki was about to say something, but a howling sound of wind suddenly came from above his head. He suddenly raised his head and saw that he had jumped to the prison above his head at some point, holding a mace that was more than one person tall in his hand, and smashed it hard at him. Chapter 28, Pig, Deer, Butterfly. Bang! Tianzuo's blow did not hit Narakazuki, but it allowed Ming and the others to be freed from his restraints. Ninjutsu Method Shadow Spur. Narakazuha released ninjutsu again, and the shadows under her feet instantly scattered, then divided into dozens of shadow stings, stinging towards the three people in the Tianzhou. The three of them in Tianzhou sensibly avoided Shadow Spike and then attacked Narakazuki himself from different directions. Siming and Jinkui attacked with ninjutsu, and Tianzhou raided with a mace in his hand. The three of them cooperated with each other and fought with Narakazuki, evenly matched. However, they didn't seem to notice that the direction of the four people's battle was slowly approaching the location where Kansuke was under the deliberate guidance of Narakazuki. Shadow Tentacle. Suddenly, just as Ming and Narakazuki were fighting fiercely, a substantial shadow suddenly emerged from the underground not far in front of Kanzawa cultivation, and grabbed him quickly like a black hand. When Narakazuki entered the number 4 stronghold, he immediately determined that the person who was in charge here was Kansuke. From the beginning, Narakazuki felt that the most dangerous ones in this stronghold were not Tianlao and Siming, but the two ninjas behind Kansuke who were injecting chakra into the unknown scroll. With Narashizuku's ability, if he had acted seriously, he would have been able to deal with Tianlao and Siming. The reason why he had been entangled with them for so long was to find an opportunity to seize the god of Suikyu. Now, the opportunity is here. Crystal Exit Kuijing Mirror. Just as Narakazui's black hand was about to touch Kanzaojiu, a red crystal mirror suddenly rose from the ground under Kanzao's feet, blocking the shadow tentacle. Crystal Escape. When Narakazuki saw the crystal mirror that suddenly appeared, his face immediately became solemn. His eyes turned slightly, and he saw the purgatory with his hands clasped slowly coming to the left of Kanshushu. Too young. Kakuto's voice came from the right side of Kanshu, and his green pupils looked at Narakakuha with a solemn face, then looked at Kanshu, and said, "Employer, you guys are too young. From the beginning, you have been played with by the playboy, but you still don't know that your combat experience is not at the same level at all. Do you need me to take action? If I asked me to do it, I would be able to deal with him immediately, and it only costs 10 million taels." Tianlao and Siming all looked ashamed when they heard Keiru's words, but they also knew Keiru was not wrong. The battle just now seemed to be evenly matched, but the fact is that the three of them were led by Narakaru. Although they did not use all their strength under the instructions of God Zaoxiu, don't forget that they have been fighting 3-1. Kanzaojiu glanced at the lowly morale Siming and the other two, but did not comfort him. Then he looked at Keiru and said, "Just 10 million taels, Keiru, you underestimate this pillar of the Nara clan. In my eyes, he is worth at least 50 million taels. However, it is not the time for UAO to take action. After all, as far as I know, the ninjas of the Nara family will never be dispatched alone." However, before Kamisawa Suzu had finished speaking, Keiru rushed directly towards Narakazuki. "There is no way. The price of 50 million taels is too tempting to the point of view. The uncontrolled subordinates are really unhappy." Kanju looked at Kamito who was rushing towards Narakazuki and said helplessly. When Kanju saw Narakazuki's appearance, he knew that he must have been sent by Konoha. Narakazuki's appearance here means that his recruitment of blood relay ninjas in the underground black market of the Kingdom of Fire has attracted the attention of Konoha's senior management. Originally, Kanzeojiu wanted to use the trick and take this opportunity to see if he could get the chakra of the Nara clan first, but when he heard Narakazura's tentative problems and the alertness in his eyes, he knew that there was no chance, so he asked Ming and the other two to take action without hesitation. However, Kanzeojiu didn't expect Ming and the other two to really take down Narakunjiu, because he knew that Konoha would not let ninjas like Narakunjiu come here alone to take risks, so there must be other Konoha ninjas hiding around, which is why he did not let Kaoru and Purgatory take action as soon as possible. Kakudo and Purgatory are the real confidence that Shen Zhaoxiu is still here. Moreover, when he asked the three people from Tianzu to take action, Kakudo and Purgatory had already stopped and entered the chakra into the scroll. The reason why they did not take action was because Shen Zhaoxiu indication. Because Kanzeojiu knew that Konoha's pig, deer, butterfly combination rarely acted alone. If the deer appeared, then the pig and butterfly must be nearby. Even more Konoha's ninjas are already hiding nearby. But that's good. Kanshusha glanced at Kakuta who was chasing Naratakusa and said softly, with Kakuta's strength, even if he can't take Naratakusa, at least it will be fine to force out Konoha ninja hidden in the dark. As he said that, he turned sideways and whispered something to the three people in the Tianzhao beside him. The three nodded and then left. Boom! At this time, a roar suddenly came from the gate of the stronghold, and then the gate of the stronghold was smashed by a huge arm. A figure more than 10 meters tall walked in from the broken gate, knocking away the horns that were chasing Narakazuka with one punch. On the shoulders of the giant, there was also a ninja wearing a red coat and a long yellow hair. These two people are the pig and butterfly in the famous pig and deer butterfly combination of Konoha village, Yamaakachi and Akido Toshida. Akido Dosa, whose body has become huge, came to Narakazuku, bent down and squatted down, stretched out his palm, and said, "Sorry, Kazuku, this place is too deep, it took some time to break the barrier." "It's okay, it's just right." Narakazuki shook his head gently, then jumped gently, stepped on the giant's palm, and then looked at Koto, who was standing up from the gravel without any injuries, and said in a voice, "Dingzo, hi, that person is very strong, don't be careless. Pig, deer, and butterfly, are all here." Shenzaoxiu looked at the three of them and sighed slightly in his heart, feeling that it was unlikely that he would get the chakra of these people today. But Kaoru stared at the three of them for a while, then turned around and shouted at Shenzaoxiu, "Hey, employer, now the enemy has become 3, will the reward be tripled? This is a waste of money." Shen Zhaoxiu glanced at him speechlessly. And then said, "Hello Kaoru, stop, it's meaningless to continue fighting." "Why?" Jiao asked in confusion. "They are just 3 little ghosts from Konoha village. In Keiku's opinion, as long as he takes all his strength, it should be no problem to win these 3 people." Chapter 29, Tuanzang. Kanzeojiu glanced at Kaoru, without answering, just shook his head slightly, then looked at Narakazuku and the other two, and asked, "Everyone of Konoha, we didn't seem to have violated the interests of Konoha village at the beginning, right? Why do we come to us? Let me answer your question." A low voice came from the gate of the stronghold. When Shenzaoxiu heard the sound, he saw a middle-aged man with a gloomy face and a X-shaped scar on his chin walked in. Danzang. Although Danzo didn't look old at this time, Shen Zhaoxiu still recognized him at a glance, and at the same time was secretly surprised that he was stared at by this old coin so quickly. Danzo walked into the stronghold with more than a dozen subordinates, looked around everyone, and finally fell on Kanzeojiu. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why do you want to recruit ninjas with blood resistance limit in the territory of fire?" Danzo was less than 50 years old at this time, and he had never transplanted the cells of Chihohashimara and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, but the cold and dark feeling of his body had already floated on the surface. "What does your lord mean?" Kanzeo looked at Danzo and frowned and said, "We don't seem to recruit Konoha ninjas, and recruiting personnel is fair. Konoha even has to ask about this. Is it too much? Fair deal? Ho ho." Danzang sneered and said, "The mission of Fire Country was released, and it was all under the control of Konoha village. I don't remember any fair deals with you. Moreover, you just recruited a Konoha ninja here in person." When Kanzeo heard Danzo's words, his face darkened, but he couldn't refute. After all, although the underground black market is the default existence of the entire ninja world, the default does not mean admitting that even the 5 major ninja villages often conduct various shameful transactions on the black market, but the black market is the black market. If the 5 major ninja villages want to turn against each other, it is just a matter of one sentence, just like now. Moreover, judging from Danzo's words just now, the Tennokuan General Nara Shikamaru brought here was simply a game set by Konoha, and they were fishing. More importantly, Kanzeo was sure that Danzo had recognized his current identity since he came in, but pretended not to know him. There was definitely something conspiracy. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Danzo and asked coldly, "What the hell do you want to do?" The location of this number 4 stronghold is not too far from Konoha village, and since its establishment, I have never thought of hiding it from Konoha village. Kanzeo could not guarantee whether Konoha village knew that the real owner of this stronghold was the only heir of Daming of the Kingdom of Fire, but they definitely knew that this stronghold was the manager of the food chain restaurant, Kurosaki Ichigo established, and Shen Zhaoxiu's current image is the manager of a food chain restaurant. Even if Kurosaki Ichigo rarely appears in front of others, as a senior manager of Konoha village, Shimura Danzo definitely knows this face. This is the reason why Kanzeo stood calmly even though he knew that he was being targeted by the ninjas of Konoha village. Because the food chain restaurant has a great influence in the Kingdom of Fire, Konoha village will never dare to attack him as a manager. But now, judging from Shimura Danzo's reaction, it may be a failure. When Shimura Danzo heard the words of Kanchu, a smile flashed in his eyes, but a serious face said, "You are recruiting blood relay ninjas in the Kingdom of Fire, and even reaching out to Konoha village, which has touched Konoha's bottom line. Even, I think you are provoking Konoha, which is absolutely unforgivable. Does Konoha's bottom line violate?" When Shen Zhaoxiu heard Danzang's words, he almost laughed out loud. He probably guessed what the old guy wanted to do, and then looked at him with a playful look on his face and said, "Say so much, it turns out that you are not here to fight. Since that's the case, I don't have time to spend time with you here. Tell me, what do you want to do?" When Shimura Danzo heard this, his seriousness gradually relaxed. He pondered for a while, then pointed at Shen Zhaoxiu's finger and said, 100 billion. As long as you take out 10 billion as compensation, I will not blame you for your provocation this time. 100 billion. Danzo's words not only shocked Kaoru and others, but even the 3 pig, deer, and butterfly on his side were surprised. They never expected that this Naruto assist would speak like a lion. That's right, the people from Konoha village found this time, with the goal of blackmailing the manager of the food chain restaurant Kurosaki Ichigo. The reason is that they have already smelled a slight smell of war from the disappearance of the 3rd generation of the Sangsheng village Feng Ying, and all the senior executives of Konoha have a premonition. This war may be a huge war with a scale that will reach the level of the first 2 ninja wars. In addition to competing for strength, war also has more important materials, and materials are money. In other words, fighting is burning money, which applies no matter what kind of world it is. Although Konoha village is rich and even has the support of the Kingdom of Fire, it is still very difficult to support such a war. Just as Konoha's senior management was having a headache about the upcoming war, they suddenly received a sudden receipt of the underground black market in the Fire Kingdom. Someone is recruiting ninjas with blood resistance limits, and the rewards are beyond imagination. At the beginning, when Konoha's senior officials learned the news, they all thought that other people's villages wanted to create chaos in the Fire Country and prepare for the upcoming war, so they attached great importance to it. But after checking, it was found that this was not the case, and they quickly found out the identity of the employer behind the recruitment of blood resistance ninjas. In fact, after learning about the high reward, Konoha's senior executives didn't even have to check and almost guess who the employer was. In the Kingdom of Fire and even the entire ninja world, there are only 2 employers who can give such outrageous rewards. In addition to the manager of the food restaurant chain, Ichigo Kurosaki, the owner of the high-end entertainment club. The industries under these 2 people's names are spread throughout the Kingdom of Fire. In addition to bringing astronomical taxes to the Kingdom of Fire, the industries under their names are also the main customers of Konoha Village. 1/3 of the tasks of Konoha Village come from these 2 industries every year. Originally, Konoha's senior executives did not intend to inquire after learning that the employer of the recruitment of Blood Leader Ninja was the manager of the food chain restaurant chain. At this time, the old guy Danzo suddenly made a suggestion. That is to use a plan and take this opportunity to plunder a fortune from this rich man to deal with the upcoming war. After hearing Danzo's suggestion, Konoha's senior management neither objected nor agreed. Then, the current scene comes. Chapter 30, Guess? Haha, 100 billion, you really dare to ask for it. When Shen Xiaoxiu heard Danzang's words, he finally couldn't help laughing, then looked at him and said, originally, this little money is nothing to me, and with my relationship with the Kingdom of Fire, you come and ask me for it with dignified. I probably won't give it. As he said that, his eyes suddenly froze, and he stared at Shimura Danzo and said coldly, also, Konoha Village's actions have angered me. I hope you can bear the price of angering me next. What a pity, you should accept my conditions. When Shimura Danzo heard what Kansuke said, a cold light flashed in his eyes, then waved his palm and said, catch them. Brush. 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 With Danzang's order. More than a dozen ninjas behind Danzang moved and rushed towards Kanzeojiu and others. The pig beside him seeing this, Liu Dai and the other 2 looked at each other and prepared to join the war. Sir, it's a bit difficult now. Koji turned his head and looked at Shenzeoxiu, saying with a serious look, even I can't guarantee your safety in this kind of scene. It was rare that he did not hear this guy's request for an increase in price. Shenzeoxiu thought he was impressed by his wealth, but he did not expect that this guy's next sentence would reveal his true nature. Do you want me to take you away? Just give me 100 million taels and I will take you out of here safely. Jiaodo looked at him and said seriously. I shouldn't have expected anything from you. Shenzeoxiu sighed in his heart, shook his head and said, no, you don't need to take action for the time being. As he said that, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a bang. The next moment, a sudden sound came from above the stronghold, and then a violent chakra fluctuation broke out. Rumble! A roar came from above the stronghold. Everyone looked up and saw spells like tadpoles spreading rapidly from above towards the rock walls around the base with strong chakra fluctuations. At the same time, 2 fences covered with detonation talismans descended. One blocked the door that had been destroyed by Aikido Ding's Zodiac, and the other blocked the Konoha ninjas who rushed towards Kanzawashu and others. Danzo looked up at the spell on the rock wall above his head, then came to the fence that was blocking between the 2 sides, and his cold eyes crossed the fence to look at Xiang Xinshao, saying, do you think this kind of thing can stop us? It's not that I think it's possible to stop it. Shen Zhaoxiu didn't care about Danzang's cold gaze, with a smile on his face, and said, do you know why I had to spend so much effort to hollow out such a large mountain and build the stronghold here? As he said, he raised his hand and pointed to the spells that had already spread all over the rock walls around the stronghold, and continued, these spells are full of detonation talismans. As long as you sense a slight chakra to twitch, it will detonate. In other words, no matter what ninjutsu you use next, you may cause a big explosion in this mountain belly that is 1 kilometer deep. When Danzo heard the words of Kanzeojiu, his sharp eyes swept across the rock walls around him. Sure enough, he saw dense explosion talismans under the rock walls covered with spells, and his face suddenly became gloomy. He withdrew his gaze, looked at Shenzeoxiu, and said, "Even if that's the case, can you escape?" Rumble. Before Danzang could finish his words, a sound of rock rolling came from behind Shen Zhaoxiu, and then he saw a passage appearing behind Shen Zhaoxiu. "Blessed, Elder Danzo, I hope you can get out of here safely next," Shen Zhaoxiu said to Danzo with a smile, then turned around and walked towards the passage. "Oh, by the way." After a few steps, Kanzeojiu suddenly thought of something again, then stopped, looked back at Danzo with a dark face, and said, "I said that your Konoha's actions this time have angered me. Next, I hope you can bear my anger next, ha 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 ha." Amid the laughter, Shenzeoxiu, with Siming and others, disappeared into the long passage. "Master Danzang, do you want to chase after me?" One of Danzo's hands came down to him, and a few small insects flew out of his body, looking at Danzo with a gloomy face with inquiring. "No." Danzo looked at the passage where Kanzeojiu and others left and was silent for a while, and finally shook his head. Will Danzo really be unable to continue chasing Kanzeojiu and others because of these detonation talismans and chakra sensing spells? Surely not. Danzang just felt that he would not be sure to capture Shen Zhao Cultivate alive. As for the fact that he really hurt Shen Zhao Cultivate, Danzang would not dare to do so, at least he would have some concerns. Although Danzo didn't know that Kurosaki Ichigo was Kenshu, as a senior manager of Konoha, he was sure that the manager of the food chain restaurant chain must have a very close relationship with the name of the Fire Country, otherwise the food chain restaurant would not have been able to develop the Fire Country to its current level. Danzo used fishing this time. If he could really capture Kurosaki Ichigo, even if he blackmailed, the people behind Kurosaki Ichigo could not say anything. But if he did it too much and even threatened the life safety of Kanzeojiu, even if the senior officials of the Fire Kingdom do not turn against Konoha, they will definitely do something to save face. In this ninja world, although ninjas have mastered their power, they have to rely on ordinary people if they do not produce. Not to mention anything else, just blocking funds for a period of time is enough for Konoha village to feel uncomfortable, let alone at this time when the war will break out at any time. This is also why he asked Narakazuki to hide his identity and come here in the form of being recruited instead of killing indirectly. Go back. Danzo shook his head slightly and sighed, "I'm afraid there will be some trouble next." Although Danzo did not take Kurosaki Ichigo's threat seriously, if the other party really retaliates, it will still cause some trouble to Konoha, so he must go back immediately to discuss countermeasures with Konoha's senior management. It is best to let Sarutobi come forward, communicate with the senior management of the Fire Kingdom, and explain today's misunderstanding. On the other side, it took more than 10 minutes for Shenzeoxiu and others to finally walk through the long passage and walk out of the deep mountain belly. "Sir, the stronghold was really covered with detonation talismans." After coming out of the tunnel, Jiaoda suddenly asked. "The number 4 stronghold has a lot of space. If the rock walls are really covered with detonation talismans, it would be unimaginable how many horns would be. More importantly, those are all money." When Shen Zhaoxiu heard Kairu's words, he also stopped, then looked at him with a mysterious smile and said, "Guess." Chapter 31, The Country of Wind. "Elder Danzang, please wait a moment." In the number 4 stronghold, Danzo's subordinates had just opened the fence that blocked the entrance of the number 4 stronghold. When they were about to leave, they were suddenly stopped by Narakazuki behind them. Danzo turned around and looked at Narakazuki, who was calling him in confusion. Narakazuka, who was standing near the rock wall, suddenly stretched out his hand, pinched a detonation talisman and gently lifted it off the rock wall. The uncovered detonation talisman turned into a piece of white paper after the spell that broke away from the rock wall. Seeing this scene, Danzo's face suddenly turned dark and the atmosphere was very awkward. We seem to be fooled. Just as Danzo's embarrassing aura was about to fill the entire number 4 stronghold, Akido Tingji scratched his head and said with a simple face. Snort. After the awkward anger was broken, Danzang snorted coldly, and then left without looking back. On the other side, after the number 4 stronghold came out, Kanzeojiu was thinking about how to revenge Konoha next. Originally, although Kanzeojiu had thought of obtaining those blood transcendence chakras from Konoha, he never thought of using intense means to obtain them. But after today's incident, Kanzo changed his mind and he wanted to make Konoha pay the price. As for Danzang, Kanzeojiu said that after he opened up strong enough power, he would definitely send warmth to him as soon as possible, because this matter against him was planned by this old coin. Kanzeojiu was sure that this time, Danzo had attempted to blackmail, and Konoha village would definitely seek peace through the Daming mansion, so he could take the opportunity to make some requests to Konoha. I wonder if Konoha will give it to me if I asked for the 9-tailed chakra. Shen Zhaoxiu thought about it thoughtfully, and then said to the Jinkui beside him, I am going to go to the Kingdom of Wind. You go back to your home and tell your family that if Konoha's people come to the door, let them go first and wait until I come back from the Kingdom of Wind before dealing with it. Also, I sent someone to contact the Uchiha clan and said that I wanted to meet their patriarch. Yes, a master. Jin Kui understood what Shen Zhaoxiu meant, and then turned around and left, taking Shen Zhaoxiu's order back to Daming Mansion. After Jin Gui left, Shen Zhaoxiu took Siming, Tianzu, and Jiao in purgatory toward the kingdom of Fengzi. 10 days later, in the Great Desert where the Wind Kingdom is located, Shen Zhaoxiu, Tianzhou, and Koto, and Purgatory were wearing windproof suits and slowly advanced in the wind and sand. As for Siming, she was sent by Shen Zhaoxiu to the vicinity of Sheyan village to inquire about the news. Sir, do we have a clear goal for this time when we come to Fengzi country? After the 4 of us approached Sheyan village, Jiao Du finally couldn't help asking. Of course there is. Shen Zhaoxiu nodded, then thought for a while, and said, the most important purpose of our visit to the Kingdom of Wind is to collect the blood transcendence chakra in the Sand Village. If we can also get the chakra of one-tailed Shun Crane, it would be the best. The most famous blood relay limit in Sangzi village, besides the magnetic escape mastered by the missing of Feng Ying. The most famous one should be the burning escape of the Yun and Yekara. In addition, it is the chakra-tailed beast of A Shun Yun. Shen Zhaoxiu did not expect to get the chakra of the tailed beast this time, but at least he had to get one of the chakras, the magnetic escape and burning escape. Collect blood resistance limit. Kaoru looked at Kanzeojiu thoughtfully, and then said eagerly, how much will it be if I could capture the blood super limit ninja from the Sand Village? 50 million. Shen Zhao cultivated her 5 fingers and said, whether you catch a ninja with the blood relay limit or get their chakra, I will give you a reward of 50 million. If you can get the chakra of one-tailed Chuo Crane, I will give you 100 million. 100 million. After hearing what Shen Zhaoxiu said, Kaoru touched his chin and thought for a while, then asked, if I just caught Yi Tail Shunye, how much reward would you give me? You want to capture Shokahi? When Shen Zhaoxiu heard Kaoru's words, he stopped and looked at him unexpectedly, pondered a house, then shook his head and said, forget it, even if you can really capture the Shunye, I don't have the sealing technique to control it, it's better to just chakra. For Shen Zhaoxiu, he only needs chakra for things like tailed beast. As for the body of the tailed beast, he is not ready to be a human being, so it is useless to come. Just need chakra. When Kaoru heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he also looked at him unexpectedly, then nodded and said, I understand. Then, no one was talking and heading towards Cheyenne village. At this time, because of the temptation of the Kingdom of Thunder against the Kingdom of Wind, the ninjas of Share Hidden Village and Yun Hidden Village had fought several times, but there was no large-scale conflict yet. However, Shenzeoxiu has received news that in order to confirm whether the third generation of Feng Ying has really disappeared, Yunyan Village has sent a 1,000-person army toward Cheyenne Village, and the team led the team to have a very high status in Yunyan Village and is even known as the heir to the next generation of Lei Yan. It is said that although this guy is not old, his strength is enough to fight head-on with the tailed beast. Not long ago, he suppressed the rampage Eight Tails Niugui with his own strength, and even cut off a horn from Niugui's head. On the side of Share Hidden Village, due to the disappearance of the third generation of Feng Ying and the several tests from Yun Hidden Village, the village has been panicked for a long time, not to mention that the rumors that the third generation of Feng Ying was not missing, but were dead. This rumor has cast a layer of haze on the heads of all ninjas in the entire Share Hidden Village. However, this is not the worst case for Share Hidden Village. The worst is that there has been a rumor recently in Share Hidden Village that the third generation of Feng Ying was not missing at all, but was assassinated by the genius puppet master Red Sand Scorpion in their village, who is known as a rare 100-year-old. After this rumor spread, Share Yinkan originally wanted to wait for Scorpion to come out to refute the rumors, but when Scorpion was slow to show up, they realized that Scorpion seemed to have disappeared for a while. Now, the fact that Scorpion assassinated the third generation of Feng Ying and defected was almost confirmed. However, because of Scorpion's special identity, his parents died as heroes during the Second Ninja World War, and his grandmother Cho was the real power elder of Shehin Village. In addition, the threat from Yunyan Village at this time, the senior management of Shehin Village decided to deny the fact that Scorpion killed the third generation of Feng Ying defected, and news came out that Scorpion was just going out to perform missions. As for the whereabouts of Feng Ying in the third generation, no one can explain it, and then everyone thinks that this person no longer exists. Chapter 32, The Response to the Sand Village. Shaidian Village, Feng Ying Building, Conference Room. At this time, all the high-level leaders of Shein Village gathered here, and they were all frowning, making the atmosphere in the conference room solemn. Because of the disappearance of the third generation of Feng Ying, Shein Village was already in a state of anxiety when facing the temptation of Yunyan Village. Now they found that their Feng Ying was actually killed by the genius in their village, which is very irritating. What's even more depressing is that this genius is not only the grandson of the real power elder Qunyu, but also defected after killing the 3 generations of Feng Ying. Although they have not found the exact evidence that the third generation of Feng Ying was killed by the Scorpion, judging from the information they have in their hands, this speculation is basically not wrong. Now, the third generation Feng Ying is dead. In order to take into account the emotions of Elder Cho and the upcoming war, the senior executives of Sand Village chose to hide this news. Some people even had the fantasy that Cho could get the genius Scorpion back. After all, Scorpion is known as the rare genius puppet master in a century in Sand Village, and is no less than the important combat power of Renzulai, and this can be confirmed by his ability to kill 3 generations of Feng Ying. As for the third generation of Feng Ying, they all died, and there is a Scorpion that is even alive. Everyone. Hai Lao Zhang stood up and looked around everyone, and said in a narrow voice, "This time Yunyan Village is coming in full force. It is impossible to continue to hide the news of the disappearance of the 3 generations of Feng Ying. Therefore, what we are going to us next will be a full-scale war with Yunyan Village. Is it impossible to avoid it? Do you want to try to communicate with Yunyan?" An elder of the Lord and sect said unwillingly. "Stop talking stupidly. Yunyan has developed rapidly in recent years, and his ambition to expand has long been clearly demonstrated. Even if there is no incident of the third generation of Feng Ying, they will declare war on us sooner or later." Another war elder said loudly. "With that being said, our military strength is too far from Yunyan. In addition, the missing of the third generation of Feng Ying and Scorpion, although we don't want to admit it, if the war really starts, the possibility of our defeat is very high." The elder of the lord and sect said with a sad face. "So what? Are you afraid of losing the battle and not fighting? Or do you want to surrender directly?" Zhang Lai, the pro-war faction, scolded loudly. At this point, war is inevitable. At this time, Cho, who had not spoken, suddenly spoke, saying, "But we must not only fight with Yunyin." How to say it? When everyone heard this, they looked at her one after another. Cho stood up, pondered for a while, and said, "Yunyin's ambition, if he launched a war, he would definitely not only attack us. The land of Earth, which is also adjacent to the Thunder Kingdom, must be among their targets. With the shrewdness of the old man Onaki, it is impossible for him to notice it. So we can send envoys to the land to see if we can form an alliance with them and deal with Yunyin together." "What if they don't agree?" asked an elder. "Then find a way to pull the country of land into this war." Cho slapped the table and said coldly, "Even if I can't let Iwaki and Yunyin start a war, Iwaki must drag Jin into the war, in case they act like Yunyin, and they will also attack us." When everyone heard this, their faces darkened and then asked, "What do you want to do?" "Let someone dressed as IWA Hidden Village launch a raid on Konoha," Cho said. "Raising Konoha?" Everyone was shocked when they heard Chiyo's words, and then fell into deep thought. "That's right, if it's just a war between the Wind Kingdom, the Thunder Kingdom and the land, then the Thunder Kingdom and the land can really join forces to kill their Wind Kingdom, the brother, and then continue to win and lose. But it's different if Konoha also participates. Once Konoha, the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages, also participates in this war, both Thunder Country and Earth Country will transfer most of their experience to Konoha, because compared to Wind Country, Konoha is threatening greater. As for whether Chiyo's strategy will be discovered by Konoha and Iway, there is no need to worry at all, because what Union Village did to Cheyenne Village has made the atmosphere between the 5 major ninja villages tense. Now only a little conflict is needed as an excuse to trigger a war. But in this way, this war is likely to turn into another ninja war. However, Shahim Village is now unable to protect itself, and they all know that even if they don't do this, it's only a matter of time before Konoha ends up. Just do what you said, pull Iwi and Konoha into this war. Yes, we must not be the only one who suffers from war. Yes, I support Elder Chiyo's proposal. I support it too. After figuring out the key, everyone present, including Chiyo's suggestion. So, the next thing is who should be sent to stop Union and who should dress up as IWA ninja and raid Konoha. Cho said, his eyes swept across the 2 young faces in the conference room, saying, "Reisa, you inherited the magnetic escape of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. Next, you will dress up as Feng Ying in the 3rd generation of Feng Ying to stop Union's troops and make sure to block them outside the village. Yekara, you lead the team to dress up as a ninja from the hidden village of IWA, and raid Konoha from the border between the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire. It is best to kill Konoha some important people." Cho looked at the 2 of them seriously and said in a deep voice, "Although the 3rd generation of Master Feng Ying said that he was missing, we all know that Master Feng Ying has basically been determined to be dead, so we must select the 4th generation of Master Feng Ying as soon as possible." Cho said, his eyes swept across all the elders one by one, then looked at Luo Sa and Yaang, and said with a smile, "We old guys are already old and are not suitable for Feng Ying's position. Among the young people in the village, only you 2 have enough strength and reputation to hold this position. Therefore, the candidates for the 4th generation of Feng Ying will be born among you 2. And this mission will also be an important test for who you are more suitable for the 4th generation of Feng Ying. Whoever you 2 can complete this mission better is the next Feng Ying." "That's right. Kaio is right. You are the hope for the future of the village." After hearing Chiyo's words, the elders also expressed their opinions. After hearing the elders' words, a hot light popped out in his eyes. Then the 2 looked at each other, their eyes almost colliding with substantial lightning. Then they said loudly at the same time, "Make sure to complete the task." "Very good." Cho looked at the two of them with satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Go, we are looking forward to the triumphant return of you both in the village." Chapter 33, The Scorpion of Red Sand, Seeking to Read. "Oh, it seems that we are coming at the right time." When Shen Zhaoxiu and his friends came to Sheyan village, they happened to see Luo Sa bringing a large group of ninjas out of the village. Judging from the number of people, it would be fine to stop Yun Yin. Moreover, after Luo Sa brings so many people away, the defense of Sheyan village will definitely decrease sharply, which is just convenient for them to act. "Senior Kaoru, let's separate here." Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Kaoru and said. When Kaoru heard this, he didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly, then his body flashed and disappeared directly. This time, Shen Zhaoxiu brought two. He handed one of the sealed scrolls that stored chakra to Kaoru. After Kaoru got the scroll, he expressed his desire to try to get the chakra of Yitail Shunyun and make him 100 million first. Shen Zhaoxiu did not stop Kazuto, and his own goal was Luosha's magnetic escape. After Kaoru left, Shen Zhaoxiu waited on the spot for a while before saying to the Tianzu and Purgatory beside him, "Let's go too." However, just as they were about to leave, a petite cat suddenly appeared in front of several people. "Meow!" The cat called out toward Kanzeo, then jumped into his arms, spoke, and said, "Sir Yuhu, the female ninja named Yekara you asked me to pay attention to, just took a few ninjas to quietly leave the Sandian village. Of course, this is not a cat, but a beast-shaped form that changed after Si Ming activated his ability, a rabbit horn. Beast ninja method." Purgatory beside him heard Si Ming's voice from the mouth of the cat in Shen Zhaoxiu's arms, and immediately looked over with surprise, but found that there was no chakra fluctuation on Si Ming in the rabbit state at this time, just like a real cat. There are not many ninjas in the ninja world who can use the beast ninja method to ninja method, but there are also many. Among them, Konoha's Inyazuka clan is the representative, but even the beast ninja method of the Inyazuka clan cannot perform the form transformation, but it does not reveal a trace of chakra. If he hadn't heard Si Ming speak just now, he would definitely not recognize Si Ming in this state and would have only regarded her as a real cat. Yakara. Shen Zhaoxiu did not notice the surprise of Purgatory. He reached out and gently stroked Si Ming's back in his arms in the form of a rabbit trolley in his arms a few times, and then asked, "Where did she go from, and how many people did she bring?" "There." Si Ming raised his paws and pointed in one direction, and said, "She only took a small team away." "Which direction is the Kingdom of Thunder? Could it be that Share Hidden Village will also raid the Yun Hidden Village?" Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the direction Si Ming pointed, said thoughtfully, then shook his head and said, "No, if it was a surprise attack on Yun Yin, she would not only lead a small team. And although the direction was to the direction of the Thunder Country, it would be a bit circling to Yun Yin Village, but it was closer to Konoha." Thinking of Konoha, a sudden flash of inspiration in Kanzeo Jiu's mind said, "Share Hidden Village is going to let Yekara dress up as a ninja from Yun Hidden Village to raid Konoha, so as to drag Konoha into this war, right?" The more Shen Zhaoxiu thought about it, the more likely he felt. He pondered for a while. Then lowered his head to Si Ming in his arms and asked, "Can you take us to catch up with Yaang?" Upon hearing this, Si Ming nodded immediately and replied with affirmative answer, "Yes, I remember the smell of them." Animals are very sensitive to odor because Yaang is the object that Shen Zhaoxiu can instruct to pay attention to, so Si Ming remembered her odor the first time he saw Yaang. "That's good." After hearing Si Ming's answer, Shen Zhaoxiu immediately changed his plan, greeted Purgatory and Tian Lao, and said, "The goal is changed, let's go chase Yaang." Originally, the first goal of Shen Zhaoxiu was Luosha's magnetic escape chakra, and Yekara was just a candidate, but now Luosha brought a large group of troops to fight against the ninjas in Yungzi village, and there would definitely be a large-scale battle between the two sides. In that case, it might be difficult to find Luoxia's chakra. Yaang only has one team, so the chance is obviously greater, and when there are fewer people, it is much easier to do both hands-on or trade. More importantly, Shen Zhaoxiu probably guessed what Yaang and the others were going to do, so he was very confident that he could make a deal with the other party without having to do anything. Thinking of this, after Shen Zhaoxiu asked Tian Lao to leave a secret code for Cao Du, under the leadership of Bin Siming, he followed the purgatory people in the direction where Yaang was. Under Siming's leadership, Shen Zhaoxiu and his group quickly caught up with the traces of Yaang's team. However, they did not follow the traces and found that the traces left by Yaang's team suddenly had a turning point, deviated from the original route, and immediately stopped, and then instructed Siming to confirm whether the traces of the turns were traps. Siming jumped down from Shen Zhaoxiu's arms, checked himself around the traces left by Yaang's team for a while, then returned to Shen Zhaoxiu's side and said, "Sir, a new ninja left behind not far ahead of this trace." Yaang and the others suddenly deviated from the route, as if they were chasing the new ninja. "So that's it. Have you met an acquaintance?" After listening to Siming's words, Shen Zhaoxiu pondered for a while and said softly, "At this time, he suddenly deviated from the route, either suddenly got a new task, or he encountered a target that was more important than the task they had. It seems that the latter has a higher chance. At this time, there seems to be only one goal that Yaang can catch up with despite his mission to the village." "Interesting, did you actually meet it here?" After Shen Zhaoxiu guessed the reason why Yaang's team suddenly changed direction, he couldn't help laughing, and then took him with him. Purgatory people accelerated to chase after him. Sure enough, the few people followed the trail and chased each other for a while. A chaotic chakra fluctuation and fierce fighting sound suddenly came from the front. After discovering the movement, Shen Zhaoxiu and others immediately slowed down, then hid their tracks, restrained their breath, and quietly approached the position of the fight. After getting closer, Shen Zhaoxiu discovered that the movement of the fight was exactly what they were chasing Yaang's team, and the object of fighting against the Yaang's team was the person that Shen Zhaoxiu guessed before. At this time, the man who was fighting with Yaang's team had eye-catching red hair and looked very young. He did not step into the battlefield, but stood in the distance, with his 10 fingers dancing with his hands controlling nearly 10 puppets besieging Yaang's team. This young man is no other person. He is the genius puppet master who killed 3 generations of Feng Ying not long ago and then defected from the sand-hidden village, the Scorpion of Red Sand. Chapter 34, Scorpion and Yaang. "It's him, Scorpion." Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Xiaonian who was controlling these many puppets to siege Yaang's team, and his face immediately showed such an expression. Scorpion himself does not have the blood transcendence limit, so he is not in the target that Shen Zhao cultivation needs to contact in this journey. However, although Scorpion does not have the blood resistance limit, he has the chakra that Shen Zhaoxiu wanted, which was the magnetic escape chakra of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying who became a puppet. Tisk tisk, if this wave can be operated well, it may not be possible to get both burning escape and magnetic escape. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the Scorpion who was controlling the puppet outside the battlefield, and then looked at Yaang who was fighting several puppets, and then began to think about how to contact these 2 people. Shen Zhaoxiu here was thinking in his mind, and the battle over there was still going on. At this time, the other ninjas of Yaang's team were entangled by Scorpion's puppets, leaving only Yaang and Scorpion one-on-one. Burning escape, storming and steaming. Yaang raised his hand, and a flame-like chakra instantly condensed in his palm, and then quickly threw it at a puppet. Boom! The chakra, like a flame, hit a puppet and immediately exploded inside the puppet like a flame, instantly shattering the puppet with a super high temperature. Yaang herself used the broken puppet as a breakthrough point and instantly got rid of the puppets that were entangled with her. She rushed towards Scorpion with an angry look on her face and roared, "Scorpion, what did you do to the third generation of Lord Feng Ying? Although I already knew in my heart that the third generation of Feng Ying should have been killed in most cases, before it was completely confirmed, Yaang still had a hint of expectation and hope in his heart. If the third generation of Lord Feng Ying is still alive, then this war should be stopped, right? Yaang thought so in his heart. What did you do? Scorpion sideways avoided Yaang's attack and said expressionlessly, the kind of garbage that cannot be protected by even the ninjas in his village is of course killed. Asshole! Yaang heard Scorpion's words and his anger became even more intense, but she still held back her anger and continued to ask Scorpion, where is the body of the third generation of Lord Feng Ying? The village is now suffering from war. As an important combat force in the village, you are now taking the bodies of the 3 generations of Lord Feng Ying back to the village. I will plead for you to the elders and make you guilty and meritorious. With your strength, as long as the village helps the village repel Yunyan's attack, the elders will definitely pardon you. Although Scorpion is young, as the genius puppet master of Share Hidden Village, his strength is unquestionable. He even made the name of Scorpion of Red Sand a few years ago. If he hadn't been too young, he might be a stronger competitor than Luosha in the competition for the next Feng Ying. Now it is confirmed that the third generation of Feng Ying is dead. If the Scorpion can be brought back, it will also add a powerful force to the village. Especially as the murderer who killed the third generation of Feng Ying, Scorpion could no longer become a candidate for the fourth generation of Feng Ying. This is also the biggest reason why Yaang Hui Ninja angrily persuaded Scorpion to go back to the village with her. Go back to the village? Haha. When Scorpion heard Yaang's words, he sneered disdainfully and said, I will not go back. As for the corpse of the third generation of Feng Ying, I have been made into a puppet. Moreover, I am quite interested in you. The trash magnetic escape of Chok Rabbi, the third generation of Feng Ying, is even more special. If you are also made into a puppet, it should be a good collectible. You bastard! Yaang was finally completely angry by Scorpion's words, and the anger in her chest could no longer be suppressed. She directly opened her strength and quickly formed seals with her hands. The chakra whizzing out of her body condensed into 4 or 5 chakra balls as red as burning flames around her body, and then waved them at Scorpion. Go to die, you traitor! Several hot chakra balls roared towards the Scorpion like meteors, but they were all dodged by the Scorpion. Then the thumb and index finger of his right hand were twitched, and the invisible chakra line instantly controlled the 2 puppets in the distance and attacked behind Yaang. Yaang lowered his body sideways and avoided the attack of 2 puppets. Then she supported the ground with her palm, and a Scorpion on her right leg set her position, kicked one of the puppets away with one kick, and then closed her hands. The 5 burning escape chakra balls that were previously avoided by the Scorpion immediately turned back in the air and attacked the Scorpion again at a faster speed. At this time, the Scorpion had not transformed itself into a puppet, but was still a flesh and blood body, so he was very afraid of Yaang's burning escape. He grabbed his right hand with 5 fingers and then pulled it back. The next moment, the 5 puppets in the distance immediately returned to the Scorpion and blocked him like a shield. Bang! 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 Yaang's burning escape chakra ball bombarded the puppet in front of the Scorpion, and the hot chakra exploded in the puppet like flames, instantly shattering all the puppets. However, at this time, Yaang's face suddenly changed, and then quickly crossed his arms, and the chakra in his body released without reservation, blocking him. Swish! 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 It was at this moment that a spike of spikes condensed from black gravel roared towards Yaang like raindrops. Yaang's body flew backwards under the sudden attack of these black spikes. Asshole! After Yaang blocked the fierce attack, many scars of varying degrees appeared on his body, but she didn't care about these injuries at all, but stared at the Scorpion with an angry look. To be precise, she stared at the human-shaped puppet that suddenly appeared beside the Scorpion. At this time, beside the Scorpion, a human-shaped puppet floated on his left, and the puppet was surrounded by a stream of black gravel. The fierce attack of black spikes just now was condensed by the black gravel. Yaang stared at the human-shaped puppet floating beside Scorpion and shouted angrily, "Scorpion, you bastard, you really turned the third generation of Lord Fengying into a puppet." Even though I have heard that Scorpion can make the ninja body into a human puppet that can retain its mortality, when I saw it, Yaang couldn't help but feel surprised. That's right. The human-shaped puppet floating beside the Scorpion at this time was the third generation of Fengying who had missed not long ago, and the black gravel surrounding the third generation of Fengying puppet was the iron sand condensed by its unique secret technique magnetic escape ninjutsu. Ah, I probably have already said this. The Scorpion raised his hand, and the third generation of Fengying puppet also moved. Next, you will also become a part of my collection. As soon as the Scorpion finished speaking, the iron sand around the third generation of Fengying puppet roared towards Yaang like a dark cloud. Chapter 35, Cooperation with Scorpion. Iron Sand Rains. The black iron sand shot towards Yaang like a sudden rain. This time, Yaang had no defense, and quickly formed seals with both hands, releasing ninjutsu, water escape shui long bullet technique. The water vapor in the air quickly gathered, condensed into a water dragon, hovering up with the stormy water flow, blocking all the iron sand like a sudden rain. At this time, Yakura's handprints changed, and the chakra in his body also changed its attributes instantly, and released another fire escape ninjutsu. Fire escape fire dragon bombing technique. The whistling flames gushed out from Yaang's mouth, like a dragon of flames rushing towards the iron sand that was wet by the water escape ninjutsu but had not yet fallen. Boom! The hot fire dragon collided with the wet iron sand, and the water vapor formed exploded directly, lifting all the iron sand in the sky away. Yaang himself took this opportunity to quickly condense 3 burning escape chakra balls and attacked directly at Scorpion himself. Scorpion's eyes narrowed, and then he pulled his hands and recalled the third generation of Fengying puppets, fighting with Yaang. Awesome! Even if there is no Bao escape, Yaang should be considered the best among the supreme ninjas. Shen Zhaoxiu praised Yaang's strength, then turned to look at the Purgatory beside him and asked, "Senior Purgatory, can you block Yaang?" "Can." Purgatory nodded affirmatively, although his expression had not changed, his eyes were full of confidence. Obviously, even after seeing Yaang's burning escape ninjutsu, Purgatory is still very confident in his strength. Seeing the confident gaze of Purgatory, Shen Zhaoxiu nodded with a smile and said, "Then please help me stop her. I need to chat with Scorpion." Purgatory nodded and asked, "Do you need me to take action now?" Shen Zhaoxiu nodded and said, "Please trouble me, the reward for taking action this time is calculated separately." Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Purgatory's serious face, then he flashed and rushed directly towards Scorpion and Yaang, while quickly forming seals with both hands to release the ninjutsu. Crystal Exit Kuijing Mirror. A red crystal mirror suddenly appeared between the fierce fighting Scorpion and Yaang, forcibly separated the two. The sudden scene made Scorpion and Yaang immediately stop fighting, and at the same time, they looked at the sudden appearance of Purgatory and shouted in unison, "Who is it?" Although Scorpion and Yaang had never seen Purgatory, the crystal escape just now made the two probably realize the strength of Purgatory and were a master who was difficult to deal with. So when they didn't know the purpose of Purgatory, neither of them did anything rashly. Purgatory didn't say anything, but just stared at Yaang, and then the voice of Kanzeo came from behind Purgatory. "Sorry, I disturbed the battle between the two." Shenzheoxiu brought Tianzu to Purgatory, first glanced at Yaang, and then said to Purgatory, "Senior Purgatory, I'm in trouble." Purgatory didn't say anything, just nodded, then moved his body and rushed towards Yaang. Crystal Escape Kuijing Knife. Purgatory hand sealed seal, crystal escape chakra quickly condensed into a red blade on his hands and arms, slashing at Yaang with one knife. Yaang took out a kunao. blocked the crystal blade of purgatory, then glared at him, and asked, "Bastard, who are you?" Of course, purgatory would not answer Yaang's question, but his arm was shocked and forced her back, and then the crystal blade in his hands quickly slashed out, forcing Yaang to retreat repeatedly with a fierce attack. Kanshusha glanced at Purgatory and Yakura, who were gradually fighting away, smiled slightly, then looked at Scorpion, and said, "For the first time I met Ichigo Kurosaki, Mr. Scorpion, let's talk." Kurosaki Ichigo. After hearing the name, Scorpion narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "The manager of the food chain restaurant in the Country of Fire, Ichigo Kurosaki." Scorpion was once a senior executive of Sand Village, so he naturally heard of the name Kurosaki Ichigo. He knew that this was the name of the manager of the food chain restaurant in the Kingdom of Fire, but he couldn't figure out why Kurosaki Ichigo came to the Kingdom of Wind, and why did he come to him. "I didn't expect that Mr. Scorpion had heard of my name too. It's such a great honor." Shenseoxia's smile remained unabated, and he glanced at the puppet of the 3 generations of Feng Ying beside Scorpion without any trace, and then said, "I have heard of Mr. Scorpion's name for a long time, and I am very interested in Mr. Scorpion's human puppet, but it was a bit troublesome to get to know Mr. Scorpion before. This time I heard that Mr. Scorpion left Shahim village, so I rushed over immediately, just to see you, Mr. Scorpion." Shenseoxia's words are not entirely lying, because the Scorpion's human puppet is also a means to obtain the blood resistance boundary chakra. As for recruiting scorpions, Shenseoxia had no such idea at all, because compared to Kaoru, Scorpion, who can even become a puppet, is too dangerous. At present, the most important thing for Shenseoxia is to fool the Scorpion and get the magnetic escape chakra of the 3rd generation of Feng Ying. "Oh, interested in my human puppet?" When Scorpion heard the words of Kanzeojiu, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes and said, "A rich man like you will be interested in the matter of ninjas. This is really interesting." Shen Zhaoxiu keenly captured the murderous intent flashing in Scorpion's eyes, and couldn't help but feel tight. On the surface, he said with great calmness, "I heard that the human puppet made by Mr. Scorpion can retain the chakra characteristics of the person who was made into a puppet before his life. And it is this one that I am interested in. Although Scorpion is not old now, he will naturally not be stupid if he can be called a genius." After hearing Shenseoxia's words, he immediately guessed Shenseoxia's intention and said, "I am interested in the chakra characteristics retained by the puppet. Do you want to collect chakra?" "That's right." Shenseoxia was not surprised that Scorpion could guess his purpose and said directly, "For some reason, some special chakras are being collected, but it is not easy to get these chakras from those arrogant ninjas. The human puppet made by Mr. Scorpio can perfectly solve this problem, so I want to cooperate with Mr. Scorpio. I wonder if Mr. Scorpio is interested? Work with me to hunt those ninjas with special chakras." Scorpion quickly understood the meaning of Shenseoxiu, and was still thinking in his heart that he was now a rebel ninja in Cheyenne village. He was not afraid of being chased, but his identity as a rebel ninja will definitely bring a lot of trouble to his future research. If he could cooperate with the rich man in the fire country in front of him, he would save a lot of trouble. Even if you can find an opportunity to control the person in front of you, use his financial resources and influence in the Kingdom of Fire, you may be able to get some more rare materials for making human puppets. Thinking of this, Scorpion looked at Shenseoxiu and nodded, "Okay, I'll work with you." Chapter 36, Magnetic Escape Chakra. "Okay, I'll work with you." Scorpion looked at Shenseoxiu, remained silent for a while without expression, and then nodded. "Haha, it would be better if Mr. Scorpion could agree to cooperate." Shenseoxiu laughed loudly, then looked at the 3 generations of Wind Shadow puppet beside him, and said, "The puppet beside Mr. Scorpion must be the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow from Share Hidden Village, right? I wonder if Mr. Scorpion can let me collect some chakra on this puppet." Of course, I won't take Mr. Scorpion's things in vain. I will pay 50 million taels as a collection the rewards of the third generation of Feng Ying Chakra. 50 million taels. When Scorpion heard the words of Shen Zheoxiu, a hint of surprise finally appeared on his expressionless poker face. As a puppet master and an unconventional puppet master, the role of money is much more important to scorpions than other ninjas, because the materials for making puppets are all very precious and valuable except for the human body. Especially after he betrayed the Share Hidden Village, Scorpion felt more and more importantly, and when he was in Share Hidden Village, he would have someone to help him collect various materials, and it didn't even cost much. Even if he spent money, his grandmother Cho would help him pay. But after becoming a rebel ninja, all these conveniences were gone. The reason why he encountered Dai Kang's team this time was because he used up all his front and didn't even have the money to buy poison materials on the black market, so he ventured back to Shehin village and wanted to take away many of the materials he had left in Shehin village. Now that Scorpion heard Shen Zheoxiu speak for 50 million taels. When he was in Shehin village, he might not have been able to earn so much after doing a year of tasks. Now he only needs to pay a part of the chakra on his puppet, so Scorpion agreed without thinking. However, although Scorpion agreed to the transaction of Shen Zheoxiu, he did not ask for money. I can give you 3 generations of Feng Ying's chakra, but I don't need your money. I want you to help me meet a research institute in the Kingdom of Fire. Scorpion said. No problem. Without thinking, Shen Zhaoxiu directly agreed to the Scorpion's request, and then asked the Tianzu to take out the chakra storage scroll he carried with him, spread it in front of the Scorpion, activate the magic on the scroll, and said, Mr. Scorpion only needs to let the 3 generations of Feng Ying puppets inject chakra into this scroll. A schema that can store chakra. Scorpion took a look at the technique on the scroll with some surprise, and then controlled the 3rd generation of Feng Ying puppet to inject chakra into the technique on the scroll with its palms. Although the 3rd generation of Feng Ying was made into a puppet, most of the core of the body was still physical, so chakra could still be refined, but it required the control of a scorpion. In order to facilitate control and combat, a large number of chakra had been accumulated in the puppets of Feng Ying. When Scorpion controlled the 3rd generation of Wind Shadow puppets to inject chakra into the scroll, his eyes were always focused on the battle between Yekara and Purgatory not far away. From Scorpion's gaze, Kanzeo saw the desire, which was a puppet master's desire for high-quality materials. Soon after, Scorpion withdrew his gaze and looked at Shen Zheoxiu. However, before he could speak, Shen Zheoxiu took the lead and said, Mr. Scorpion, I don't mind helping you join forces to catch Yaang, but as far as I know, she should be carrying an important task related to the survival of Share Hidden Village at this time. Are you really sure you want to kill her here? Is it important task related to the survival of the Sand Village? When Scorpion heard the words of Shen Zheoxiu, he looked at Yaang again, and then said coldly, no matter how garbage Shein Village is, it is still the place where I was born. Even if I want to destroy it, I can only do it myself. Shen Zheoxiu understood, and Scorpio's implicit meaning was that he would not attack Yaang again. Half an hour later, the chakra among the 3 generations of Feng Ying puppets was exhausted, and then Scorpion and Shen Zheoxiu agreed on the time and place of the next meeting, and left directly. Before leaving, Scorpion seemed to kill the ninjas of Yaang's team to prove what he said. As for whether the chakra transaction will go back on its promise this time, Scorpion is not worried at all. If Kanzeo broke his promise, he would just give him a reason to assassinate or take the opportunity to manipulate Kurosaki Ichigo. Even if he failed, he would just give some chakra on the puppet. Kanzeo's side might be the nightmare of being guarded against him for a long time. Magnetic escape chakra, it was so simple that I got it. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the scroll in his hand, then looked at the direction of the Scorpion leaving, and couldn't help but chuckled, then handed the scroll in his hand to the Tianzhou beside him, and turned his eyes to Purgatory and Yaang who were still fighting not far away. Senior Purgatory, it's okay. Shen Zhaoxiu shouted loudly at the purgatory that was fighting with Yaang. When purgatory heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he forced Yakura to retreat with a ninjutsu, and then retreated to Shen Zhaoxiu's side. Asshole! Yaang knew that Scorpion had left, so she was full of anger on Shen Zhaoxiu and others, and she chased after her with an angry look on her face. Etc. Shen Zhaoxiu shouted at Yaang who was chasing him, and said, "Old Yaang, you should have more important things to do, right? Is it really okay to continue to waste time with us here? You who have picked up the goods and have the strength of senior purgatory, should understand that it is impossible for you to keep us alone." When Yaang heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he stopped the movement in his hand, then glared at Shen Zhaoxiu and asked coldly, "Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Share Hidden Village?" Yaang knew that what Shen Zhaoxiu was saying was the fact, and he didn't say that Shen Zhaoxiu had not taken action yet in the heavenly prison. She was not sure to defeat the other party in purgatory alone, because her burning escape did not work at all on purgatory's crystal escape and was even a little restrained. If it weren't for the purpose of purgatory just now, if it weren't for the purpose of purgatory to entangle her and really put all her strength into the fight, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. But Scorpion escaped under her nose, and members of her own team were killed because Shen Zhaoxiu let the purgatory pester her, so Yaang was destined not to give Shen Zhaoxiu a good look. When Shen Zhaoxiu heard Yaang's words, he knew that she had compromised, so he smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have no malicious intentions towards you, even Share Hidden Village. Even if you are willing, you may be able to cooperate next." Impossible. Yaang directly rejected Shen Zhaoxiu's statement and said coldly, "I will never cooperate with people of unknown origin. The origin is unknown." When Kanju heard Yakura's words, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Speaking of this, I have not introduced myself yet. Ichigo Shimokakizaki is the manager of the Fire Country food chain restaurant. Although I have never met, Yaang should have heard of my name." Chapter 37, The Origin of the Hero's Title. Food Restaurant Chain, Kurosaki Ichigo. After Yakura heard the name Kurosaki Ichigo, the anger on his face immediately turned into surprise, and then looked at Kazusa with complicated eyes. Although the food restaurant chain and high-end leisure club are only open in the territory of the Fire Kingdom, their popularity and influence have extended to the entire ninja world, because these two industries now represent not only the industry itself, but a large number of jobs, high taxes, and countless well-paid tasks. There is no country outside the Kingdom of Fire, which does not want the branches of these two industries to open to them, and the Kingdom of Wind is the same. About 2 years ago, the Wind Kingdom specially sent an envoy to invite a food chain restaurant and a high-end leisure club to open a branch in the Wind Kingdom, but they didn't even see their boss. The ninja who escorted the Wind Kingdom that time was Yakura himself. Yaang still remembers the enthusiasm of the envoy when he invited the restaurant manager of the food chain. Even if he didn't see anyone in the end, his attitude did not change at all. Moreover, he heard that the Wind Kingdom sent several more envoys to him later, but they all returned disappointed. Yaang doesn't catch a cold much about high-end entertainment clubs, but she still remembers the delicious dishes in the food chain restaurants, especially those exquisite after-meal desserts. Just thinking about it makes the moisture in her mouth involuntarily secrete. After tasting the dishes and desserts of the food chain restaurant for the first time, Yakura has been obsessed with that kind of delicacy. She has always had a little secret, that is, every time she finishes some dangerous tasks, she will sneak into the territory of the Fire Country as soon as she gets the reward, and then find a boutique restaurant in the food chain restaurant to taste a large table of delicious dishes and desserts. One time she went to the Fire Country to perform a mission alone. After the mission was completed, she passed by a boutique restaurant in a food chain, and couldn't control her feet and walked in because she was too greedy. As a result, she met the Yanin from Konoha village, and was recognized by the other party and then started fighting. Later, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, was even attracted, and almost couldn't go back. What Yaang did not expect was that she dragged her seriously injured body back to the village. After the people in the village learned that she was able to come back alive after encountering Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas. Even after completing the task perfectly, she was regarded as a hero by the village. Of course, Yaang was embarrassed to say that she encountered Jiraiya because she couldn't help but talk after completing the task. Moreover, she was able to return to Daosha Hidden Village alive because Jiraiya had other tasks at that time. In short, she didn't control her mouth so much that she became the hero of Shahidden Village. Since then, Yaang became much more careful when he secretly went to the country of fire to taste the food, and the number of times he gritted his teeth and reduced by 1/10. So, God knows how much she hopes that the food chain restaurant can open its branches to the country of wind or even the sand village. Now, the manager of the food chain restaurant actually appeared in front of him. So after learning about Shenseoxiu's identity, Yaang's first idea was to capture him back and then let him open the branch of the food chain restaurant to the kingdom of Fengzi, and it would be best to open it directly to her house. Yaang also told herself that her idea was just to generate income for the Fengshiguo and the village, and it was definitely not for the new dishes and desserts launched by the food chain restaurants every month. However, after looking at the purgatory standing beside Shenseoxiu, reason told Yaang that he could not do it. Hey! Yaang stared at the reluctant Kanjoshiu for a while, then took a deep breath and asked, I don't know what happened to the Fengzi kingdom of Kurosaki. Shenseoxiu felt that Yaang seemed to be in front of him just now, but after hearing Yaang's question, he didn't care and replied, I came to Fengshiguo, of course, to investigate the market and seek cooperation. To be honest, not long ago, I had a little small friction with a senior executive of Konoha, although this friction was not enough. It made me get along with Konoha, but it made me feel a little crisis. So just in case, I won't be treated as a leak by Konoha, I decided to find a way out for myself. Yaang didn't understand the meaning of the words in the latter sentence of Kanzeoxiu, but he understood his previous words, and immediately showed an excitement in his eyes, saying, Are you saying that the food chain restaurant is coming to Fengshiguo to open a branch? Forward. Shenseoxiu looked at Yaang speechlessly, feeling that this woman seemed not very smart. Is the focus of his words just now opening a branch? The focus of his words just now is clearly seeking cooperation, okay? Doesn't this woman understand that the key point of his reminder that there was a small friction with Konoha village? Shenseoxiu didn't know if this woman was pretending to be stupid, so he said directly, That's right, I did plan to open the branch of the food chain restaurant to the Kingdom of Wind, and I even planned to shift the focus of the food chain restaurant from the Kingdom of Fire. And this time I came to Fengshiguo to check whether it is suitable for opening branches of food chain restaurants and your country's attitude towards opening a food chain restaurant in Fengshiguo. Manner. Yaang looked at Kanshusha calmly and replied, Of course we welcome the food chain restaurants to Fengshiguo and Shainkan to open branches. Do you want me to take you to see Daming? Yaang has now completely forgotten his previous anger, and his name to Shen Zhaoxiu has changed from bastard to you. As for what Scorpion and the third generation Feng Ying have forgotten all of them. Her mind is full of food chain restaurants coming to Fengshiguo to open a branch and those exquisite and delicious dishes and desserts. Certainly. Shen Zhaoxiu nodded and asked tentatively, but Miss Yaang seems to be still in the mission. Now I will take us to see Daming. Wouldn't it delay your mission? Task. After hearing the words of Shenseoxiu, Yaang remembered that he was still carrying out a mission, but it was an important task related to the survival of Hidden Village, but... Yaang looked at Shenseoxiu and thought that it was because he didn't have time to take this person to see Daming and was sure of opening a branch. This matter wouldn't be so bad, right? Thinking of this, the expression on Yaang's face gradually became entangled. If Shen Zhaoxiu knew what Yaang was thinking at this time and knew that the status of food in this woman's heart was so important that it was comparable to the survival of Hidden Village, he would definitely change his strategy immediately and give the woman a lifelong free card and even open a branch for her to go to Shea Hidden Village. Then, let alone chakra, she won't give her what she wants? That still requires such roundabout temptations as it is now. Chapter 38, Sudden Ambition. Well, I do have a task to do. Otherwise, I will take you to Cheyenne village to meet the elders in the village first, and then let them take you to meet Daming. Yaang asked tentatively. When Shenseoxiu heard Yakang's words, he pretended to be entangled, and then shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. I'm here to travel secretly this time, and I don't want too many people to know about it. To put it bluntly, I can agree to Yaang because I have the power to stop you. In addition, as a hero of the Sand Hidden Village, you are qualified to introduce you to the Daming of the Kingdom of Wind. But after going to Cheyenne village, I won't talk about whether I can see the name of Feng's Higuo. I'm afraid it's a question whether I can come out of Cheyenne village again in the future. Generally speaking, the ninja village cannot control things like opening branches in Feng's Higuo in the food chain restaurant, and it is not qualified to control them. Only the daimyo of Feng's Higuo is qualified to agree or reject it. Therefore, it is not important that the senior management of Shenseoxiu cannot see the Shahidun village. Besides, a country's name cannot be seen just by wanting to see it. Even if the manager of a food chain restaurant wants to see the name of the country of Fengzi, someone needs to recommend it. Otherwise, you can only remind you to send a message to you. After you get a reply, you can confirm the meeting. Not to mention that Shenseoxiu's final worry is also very likely. After all, if a person of his identity goes to Cheyenne village quietly, if the elders in the village have a sudden idea, tie the person directly, and then blackmail it, it is not impossible. No, Yaang could even imagine that if Shen Zhao Ziuchen went to Cheyenne village with him, the elders in the village would definitely do this, and even try to control him in various ways, and then completely turn the food chain restaurant into the industry of Cheyenne village. So Shenseoxiu refused to go to Cheyenne for proposal, and Yaang understood it very well, but it was precisely because of this that she was so entangled. Otherwise, let it go this time. Shenseoxiu looked at Yaang with a tangled face and suddenly said, Your Yaang still has a task to do, and I will also go to the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth to inspect. As for the matter of seeing Daming of the Kingdom of Wind, I will send someone to officially send a visit to you after I go back, so I won't bother you. After Shenseoxiu finished speaking, he stared at Yakang's reaction secretly. He just said that he was ruling, but in fact he was threatening, telling Yaang that he had other choices besides Fengzi country. If this woman understood it after the meaning of her words, she will definitely be anxious. At that time, she will make a request with the flow, and she will not be afraid that she will not agree. No, you can't go to the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Land. Sure enough, Yaang was really anxious after hearing the words of Shenseoxiu. What Yaang thought was that he must not go to the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth to inspect, otherwise if he found that the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Earth was more suitable for opening branches, he would definitely not open the branch to the Kingdom of Wind. In that case, if he wanted to eat the food from the food chain restaurant in the future, he would have to go abroad secretly. This is absolutely not possible. Yaang looked at Kanzeojiu and said anxiously, You wait for me here for a week. It only takes 1 week for me to complete the task, and then I will take you to see Daming, okay? This. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Yaang, who was anxious and felt that this woman was really good at acting. Her whereabouts had been exposed. She also made such a request. She waited for her for a week. In the end, she was afraid that it was not the ninja troops that came to capture him. However, Shenseoxiu did not expose Yakang's thoughts, but still shook his head firmly and said, Sorry, Lord Yaang, I can't take risks. When Yaang heard Shenseoxiu's words, he realized how stupid his proposal was, but she still didn't want to give up and asked Shenseoxiu, Then, it's impossible to ask you not to go to the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Land for investigation. As a report, Yaang said, suddenly paused for a moment with a tangled look on his face, and then gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to know that as long as I complete my current mission, I may become the next Feng Ying in Cheyenne village. As long as you agree to my request, after I become Feng Ying, I will give you the greatest convenience. In order to be able to eat delicious food every day in the future, Yaang really made a sacrifice. However, Yaang's words were a different meaning to Shen Zhaoxiu. To Shen Zhaoxiu, Yaang told himself that she was competing for the fourth generation of Feng Ying, which was obviously implying that as long as she supported her to become Feng Ying, she would open the food chain restaurant chain to Feng Ming in the future, and she would be the backing of the food chain restaurant. I've talked for a long time and it turns out that I'm waiting for me here. After Shen Zhaoxiu understood what Yaang said, his eyes became solemn when he looked at her, and he said in his heart, I underestimate this woman. She was really pretending to be stupid just now, but this kind of operation seems to be not impossible. After thinking that he had understood Yaang's meaning, he thought for a while, and then said, since Yaang is so convinced, there is really no reason to refuse again. However, since you have already said this to this point, we might as well cooperate more thoroughly. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Yaang with a serious face and said in a deep voice, I can be assured of you here now. The next step is to open the branch of the food chain restaurant to the kingdom of Fengzi. And I will tell your country's daimyo that the biggest reason why I chose to open the branch in the kingdom of Fengzi was because of the support of your excellency Yaang. In this way, it will definitely provide considerable assistance to your excellency Yaang for the fourth generation of Feng Ying. In addition, if your excellency Yakura's mission this time is related to the kingdom of fire, you can also provide some help to help you better complete the task of competing for the wind shadow. Well, the last sentence is the point. If Yaang's mission this time is really as he guessed me, and the target is Konoha village, then she will not be able to refuse her help, and she will be able to go with the flow and take her down. Hey! Yaang was a little confused when he heard a series of assumptions from Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly gave. He just promised that he would give some convenience after becoming Feng Ying, and didn't even say what kind of convenience it was. Why did he agree directly and say that he would help him take Feng Ying's seat? Is there something wrong? However, Yaang thought about it carefully and felt that if he could really get the support of the man in front of him, the fourth generation Feng Ying's seat would really be within reach. More importantly, if I agree to cooperate with this man, in addition to being able to get the next Feng Ying position, I can also allow the food chain restaurant to be opened to my doorstep. This kind of thing. Yaang's mind is stupid, he will not refuse. Chapter 39, Getting Yaang. My next mission is indeed related to the Kingdom of Fire. Under the temptation of food and power, Yakura finally told his mission goals to Kazekage. Disposed as a ninja from the Land of Land, attacking Konoha village from the border of the Land of Thunder, this operation. After hearing Yaang's words, Shen Zhaoxiu was also surprised. He thought that Shimura just wanted to provoke a conflict between Thunder Country and Konoha, but he didn't expect that he would also plot against the Land Country. Sure enough, this woman is not as simple as it seems. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Yaang, muttered in his heart, and said, So, does your excellency Yaang have a target that has been determined? No. Yakura shook his head and said, Elder Cho asked me to act according to the opportunity, but the most fortunately, he was able to kill one or two important figures in Konoha village. Are the important figures in Konoha village? After listening to Yaang's words, Kazekage pondered for a while, and then suggested, if you take Shimura Danzo, the elder of Konoha village, as the goal of this mission, is it important enough? Shimura Danzo. Yaang heard the words of Kamikaze, looked at him in surprise and said, of course, it's just that it's not easier to kill Shimura Danzo than assassinating Naruto, and. Yaang said, glanced at the team members who were killed by Scorpion and said, I don't say that I only have one person now, even if there is a brigade, it's impossible to complete such a task. That's not sure. Shen Xiaoxiu smiled slightly and said, if you can't complete this kind of task only by relying on your own, of course you can't complete this kind of task, but if you are helping, it's not certain. Can you help me? Yaang heard the words of Shen Xiaoxiu, his eyes lit up and said, what do you need me to do? Shen Xiaoxiu looked at Yaang, was silent for a while, and said, I need your excellency Yaang's chakra, and the more the amount, the better. My chakra. Yaang heard the request of Shen Xiaoxiu, and nodded without thinking and said, no problem. If you can kill Shimura Danzo, you can do as much as your chakra. Get it done. When Shen Xiaoxiu heard Yaang's reply, he couldn't help but feel happy, and then began to think about whether to directly release this woman's dove after getting the burning escape chakra, or do you really do a fake show to cooperate with her? Or maybe after waiting for the slightest return, kill her directly? Shen Xiaoxiu thought about it and felt that although it was easy to put the dove of this woman or kill her directly, if he could really help her to Feng Ying's position, it might not necessarily bring unexpected gains in the future. After all, this woman really has the strength and possibility to compete for Feng Ying. In the original plot, Yaang was sent to Wu Hidden Village because he threatened Luo Sha Feng Ying's position. However, at that time, Luo Sha had already become Feng Ying, and now, the competition between the two has not yet decided. If Yaang had his help, the chance of becoming the next generation of Feng Ying would definitely surpass Luo Sha. Or else, try it. Shen Xiaoxiu thought about this and decided to give it a try. Anyway, failure would have no effect on him. However, if he really wants to make a fake show and cooperate with Yaang, then the plan to help Yaang kill Danzo must also be real. In this way, he has to plan well. Kan Zhaozhu, who had just been plotted against by him, had no burden at all for killing Danzo Shimura, but as Yakura just said, with Danzo's status in Konoha village, it is no easier to kill him than assassinate Naruto. I wonder if Danzo at this time had stretched out his claws to the Uchiha clan. Shin Xiaoxiu suddenly remembered that he had asked Jinkui to contact the Uchiha clan and wanted to meet the Uchiha clan privately to see if it was possible to instigate the Uchiha clan and split Konoha in order to retaliate against Danzo's plot against him. But if Danzo had already attacked the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan at this time, he might be able to use the power of the Uchiha clan to kill Danzo. Once he succeeded, he would kill 3 birds with 1 stone, and he would not lose much if he failed. The more Shen Xiaoxiu thought about it, the more feasible it was, and then a plan to kill people with a knife quickly took shape in his mind. That's it. After the plan in his mind was formed, Shen Xiaoxiu immediately made a decision. As for whether Danzo attacked the Uchiha clan at this time, it no longer mattered. When Shen Xiaoxiu made the decision, he happened to go to Shihengziu alone to seek Yitail Shunye Chakra's horn, also chased after Si Ming's secret code. Who? When Yaang saw the approaching Koto quickly, he immediately turned on his alert. The burning escape chakra also instantly gathered in his hands, preparing to attack Koto. Shooting! Kaoru felt the burning escape chakra in Yakura's hand, and immediately stopped, looked at her in surprise, and his hands also made an attacking posture. Don't do it! Shen Xiaoxiu stopped the two of them and said, it's all his own people. When Kaoru heard the words of Shen Xiaoxiu, he immediately put down his hands, looked at Yaang unexpectedly, then looked at Shen Xiaoxiu and said, sorry, sir, I've failed. It doesn't matter. Shen Xiaoxiu shook his head and asked, are there any pursuers? No. Jiaodu shook his head affirmatively. That's good. When Shen Xiaoxiu heard this, he nodded and said nothing, and even asked about the experience of Jiaoduo in Shahim village. But when he saw that Kaodu was covered in dust, he knew that this guy was probably not successful. However, he didn't have much hope for Kaodu's operation this time. If Shahi, who is a war weapon in Shahi village, was easily caught by someone, then Shahi village wouldn't have to continue to hang out among the 5 major ninja villages. Go down. Kaoru himself didn't care much about this result. Maybe he expected this time to fail, but Yaang's appearance made him very curious. As a ninja who has been lying in the underground black market for many years, Kakuma is very familiar with celebrities in major ninja villages. So when he felt the burning escape of chakra in Yekura's hands, he immediately realized Yekura's identity. But he couldn't understand why this female ninja called the hero in the sand village suddenly became his own person. If you remember correctly, the employer, Yaang, is the name of his employer, this time. Shen Zhaoxiu also saw Kaoru's puzzled gaze, but he didn't explain anything. He just picked up Si Ming, who had come to his feet at some point, and said lightly, "Let's go, our country of fire." Speaking of which, after Si Ming found that he could be held in the arms of the rabbit trolley, he rarely changed back to the human form after he found that he could be held in the arms of Shen Zhaoxiu. Of course, Shen Zhaoxiu also noticed Si Ming's little thoughts, but he didn't point it out. After all, Si Ming, in the form of a rabbit trouser, felt quite comfortable to masturbate. Chapter 40, The Transformation of Koto, Seeking Reading. 3 days later, Shen Zhaoxiu, Yaang, and others came to the junction of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Fire. During this period, the useless scroll on Kakudo's body was filled with his burning escape chakra by Yakuang, and he did not pay any reward except for his verbal promise. In this regard, Shen Zhaoxiu can only say that it's so good to have sex for free. Master Kurosaki, can you tell me now, what is your plan? After arriving at the border of the Kingdom of Fire, Yekura couldn't wait to ask Shen Zhaoxiu. Along the way, Yaang kept asking about the plan of Kanzeojiu to assassinate Shimura Danzo, but Kanzeojiu kept hanging her and didn't say anything, just told her that she would tell him the plan when she arrived at the Fire Kingdom. Now that they finally arrived at the border of the Kingdom of Fire, Yaang could no longer help but ask again. Although Yaang is like this, she is also ambitious, otherwise she would not compete with Luo Sha for the position of the 4th generation of Fengying. This mission is directly related to the key to the competition between the two. So after Yaang came back to his senses, he became more concerned about this mission. Don't worry. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Yaang with an impatient face and smiled. It is not difficult to assassinate Shimura Danzo, but if you want to blame his death for the Daolei Kingdom, you must have a strict plan. Also, please rest assured, Mr. Yaang, even if I failed to kill Shimura Danzang this time, I will guarantee you that the location of the 4th generation Fengying is the one you. Oh well. Although Shen Zhaoxiu still didn't say what specific plan he had, his promise just now reduced Yaang's impatience and asked, "Then what are you doing in your plan?" "Of course there is." Kanzeojiu nodded, pondered for a while, and decided to reveal some of the plans for Yaang to know, and then said, "I need to see the patriarch of the Uchiha clan first. If it goes well, this time, maybe I can use the power of the Uchiha clan to kill Shimura Danzo. However, at that time, you may be troubled by the final part. The Uchiha clan." Yaang's eyes lit up when he heard the words of Kanzeojiu, and he said, "No problem, I brought a secret weapon this time. As long as I can kill Danzo, I can make him look like he was killed by the ninjas of Iwa Hidden Village." "That's right, just look. At this moment when the war is about to break out, it only takes a little excuse to make a war break out between the two villages. This is the best, so let me leave the assassination of Shimura Danzo. Before that, please wait here." Shen Zhaoxiu did not ask Yaang what his secret weapon was, but just smiled and nodded, then took out a black and a golden card and handed it to Yaang, saying, "This is the Supreme VIP card of the high-end entertainment club and the Super VIP card of the food chain restaurant. With these 2 cards, Lord Yaang can get the best service in these 2 places, and it is completely free." When Yaang heard the words of Kamikaze, he immediately looked at the 2 cards he handed over with burning eyes, and then snatched them over like lightning, looking in surprise. As a loyal fan of the food chain restaurant, Yaang naturally cannot not know the highest level super VIP card of the food chain restaurant. She even dreamed of having such a card. But unfortunately, the super VIP card of the food chain restaurant is not available for sale, and even if it is available for sale, Yaang probably can't afford it. You should know that even if it is just an ordinary food chain restaurant VIP card, it requires a recharge of 100 million taels to own it. The legendary cards like Super VIP are no longer available with money. It is said that the food chain restaurants of this level have only issued less than 10 cards. In the entire Wind Kingdom, only the Daming of Wind Kingdom has a Super VIP card, and there is not even the Wind Shehin village, let alone Yaang. The same goes for the Supreme VIP card in high-end entertainment clubs. Yaang didn't expect that she would have such treatment now. Even the moment she got these two cards, she thought that as long as she has the Super VIP of the food chain restaurant, it doesn't matter even if the task fails. On the side, Jiao looked at Yaang, who was playing with the card in his hand with excitement. He looked envious in his eyes, and even wanted to find an opportunity to grab the two cards from Yaang's hand. Jiao didn't care about the services these two cards could bring, but he knew the value of these two cards. If he could get it and was sold in a transfer, each card could bring him at least 1 billion taels of income. However, Kaoru is also very clear that if he takes action now, not to mention whether he can grab two cards from Yaang, at least the employment relationship between him and Kazekage will definitely end and even turn into hostility. Jiao was not afraid of being a rival to Shenzhou Cultivation, but he did not want to lose such a high-quality employer, so he temporarily gave up his plan to rob Yaang. It's just 1 billion. As long as he can maintain a cooperative relationship with Shenzhou, he will catch more ninjas in the future. Not to mention that even if he does nothing, he will earn 10 million yuan a month. Kazekage glanced at Koto, who was staring at Yaang. Seeing that he actually refused to take action, he couldn't help but smile. This guy's thinking has begun to gradually become his shape. After saying goodbye to Yaang, Shenzhou arranged the Kaido Tianzi to a high-end entertainment club, and then returned to his original appearance and took Si Ming back to Daming Mansion. The Kingdom of Fire, Daming Palace. After Shenzhou came back, Ming Tang regained his appearance and knelt in front of him on one knee, reporting on what happened in Daming Mansion during his departure. The day after you left, Konoha village sent someone to meet Daming. After Uchiha's patriarch Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Achiha clan, came to the capital 3 days ago. Kazekage listened to the Akito report, without any accident. Konoha village indeed sent someone to find his daimyo father to explain the accident that happened at the number 4 stronghold not long ago, but Konoha village's attitude was different from what he imagined. Because Konoha village sent someone to explain this time, but in Kazekageu's view, Konoha village's attitude was more like a notification because they did not express any apology for this matter, but only stated that it was a misunderstanding and then there was no expression. It's interesting. I just sent someone to say hello. It seems that the manager of the food chain restaurant Kurosaki Ichigo has not had a high status in the eyes of the senior executives of Konoha village. After listening to Akito's report, Kazekage chuckled, then stood up and said, "Go and notify the Uchiha clan chief and meet him tonight." Chapter 41, Uchiha Tokugaki. High-end entertainment club, supreme private room. In the luxurious private room, Kanshu and Uchiha Fujio sat opposite each other. Uchiha Fujio spoke first, looked at Kanshushu and asked, "I don't know why Lord Chiu is here for this invitation." To be honest, when Uchiha Fujio received the invitation from Kazekage, he was a little surprised, because although the Uchiha clan's situation in Konoha village was not as disgusting as everyone had seen after the Future Nine Tails incident, under the operation of the Konoha and the senior executives led by Shimura Danzo, there was already a huge crack between their clan and many other families in Konoha village. Because of the position of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village and the deliberate guidance of those who are interested, the conflict between the tribe members of their clan and other ninjas and even civilians is staged almost every day. Just dealing with these things every day makes him, the patriarch, feels frustrated. At the same time, because the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha gradually became fragmented, the senior leaders of the Fire Kingdom began to show dislike and even impatient attitude towards their clan. The Uchiha clan may not care about the opinions of the civilians, but he still attaches great importance to the views of the senior leaders of the Fire Country, especially the Daming clan. This is why Uchiha Fujio immediately rushed to the capital in person after receiving the invitation from Kazekage. "You guys go down first." Instead of answering Uchiha Fujio's question immediately, Kazekage waved to the maid in the box, then turned to the Jinkoi beside him and said, "Go and bring the gift I prepared for Uchiha's patriarch." "Yes, Lord Shu." When Jinkoi and the others heard this, they immediately bowed and left the box. When Uchiha Fujio heard that Kanju had prepared a gift for him, a flattering expression suddenly appeared on his face. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Kanju speak first and said, "I don't know what Uchiha patriarch, what do you think of Shimura Danzo?" Shimura Danzo. When Uchiha Fujio heard this name, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, how could he not know that the Uchiha clan's current situation in Konoha village is the real power chief of Konoha village? Shimura Danzo. The Uchiha clan is now in Konoha's situation, and 80% of the reason is because of the operation of Shimura Danzo. If you have the chance to kill Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Fujio will definitely take action without hesitation. But before he was clear about the intention of Kanzeo-suke asking him about this, Uchiha Fujio certainly could not tell the truth, so he pondered for a while and replied, "Elder Shimura Danzo is a pillar of Konoha, and he is also a classmate and teammate of the late Elder Uchiha Jing. I am of course very much admiring him." Admiration. When Kanzeo heard Uchiha Fujio's words, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, and then said directly, "To be honest, the elder Shimura Danzo and I had some misunderstandings not long ago, and this misunderstanding made me have a very bad impression of him. As far as I know, the reason why the Uchiha clan became in Konoha's current situation seems to be attributed to Shimura Danzo. I originally thought that Uchiha and I would have some common language in our opinion of Shimura Danzo. But I didn't expect that Uchiha's patriarch would have this attitude towards Shimura Danzo. In this way, the next thing, is not to say." When Uchiha Fujio heard what Kansuke said, he almost directly expressed his resentment towards Shimura Danzo, but he was cautious and held back and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Shinzawa-suke decided to make another move and said, "By the way, the gift I prepared for Uchiha's patriarch this time is also related to that elder Shimura Danzo. I hope to be puzzled by Uchiha's patriarch after seeing it." As soon as Kanzeo finished speaking, Jinkoi happened to return to the private room with the gift he prepared for Uchiha Fujio, which was a thick information bag. "Master Zhu." Jinkoi came to Shenseoxiu's body and held the information bag in his hand in front of Shenseoxiu. Kanzeo took the information bag from the Jinkoi hand, looked at Uchiha Fujio and chuckled, then put the information bag in front of him, and said, "Captain Uchiha, this is the gift I prepared for you, please watch it carefully." Uchiha Fujio glanced at Shoshu strangely, then took the information bag in his hand and opened it with a puzzled mood. However, after he saw what was contained in the information bag, his black pupils instantly turned blood red. Bang! When Uchiha Fujio finished reading the information in his hand, he slapped it heavily on the low table in front of him, and then he turned his gaze toward Kanzeo. The pair of Sharingans with 3 magma stared at him and asked in a deep voice, "Master Shu, are the things recorded on this? All of them are real?" Shen Zhaoshu lowered his head slightly, not contacting Uchiha Fujio's gaze, and said lightly, "Is it true or false? Didn't the Uchiha clan leader himself already make a judgment?" The information prepared by Kanzawa's cultivation for Uchiha Fugaku is the research materials and photos of Shimura's secret base in a secret base in the Kingdom of Fire. Among them, Shimura's research on Sharingan and several containers containing pairs of Sharingan eyeballs. The information is half true and half false, but those containers containing the Sharingan eyeballs are enough for the Uchiha clan. Sharingan is a symbol of strength and pride for the Uchiha clan, and it is even more of a dignity that cannot be desecrated by anyone. No matter who is, if you want to get involved in the Sharingan without the consent of the Uchiha clan, you will definitely be hit hard by the Uchiha clan and will never stop until you die. Shimura Danzo, he actually dares, how dare he? Uchiha Fujio stared at the photos on the table for a while, then put away the Sharingan, looked at Kanzeojiu, and asked in a deep voice, Sir Shu, just with these things, my Uchiha clan and Shimura Danzo will be enemies who will never die in the future. You can tell now, why is it for me this time? When Kanzeojiu saw Uchiha Fujio's firm eyes, he also smiled slightly and said, I have already mentioned the reason why I came to Uchiha's patriarch. Not long ago, I had some conflicts with Duanzang and Shimura. These conflicts gave me a very bad impression of Duanzang, a man from Shimura. This impression was so bad that I wanted him to disappear from this world. I said this, I wonder if I have reached an agreement with the Uchiha clan leader of the attitude towards Danzo Shimura. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fujio also showed a smile on his cold face. He looked at Kanshushu and replied, Yes, I think we have reached an agreement, Lord Shu. Chapter 42, The Crisis of the Xia Organization, please read it. Somewhere in the Kingdom of Fire, in a hidden underground research institute. Shimura Danzo lay on the operating table with his eyes closed, and there were 3 medical ninjas next to him doing something about his surgery. The focus was on his left eye. After a few hours, the operation was completed. Danzo on the operating table opened his eyes, and at this time, the pupils of his left eye had turned into a scarlet 3-Jihu Sharingan. Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, the Sharingan Egyama in his left eye swirled, and the powerful pupil power made him instantly see the chakra in the ninja's body in front of him. Flow trajectory. At this time, the vision in Danzo's left eye was a completely different world. But the next moment, a strong stinging sensation came from Danzang's left eye, making his gaze blur instantly, and scarlet blood flowed out from his eye sockets. What's going on? Danzo covered her left eye, glared at the medical ninja beside her, and asked coldly, didn't it mean that there will be no repulsion after joining the cells of the first Naruto? Why is this happening? That's when your body fuses the first Naruto cells. When Danzo said something, the medical ninja immediately explained, just injecting the cells of the first Naruto into the Sharingan will not completely solve the rejection reaction of the Sharingan to your body. It can only neutralize. If you want to completely solve the rejection problem of the Sharingan, you can only inject the cells of the first Naruto into your body. Danzo coveted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan a long time ago, but because of Uchiha clan, a classmate and teammate, he had been resisting not attacking Sharingan. However, after Uchiha crying passed away a few years ago, Danzo had no scruples and began to secretly harvest the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Over the years, Danzo has successfully collected several pairs of Sharingans with his own identity convenience. However, when he wanted to transplant a pair of Sharingans for himself, he found that he could not accommodate the Sharingans without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and the transplanted eyes were repelling him. In order to solve this repulsion, Danzo tried many ways, and finally was surprised to find that the cells of the first Naruto Chihohashima could neutralize this repulsion. Because of his covetousness for wood release, Danzo began to study the cells of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama since a long time ago. However, because the cells of Senju Hashirama are too powerful, most people cannot bear it at all. Forced injection will only make his body swallowed by the powerful cells. Therefore, he has been conducting research experiments on diluting cells of Senju Hashirama, but has made no progress. Without progress, Danzo naturally did not dare to inject Chihohashirama's cells into his body, so he asked someone to try to integrate Chihohashirama's cells into the Sharingan he collected, and then found that this method was really feasible. The Sharingan, which incorporates Chihohashirama's cells, reduced the rejection of the body outside the Uchiha clan. Danzang, who thought the problem of exclusion was solved, couldn't wait to transplant a Sharingan, but he didn't expect that exclusion was still there. Danzo felt the stinging pain from his left eye when he heard this. His gloomy face changed constantly, and then asked, "So how did the first generation of Naruto cell dilution test be conducted?" The medical ninja shook his head and said, "The cells of the first generation of Naruto are too strong. Even if they are diluted and injected into the living body, they will recover themselves over time. It is really unimaginable that the cells of people who have passed away for decades will still have such restoration, which is like living. In this case, even if we dilute the cells of the first Naruto to a thin state, it will only be a matter of time to recover, unless..." When Danzo heard this, he suddenly looked up, staring at the medical ninja with scarlet eyes and asked coldly, "Unless what?" "Unless..." The medical ninja swallowed and replied, "Unless you can find a cell that can accommodate the first Naruto, but will not collapse immediately, and then use that body as a container, perhaps indirectly dilute the first Naruto's cells." After hearing the medical ninja's words, Danzo was silent for a while and asked, "Who is the body you mentioned?" The medical ninja was silent for a while and said, "The body that is most likely to accommodate the first Naruto Ahmed cell. Maybe it is only like the first Naruto, who is the same as the Kyunyi clan. Is the Thousand Hands clan?" Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly after hearing the medical ninja's words, and a flash of coldness flashed through his eyes. "Call out!" At this time, a ninja wearing a wild beast mask suddenly appeared, holding a letter in both hands, kneeling in front of Shimura Danzo, saying, "Master Danzo, Lord Hanzo, the leader of Yuyin village, sent someone to deliver the message." Hanzo. Danzo glanced at the letter in the hands of Anbu, pondered for a while, then stood up, took the letter from Anbu, opened it and read it. Not long ago, an organization called Akatsuki emerged near Yu Hidden Village. The organization recruited ninjas under the banner of creating peace for the Rain Country. In just a short period of time, a powerful force gathered, making Hanzo, the leader of Yu Hidden Village, feel threatened. Hanzo originally wanted to directly destroy the Akira organization, but after checking, he found that the leader of the Akira organization was actually Jiraiya's disciple, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas. This made Hanzo wonder if this organization was arranged by Konoha. With this doubt, Hanzo questioned Konoha. When Sarutobi Hiruzen received a letter from Hanzo's questioning, he wanted to explain that the Akira organization was not controlled by Konoha, but Danzo felt that this was a good opportunity to win over Yu Hidden Village. Then this guy made a sacrifice to Yu Hidden Village in exchange for Yu Hidden Village standing in the upcoming war. The plan for Konoha. After listening to Danzo's plan, Konoha's senior executives felt it was feasible, but because of Jiraiya's face, they were embarrassed to do so, especially Sarutobi Hiruzawa. After all, the leader who was stopped by Akira was Jiraiya's disciple, and he was also considered his disciple. But in the face of Konoha's interests, Sarutobi Hiruzawa thought he didn't know about this matter, and then handed over the full responsibility of this matter to Danzo. So, Danzo and Hanzo cooperated to set up a trap to prepare to eliminate the Akira organization. Originally, the cunning Danzo just asked Hanzo not to worry about it and just take action, but he himself was not ready to take action. But Hanzo was not fooled and told him directly that if Konoha didn't take action, Yuyin village would directly surrender to Iwaki. Danzo had no choice but to agree to Hanzo's request and take action to eliminate the Akira organization. At this time, the letter sent by Hanzang was to tell Danzang that the trap was ready and urged Konoha's people to go to Yuyin village as soon as possible and work together to eliminate the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 43, Shimura Danzo will die. The capital of the Kingdom of Fire, high-end entertainment club, and the supreme private room. Stimulated by the gift prepared by Kanzeo, Uchiha Tokugaki immediately decided to cooperate with Kanzeo to kill Shimura Danzo. Just as Kanzawa was about to discuss the details of how to kill Shimura Danzo with Uchiha Fujio, a cute cat suddenly broke into the box. This cat is naturally siming in the form of a rabbit troll. After entering the box, she jumped into Shenzaoxiu's arms and said, "Sir Shiu, Shimura Tuan hid in the secret stronghold not long ago, and then met with a large group of Anbu outside Konoha village and left Konoha." "Leave Konoha?" After hearing the news brought by Siming, Kanzao Jiu showed a hint of surprise on his face, then looked at Uchiha Fujio and asked, "Does Uchiha clan chief know what big moves Konoha have made recently?" "I don't know." Uchiha Takagaki shook his head with an ugly expression. "Shimura Danzo is Konoha's real power elder. He usually does not leave Konoha easily. Things that require him to go out in person must be a very important task, but as Konoha's Minister of Police, he has not heard any news at all. It can be seen how exclusion from Konoha's senior executives of their Uchiha clan has reached." When Shen Zhaoxiu heard this, he smiled slightly, then looked at Siming in his arms and asked, "Which direction did Danzang and the others think about leaving?" Siming thought for a while and replied, "Judged from the direction where Danzang and the others left is likely to be the land of rain or the land. The country of rain." "Xiao?" When Shen Zhaoxiu heard Siming's words, his eyes flashed slightly. He calculated the time in his heart and roughly guessed the target of Danzang and the others. Originally, before he opened up the ability of decisiveness, Shen Zhaoxiu was not going to touch the reincarnation eye, but if he could take advantage of the troubled waters, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. If Danzo went to the Kingdom of Rain this time, if it was targeted at Aki, he might be able to try it out if he could get the reincarnation eye. Kanzao Jiu calculated in his mind that if he participated in the incident where Danzo and Hanzo designed Akira, the chance of obtaining the reincarnation eye chakra will be very difficult, but it is not impossible. However, if he fails, his abilities may be exposed to Danzo's eyes in advance. But before Nagato grew up, the opportunity to get in touch with the reincarnation eye was too rare, so he decided to give it a try. "Call out." When Shen Zhaoxiu decided to go to the Kingdom of Rain to see if he could get the reincarnation eye chakra, the door of the box was suddenly opened, and then a female ninja hurried in, kneeled in front of Shen Zhaoxiu on one knee, and said, "Sir Xiu, the target is leaving the hidden village of Fog." The visitor was Zuck, who had been monitoring the whereabouts of the water mountain puffer ghost in the land of water, and the target in Zuck's mouth was naturally the owner of this big sword sheepskin, the watermelon puffer ghost. It was actually at this time. When Shenzaoxiu heard the words of Suzaku, he pondered for a while and asked, "Where is he now? How many people are there around him?" "He leads a small team, and his target should be the country of Vortex." Zuck replied immediately. "Nation of Vortex." When Shenzaoxiu heard the words of Suzaku, he suddenly remembered something. Konoha is too old because the wife of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama, the Uzumaki Mito of the first nine-tailed Tsuki Riki, is already considering the next nine-tailed Tsuki Riki. The best candidate for the nine-tailed Tsuki Riki is naturally the Uzumaki clan, who has a strong physique that can suppress nine-tail and has mastered the powerful sealing technique. Because of Uzumaki Mito, the relationship between Konoha village and Uzumaki clan has always been good, so when Konoha proposed to select ninjas from Uzumaki to inherit the nine-tail Kyuri, Uzumaki clan also readily agreed. Calculate the time, it should be the time when the next nine-tailed Guru Riki who was selected will be sent to Konoha. So, the goal of the watermelon puffer ghost this time is Uzumaki Kushina. God's illumination. After guessing the target of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, or the misty hidden village, I pondered for a while and said in my heart, if I can take off the shark's muscles and go to the rain country, the chance of getting the reincarnation eye may be higher. After making a decision, Kanzao Jiu looked at Uchiha Fuga and said, "Uchiha clan chief, if you want to deal with Shimura Danzo, you can only use assassination. Danzo left Konoha this time, and Daniel was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you dare to fight with me?" "Certainly." Uchiha Fujio stood up, looked at Kanshushu with a firm look, and said, "Even if you don't take action, our Uchiha clan will not miss this opportunity." "Haha, that's what I think too." Kanju also stood up, stretched out his hand at Uchiha Fujio, and said, "Then I wish us a happy cooperation and a success." Uchiha Fujio held the palm of Kanju's hand and said in a deep voice, "Shimura Danzo will die. Then let me see the strength of the Uchiha clan, who is known as the strongest tribe in the ninja world." When Kanzeojiu heard this, the smile on his face became even more intense, and then said meaningfully, "If I can take down Shimura Danzo's life this time, then I will give the Uchiha clan leader a gift that can change the current situation of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Fujio couldn't help but flash a little when he heard the words of Kanshushu, and then he smiled and said, "Please rest assured, the Uchiha clan will never let you down. Then I'll wait and see." Seeing that Uchiha Takagaki understood what he meant, Kanzeo nodded with a smile. Then, the two discussed the details of the assassination plan, and then agreed to ambush Shimura Danzo on the border of the Kingdom of Fire in 5 days. 5 days is the time to prepare manpower for Uchiha Fugaku, and it is also the time to prepare for him to hunt the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost first. Ming, send a message to Kakuto and Yakarakura, asking them to go to Uzumaki immediately. After sending Uchiha Fujio away, Kanzeojiu ordered Sozaku on the side. "Yes." After receiving the order, Sozaku immediately stood up to send a message to Kaoru and Yekara, who were at the Konoha border. After watching Sozaku leave, Shenzeoxiu thought for a while, then looked at the Tianzu and said, "Tianzu, send a message to Ghost below and ask him to go to the Kingdom of Vortex to reconcile with us, and the hunting mission has begun." Kakuto, Yaang, Bei Liuhu plus Tian Lao, Zuk, Jingkui, Siming, and Shen Zhaoxiu himself. This lineup only brought a small team of Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghosts to hunt. Shen Zhaoxiu could not think of a reason for failure. This time, it doesn't matter whether the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost dies or not, but Big Sword Sheepskin, the Divine Raider cultivation is bound to be achieved. Chapter 44, Target, the Kingdom of Vortex. The Kingdom of Fire, Daming Palace. In the room of Kanchu, he was sitting cross-legged on the floor, with 4.5-person high scrolls in front of him, and the scrolls were sealed with chakra of Kakuto, Purgatory, and Hakura and the 3 Dai Feng Ying. There is still some time before heading to the Kingdom of Vortex, which is enough for Shenzeoxiu to absorb the chakras in the 4 scrolls, so he is ready to absorb these chakras first, and then slowly irrigate them to see what kind of fruits these seeds can bear. Shen Zhaoxiu glanced back and forth on the 4 scrolls, and then first opened the scroll burning escape chakra that stored the Yaang. Swish! 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 Shen Zhaoxiu quickly formed seals with both hands, then he suddenly pressed his hands on the chakra storage technique that was flashing with a light blue light on the scroll, and shouted in a deep voice, "The technique reverses." The tadpole-like spell seemed to come alive from the scroll, quickly climbing onto the Taoist kamikaze's arms, and then quickly injected the chakra into his body. Shen Zhaoxiu looked inside himself, watching the burning escape chakra enter his body and was absorbed by the demon fruit tree in the sea of consciousness space. Then, after condensed into a devil fruit on one of the 4 branches representing the Superman system, a smile appeared on his face. A few hours later, the chakra in the scroll was exhausted, and the spells that cling to the arms of Kanzeojiu were also broken along with the scroll. Shen Zhaoxiu shook his arm and looked at the other 3 scrolls. He was wondering whether to use the next time to irrigate the fruit that had condensed into ripening the chakra in the remaining 3 scrolls. There was not much time left, only enough for him to complete it. Shenzeoxiu thought about it and felt that the chance of his hunting would not be high, so he decided to absorb the chakra first and then slowly irrigate it. Thinking of this, Kanzeojiu opened the scroll sealing the crystal escape chakra, and then spent several hours to absorb all the chakras. As expected, the crystal escape chakra of Purgatory also condensed a fruit on the branches representing the Superman system. "Hey! Skinny Kami let out a long breath, waved his hand and swept the broken reel in front of him to the side, then looked at the last reel with the sealed Koto chakra. Open the scroll, sign the seal, and then reverse the technique, absorb chakra. After a familiar process, Kakuto's chakra quickly poured into Shenseoxiu's body. Shenseoxiu also stared at the devil fruit tree after absorbing Kakuto's chakra, because he was not sure what kind of fruits would the chakra condense. Among the four people, Kakuto, Purgatory, and Hakura and the three generations of Fengying, Purgatory, Hakura and the three generations of Fengying all have clear blood relay ninjas. Only Kakuto, although his chakra has the properties of 5 forms of fire, wind, thunder, earth, and water, it does not have the blood relay after the attribute fusion, so Shenseoxiu is not sure whether the fruit condensed by his chakra will be Superman system or animal system. After a while, as Kakuto's chakra was absorbed by the devil fruit tree, the prototype of a devil fruit finally condensed on the devil fruit tree, which is the Superman system. A few hours later, when Kakuto's chakra was completely absorbed, Kanzeoxiu looked at the Superman branches that had been occupied on the demon fruit tree in his sea of consciousness space, and said thoughtfully, "So, Kakuto's chakra can condense the Superman devil fruit. Does it mean that as long as the chakra has achieved the property change, it can condense the Superman fruit, or is it because of the influence of the Dijinyu secret technique in Kakuto's chakra?" Originally, Shen Zhaoxiu believed that only chakra with the blood resistance limit could condense the Superman devil fruit, but chakra of Kakuto seems to overturn this setting. Or, chakra of Kakuto's dirt resistance limit is a kind of blood resistance limit? Shen Zhaoxiu just thought for a while and stopped thinking because it didn't matter anymore. As for this person, Kanzeoxiu wanted to recruit him, but now after getting his chakra, he suddenly felt that the current employment format was also good. However, after the purgatory, Shen Zhaoxiu decided to indicate his identity and officially recruit him under his command. Shen Zhaoxiu had already found out the origin of purgatory and knew that he was carrying some troubles, but these troubles were nothing in Shen Zhaoxiu's eyes. In addition, with his daughter Hunglian's concern, he believed that even for Hunglian's future, purgatory would not refuse his recruitment. When the mind was withdrawn, the consciousness of the divine Zhao cultivation retreated from the sea of consciousness. It was already early morning. Now, with the 4 unripe fruits on the demon fruit tree, as long as the 4 fruits are watered to ripen, the Superman powers in Shen Zhaoxiu's hands will reach 6, which are more easily accessible than the animal. This power is enough to protect his safety. As long as he gets the Sam's muscles again, coupled with the chaos brought by the Third Ninja World War, Shen Zhaoxiu will no longer have to worry about his ability being known, which means that he can develop his own power unscrupulously. Over the years, Shen Zhaoxiu has trained many ninjas secretly, but in terms of loyalty, strength, and age, there are only 5 people, Tianlao, Siming, and Zuk. The rest are either because they are not loyal enough or because they are not strong enough. Now that Shen Zhaoxiu has the demon fruit tree, the problem of strength can be eliminated. Next, Shen Zhaoxiu only needs to condense enough demon fruits, and the rest is to select some subordinates who are loyal and suitable for their age, and then they can start to form the League of Capables he imagined. Shen Zhaoxiu stood up, came to the door, looked at the sun in the sky, and whispered, "Next, as long as you get the Samatsu muscles, then after the Third Ninja World War, the pattern of the ninja world should change." Whoosh! 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 At this time, Tianlao, Siming, Mingtang and Jingkui appeared and knelt on one knee in front of Shen Zhaoxiu. Because of his flying ability, Suzaku was sent to the number 2 stronghold to pick up the chakra storage scrolls by Shen Zhaoxiu, and then went to the Kingdom of Vortex to get along with them. This time, when hunting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, Kanzeoxiu is also preparing to go there personally. After hunting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, he will go directly to the Kingdom of Rain to meet Uchiha Fujio and assassinate Danzo. During this period, he will definitely use the chakra storage scroll. Because it took a long time to go out this time, Ming Tang will still become his way to stay. Shen Zhaoxiu's eyes swept across the 4 people one by one, and said, let's stay in Ming Tang, and the others follow me. Target, the country of Vortex. Chapter 45, Freeline Fruit. The border of the Kingdom of Fire, beside the coastline. Shen Zhaoxiu and others met with Kaoru and Yekara. At this time, the pseudonym Ghost Arturo had been observing in the dark for a long time before appearing. Baileahu's eyes swept across Kaoru and Yaang, then came to the Tianzu and asked in a deep voice, who is the target of the mission? Among all the people present, except Yaang, he was the only one who did not know who the target of hunting was for this mission. Tian Lao glanced at Shizao Zhu, and saw him nodding slightly, then replied, Mist Hidden Village, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost among the Blade 7 people is rewarded with 100 million taels. Originally, when Baileahu heard the target of hunting this time, he was a little hesitant, not because he was afraid, but because he was worried that he would reveal his true identity, but when he heard the reward for the task, the point in his heart hesitation was immediately thrown out of the sky, and then nodded calmly on the surface. Yekara, who was standing by, thought that this time he was coming to assassinate Danzo Shimura, but unexpectedly, he was the 7-blade swords who came to hunt the hidden village of Mizu. She wanted to question Kamizawa, but after hearing the reward for the mission, she immediately swallowed the words she said, and then came to Kamizawa without hesitation and asked softly, I have that. I have the reward, right? Certainly. Shen Zhaoxiu smiled slightly and nodded, as long as you participate in this mission, the reward will be the same as them. Yaang heard this and nodded immediately, I'll participate. Even if she does tasks for a year, she may not be able to earn a reward of 100 million taels. It is impossible to say that she is not moved. However, after being excited, Yekara began to worry that Kami Zhaoxiu suddenly went to hunt the ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village would affect her original mission, so he asked in a low voice, will this mission affect my original mission? Rest assured. Kanzao Zhu gave her a look of peace of mind and said, after this mission, Shimura Danzo will die. That's good. When Yaang heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he felt relieved and did not delay the village's mission. At this time, a large ship came from a distance and was docked on the coast. Because the location of the Whirlpool country is on an island dozens of kilometers away from the coastline of the Fire country. Although everyone present can walk on the water, in order to save energy, Shen Zhaoxiu arranged a ship to take them there. After everyone got on the boat, the swift-shaped Suzaku finally arrived. This time she brought 6 chakra storage scrolls from the number 2 stronghold. Baileahu, who was standing beside him, saw the chakra seal scroll brought by Suzaku, his eyes flashed, then looked at Shen Zhaoxiu and asked, Sir, do you still need the chakra of blood relay limit? Baileahu obviously has seen that Shen Zhaoxiu is the real employer. When Shen Zhaoxiu heard this, he couldn't help looking at him in surprise, then nodded and said, of course, and the reward remains unchanged. Of course, Shen Zhaoxiu would not refuse the things like blood relay chakra, but he was a little surprised that Baileahu had already mastered the 2 kinds of blood relay at this time. When Baileahu heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, he couldn't help but feel relieved. And then said, in fact, in addition to steel escape, there is another blood transit limit called Mingsu. Baileahu told Shen Zhaoxiu some of the characteristics of Mingle escape, and then Shen Zhaoxiu immediately made the decision and asked Suzaku to take out a chakra storage scroll and spread it in front of Baileahu, and by Baileahu's Mingle escape chakra. The mind escape ninjutsu of Hirahu was a complete surprise for Kanzawashu, especially the mind escape ninjutsu also has the ability to absorb other people's chakra, and can even directly absorb the other's ninjutsu and then convert it into its own chakra. Although this technique requires the help of talismans to be performed, and the absorbed ninjutsu cannot exceed the limit of the chakra control of the real person himself, what Shen Zhao cultivation wants is the characteristics of mysterious escape chakra, rather than learning this technique, so this limitation has no effect on him at all. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at Bei Liuhe who was entering the chakra into the seal scroll and couldn't help but think in his heart, I didn't expect that the hunting had already achieved such a harvest before it even started. It was a surprise. Shen Zhaoxiu was even thinking that if Bei Liuhe's mysterious escape chakra could allow him to open abilities like the Hungry Ghost Path in the Six Paths of Pain, then even the shark's muscle would not matter. However, even if it has the characteristics of blood succession limit as a basis, the fruits of what ability will be condensed after absorbing the mysterious escape chakra are still unknown, so you still have to get the shark's muscle. The sailing boats are not fast, and it will take at least a few hours to reach the Kingdom of Vortex. During this period, Shen Zhaoxiu was not idle. He had been refining chakra and watering the fruit condensed from the chakra of Kakudu on the devil fruit tree with his own chakra. The reason why he watered the fruit condensed from Kakudu first was that Shen Zhaoxiu was very curious. The horns do not have the blood resistance limit, but his chakra condensed the Superman devil fruit. What kind of abilities will be born after ripening? A few hours later. The fruit was watered and ripe, but from the appearance of this fruit, Shen Zhaoxiu could not judge its ability. With a thought, the fruit fell from the devil fruit tree, and then turned into a strange energy and integrated into its body. The moment this energy merged into its body, Shen Zhaoxiu immediately knew the ability of this fruit. Superman line fruit. I didn't expect it to be this fruit. Shen Zhao cultivation realized the ability of line fruit in the body, and was a little surprised. The ability of this fruit is not particularly outstanding among many Supermen, but it has been developed to an incredible level in the pirate world. With Zhu Yu in front, Shen Zhaoxiu doesn't even need to develop it. He just needs to copy Doflamingo's moves to make this one. The fruit exerts great power. When he first obtained the Superman system ability, Shen Zhaoxiu still thought about how to develop it, but now he no longer thought about such things. Because after mastering the divine scheming of the demon fruit tree, the abilities you master will definitely be very rich. If you get a kind of power, you will think about how to develop it yourself. He will be exhausted. So whenever he gets a new ability, the first thing he thinks about is not how to develop it, but who will the new ability be suitable for his subordinates. For example, the current flower, if the scorpion is a subordinate of Shen Zhaoxiu, he would give the scorpion the ability of this fruit, because as a genius puppet master, his ability with the flower is simply a combination of heaven. Chapter 46, The Country of Vortex. It was another few hours later. After Balahu saved the chakra full of the sealed scroll, the ship that Kansuo and others also arrived at the island where the Kingdom of Vori. Because the Kingdom of Vortex and Kingdom of Fire have always had trade, there are ports for passenger ships and cargo ships to stay on the coastlines of both sides. The purchase ship of the food chain restaurant by Kanzeojiu was an important buyer of aquatic products in the Vortex Kingdom, so after they arrived at Vortex Kingdom, they were not investigated and entered Vortex Kingdom very smoothly. The island where the Uzuno country is located is not big. The island's residents are only over 10,000. There are only a few hundred ninjas in the entire Uzuaki village, and most of them are Shinin and Zongnin. There are only a few dozen ninjas with the power of Shangnin. Moreover, because the location of the Uzumaki country is between the fire country and the water country, and the Uzumaki clan also has the sealing technique that can perfectly seal the tailed beast, life in Uzumaki country is not easy. If it weren't for the relationship between the Uzumaki clan and Konoha village, it would have been destroyed by the hidden village of Fog long ago. It is precisely because of this that Uzumaki will not give me any effort to maintain a relationship with Konoha. This is why when Konoha village proposed to select the next nine-tailed Manchuriki from Uzumaki, Uzumaki agreed without hesitation and selected the most talented child of the clan to send it to Konoha as a bond to maintain the relationship between the two parties. Shen Zhaoxiu vaguely remembered that the reason why the country of wool destroyed was because various countries were afraid of the powerful sealing technique mastered by the Uzumaki clan, and were attacked by many countries and families on the Uzumaki country. At this time, what is Konoha, who claims to have a deep bond with Umeno country? Even though Uzuno country was attacked in the Third Ninja World War, and Konoha was unable to send rescue because he was also trapped in the quagmire of war, it is strange that after Uzuno country destroyed the Uzuno country, almost all of the sealing techniques of the Uzuno clan appeared in the collection of Konoha village and did not spread to other countries. What is the filthiness in this? Shenseoxiu doesn't want to know, but if you think about it carefully, it will feel very irritating. However, although the Vortex clan does not have any special blood succession limit, chakra belongs to a very special category. Shenseoxiu is very much looking forward to it. If the devil fruit tree in his sea of consciousness absorbs the Vortex clan's chakra, what fruit will be condensed? The country of Wo, outside Woch village. The two Ukrainians from Ukrainian village each led a team to protect a girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old from the village. If nothing unexpected happens, this girl should be the wife of the 4th generation of Naruto, the mother of the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Kushina, and at this time, she is about to be escorted to Konoha village and then trained as the 2nd generation of Nine-tailed Tsukiriki. To become a person from Konoha village, you naturally cannot carry the idea of focusing on other villages, so the candidate must be a child, because children can better infuse Konoha's great thoughts. Which is the so-called will of fire. Shenseoxiu and his men were scattered outside the Wakao village, staring at the escort team. Sir, you have found the traces of Zigwashan Puffer Ghost and others. Do you want to do it? Jiaoda came to Shenseoxiu and asked softly. Wait first. After shook his head gently, he looked at the ninjas in Konoha village in the escort team, he thought for a while, and then whispered to Siming in the form of a rabbit in his arms, Siming, go and notify others, and observe carefully to see if there are other people from the ninjas in addition to the people from the hidden village of Mizuki. There are no other people from the ninjas hidden nearby. Meow. Siming let out a meow, then jumped down from Shenseoxiu's arms, bringing his words to everyone hiding around. After a while, Siming returned to Shenseo's pedicure with everyone's response. After Shen Zhaoxiu picked her up, Siming whispered, Sir, there are no ninjas from other ninjas in the ninjas near us, except for the Mizuki ninja led by the Puffer Ghost in Zigwashan, who are lurking. The Hidden Fog village really only sent a team of Zigwashan Puffer Ghosts. This is good news, but no news about other ninjas, especially the Konoha village ninjas, is not bad news. Interestingly, Konoha didn't send ninjas to greet someone like the Nine-tailed Gururi in the future. Or is this escort team just a trick? Shenseoxiu looked at the ninjas in Wake village and said thoughtfully, since that's the case, my plan needs to be changed. Siming, please inform everyone that we will not do it first. After the people from Mist Hidden village attack the escort team in Wake village, we will do it. Yes. Siming nodded slightly, then reluctantly sent Shenseoxiu to leave in his arms, and conveyed his orders to everyone hiding in the dark one by one. Originally, Kanzeoxiu only wanted to hunt the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and seize the Big Sword Samurai, but now, in addition to hunting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, he also wanted to take away Uzumaki Kushina, the future Nine-tailed Tsukiriki. If you want to take Kushina Uzumaki away reasonably, and then make him grateful to him, the best way is undoubtedly to be her savior. So, Kanzeoxiu decided to wait until the Watermelon Puffer Ghost attacked the ninja who was escorting Uzumaki Kushina, and they would take action and a rogue came behind. After escorting Kushina Uzumaki, the team left Uzumaki village, came all the way to the coast and boarded a passenger ship to the Land of Fire. During this period, the Zigwa Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was also hiding in the dark, did not take action, but followed the team to board the ship, obviously not preparing to take action in the Vortex Kingdom. Seeing this, Kanzeoxiu asked Kakuto, Purgatory, Yekara, and Beiruku to follow the ship, and he himself boarded a procurement ship in the food chain restaurant again and followed from a distance. It seems that they want to wait until they enter the territory of the Fire Kingdom before taking action. Shenseoxiu stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the ship carrying the escort team in front of him, and said softly. Before boarding the boat, Shenseoxiu suddenly asked Suzaku to stay and stared at Wakao village. Kansuke always felt a little strange when he did not see Konoha's ninja in this escort team. No matter how arrogant Konoha is, he should not be so negligent about the matter of the next generation of Ju-tailed Tsukiri, and he would not even send a ninja. This made Ken Shusuo unable to help but wonder that the little girl escorted by the ninja of Uzumaki village is really the future second-generation Ju-tailed guru Riki Uzumaki Kushina. It is precisely because of this suspicion that Shenseoxiu let Suzaku stay and stare to see if there will be any other movement in Wakao village after they leave. Chapter 47, Bait. A few hours later, the passenger ships that the escort team and Kakuto and others arrived at the port first. After the ship docked, the escort team took the lead in getting off the ship, and the disguised Zigwashin Puffer Ghost and his group followed closely behind. After Kakuto, Yekara, and Beiruka got off the boat, they also scattered and followed from afar. Not long after, the procurement ship that Shenseoxiu and his men took arrived at the port, and then followed the secret code left by the three of them in Jiaodu. When the Kanzeojiu and his men caught up, the ninja of the Mizuki village led by the Puffer Ghost of Zigwashin had already fought with the escort team of Uzuaki village, while Kaoru and Yekara were hiding hundreds of meters away and watching from afar. How is the battle? Shenseoxiu came to the hidden position of several people and asked softly. Although the ninjutsu of the Eugenus kingdom has the advantage, the people in Mizuno village are stronger and have already gained an absolute advantage. Kakudo replied. There are 2 teams of 8 ninjas in Uchura village, but there are only 2 people who lead the team. The rest are all chunin and have to protect a little girl. The 4 people in Mizuki village are all chunin. Among them, the team is also the strong elite chunin, such as the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, one of the Blade 7 people, so although the number of people in Uchura village has an advantage, it is soon defeated by the Fog Hidden Village ninjas led by Mizuki village, and they instantly lost 3 chunin. Chang He, take Taoji and leave quickly, I'll stop them. A Uzumaki clan's upper ninja entangled the Watermelon Puffer Ghost, and then shouted loudly at another Uzumaki. Stop me? Ho ho! The Zigwashin Puffer Ghost grinned, revealing a sharp tooth, and then waved his hand, and the big sword Sams in his hand slashed across the arm of the Uzumaki Shangnan. The Sams instantly attached it to the supreme chakra in his hand, and then kicked it away. After the Zigwashin Puffer Ghost kicked the opponent away, he turned around and raised the big knife in his hand to slash at the other Vortex clan's upper ninja. Momoji? It's not Uzumaki Shinkuna. After hearing the name of the girl from the Uzumaki clan, Shenseoxiu, who was hiding in the distance, immediately realized that the escort team was indeed fake, and said in his heart, so, will this team be an illusion of the old formation or a bait? In the view of Kanzeojiu, the Uzumaki village created such a fake escort team, either to cover the real escort team, or to use this to bait me. If it is the latter, then there will definitely be Konoha's ninja hidden nearby, and they must be masters. At this time, Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the protected girl again, her eyes flashed slightly, and she said, this girl's age. No wonder when I saw that girl, I felt that something was wrong. Here's the problem. Shenseoxiu suddenly thought get up. At this time, Hakusuke Mizuno was already 15 years old, while Uzumaki Kushina was the same age as him, and the age of the girl in front of her was obviously not up to her. However, after landing in the Kingdom of Whirlpool, Shenseoxiu kept his mind on the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and Shark Muscles. He didn't think of this, so he didn't react at the beginning. Thinking about it now, it seems that Hakubuki Mizuno and Uzumaki Kushina met at ninja school. By the way, Uzumaki Kushina should have been secretly sent to Konoha a few years ago. Haha, Konoha is really strict with the information on this aspect. After Kanzeojiu figured it out, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Although he has been paying attention to Konoha's news since his time travel, before the Golden Finger awakened, the power he could trust was really limited, and the intelligence system could not obtain too detailed information in Konoha village, let alone important information about the nine-tailed Tsubaki. Moreover, at that time, Shenseoxiu's mind was mainly focused on how to make himself a ninja, so he didn't care much about this. If it weren't for the shark's skin, he wouldn't have paid attention to this matter. So, is this team really just a bait released by Konoha village? Kanzeojiu looked at both sides fighting and frowned slightly, saying, "But, what is Konoha trying to use this team to achieve? Logically speaking, even if the ninja team of the Uzumaki clan in front of me is just bait, it should have been released by Konoha village and the Uzumaki clan discussing what plan they have. But now the team is almost wiped out, and the ninjas of the Konoha village have not appeared yet." This made Kamisawa a little confused. What exactly do they want to do? What did Konoha promise to the Uzumaki clan that they would not hesitate to pay such a big price and cooperate? Be careful of his weapon, that knife can absorb chakra. At this time, the Uchino who was kicked away stabilized his body and shouted at his companion who was attacked by the watermelon puffer ghost, then quickly formed seals with both hands and released ninjutsu at the other Uchinos from the Mizuki village. Water escape Shui dragon bombing technique. The water escape technique he released did not hurt the ninjas in the hidden village of Mizuno, but forced them back, allowing the attacked Uzumaki Zongnin to get rid of the entanglement. The four of them looked at each other, and their eyes showed their eyes as if they were ready to die. Then they moved tacitly, occupied all directions to form a formation, and surrounded the four Guashin puffer ghosts. Changhe. The Uzumaki clan's Shangnin shouted at the Shangnin companion who was protecting the little girl. When the latter saw the four people standing, he immediately understood something and immediately forced the Ziguashin puffer ghost to retreat, allowing him to retreat into the formation of four people, and then quickly retreated with the little girl behind him. At this time, the four ninjas of the Uzumaki clan quickly formed seals in tacit understanding and shouted, "For purple flame formation." In an instant, a purple barrier rose from the front of the four people, and then formed a huge space to block four mist-hidden village ninjas, including the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Just because of this kind of thing, I want to stop us? It's ridiculous. A Shangnin from the hidden village of Fog looked at the four purple flame formations composed of four people from the Uzumaki clan, sneered, then flew up and punched the purple barrier. However, just as his fist first touched the barrier of the four purple flame array, a purple flame ignited out of thin air from above the barrier and swallowed it instantly. Ah! The Murakami, engulfed by the purple flames, screamed and fell to the ground. After rolling on the ground for a while, he lost his voice. The sealing technique of the Vortex clan. Ziguashin puffer ghost looked at his dead companion expressionlessly, without any emotional fluctuations on his face, just said lightly, then strode to one of the barriers of the four purple flame formation, raised the shark muscles in his hand, and chopped up the barrier in front of him. Swish! The big sword shark muscle contacted the barrier between the four purple flame formations. The next moment, the purple barrier seemed to be eaten away. Chapter 48, Vortex Clan Destroy. The country of Wocheo village. In a dim room under the ground, there were some masks with various ferocious faces hanging on the walls. The leader of the Uzumaki clan, Ashina Uzumaki, stood in front of this wall with a sad face, silent for a long time. Oh! Suddenly, Ashina Uzumaki sighed lightly, then turned around, looked at the two ninjas behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Kenmu, Wutong, you two each took their chosen children and immediately left Uzumaki and went to Iron Country and Crafts Country to live in seclusion. Elder, didn't Konoha promise to help us rebuild a village in the Fire Country? Why do we still have to leave with our children?" Uzumaki Kenji asked in confusion. "That's right, with the protection of Konoha village, even if we give up the Whirlpool Country, we can at least survive in the Fire Country. Why did the elder suddenly make such a decision?" Uzumaki Wutong also asked with confusion on her face. "Koi will not shelter us." Vortex Ashi Ming heard this, he glanced at the two of them, shook his head in disappointment, and then said with a serious look, since Lord Mito passed away a year ago, the exchange between Konoha village and our Umeno country has become a one-sided request. This time Konoha let us use it as bait. Although it was to ambush the ninjas in the hidden village of the Mizuno village, it was also a reminder to let us see our status clearly. How could it be? When Uzumaki Wutong heard Uzumaki Ashina's words, she said with disbelief, "We have such a good relationship with Konoha village, and Kushina is still the new Jotala Jiraki, how could Konoha?" As he said, he thought that over the past year, Uzumaki Kushina had less and less communication with Uzumaki country. Suddenly, he realized something, and his face turned pale. Although Kushina is from our Uzumaki clan, she is different from Mito. She grew up in Konoha and has a sense of belonging to Konoha than our Uzumaki clan. In addition, Kushina's parents died a year ago during a mission. Now I have no doubt that if Xin Kuna made a choice between our Uzumaki and Konoha, she would definitely choose Konoha instead of us. Uzumaki Ashina shook her head with a wry smile, and then continued, "After Lord Mito passed away, we have become insignificant in Konoha's eyes. In order not to affect Kushina, Konoha may want to attack us more than other ninjas." In fact, Uzumaki Ashina knew very well that the death of Uzumaki Kushina's parents was probably done by Konoha village. Otherwise, it would be impossible that when Uzumaki Mito just passed away and Uzumaki Kushina became the second generation of Jutailed Tsukiriki, her parents came dead. What made Uzumaki Ashina even speechless was that such an obvious thing was that Kushina Uzumaki completely ignored it, and even regarded the death of his parents as the fault of the Uzumaki clan. This was speechless, and at the same time, Uzumaki Ashina witnessed the power of Konoha village's brainwashing power. She was completely desperate for Uzumaki Kushina, a tribe member who could have become the pillar and shelter of the Uzumaki clan for decades like Uzumaki Mito. Class leader, is there no other way? Uzumaki Kenki looked at Uzumaki Ashina and said in a narrow voice, "Koi is no longer reliable. Can we not be able to rely on other ninja villages?" "No." Uzumaki Ashina shook her head and said, "Although Kushina's heart is no longer in our Uzumaki clan, as long as she is still in Konoha for a day, other ninja villages will not be able to truly accept us. Even if it is agreed on the surface, it is just for the sealing technique of our clan. When you get what they want, what is waiting for our clan will be the real hell. Do you understand?" After hearing Ashina Uzumaki's words, Uzumaki Wutong and Uzumaki were both silent and stopped talking because they both understood that what Uzumaki Ashina said was the fact. "Okay, don't be too desperate." Uzumaki Ashina looked at the two people with a silent face, then patted their shoulders, and said with a smile, "Now my old bone is still alive, Konoha shouldn't do anything to us, so there is still time. As long as you leave now with the potential children in the village, when they grow up in the future, the Vortex clan will still have hope." Upon hearing this, Yuzuru Jianmu and Yuzuru Wutong looked at each other, and then replied solemnly, "Clan leader, we will definitely let the Yuzuru clan continue." Boom! Before the two of them could finish their words, a violent roar came from above, and the next moment, a whistling stream of water swarmed in from the entrance of the room. Seeing this, Ashina Uzumaki immediately blocked the two of them, quickly formed seals with both hands, and then pushed forward, and a purple barrier appeared instantly, blocking the howling water flow. After Uzumaki Ashina invaded the water flow in the room, she immediately turned her head and shouted to the two of them, "You two, go quickly." When Uzui Jianmu and Uzui Wutong heard this, they turned around and left immediately. At this time, a pillar of water suddenly cut through the water flow, directly shattering the barrier in front of Ashina's vortex, and then pierced through his shoulders. Then, a tall figure in black hair and purple clothes appeared in front of him. 3 generations of water shadow. When Uzumaki Ashina saw the visitor, a trace of despair flashed in her eyes and said with a slutty smile, "I didn't expect that even you took action personally. It seems that our Uzumaki clan is probably doomed today. I said earlier that it was your rejection that asked you to cooperate with our hidden village in fog that led to today's ending. The third generation of Mizukong looked at Ashina Uzumaki and said expressionlessly, "Cooperation? Haha." Uzumaki Ashina smiled sarcastically, then folded her hands together. The next moment, a strong chakra suddenly rose from under his feet, turning into a red barrier, blocking the room where he and Kazekage were. On the other side, Yuzuru Jianmu and Yuzuru Wutong had just walked out of the room and were stopped by a boy holding a hook on the front and a green flower stick-shaped weapon at the tail. Gaji Yakura. The two of them recognized the person who blocked their way at a glance. This green hair and purple eyes look like a teenager, but in fact he is over 20 years old. The person is the famous genius ninja in Hidden Village, and is also the future 4 generations of Mizuki, Gaji Yakura. Gugakai Yakura did not talk nonsense, and directly took action, waved the weapons in his hand and rushed towards the two of them. On the ground, a large number of ninjas from the Hidden Village in the Mist Village have already attacked the Whirlpool country. Faced with a large-scale attack like Hidden Village, the Whirlpool country has no resistance at all and can only be massacred one-sidedly. That's right, it's just massacre. Because this attack in Hidden Village was for the purpose of killing, in the eyes of Hidden Village ninjas in Hidden Village, the country of Ume, whether it is ninjas or civilians, is the target of their killing this time. For a moment, although the kingdom of Vortex was on the entire island, there were shrill screams echoing. Chapter 49, The Sad Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Sir Orochimaru, are we really watching this? Somewhere in the Ume country, 2 figures were hidden in the dark. Looking at the ninjas in the Hidden Village of the Mist slaughtering the ninjas and civilians in the Ume country, one of them could not help but say, "These 2 are ninjas sent by Konoha. One of them is Orochimaru, one of the famous 3 ninjas, and the other is the current captain of Konoha Anbi, and the eldest son of the 3rd generation Naruto Sarutobi Hinesan, Sarutobi Sunset. All are close friends." However, Orochimaru and Sarutobi Sunset came to Umeda country not to help Umeda country, but to take the opportunity to bring all the secret sealing techniques of Umeda country back to Konoha. Kill the Mizuho ninja who pursues bait and the seal secret technique that brings back the Uzumaki clan. No intervention is allowed. When Orochimaru heard Sarutobi Sunset's words, he turned to look at him, with a cold smile on his face and said, "This is an order issued by Lord Naruto and all the elders. Captain Sarutobi, do you want to disobey the order?" Feeling the coldness in Orochimaru's eyes, Sarutobi Sunset felt a stern and immediately said, "I dare not." Ho 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 ho. Orochimaru stared at Sarutobi Sunset for a while, and a trembling laugh came out in his throat, then said, "Sunset, my order is to kill the Mizuki ninja who pursues bait and bring back the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, but your mission, and I don't plan to ask about what you do in the mission now." Having said that, in order to watch this scene, I seem to have been here for too long and almost forgot about my mission. It is time for me to perform the mission. Goodbye, Sunset. After saying that, Orochimaru turned around and left. After watching Orochimaru leave, Sarutobi turned his gaze back to the purgatory scene in the distance, sighed lightly, then turned around and walked towards the ancestral land of the Uzumaki clan. Country of Fire, near the coastline. The battlefield between ninjas in the Uzumaki village and the hidden ninjas in the Mizumaki village. Among the only 5 ninjas left in Uzumaki village, 4 ninjas worked together to perform the Barrier Ninja 4 Purple Flame Formation, trapping 4 ninjas in the Mizumaki village, including the Watermelon Puffer Ghost. A Shangren from the hidden village of Fog didn't know the power of the 4 Purple Flame Formation, so he tried the method with his body, and he died. The Zigwashan Puffer Ghost attacked with a big knife and a shark muscle. With the characteristics of the shark muscle, it easily tore a flaw in the 4 Purple Flame Formations. Impossible, even the chakra of the 4 Purple Flame Formation can be swallowed. When the Uzumaki clan saw that the 4 Purple Flame Formation was easily eaten by the shark muscles, his face changed drastically. Then, while transporting chakra, repairing the broken gap, he turned his head and shouted to his companions outside the 4 Purple Flame Formation, Changhe, go quickly and escape in the direction of Konoha. Seeing this, Uzuaki looked at his companion, then looked at Uzuaki beside him, then gritted his teeth, picked up Uzuaki and turned around and ran away. Escape? Hey! The Zigguisian puffer ghost grinned, his mouth full of sharp teeth like an evil ghost, then raised the shark muscle in his hand. Turned around and waved hard at one of the 3 people who used the 4 purple flame formation. Bang! The purple protective barrier was easily gnawed by the shark muscles, and then the blade fell heavily on the ninja, directly slamming his chest. One person was seriously injured and needed 4 people to maintain the 4 purple flame formation collapsed instantly. The 2 companions of the Zigguisian puffer ghost instantly rushed towards the other 2 people, and he himself was carrying the shark muscles and attacking the Shangren. The upper ninja of the Uzumaki clan looked back at the direction where Uzumaki Changhe escaped, and a trace of firmness flashed in his eyes, and then he held the Kyowo in his hand tightly to face the watermelon puffer ghost. He was ready to fight to the death and buy time for his companions to escape. However, he has a big gap in strength with the watermelon puffer ghost. In addition, the watermelon puffer ghost also has an unusual ninja tool like the big sword and shark skin in his hand. He is no match for him at all. In just a few minutes, he was cut to death by the watermelon puffer ghost. At this time, his companions had also dealt with the 2 Uzumaki Zhongnians. However, just as the 3 puffer ghosts of Zigguisian were about to pursue Uzuaki and Uzuaki, Shen Zhaoxiu, who was hiding in the dark, finally spoke. Okay, let's do it. Shen Zhaoxiu opened softly when he finished speaking. The figures of Kaoru, Purgatory, Yekara, and Beiraho had disappeared from his side. When they appeared again, the 4 people had surrounded the 3 Guashan puffer ghost with the power of 4 corners. This speed. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the 4 people who disappeared, his eyes twitched a few times, and then walked out of the hidden place and walked towards the location where the few people were. Because Shen Zhaoxiu and others were all wearing black masks at this time, the Zigguisian puffer ghost could not recognize them, but he could feel the threat emitting from the 4 people in Kaodu, and his face became solemn, and then he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The 4 of Jiaodu ignored the issue of the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, and just asked at the slowly approaching Shen Zhaoxiu, "Sir, do you need to keep a living?" "No need." Shen Zhaoxiu spoke lightly and his tone was cold. "I understand, X4. The 4 of Kakudu responded at the same time, and then they took action almost at the same time, and they had a very tacit understanding. Kakudu and Purgatory attacked the Zigguisian puffer ghost, and Yaang and Bei Liuhu attacked the other 2 Mizuki Shangnan, and instantly divided the battlefield. Crystal escape Crystal 5 criminal formation. Purgatory took the lead and saw him quickly forming seals with both hands, and then suddenly pressed on the ground. The next moment, 5 red crystal walls instantly rose on the ground around the watermelon puffer ghost, surrounding him with a 5-horned force. Fire escape heart of hard work. At this time, the corners that had already jumped to the air were seized at the right time. A fire escape ninjutsu was released, and the scorching flames fell from the sky, instantly filling the narrow crystal 5-angle prison. Prize. When Purgatory saw that the fire escape from Keiku was filled with the 5 prison formation that trapped the puffer river ghost, he immediately closed his hands. The next moment, a crystal wall immediately split out on the top of the crystal wall of the 5 prison formation, and then closed instantly, closing the entire crystal 5 prison formation, sealing the scorching flames and the screams of the puffer river ghost. This is not over yet. After the corners fell to the ground, a set of seals was formed quickly, and then he pressed his hands on the ground and shouted, "Demon escape, earth spear." The next moment, countless black earth thorns burst out from the ground in the crystalline 5-corner prison, densely occupying all the space in the entire crystalline 5-corner prison. Although Kaoru and Purgatory were joining forces for the first time, they cooperated with each other in a very tacit understanding. The Zigguisian puffer ghost, who was besieged by the 2, was sad. He stopped screaming in the Crystal 5 Gao prison, and I don't know if he had already burped. Chapter 50, Big Sword Sheep. Tisk tisk, this cooperation is amazing. Not far away, Shenzeoxiu looked at the Crystal 5-angle prison burning inside and covered with sharp black earth thorns, and felt a little sad for the watermelon mountain puffer ghost sealed in it. Although Kaoru and Purgatory were joining forces for the first time, they were perfectly matched at this time. The tragic watermelon puffer ghost became the victim of the first cooperation between the two. After just one encounter, they were killed by a combo from the two, and they were not sure about life and death. However, the watermelon puffer ghost is at least the elite Shangnan in the hidden village of Fog, and is one of the contemporary 7-blade swords. Of course, it will not be killed so easily. Water escape, explosion of water and waves. Sure enough, an angry shout suddenly came from the Crystal 5 arced cage that had been silent for a while. Then Shenzeoxiu saw that the flames in the Crystal 5 arced cage were swallowed by a whistling water flow, and the black earth thorn was also shattered by the water flow. Then the entire Crystal 5 arced cage began to vibrate violently, cracks began to appear on the surface, and finally they were completely broken by the majestic water flow. Hurry! After the turbulent water waves broke through the Crystal 5 corner prison, they spread out like a flood. The embarrassing watermelon mountain puffer ghost was covered in blood and walked towards the waves, but his target was not either of the two of Kodadu or Purgatory, but Shen Zhaoxiu, who was standing further away watching the battle. Swish! 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 Tian Lao, Si Ming, and Jing Kui saw that the Zigwashan puffer ghost pointed the target at Shenzeoxiu, and immediately activated his ability, and then protected him in it with the formation of the character formation. Oh? Is the target me? Shenzeoxiu looked at the watermelon mountain puffer ghost who was driving towards him, and he was not panicked at all. Not to mention the Tian Lao, Siming, and Jing Kui who were guarding him. If Jiaodu and Purgatory were so that the Zigwashan puffer ghost would kill him in front of them, I'm afraid they would be embarrassed to ask for the reward this time. Crystal exit Kui Jing wall. Purgatory flashed, blocking the front of the watermelon puffer ghost, then put his hands together and slapped the ground. Suddenly, a huge crystal wall rose high in front of him, blocking the whistling waves. Thunder escape pseudo-darkness. Almost at the same time, Kaoru's thunder escape was also released. The thunder released somewhere in his body was like a big thunder gun, instantly passing through the body of the Zigwashan puffer ghost, charred his whole body. Cough. Zigwashan puffer ghost coughed out a mouthful of thick blood with black smoke, then turned his head and glared at the angle, and shook his head. An orange head, the long, colored hair became hard instantly, and then shot towards the corners like a steel needle. This is the unique ninjutsu of Zigwashan puffer ghost, the ninjutsu method and hair. Tisk. When Jiaodu faced the ninjutsu of the watermelon puffer ghost, he looked disdainful and didn't even hide. He let the hair like a steel needle pierce into his body, but he still rushed towards the watermelon puffer ghost with constant speed, and then stretched out his arm to him. Seeing this, the Zigwashan puffer ghost looked at Kaoru, who rushed towards him in surprise, and then wanted to fly back, but saw Kaoru reaching out to his palms and suddenly left his arm from his wrists. The palm connected to an object like a black line grabbed him at a faster speed. What monster! The Zigwashan puffer ghost didn't expect that Jiaodu had this move, so he had no time to dodge, so he could only raise the shark muscle in his hand to resist. However, he didn't know that Jiaodu's real target was the big knife shark muscle in his hand. Bang! Kaoru's palm turned a corner in the air, and then he hit the wrist of the Watergwashan puffer ghost, directly knocking the big knife shark muscle out of his hand, and then grabbed it. But Jiaowu didn't expect that the Sams would choose the owner, and those who were not recognized could not grasp it. So when his palm grabbed the Sam's stomp, some barbs suddenly emerged from the Sam's stomp, piercing the Sam's palm, and then breaking free. Hey! This knife! Jiao didn't care about the pierced palm at all, but just looked at the shark muscle that broke free from his hand in surprise. He felt that this knife seemed like a living creature. The thought flew in a flash, and the horns moved their arms, and the black line connected to the wrist drove the wrist, quickly grasping the shark muscle that broke free from his hands. Moreover, this time, no matter how the shark muscle stretched its barb, it could not break free from his hands. "Sir, give it to you." After the horns grabbed the Sam's muscle, he waved his arm and the black line on his wrist stretched out, directly sending the Sam's muscle to Kazekage. Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the big sword shark that Cao De sent over, hesitated for a while, then reached out to pick it up. The moment when Shen Zhaoxiu held the Sam's muscle, the sword made a rustling sound, and barbs grew on the hilt of the knife, trying to break free from his hand, but Shen Zhaoxiu's palm instantly turned into a shiny diamond shape, rubbing against the barbs growing on the Sam's muscle hilt. Sand. At this time, the barbs on the shark's body were raised, and a big mouth full of sharp teeth was opened on its head, and then it twisted its body and bit it at Kazekage. Shen Zhaoxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his left arm instantly turned into diamonds, holding the mouth of the Sam's muscle, and then activated the ability of cat fruit, releasing a violent chakra all over his body to beat it, but this chakra was instantly absorbed by the Sam's muscle. Moreover, after absorbing the chakra of the cat fruit, the Sambo skin suddenly changed, and the barbed body instantly became soft and rubbed against the arm of Kamasuke. "Do you like this kind of chakra?" Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the Sam's muscles that suddenly became docile, and his heart moved slightly, and then released a chakra of cat fruit for it to swallow. Sure enough, after swallowing this chakra, the Sam's muscles became more and more docile, completely transforming from the previous hideous beast into a docile little puppy. "Haha, be at peace and I'll feed you later." Shen Zhaoxiu fed another chakra for the squid muscle to swallow, then patted the squid muscle that was still twisting and rubbing his arm, and said softly. After swallowing the chakra released by Shen Zhaoxiu's hand, the shark was obedient and stopped twisting, turning into a weapon form for him to hold it in his hand. At this point, the big sword and shark muscle changed hands. Although it was a bit unexpected, now that the Sam's muscle has been obtained, the purpose has been achieved. Shen Zhaoxiu said with a smile on his back, holding the Sam's muscle that had become obsessed with his face. Originally, he was still thinking about how to tame the knife, but he didn't expect it to surrender itself, which saved Shen Zhaoxiu a lot of trouble. However, when Shen Zhaoxiu held the shark muscle, he could clearly feel the emotions of the knife, so he now doubted that the big sword shark muscle belongs to a weapon or a life. Even Shen Zhaoxiu was still thinking about what changes would happen if the shark muscle in this form were given to it as a next devil fruit. Chapter 51, Orochimaru attacks. Crystal escape, crystal breaking dragon subduing technique. Purgatory hand wrapped his seal, then slapped the ground, and the next moment, a crystal dragon rose from the ground, roaring towards the watermelon mountain puffer ghost. Water escape shui dragon bombing technique. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost quickly formed seals with both hands, then opened his mouth and spit out a water dragon, fighting with the purgatory crystal dragon. At this time, Jiao came to the top of the Ziguishan puffer ghost again. After making seals with both hands, a mask appeared on his shoulders. The mask opened his mouth and let out a strong snort at him. Wind escape, press the damage. The whistling strong wind blew the huge body of the Ziguishan puffer ghost directly. When he landed on the ground, before he could stabilize his body, another figure suddenly appeared behind him. Yes, already defeated the opponent's Yaang. Burning escape, storming and steaming. Yaang held a hot chakra ball in his hand and pressed it on the vest of the watermelon puffer ghost. The next moment, the hot chakra exploded in his body, causing the water in his body to boil instantly, and then leaked fiercely like steam. In just a moment, the originally fat watermelon mountain puffer ghost was squeezed dry by Yaang's burning escape chakra and turned into skin and bones. However, thanks to the fat body, the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, whose body was instantly evaporated by Yaang's burning escape, was not dead yet. His body, like a mummy body, quickly retreated and distanced from Yaang, and then his hands suddenly closed his seal. I don't know what kind of ninjutsu he used, and he actually wanted to vent his shriveled body and began to swell again. However, the Zigguishun puffer ghost, who had recovered his size, was already sweating heavily and panting like a cow. Obviously, the damage caused by the recovery of Yaang's burning escape just now took a lot of his energy. The Zigguishun puffer ghost, who had recovered his size, turned his head and looked at Yaang behind him, and asked in a deep voice, "Zhou Dun, you are Yaang from Shea Hidden Village?" The recognized Yaang did not answer. She raised her hands and silently condensed several burning escape chakra balls, attacking him again. Seeing this, Zigguishun puffer ghost turned around and ran away. At this time, he had no will to continue fighting. Whether it is Kaoru, Purgatory, or Yaang, he may not be the opponent alone. Now 3 people are besieging him, and it is a fool to not run away. At this time, Baileahu, who had also solved his opponent, blocked the Zigguishun puffer ghost, and his right fist, which had become as hard as steel, smashed directly at him. Steel escape armor break fist. Bang! The hard and heavy fist directly knocked the huge body of the Zigguishun puffer ghost back to its original position. When he stabilized his body, he found that Kaoru, Yekara, Purgatory, and Beirahu had already appeared in the shape of 4 corners and surrounded him. The pressure these 4 people brought to him was like a desperate abyss that could not escape. Hateful! The gaze of the Zigguishun puffer ghost turned, swept across the 4 people in Jiaoda one by one, and shouted angrily, "Who are you?" None of the 4 ignored him. Kaoda turned his head to look at Shenseoxiu not far away and asked, "Sir, do you need to keep a living?" When Shenseoxiu heard this, he glanced at the desperate Zigguishun puffer ghost, then pinned the shark muscle in his hand behind him, shook his head and said, "No need." Clear. As the voice of Shenseoxiu fell, the 4 of Kakudu almost raised their hands to form seals. At this moment, a slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from not far away, causing their movements to stop, and then they looked in the direction where the footsteps were heard at the same time. Ho 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 ho! Accompanied by a hoarse and gloomy laughter, a figure with long black hair and a very pale complexion appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of this person made everyone, including Shenseoxiu, look somber. Long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadows extending to the nose, pale skin, blue magma-shaped earrings, and the cold temperament of the whole body gives people a sense of tension and oppression that is as if they are confronting a poisonous snake. Orochimaru. Yaang looked at the man who was like a poisonous snake and asked in a narrow voice, "Why did one of Konoha's 3 ninjas appear here?" Sand. 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 Orochimaru didn't say anything, but there was a sound of something squirming behind him. After a while, everyone saw 2 big snakes, more than 20 centimeters thick, rolling 2 people behind Orochimaru, slowly coming to Orochimaru's side. The 2 people who were swept by Orochimaru were Uzumaru Changhe and Uzumaru Momohiko, who had escaped before. Orochimaru ignored the Orochiya beside him and the Uzumaki clan who were brought by them, but instead glanced at everyone one by one, then said, "I should ask this sentence, right? Yekara from Shahideng village, the rebellious ninja Kakuto from Takigaku village, which is active in the black market, and these 2 unknown ninjas. Why do you appear here together?" Yaang and others did not answer, but looked at Shenseoxiu at the same time and cast a questioning look at him. When Kanzeojiu felt the eyes of the 4 people, he was also confused because Orochimaru's appearance was completely beyond his expectations. "Oh, is this the real master?" Seeing this, Orochimaru also looked at him. His narrow and vertical pupils stared at him for a while, then stretched out his disgusting long tongue and added a circle of lips, and sneered, "Although I don't know why you guys gather here, as Konoha's ninjas, since I have encountered them, it seems a bit unreasonable to say nothing if I don't do anything." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he suddenly turned his right arm towards Kansuke. The next moment, his arm instantly turned into a poisonous snake, shooting towards Kansuk like lightning. Crystal exit Kuijing mirror. A flash of purgatory closest to Shenseoxia blocking in front of him, with his hands spread out, a red crystal shield rose from the ground, blocking the poisonous snake that was shooting from coming. Kaoru and Yakura also returned to defense in an instant, blocking the Kenra cultivation. Only Beiliuhu, he disappeared directly when Orochimaru appeared. Crystal escape. Orochimaru retracted his arm and looked at Purgatory with a burning look. His disgusting tongue stretched out again and added a circle of lips, saying, "It's another rare blood resistance limit. There are really some amazing people here." Swish! At this time, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who was not guarding, seized the opportunity and quickly distanced himself from Kanzeo and others, and then rushed towards the coastline without looking back. When he fled to a safe distance, he turned around and left a harsh word. "Yaang from Share Hidden Village, and you wait for me, I will take revenge sooner or later." Shen Zhaoxiu and others looked speechlessly at the direction where the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost escaped, but no one chased, because compared to him, Orochimaru in front of him was the real tricky existence. Chapter 52, Purgatory vs Orochimaru. "Sir, are you going to do it?" Kakudo glanced at Orochimaru, turned around and asked Kansuk, and said, "This kid looks difficult to deal with. If you want to fight him, the reward will be doubled." Shen Zhaoxiu glanced at him speechlessly and said, "Don't fight with him. You and Yaang will chase the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost first and bring his head back." When Xiaodu heard this, he glanced at him in confusion, then nodded and said, "Yes." After that, he chased him in the direction where the Ziguishan Puffer Ghost escaped. "Sir, you..." Yaang hesitated for a moment. He looked at Orochimaru and then at Kanshushu. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Kanshushu. "All right." Yaang heard what Shenseoxia said, so he had to nod, and then followed Kauta to chase the Puffer Ghost in the direction where Ziguishan Mountain was escaping. Orochimaru, not far away, watched Kaoru and Yakura leave without stopping him. After the two left, he looked at Kansuk and said with a smile, "It seems that I have been underestimated." Kamishu ignored him, but looked at the Purgatory in front of him and said, "Mr. Purgatory, Orochimaru will trouble you." Purgatory wanted to curse when he heard the words of Kanshushu, but he was not good at speaking and did not say anything in his heart. He just nodded with a serious expression, then folded his hands together, staring at Orochimaru in front of him. Seeing this, Orochimaru smiled slightly, then raised his arm towards Purgatory. The next moment, his arm instantly turned into dozens of poisonous snakes and rushed towards Purgatory. Crystal escape Kuijing knife. Purgatory's hands quickly formed seals, the chakra on his arms overflowed, and the red crystal blade condensed into a crescent shape waved, instantly slashing the poisonous snakes that were flying in, and then flew towards Orochimaru. Crystal exit Crystal Shuriken. The Purgatory handprints changed while running, and the crystal blade on the arm instantly shattered, turning into a large number of snowflake-shaped crystal shurikens, whizzing towards Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru lowered his body and then twisted it gently. The next moment, his whole body suddenly became as soft as a snake, swimming quickly on the ground. Not only did he instantly avoid the crystal shuriken of Purgatory in an instant, but he also instantly approached the Purgatory and punched the Purgatory's jaw. Crystal shield. Purgatory's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately folded his hands together, and the chakra gushed out of his palm condensed into a red crystal shield to protect his jaw. Bang! Orochimaru's fist hit the crystal shield under the palms of Purgatory, instantly smashing the crystal shield. Then the fist contacted the palms of Purgatory that were stacked together, and the remaining power knocked the entire person away. Purgatory's body flipped in the air. During this period, he quickly formed seals with both hands, pressed the ground with his palms and shouted, "Crystal escape, the art of divine transfer!" In an instant, dozens of sharp crystals suddenly pierced from the ground where Orochimaru was, but they were all avoided by Orochimaru with his flexible body and soft body. After avoiding the sharp crystal that pierced the ground, Orochimaru twisted his body and lingered towards Purgatory again. Purgatory dodged and quickly released various crystal escape ninjutsu attacks. The two of them were fighting back and forth. However, Shen Zhaoxiu was very clear that Orochimaru did not act seriously at this time. If Orochimaru had all his strength, he only needed to communicate with the 10,000 snakes to make a drink of purgatory. The reason why he didn't have to do all his strength was probably studying the crystal escape of purgatory and guarding against the Shen Zhaoxiu who were watching the battle. Sure enough, it's still too hard to match Orochimaru's strength. Seeing the continuous use of crystal escape ninjutsu, but could not hurt Orochimaru's purgatory at all, Shen Zhaoxiu sighed in his heart, and then ordered the Tianzhou and Jingkui beside him, "You two, go and save the two people from the Uzumaki clan." "Yes." Tian Lao and Jin Kui received the order and immediately flashed out, then rushed from both directions to the Vortex Changhe and Vortex Diji, which were swept by the big snake. Kanchu continued to watch the battle between Purgatory and Orochimaru, thinking in his heart what kind of purgatory he currently has to give to it to improve his strength to a level that is enough to match, or to threaten Orochimaru at this time. First of all, animal system is definitely not good. Purgatory itself is not short of chakra, and the ability of animal system is limited to his growth at the beginning, and his ability will not be greatly improved. For ninjas of the level of Purgatory, only Superman system can greatly improve their strength in a short period of time. In addition to the animal system, the power that Shen Zhaoxiu currently possesses, there are flower fruit, diamond fruit, and line fruit and 3 Superman devil fruits that have not yet been watered. Not to mention the 3 fruits that are not yet mature, Shen Zhaoxiu thinks that flower fruit, diamond fruit or line fruit, these 3 abilities, whichever one of Purgatory gets, will probably increase its strength greatly, but to say that the one that is most in line with the Purgatory's ability, Shen Zhaoxiu thinks that it is probably still diamond fruit. At this time, the battle between Purgatory and Orochimaru has been avoiding close combat, which shows that this aspect is his shortcomings. However, with the ability of diamond fruit, he can almost ignore the threat of being Orochimaru close to him, and even threaten Orochimaru in turn. As for whether to give Purgatory powers, the reason why Shen Zhaoxiu let him stay alone to face Orochimaru was a test for him. If Purgatory refused from the beginning, then Shen Zhaoxiu would never consider giving him the ability of the devil fruit. Now, Purgatory has also proved with actions that although he is not as loyal to Shen Zhaoxiu as Tian Lao and Siming, he can already trust him. Catch you! At this time, Purgatory, which had been avoiding being close to Orochimaru, was finally caught by him, and wrapped it with his body like a snake, with a smile on his long head, and then he leaned close to Purgatory's neck, with sharp teeth in his mouth ready to bite down, trying to get Purgatory's blood. Kanzeo was watching from the side and got goosebumps all over his body, but he still admired Orochimaru. This guy is really a man and a woman who can talk. However, no matter how disgusting he is, if he doesn't take action, Purgatory will probably be killed by Orochimaru. Thinking of this, Kanchuo instantly activated the ability of flower fruit. The next moment, when the sharp teeth in Orochimaru's mouth were about to pierce the skin on Purgatory's neck, 2 pairs of fair arms suddenly grew out of the shoulders on both sides of Purgatory. One of them grabbed Orochimaru's neck in one hand, and the other pair were sharp blades that changed into diamond versions, and chopped him towards his neck. Chapter 53, Diamonds in Purgatory. Swish! The sudden change surprised Orochimaru, his neck immediately shrank back, avoiding the attack of the diamond blade, and then suddenly shook, breaking away from his hands that were holding his neck, while his soft body quickly escaped from Purgatory, and his tail twitched into Purgatory's chest, pulling him away. After Orochimaru flew away from Purgatory, he did not pay attention to him anymore, but turned his eyes to Kanchu, not far away. The light of exploration appeared in his slight smile, and then his long tongue added a circle to his lips, and he smiled and said, "It's another kind of blood relay boundary I've never seen before. No, I haven't even heard of it." Although the crystal escape in purgatory is rare, the learned Orochimaru has at least heard of this kind of ninjutsu. The ninjutsu that can grow arms on others, and even arms can turn into diamond blades, has never even heard of him. Therefore, Orochimaru's interest in crystal escape was instantly attracted by the combined devil fruit ability of Kanzeojiu. "It is my honor to be interested in the famous Sunin. Kanchu felt Orochimaru's gaze that he wanted to swallow him, and just smiled slightly, and said, "But please don't rush to do it, because what I want to do next will make you more interested, I promise." "Oh." After hearing the words of Kanshushu, Orochimaru's eyes became more and more interesting, and then he let go of the tight palm in his sleeves and said, "If you say that, then I want to see what else you will do to make me more interested. However, I must remind you that if what you want to do next fails to meet my expectations, I will be very angry." After saying that, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and a cold and powerful aura was released from him, covering Kanchu and others. The heavy sense of oppression made Kanshushu feel like he had become a rabbit without combat power, while Orochimaru turned into a giant snake as huge as a mountain. Tisk tisk, this kind of oppression is worthy of being the three ninjas. Under the heavy oppression, Shen Zhaoxiu smiled bitterly in his heart, then came to the side of purgatory, raised his palm, and the next moment, a strange feeling the chakra quickly gathered in his palm, and finally condensed into a strange fruit with clear edges and corners. This fruit is the Superman system diamond fruit peeled from his body by Shen Zhaoxiu. Shen Zhaoxiu handed the diamond fruit in his hand to Purgatory and said seriously, "Mr. Purgatory, if you believe me, please eat it." Purgatory looked at Shen Zhaoxiu's serious gaze, then looked at the strange fruit in his hand, pondered for a while, then reached out to pick up the diamond fruit in Shen Zhaoxiu's hand, sent it to his mouth, and bit it. The unique smell of devil fruit made Purgatory's face suddenly turn blue, but at the same time he also felt the strange power that poured into his body after eating the fruit in his hand. His eyes immediately widened, and then he looked at Kanzeojiu incredibly. "Eat all of it and you can master this power," Shen Zhaoxiu said seriously. Shen Zhaoxiu is not a fool of purgatory. His devil fruit does need to be eaten into his stomach to obtain complete abilities. When Purgatory heard the words of Kanzeojiu, he stared at the fruit in his hand for a while, then gritted his teeth and quickly ate the devil fruit in his hand and swallowed it into his stomach. After eating all the demonic fruits in his hand, Purgatory raised his palm and his eyes slightly condensed, then his palm began to crystallize, instantly turning into a diamond palm with dazzling light. "This." Purgatory looked at his diamond-shaped palm and looked at Shen Zhaoxiu with an incredible face. He never expected that his employer would have such ability. At the same time, thinking about what Shen Zhaoxiu had done during this period, Purgatory finally understood why he had to collect the blood transcendence chakra. "Go." Shen Zhaoxiu looked at the Purgatory and smiled and said, "With this ability, even the legendary three ninjas and the strength of the previous generations, it should be possible to fight." Purgatory didn't say anything, but just bowed deeply to Kanshushu, then turned to look at Orochimaru, his eyes becoming unprecedentedly firm and confident. "Interesting." Orochimaru witnessed the passage of Kanchu asking Purgatory to eat the strange fruit, but he did not see how Purgatory used the diamond fruit ability, so he did not know what happened to Purgatory after eating the fruit. At this time, Orochimaru saw the Purgatory staring confidently at him, and couldn't help but lick the lips with his long tongue, then opened his arms and whispered, "Come on, let me see what kind of ability you have gained that can make you so confident." Purgatory did not answer, but slowly raised his hands and rushed straight to the vicinity of Orochimaru, then closed his hands. The next moment, the howling chakra surged out of the Purgatory's body, quickly condensed into a thick layer of red crystal within dozens of meters around the two, blocking the two of them. Crystal exit crystal palace technique. Oh, block the space. Orochimaru looked up, looked at the closed crystal palace around him, then looked at the purgatory, and said in surprise, "It's interesting. You have been avoiding close combat, but now you have taken the initiative to create such a space. Are you trying to tell me that your weakness in close combat has disappeared?" Purgatory still didn't say anything, but the handprint changed. The next moment, a large number of red crystals like snowflakes condensed around him, and then followed the gesture of Purgatory, whistling towards Orochimaru like a storm. Crystal exit hexagon shuriken dances. Orochimaru twisted his body, and in a position that normal people could not do, he avoided the sudden rain-like crystal shuriken attack without any injury, and then instantly approached Purgatory's side, and his snake-like body quickly wrapped Purgatory's entire person. That's it. Orochimaru looked at the Purgatory that he was entangled in disappointment, then slowly approached his head with sharp poisonous fangs in his mouth, and said, "If it's just that, then you can die." Click. Bang. When Orochimaru's sharp fangs bit on Purgatory's neck instantly diamonded, causing Orochimaru's sharp fangs to break instantly. Orochimaru looked at the fangs that collapsed from his mouth in surprise, and looked at the diamond-shaped neck of Purgatory again, and was slightly stunned. At this time, Purgatory's body shook, and the whole person suddenly became diamond-shaped, and the entangled part of his body became protruding like a knife. In an instant, scars were cut on Orochimaru's body, and blood was splattered everywhere. Chapter 54, Orochimaru retreated, please read it. Swish. Orochimaru's body quickly escaped from Purgatory, and a large amount of blood was spilled out of the wound on his body. But Orochimaru didn't care about the injuries on his body, but just stared at the diamond-shaped Purgatory all over his body, and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Orochimaru had clearly seen how Kanshusha gave the ability to turn his body into diamonds before. It was precisely because of this that he became more and more interested in Kanshusha's turned his gaze to Kanshu, his eyes passed through the thick red crystal. The pair of vertical pupils stared at him, and his voice smiled in a low voice, "Ho ho ho, not only can you use it, but you can also give him this unique ability. You did not disappoint me, I am becoming more and more interested in you." After saying that, he suddenly raised his hand and wiped the wound on his body with his right hand, letting his palm stain his blood. After quickly forming seals, he suddenly pressed on the ground, and then shouted, "Psychic technique!" Bang! The black spiritual spell spread from under Orochimaru's palm, and then a thick white smoke burst out. The next moment, some giant object crossed time and space through the spell, and his huge body directly shattered the crystal palace set up by Purgatory, breaking the blockade. Soon after, the white smoke dissipated and a giant snake with a huge size as big as a mountain, with purple and black stripes all over the body. This snake is Orochimaru's psychic beast, Wan Shi. The winding body of Wan Shi Pan was horizontally placed in front of Shen Zhaoxiu and others. The huge body occupied almost all the areas that several people could reach. Orochimaru, standing above Wan Shi's head, was not even as big as a scale on the giant snake's body, which showed how huge the giant snake was. "Orochimaru, you look like you've been beaten up very badly." Wan Shi's pupils rose up. Seeing Orochimaru covered in blood, she couldn't help laughing, and then the huge snake eyes passed by Shen Zhaoxiu and others one by one, saying, "This time the opponent looks quite tricky. If I want me to take action, the sacrifice will be doubled." Orochimaru didn't say anything, and his eyes suddenly looked into the distance. There, Kaoru and Yekara who had left before felt the movement here and were coming quickly. It seems that today is no longer suitable for fighting. Orochimaru looked at Kaoru and Yekara who were approaching quickly, then looked at Kansuke again, and his eyes stayed on him for a while, then lowered his head and said to Wan Shi, retreat. Although Orochimaru was conceited, he didn't think he could get any benefits from Kakuto, Hakura, and the Purgatory 3 who had been upgraded to the Diamond Man, let alone that Kanju also showed the ability to give others blood succession limits in front of him. If there is no limit to that ability, it would be even more troublesome if Shen Zhaoxiu upgraded Kaoru and Yaang again. Therefore, when Orochimaru felt that Kaoru and Yakura had arrived, he directly chose to retreat decisively. As for the Tianzu and the Jinki, Orochimaru directly ignored their existence from the beginning. Wan Shi was also surprised when he heard Orochimaru's words, but he still said arrogantly, even if you retreat, a 100-person sacrifice cannot be lost. After that, its huge body twisted and quickly left with Orochimaru at an incredible speed. As for the two Uzumaki people, Orochimaru didn't know whether he had forgotten or didn't care at all, and he didn't even look at them when he left. Purgatory glanced at Orochimaru who had left, then looked at Kanshushu and asked with his eyes whether he would chase after him. Shin Zhaoxiu shook his head. Although Orochimaru is retreating now, Shin Zhaoxiu knows very well that even if they can win, they will definitely not be able to kill Orochimaru. If Orochimaru fights his life, there will be a few more people who can survive on their side, so it is impossible to say. Moreover, Kanchuo showed his abilities in front of Orochimaru, not to fight for his life, but to lay the groundwork for meeting him in the future. The bait has been put down, it depends on when Orochimaru will take the bait. Swish! Swish! As soon as Orochimaru and Wan Shi disappeared into the sight of Kanshushu, the figures of Kaoru and Yakura appeared, and Kaoru had a hideous head in his hand, which was the head of the Zigwashan puffer ghost who had escaped. After Kaoru arrived, he glanced at the direction where Orochimaru left, and said nothing, then handed the head of the watermelon puffer ghost to Kanzeoxiu and said, "Sir, the task is completed." Shenzeoxiu waved his hand and asked Cao to take away the disgusting thing, then turned to Tianzu and said, "Tianzu, pay them the reward for this time." "Yes." Upon hearing this, Tianzhou immediately took out a large stack of silver notes from his arms and settled the remuneration to Kaoru, Purgatory and Yaang. When the three of them received the reward, Kokdu and Purgatory were fine. When Yaang got the 100 million taels of silver notes, his mind was still a little confused. She really didn't expect that the 100 million taels of task would be completed so simply. You know, in the past, even a task of 1 million T, had to work hard to fight for the level of danger, but now, she can only say that this money is too easy to make. After receiving a reward of 100 million taels, he hesitated for a moment and came to Shenzeoxiu, wanting to return the reward this time, but before he could speak, Shenzeoxiu said first, "Senior Purgatory, I'll talk about it later. You should understand the reason for that ability. You should understand what it means. Just take this time to consider whether you should truly accept that power." After hearing this, Purgatory pondered for a while, then nodded and said, "I understand, sir." At this time, Jinkui brought Uzumaki Changhe and Uzumaki Daji who were rescued by them from Shekao and came to Shenzeoxiu and asked, "Sir, what should they do?" At this time, Uzumaki Super Ninja Uzumaki Changhe, who was injured, was already unconscious. Uzumaki Momoji, who was only 7 or 8 years old, looked at Kanzeoxiu with a panic look, his eyes full of horror. "It's okay, we are not bad guys, don't worry." Shenzeoxiu squatted down, rubbed Yuzuru Momoji's head with a smile, and then said to Si Ming, who was still in a rabbit state under his feet, "Si Ming, you and Jin Kui are responsible for sending them home and taking good care of them. How to arrange the specific arrangements, I will talk about it when I go back." "Yes, X2. Si Ming returned to human form and took the order with Jin Kui. She immediately came to Yuzuru Momoji, smiled at her, gave her a look of peace of mind, and then carried her on her back. On the other hand, Jin Kui also carried the unconscious Vortex Changhe and then left directly with Si Ming. Shenzaishu looked at the direction they left, then reached out and rubbed his chin. He always felt as if he was ignoring something. Chapter 55, Corpse of Ghosts. Whoosh! When Shen Zhaoxiu was thinking, when he was ignoring something, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking through the air roaring towards them from a distance. Looking up, I found that the vermilion bird, which is in the form of a swift, was back. The swift landed and turned back to Suzaku's appearance. He knelt on one knee in front of Kanshushu and said, "Sir, the country of Ume is raided by ninjas from the hidden village of Fog and is being massacred." The hidden village of Fog raided the Vortex country and was massacring. When Shin Zhaoxiu heard the news from Suzaku, his heart sank slightly, and then asked, "Have you found Konoha's ninja in Uzumaki's kingdom?" "There is one." Suzaku replied, "It is certain that the other party is an elite ninja from Konoha village Anbi, and from his psychic ninja beast, he is likely to be a member of the Naruto clan." The so-called Naruto clan refers to the Sarutobi clan where the current Naruto Sarutobi Hinako is located. The ninjutsu of their clan is also easy to identify, especially the psychic beast ape clan, which has almost no possibility of admitting mistakes. Koi's Anbi, Sarutobi clan, and there is only one person. Kanzaojiu frowned and thought for a while, then smiled sarcastically and said, "Tisk tisk, it seems that the hidden village of Mizuki raided the kingdom of Ume, and it has no connection with Konoha village." After that, Kanzaojiu looked at the direction of Siming and Jinkui leaving, and he found that he had underestimated Konoha's ferocity. Originally, Kanzaojiu thought that Konoha used the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan as bait to hunt the ninjas of the Mist Hidden Village, and that it was cruel enough not to appear when the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan as bait were about to die. When Shinzashi saw Orochimaru, he was still thinking that maybe it was because he was the one who was carrying out this mission, so he cruelly watched the ninjas of the Uzumaru tribe being killed by the people from the Mizuki Hidden Village, and then came out to finish it. After all, Orochimaru is a cold-blooded animal, and he didn't expect Konoha to be more cruel than he thought. Shen Zhaoxiu even had some doubts. At this time, the country of Ume was raided by the hidden village of Fog. Will Konoha be guided behind? Or, will the destruction of Umeno country be directly a transaction made between Mizuno village and Konoha? It's not impossible. Now think about it. Is it because the fourth generation of Mizuki in the hidden village that can become the perfect human throne Riki because he got the sealing technique of the Vortex clan? The more Shen Zhaoxiu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. However, even if he guessed that things might be like this, he was not capable of it now, and he was not even interested in changing anything. In fact, Shen Zhaoxiu planned to use this matter to arrange the two members of the Vortex clan that he had just rescued and brainwash them. Moreover, judging from the current experience of the Uzumaki clan, the previous generation of the nine-tailed man, Riki Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Naruto Senju Hashirama, probably had passed away, otherwise Konoha would not dare to plot against the Uzumaki clan like this. That is to say, Uzumaki Kushina has now inherited the identity of the nine-tailed Tsukiri from Uzumaki Mito. A sudden idea came to Shinchu's mind. If, in the future, the members of the Uzumaki clan found Kushina Uzumaki and told her that the destruction of the Uzumaki clan was a conspiracy of Konoha village, I wonder if she would stay in Konoha village with peace of mind and be honest as a tool of war? Once Uzumaki Kushina becomes suspicious of Konoha, it will be much easier for Kensho to obtain the chakra of the nine-tailed one in the future. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly felt that he had just saved the two people from the Vortex clan, which was really a good move. In addition, the news of Uzumaki Mito's death is itself an extraordinary information. After the death of Shinju Hashima, the ninja god of Senju, Mito Uzumaki, who can perfectly control the power of the nine tails, can be said to be another stabilizing needle of Konoha. Even her existence is more intimidating than Shinju Hashimaki, to some extent, so her death is definitely more serious than Shinju Hashima losing the third generation of Shinju. Shen Zhaoxiu felt that even if he assassinated Shimura Danzo later if it fails, as long as Yaang brings this information back to Cheyenne village, it will definitely be considered over-completed. However, Shimura Danzo is so disgusting, so it's better for him to die this morning. Shenzaoxiu thought so in his heart. The Samatsu received the goal of this trip to Uzumaki country has been achieved. Next, we will meet Uchiha Fujio and join forces with him to take down the life of Shimura Danzo. Of course, it would be even better if you can get the chakra of the reincarnation eye by the way. The country of Wocheo village. Inside Uzumaki shrine. Uzumaki Ashina used chakra, who was left in the shrine by the ancestors of the Uzumaki clan, to launch the 4 red sun formation that claimed to be needed to launch by 4 shadow ninjas, trapping himself and the 3rd generation of Mizuka in this shrine. At this time, Ashina Uzumaki wore a hideous death mask on her face, clasped her hands together, and activated the taboo sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan capture of corpse ghost on the 3rd generation of Mizumaki. Behind Ashina Uzumaki, the tall god of death bit a dagger in his mouth, grabbed the 3rd generation of Mizuhashi with one hand, and slowly pulled his soul out of his body. That's what? The 3rd generation of Kazekage, who was caught by the god of death, could also see the god of death behind Uzumaki Ashina. When he saw his soul being forced out of his body by the god of death, then took off the dagger in his mouth and slowly stretched towards him, his face finally couldn't help but look frightened. This is the god of death, a true god who can devour the soul. Uzumaki Ashina looked at the terrified 3rd generation water shadow, and a smile appeared on her old face, saying, after using this forbidden technique, you and my soul will be swallowed by the god of death, and then entangled in the god of death forever. It is the forbidden technique that will die together. Uzumaki Ashina did not lie. When the caster of the Corpseo Ghost used this forbidden technique, he had already made a contract with the god of death and sold his soul to the god of death. In other words, after the god of death devours the target's soul, his soul will also be swallowed by the god of death. After that, he and the soul of the enemy will always hate and fight each other in the god of death's belly, and will never be reborn. Impossible. After hearing Ashina Uzumaki's words, the 3rd generation of Kazekage had a stronger look of fear on his face. He wanted to struggle and escape, but he had already been caught by the god of death. Not to mention struggling, he couldn't even move his fingers. He could only watch the Tao in the god of death's hand swung to him. Then, in a panic, the 3rd generation of Shui Ying was slashed by the god of death and then swallowed it into the belly in one mouthful. After the soul of the 3rd generation of Shui Ying was swallowed by the god of death, his body quickly lost signs of life and died completely. After the death of the 3rd generation of Shui Ying, the Uverpool Ashina who used the forbidden technique was also penetrated by the god of death, and then his soul was grabbed by the god of death, and then forced out of his body and swallowed it into his stomach in one mouthful. After Uzumaki Ashina's soul was swallowed by the god of death, a complex sealing technique appeared on the part of the god of death, and then she lost her life forever. Chapter 56, Magnetic, Heat, Barrier, Swallowing. After Uzumaki Ashina died, a figure wearing a Konoha Anbi mask passed through the 4 red sun formation and entered the shrine. In Konoha village, only Naruto and the 9-tailed Tsukiriki who came from the Uzumaki clan are qualified to know the method of controlling the 4 red sun formation. In addition, even the elders are not qualified. The reason why this Anbyo can also control the 4 red sun formation is not only because he is the captain of the Dark Force directly under Naruto, but more importantly, because his name is Sarutobi Sunset, and he is the eldest son of the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi Hinazo. Sarutobi Sunset glanced at the dead Uzumaki Ashina and the Mizukage of the 3 dynasties, stood quietly for a while, and then collected all the masks hanging from the walls in the shrine and the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan collected in this shrine. After collecting all the valuable things in Uzumaki shrine, Sarutobi Sunset took Uzumaki Ashina and the corpses of the Sanyu Mizuki, and passed through the 4 red sun formation again and left the shrine. When Sarutobi Sunset came out of Uzumaki shrine, 2 figures were already waiting for him outside the shrine. These 2 were the elder Yuanshi from the hidden village of Fume and the future 4th generation Mizuki, Gaji Yakura. Sarutobi Sunset was not surprised to see the corpse of the 3rd generation Mizukage on her left shoulder and threw the body of the 3rd generation Mizukage on her left shoulder at the 2 of them. Seeing this, Gaji Yakura stepped forward and caught the body of the 3rd generation Mizukage. However, he was not surprised by the death of the 3rd generation Mizukage, as if he had expected it. Master Yuan just glanced at the corpse of the 3rd generation Mizukage, then turned his gaze to Sarutobi Sunset, and said, "Where is the sealing technique?" Upon hearing this, Sarutobi hesitated for a while, then took out a scroll from his arms and threw it towards Master Yuan. Master Yuan raised his hand to catch the scroll thrown by Sarutobi Sunset, opened it and took a look, then sealed it again and put it in his arms. Sarutobi Sunset said at this time, 3 months later, Konoha will send an envoy to Mizuki village to condemn what Mizuki village did to Uzuaki village and ask you to hand over the murderer. Master Yuan nodded and said, "As for the appointment, we will refuse harshly and launch a war against Konoha using the excuse of the death of the 3rd generation of Mizukage. But I hope you will tell Naruto that we have no intention of starting a war with Konoha, but if we just act like this, it will be difficult to deceive the other 3 ninja villages. So if we encounter any friction on the battlefield, please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Sunset glanced at him deeply and said, "Your Excellency, I will tell you word for it to Lord Naruto, say goodbye." After saying that, his body shook and his body disappeared directly with Uzumaki ash in his body. Master Yuan. After Sarutobi Sunset left, Gaji Yakura came to Master Yuan with the body of the 3 generations of Mizukage and asked in confusion, "He has only 1 person, why don't you keep him?" Master Yuan heard this and glanced at him faintly, then shook his head and sighed, "If you can ask such a question. It seems that the time for you to succeed to the 4th generation of Shui Ying will probably be delayed later." After that, he left slowly with his cane. Gugakai Yakura looked at Master Yuan's back speechlessly, not understanding what he said was wrong, but it was so serious that he had lost the Mizuhashi position he got. 3 days later, in a high-end leisure club on the border of the Kingdom of Fire, Shen Zhaoxiu sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, concentrating on refining chakra, watering the last immature devil fruit on the devil fruit tree in the space of consciousness. Although he has been rushing from the Kingdom of Whirlpool to the Kingdom of Rain these days, Shen Zhaoxiu will refine chakra during his rest period to water the unripe devil fruits on the devil fruit tree. With his unremitting efforts to water, the 3 fruits have all ripened. They are the barrier fruit condensed from the crystal escape chakra of purgatory, the hot fruit condensed from the crepe escape chakra of Yekara, and the magnetic escape chakra of the 3rd generation of Fengying. Although these 3 abilities are somewhat different from what he imagined, they are not very different. Even the crystal escape chakra of purgatory was finally condensed with the barrier fruit. This result was even a bit of a surprise to Shen Zhao cultivation. The ability of barrier fruit can withstand all physical and elemental attacks, and is even more powerful in defense than diamond fruit, especially the barrier that can change its form, which can be called absolute defense. It's just that you need to make gestures when activate your ability, which is more difficult to span. However, what Shen Zhao cultivation values more is the future potential of this fruit. You must know that the ability of the devil fruit still has a higher level of awakening. The ability of the barrier fruit can already defend against all physical and elemental attacks before it awakens. So once this ability is awakened, will it be able to defend against mental attacks? To put it bluntly, the so-called illusion is an attack on the spiritual level. If the barrier fruit can defend against the attack on the spiritual level after awakening, then the Shen Zhao cultivation can ignore the invasion of any illusion. No matter if you are a Sharingan or a reincarnation, he can look at anyone generously. Moreover, Shen Zhaoxiu still has an expectation in his heart. If the barrier fruit after awakening can even resist the seal, then he will be super magical. As for magnetic fruit and hot fruit, these 2 abilities are undoubtedly very powerful, but the direction of their abilities is not within the ideal range of Shenzhou cultivation, so he is not ready to hold them for a long time. At this time, what Shenzhou Xiu was watering was the fourth Superman Devil Fruit condensed from the second Blood Transcendence and Limit Chakra obtained from Bailia. Soon after, the fruit was watered and ripe. Shenzhou Xiu directly picked the ripe fruit, and his ability poured into his body, allowing him to immediately know the ability of the fruit. Superman Tantang Fruit. It turned out to be this fruit. Shenzhou Xiu felt the strength of the twill fruit in his body, and countless thoughts instantly arose in his heart. If the ability of twill fruit is used well, it is definitely a bug level. The ability of twill fruit can eat anything at will, make it a part of the body, and even fuse the different objects swallowed into a brand new existence. After having the ability of twill fruit, Shenzhou Xiu just swallowed the purgatory of diamond fruit and the heavenly prison of Niu fruit into his stomach, and then let the two merge in his stomach. After spitting it out, he would be a diamond fruit with the dual abilities of diamond fruit and Niu fruit. In other words, after having this ability, Divine Shrine can temporarily break the boundary that cannot possess two abilities at the same time. Chapter 57, I Wish to Die for Your Highness. In the luxurious Supreme Box, Kanju and Uchiha Fujio sat opposite each other, discussing how to assassinate Danzo Shimura. Sir Xiu, as you expected, Danzo's purpose is the Land of Rain. After he came to Land of Rain, he secretly met Hanzo, the leader of the hidden village of Rain, and then he kept secretly lying near the canyon on the back, as if he was ambushing someone. Uchiha Fujio told Kanzuk about the information they collected these days about Danzo. After hearing this, Shenzhou Xiu nodded slightly. Of course, he knew who the person Danzo and Hanzo wanted to plot against was, but he did not intend to stop him. This time, in order to ensure that Shimura Danzo can be killed, Uchiha Fujio brought two Uchiha teams this time. Each of them in the team was a master who activated the three Yugashima Sharingan, and the leader was the real power elder of the Uchiha clan, who was very powerful. With such a lineup, and as the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Takagaki, as long as the plan is right, let alone Shimura Danzo, even Sarutobi Hinako has to kneel down. Even if the people from Kanzeo Jiu don't take action, the power brought by the Uchiha clan will definitely be able to kill Shimura Danzo. No wonder Uchiha Fujio dared to make a bold statement before, saying that Shimura Danzo is dead this time. However, it seems that Jiraiya, the only one in Konoha who knows about the existence of the reincarnation eyes of Uzumaki Nagato, seems that Jiraiya only knows the existence of the entire Konoha village. Even if Jiraiya tells his master Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is estimated that only the senior officials of Konoha village who know this news will not be known. The Uchiha clan must not know it. Kanzeo Jiu was thinking, if he used the information of the Samanga Eye, he wondered if he could exchange a Samanga Eye chakra from Uchiha Fugaku. However, after thinking about it, Shenzhou Xiu felt that he would just forget it. Not to mention whether Uchiha Fugaku, who has the highest pride of the ninja world, would be interested in the reincarnation eye. Even if he was interested, if this information was spoken from the mouth of Kanzawashu, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not have any wrong thoughts. Although with the ability of chakra, Divine Shrine can already be immune to most illusions, he really has no confidence in whether he can be immune to the illusions of Shariakan. What's more, God knows whether Uchiha Fugaki has activated the mainletted Sharingan at this time. If Ken Shusher revealed information about the Samanga Eye at this time, and Uchiha Fuga, who had already opened the mainletted Sharingan, happened to see the stone tablet that had been tampered with by Heijo and learned about the connection between the Sharingan and the Samanga Eye of the Uchiha clan, Kanzeo Jiu can guarantee that Uchiha Fuga will definitely try to use the ability of the Maniatoscope Sharingan to manipulate him first, rather than make a deal with him. Although it was only possible, Shenzhou Xiu did not dare to take this risk, so he immediately gave up this dangerous idea. After putting aside the dangerous thoughts in his mind, Kanzeo recalled the incident in his mind about the incident in which Danzo joined forces with Hanzo to plot against the first Akatsuki organization, then looked at Uchiha Fujio and said, "Uchiha clan chief, according to your information, Danzo and Hanzo seem to be conspiring to plot against whom, and the opponent who can make them all so cautiously must be strong, and there will be a big battle between them. So I suggest that we just need to hide aside and watch the show quietly first. After the battle between them is over, we will wait for an opportunity to take action, so the chance of killing Danzang will be greater." Uchiha Fugaki seemed to have such a plan, so after listening to the proposal of Ken Shushu, he nodded immediately and said, "Your Highness's plan is almost the same as mine. However, this time the matter also involved Hanzo from Yuyan village. If he was asked to know about our assassination of Danzo, even if he didn't stop it, it would probably bring some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, I suggest that we should be divided into two teams. One team is responsible for assassinating Danzo, and the other team is responsible for stopping Hanzo. This will not only prevent Hanzo from participating in destroying our assassination plan, but also prevent us from knowing our identity." What Uchiha's patriarch said makes sense. Kanzeo Jiu nodded, pondered for a while, and then said, "Then, we will stop Hanzo. The assassination of Shimura Danzo will be left to the Uchiha clan chief, how about it?" "So best." When Uchiha Fujio heard the arrangement of Kanzeo Jiu, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and then he promised seriously, "Your Highness can rest assured. I promise you that the Uchiha clan will definitely take down the head of Shimura Danzo this time. I believe the Uchiha clan can definitely do it." Kanju nodded with a smile, and then the two discussed the details of the plan again, and then Uchiha Fugaki proposed to say goodbye. Kanzeo Jiu stood up and showed him off, looking at Uchiha Fujio's back, and showed a smile. He knew that Uchiha Fujio proposed to divide the troops into two groups, and he must have something that he didn't want to know. Kanzeo Jiu guessed that what Uchiha Fujio wanted to hide was probably his suspected Maniatoscope Sharingan. Only a trump card like Maniatoscope Sharingan can give Uchiha Fujio absolute confidence to defeat Shimura Danzo. Therefore, the fact that Kamasu has already activated the Maniatoscope Sharingan against Uchiha Fujio is basically confirmed. However, Uchiha Fugaki's proposal happened to be what Ken Shushu wanted, because he also had many things here that he didn't want Uchiha Fugaki to know. After Uchiha Fujio left, another figure came to Kanzawashu, which was Purgatory. At this time, Shenzei Oxio was not hiding himself his identity, so after Purgatory learned his true identity, he was a little restrained. Shenzei Oxio looked at the Purgatory with a restrained expression, smiled slightly, and asked, "Senior Purgatory, how are you considering this before?" Purgatory pondered for a while, then looked up at Kanzei Oxio, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, "I am going to Purgatory, I wish to die for your Highness. The only heir to the Kingdom of Fire is also the name of the Kingdom of Fire, that is for sure. There is also the identity of the manager of the food chain restaurant that Shenzei Oxio had previously revealed. It would be too stupid to guess who the real owner behind this industry is. Coupled with the unique ability that can give others blood succession limits, being loyal to such a master is not unacceptable to Purgatory." "Very good." Shen Zhaoxiu accepted the allegiance of Purgatory and nodded with satisfaction. From this moment on, Shenzei Oxio was no longer the employer of Purgatory, but the master who could determine his life and death at any time. As for Kakuto, although Shen Zhaoxiu also had the idea of recruiting him, this idea was no longer very strong, so, continue to investigate for a while. Chapter 58, Yahiko's Death. Country of Rain, Grand Canyon. The leader of Yu Hidden Village, Shanjia Yu Hanzo, takes many ninjas from Yu Hidden Village, and stands above the Great Hero Valley. Below is the leader of the recently rising powerful organization Akatsuki. Originally, the meeting between Akatsuki organization and Hanzo wanted to combine the power of both sides to check and balance the great powers that were about to fall into war, and force them to give up the war and choose peace. Yahiko, the leader of the first generation of Akatsuki, came with his friend Uzumaki Nagato, but he did not expect that what was greeted was not a unity, but a premeditated trap. At this time, Konan, an important member of the Akatsuki organization, was captured alive by Hanzo when he was representing the organization to negotiate with Yuyan village. Now Hanzo is using Konan's life to force Nagato to kill Yahiko with his own hands, hoping to completely dismantle the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko, Nagato, don't worry about me, escape from here quickly. Xiaonan, who was captured, shouted loudly at his two companions, but received no response. Nakamen. Yahiko stared at Konan for a while, then turned to look at Nagato beside him, and said seriously, "Kill me." Nagato, who was not good at speaking, glanced at Yahiko, and did not say anything, nor did he care about Hanzo's urging. He just secretly condensed chakra, preparing to wait for an opportunity to rescue Konan, and then even if he used that move, he would bring his two companions out of here. No matter how much pain it will be, I just want to protect the two of them. Nagato thought so in his heart, quietly took out Kusa and was about to rescue Konan, but he didn't expect Yahiko to suddenly rush towards him. Nagato, who had never expected Yahiko to make such a move, was stunned for a moment, and then Yahiko seized the opportunity, grabbed the kunao in his hand, and stabbed it into his heart. Yahiko. In the canyon, Xionan, who witnessed his friend committing suicide, burst into tears. "Yay, Yahiko!" Nagato was also shocked by Yahiko's actions. After reacting, he heard Yahiko say in his ear, "Nakato, you and Konan must survive no matter what. If you are the real savior of this world. If you are you will be able to truly stop." Before he could finish his words, Yahiko completely lost his voice, leaving only Nagato with a confused face, holding his body with a dull expression. Nagato wanted to say something and said to Yahiko, "I can save Konan, I can take you away. Why do you commit suicide?" However, the friend's gradually cold body was gradually swallowing Nagato's reason. It was precisely because of this that Nagato, who was about to lose his mind by his friend's death, did not realize that the chakra in Yahiko's body that did not belong to him was quietly passing away. This operation is really speechless. Hiding in the distance, Shenseoxiu was a little confused when he watched what happened in the valley. He was unable to understand what mentality was that Yahiko chose to commit suicide. Could it be that he wanted to use his own death to motivate his friends? Another point is that in the impression of Kamishu, this meeting led to the blacking of Uzumaki Nagato. According to the normal timeline, it should be when the Third Ninja World War completely broke out. At this time, Yongziu village and Sangziu village were still in the stage of mutual testing, let alone a full-scale war that affected the entire ninja world. So, is it because of my relationship that the timeline changes? Shenseoxiu thought this in his heart, but after thinking about it carefully, he did not think that what he had done would affect this time. Is it possible? Is it because of economic reasons? Shin Zhaoxiu suddenly remembered that although he had never done anything that could change the pattern of the ninja world, the industries he created invisibly promoted the economic development of the entire ninja world, especially around the Fire Country, because the economy driven by the two industries, the food chain restaurants and high-end entertainment clubs, is huge. The rapid economic development naturally attracted a large number of businessmen. Once there were more businessmen, the number of tasks of hiring ninjas increased. Shenseoxiu guessed that it might be because of this reason that the Akatsuki organization became stronger faster than the original plot, which made the current meeting much earlier. Because of what I have done, is there an invisible impact? Shenseoxiu almost confirmed his guess in his heart. However, with the Shenseoxiu of the demon fruit tree, he is not afraid of any confusion in the timeline now. Even after mastering enough power in his hand, he did not want time to follow the original plot. There was a strange chakra left on the man just now. At this time, next to Shenseoxiu, a girl who was only 7 or 8 years old suddenly said. The reason why Uzumaki Momoji appeared here is because after learning that Uzumaki country was destroyed, this little girl made up her mind to become a ninja and then avenge her revenge on the hidden village of Mizumaki. In order to show her determination, the little girl stabbed her directly on the shoulder. After Shenseoxiu found out, he admired her personality quite well, so he brought her with him, but unexpectedly there were unexpected gains. A strange chakra. Shenseoxiu looked at the pair of gay friends in the canyon, thought a little in his mind, and immediately made a guess. The real master of the pair of reincarnation eyes in Uchiha Madara, was too old to leave the heretic golem for a long time, so he sent the Indian realm filial son Heiju to guard Uzumaki Nagato while monitoring the reincarnation eyes, while also urging Uzumaki Nagato's growth. As the final form of the Sharingan is not as swayed by emotions like the Sharingan, but violent emotional fluctuations will definitely have an impact on the Sharingan. In addition, as a tool person, Uzumaki Nagato is too low-key now. Only when a friend dies and dies with expectations, can he and other fighting spirits besides the death of his friends. Therefore, based on these analyses, Shenseoxiu had reason to suspect that the reason why Yahiko committed suicide was probably because of the trick of Heiju, the guy who was secretly doing it. Otherwise Yahiko, who could pull up a force like the Akatsuki organization, would not be unable to see the current form clearly, and would do such a thing by using his friend's hands to do it. Since Kuroju is lurking in the dark, it is not suitable to contact Uzumaki Nagato now. Kamishu looked at Nagato Uzumaki, whose expression was gradually distorted in the canyon, and suddenly gave up helping him. And then took the opportunity to obtain the idea of reincarnation eye chakra. At this time, Uchiha Madara was not dead yet, and it was definitely not a good thing to be exposed to Heiju's eyes. If Uchiha Madara knows his abilities, he is afraid that after his death, the existence of Kanzeojiu will affect his later layout, and he will come to him to talk to him before he dies. It will not be fun. Chapter 59, Whisper. But Shen Zhaoxiu turned his head and looked at the tender Uzuaki. Unexpectedly, this little girl could sense Heiju's chakra. Is it the so-called Kageta's mind? Could it be that this little girl has anything to do with the future vortex fragrance phosphorus? Shen Zhaoxiu thought to himself. Kill him. At this time, a loud shout suddenly came from the other side of the canyon. When Kanzeojiu heard the sound, he saw that the ninjas in the rain village in the canyon had already begun to attack the Uzumaki Nagato in the canyon under Hanzo's command. Countless kumamai and shurikens were thrown from the ninjas in Yohamura, and shot towards Uzumaki Nagato, who slowly raised his right hand toward those kumamai and shurikens. The next moment, an invisible repulsive force roared out from his palm, blocking all the raindrop kumamai and shurikens. Shenluo Tianzheng bounced off. What did he do? The ninja in Yohaidun village was full of surprise, but the attack continued. At this time, Uzumaki Nagato's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, causing them to lose. In the canyon, the face under Hanzo's mask, which was bound by one hand, suddenly changed, and then Zionin immediately retreated. The next moment, Uzumaki Nagato's figure appeared at his previous position, holding Zionin in his arms. But just as Uzumaki Nagato was about to retreat with Konan, the ground under his feet suddenly turned into a large number of detonation talismans, and these detonation talismans were constantly wrapping around his legs like life. Uzumaki Nagato's eyes narrowed, and his figure instantly teleported away from the detonation talisman array under his feet and appeared below the canyon, but the detonation talismans wrapped around his legs also exploded, blowing his legs to pieces and being ruined. But Zionin, who was protected by him in his arms, was unscathed. Zionin, please hold Yahiko and don't move at all. Uzumaki Nagato ordered Konan, but his eyes were fixed on Hanzo above the canyon. As for Shimura Danzo, he had already left when he saw his eyes when Uzumaki Nagato took action. Next, the Nagato of the Uzumaki, who lost his legs but no scruples, opened directly, and spread out the goddess of the heretics, and the person who was present. Most of the ninjas in the Rain village were massacred, and Hanzo also ran away seriously injured. Ha, ha, ha! Uzumaki Nagato, who had experienced a great battle, was almost exhausted, half kneeling on the ground and supporting the ground with his hands, gasping for breath, and was unable to pursue Hanzo. Kamishu looked at the messy valley and the panting urination of Nagato, and finally decided to meet him. "You guys are waiting here, I'll go see him." Kanzeo gave instructions to the people beside him, then took Uzumaki Momohime's hand and walked towards the valley while whispering to Uzumaki Momohime beside him, "If you feel a strange chakra approaching later, remember to remind me immediately." "Yes." Uzumaki Momohito nodded obediently. "Who?" When Kanshu approached the valley, Uzumaki Nagato's invisible pupils immediately looked at him, and an invisible pressure came to his face. So terrible. Uzumaki Momohito was so scared that her legs were weak by the power of the reincarnation eye, and subconsciously hid behind Kanshushu. Kanshu looked directly at Uzumaki Nagato with a kind smile on his face and said, "Don't be so nervous. I'm not your enemy." At this time, Konan, who knew it later, also let go of Yahiko's body, took out the shuriken and blocked the Uzumaki Nagato. He stared at the slowly coming of Shenseoxio with a look of alert, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Kanshushu didn't say anything, and pulled out the Uzumaki Momohiko who was hiding behind him, then looked over Konan and looked at Uzumaki Nagato behind her, and said, "Do you feel familiar with this hair color, and chakra?" In addition to the fact that Kanshushu brought Uzumaki Momohime, in addition to the need for her Kageta's mind eye to guard against the Heiju who might be hidden in the dark, there is another reason for her to have the same race relationship with Uzumaki Nagato. Although the two have no blood relationship, having the same bloodline will always make Uzumaki Nagato's hostility less intense. Of course, Uzumaki Nagato discovered the similarities between him and Uzumaki Momohime, but he had just experienced the death of a good friend. He is now full of alert for anyone in the world except Konan, even if he had guessed that the little girl before Shenzhou cultivation was the same. "I just want to tell you that I have no malice towards you." Kanzuk wanted to use his mouth escape to fool Uzumaki Nagato, but Uzumaki Momohiko beside him pulled his sleeve and said carefully, "Sir, that strange chakra has appeared. Damn it, it's coming so fast." When Shenseoxio heard the words of Uzumaki Momoji, he knew that Heiju had arrived, so he gritted his teeth and activated the ability of flower fruit to grow a mouth on Uzumaki Nagato's ear. The mouth quickly said a few words in Uzumaki Nagato's ear, and then it turned into petals and floated away. When Uzumaki Nagato heard the words coming from his ear, he couldn't help but his pupils shrank, and then looked at Kamisuke with shock. Uzumaki Nagato wanted to ask something, but was interrupted by Kanshu, looking at him and said, "If you want to know what you really want, come to the Kingdom of Fire to find me." After that, he pulled Uzumaki Momohiko and left without looking back. Uzumaki Nagato looked at the backs of Kanshu and Uzumaki Momohime leaving, opened his mouth, but ended up saying nothing. "You guys stop." When Konan saw that Kanshuo turned around and left, trying to come forward to stop him. Although she did not see the whisper that Kanshuo used his ability to say to Uzumaki Nagato, she could guess the relationship between the two when she saw Uzumaki Momohiko, so she had many questions to figure out. However, just as Zionan stepped forward, he pulled her from behind with one hand, which was Uzumaki Nagato. "Nakaman, that little girl." Konan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Uzumaki Nagato, shook his head at her, and said, "It's not the time yet, let them go." Shenseoxio just used the ability of flower and fruit and only said a few words in his ear. "You are being monitored." Yahiko did not commit suicide. Uzumaki Nagato did not fully believe in the words of Kansuke, but those two sentences planted the seeds of doubt in his heart. Uzumaki Nagato clearly remembered that Kanshushu originally wanted to say something to him, but after hearing Uzumaki Momohime's words the strange chakra appears, he immediately stopped and combined with the sentence "You are being monitored." Uzumaki Nagato has already thought of many things. More importantly, the second sentence left by Kanzeo Sukyahiko is not committing suicide made Uzumaki Nagato make up his mind that when he recovers, he must meet Kanzeosuke. Chapter 60, Kaleidoscope Sharing Eye. Somewhere in the ninja world, in an underground space, the old Uchiha Madara sat on a special wooden chair with his eyes slightly closed, behind him a huge monster like a tree. This monster is the source of all the tailed beasts, which is the body left by the legendary 10 Tails. It is now called the Heterodead Golem. Suddenly, a chakra fluctuation suddenly emerged from the Heterodead Golem behind Uchiha Madara, as if it was affected. What summons finally turned into a burst of white smoke and disappeared. After the goddess of the heretics disappeared, Uchiha Madara slowly opened her eyes, a trace of expectation flashed in her scarlet gaze, and she murmured, "Finally, grown." As the leader of the 3 major eye techniques, not everyone can do this pair of eyes, let alone use the heterodyan's, born reincarnation technique that can revive the dead. If you want to use that kind of ninjutsu, you must keep the reincarnation eye alive. Uzumaki Nagato is the container that was selected by Uchiha Madara to maintain his reincarnation eyes and keep them alive. In order to make Uzumaki Nagato grow up, he used the reincarnation eye more. He did a lot of things secretly. Until today, Uzumaki Nagato's use of the reincarnation eye has reached a point that makes him slightly satisfied. However, Uchiha Madara is a very cautious person, so he will not put all his hopes on one tool. Uchiha Madara stood up from the wooden chair, her scarlet pupils looked into the distance, and her deep eyes seemed to penetrate the space. She saw a place where her eyes could not reach, and murmured, "The 2 little ghosts in the clan seem to have reached the moment of breeding and need to start irrigation." Country of Rain, north of the Grand Canyon. After seeing the eyes of Uzumaki Nagato, Shimura gave up the agreement with Hanzo and chose to retreat directly. But what he didn't expect was that before he left the scope of the Rain Country, he encountered an enemy sniper. What he didn't expect was that the person who sniped him was actually the Uchiha clan, who had always regarded him as a test product. "Uchiha Fujio, what do you want to do? Do you rebel?" Shimura Danzo looked at the leader of the group ahead with a gloomy look, and asked in a low voice. "Rebel? Haha." Uchiha Fujio had no good feelings for this political enemy of the Uchiha clan. After learning that Shimura Danzo actually dared to covet the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Shimura Danzo was directly sentenced to death in his heart. Therefore, Uchiha Fujio now has no interest in talking nonsense to him. "Kill, no one is left." The cold voice came from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth. The next moment, the ninjas of the Uchiha clan rushed out from behind him and attacked the anus that were hidden behind Shimura, and then tacitly moved the battlefield to the distance. As for Shimura Danzo himself, of course, he would leave it to the patriarch Uchiha Fugaki to solve the problem. Seeing that Uchiha Fujio didn't say a word, Shimura Danzo gave the order to kill directly, and guessed something in his heart, but he still maintained the power of Elder Konoha and asked Uchiha Fujio again, "Uchiha Fujio, what do you want to do?" "Of course I'm killing you." Uchiha Fujio stared at Shimura Danzo, his pupils gradually turned scarlet, and his eyes were filled with fierce murderous intent. In a trance, Shimura Danzo only felt a flash in front of him. When he came to his senses, he found that the environment around him had completely changed. "This is illusion." Shimura Danzo looked at the sudden change of environment around him, gritted his teeth, then raised his hand to remove the bandage from his left eye, and then the scarlet Sharingan in his left eye socket was completely exposed to Uchiha Fugaku's gaze. Solution. Shimura Danzo put his hands together and slowly turned the Sharingan in his eyes. In an instant, the surrounding environment began to become blurred and then returned to normal. As we all know, only magic can defeat magic. Of course, only the Sharingan illusion can be perfectly resolved at the fastest speed. However, Shimura Danzo is not from the Uchiha clan after all, and he has not transplanted the cells of Chihohashirama at this time, so the ability to use the Sharingan still has a very big burden on his body. Just removing Uchiha Fujo's illusion made him feel a stinging pain like a needle prick in his left eye, and his eyeballs seemed to be about to jump out of his own socket. Shimura Danzo. Although I had known the answer for a long time, when I really saw the eyes of my own tribe appearing on others, Uchiha Fujo almost couldn't control his anger. The next moment, the 3 magma Sharingans in his pupils began to change, and the magma in his pupils slowly turned into the shape of a windmill. At the same time, an invisible and heavy sense of oppression suddenly came out of him. This is the Maniatoscope Sharingan. Danzo immediately realized something when he saw the changes in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes and the heavy feeling of oppression that suddenly came from his body. But strangely, when he saw Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, he showed not fear but excitement and murmured, "This kind of eye actually exists. Yes, these eyes are the real proof that our Uchiha is called the strongest clan." Uchiha Fujo's Maniatoscope Sharingan stared at Shimura Danzo tightly, walked towards him step by step, and said, "And my eyes, the eye is to kill those thieves who dare to covet the bloodline of our Uchiha clan. These Maniatoscope Sharingans are also the strongest pupil power born to protect the pride of my Uchiha clan. The strongest pupil power." When Shimura Danzo heard Uchiha Fujo's words, his heart trembled slightly, and then he suddenly felt his body become stiff. No matter how hard he used, he could not swing even a finger. What's going on? The strange changes in his body finally made Danzo Shimura feel fear in his heart. He found that he underestimated Uchiha Fujo's legendary eyes, but it was too late to regret because he had completely lost control of his body. No, not only that, Shimura Danzo felt that it was not just his body that was controlled, but even his soul was controlled by some kind of force, which had been cut off from the body, and even the perspective in his eyes seemed to be not seen from his eyes. It's useless. My eyes can deprive everyone of the eyes, including the soul. After Uchiha Fujo walked to Shimura Danzo, he stopped a few meters away, looked at him with scarlet eyes and said, "When you are staring at me, your destiny is already destined, Shimura Danzo." Chapter 61, Danzo's Death. After the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolved into mainletted Sharingan, in addition to the energetic power of the pupil will be greatly improved, the 2 eyes will also reflect the heart of the eye owner, thus deriving a unique pupil technique. Uchiha Fugaku's Maniatoscope Sharingan has a very rare soul system. It can temporarily cut off the connection between the soul and body of the person being watched by relying on the powerful pupil power of the left eye. During this period, it can also control the other person's body with his own will and eliminate the other person's soul. Of course, although the pupil technique in Uchiha Fugaku's left eye can erase other people's souls, it also depends on the strength of the other person's soul. If it is a soul that is weaker than the person who casts the magic, it only needs to consume some pupil power to erase it. Even if it is a soul that is stronger than the person who casts the magic, even if it cannot be erased, it can seriously damage the other person's soul. But if it is a powerful soul that completely exceeds the caster's cognition, then the ability of this technique will not only not take effect, but may even be countered by the other party. Through the ability of this technique, it will in turn invade his soul and even seize his body. As for the right eye, it is the ability of Uchiha Fujo and his family to be inherited from each other, which is the Amaterasu, which is called the strongest fire escape ninjutsu. Uchiha Fujo's abilities combined with these eyes can completely erase the opponent's body and soul. At this time, Uchiha Fujo used the ability of his left eye to cut off the connection between Shimura Danzo's body and soul, but he seemed not to want Danzo to die so simply. Uchiha Fujo used his will to control Shimura Danzo's body, and then Danzo saw his right hand move uncontrollably, took out Kuma from his ninja bag, and stabbed him hard at his left eye. Puff! Kyo pierced into his eyes, then turned his strength, and the eyeballs in his eyes were instantly shattered, but Shimura Danzo couldn't feel any pain, as if it wasn't his own eyes that were being shattered. After destroying the Sharingan in Danzo Shimura's left eye, Uchiha Fujio controlled Danzo's body and directly stabbed the kuna in his hand into his heart. Next, Uchiha Fujio began to destroy Shimura Danzo's body in various ways. It was not until his body was destroyed to the point of rife with holes, that he let go of his confinement on his soul and restored the connection between his soul and body. When Shimura Danzo's soul reconnected with the already crippled body, he was greeted with an indescribable pain. The reason why he was not dead was entirely because Uchiha Fujio deliberately avoided those deadly parts when he was destroying his body, in order to allow him to experience this pain alive. This is the punishment for you to dare to covet the eyes of my Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fujio closed his left eye and stared at Shimura Danzo, who was lying on the ground with his right eye, saying in a cold voice. However, Shimura Danzo, who was dying, was no longer able to respond to Uchiha Fujio, and his chest was getting slower and slower. At this time, Shimura Danzo did not transplant the cells of Shizumari Senju. Although the Sharingan was transplanted, it would not be able to transform all the adverse factors such as the injury or even death of the performer into the Izanaki in the dream, as if he was really dying. Next, it's time to end. After Uchiha Fujio adjusted his breathing, he stared at Danzo with his right eye. He did not give up the final attack because Danzo's surface death, but directly used the ninjutsu in his right eye. The windmill in his pupils slowly turned, and the next moment, a black flame burned on Danzo's corpse. This flame is the Amaterasu flame, known as the strongest fire escape ninjutsu. The black fire can burn out even the flame, and the target has not been burned to ashes. Before the ashes, it will never be extinguished, so it is also called the immortal flame. Hoo. After using Amaterasu, Uchiha Fujio also began to breathe heavily. Not only did his right eye turn back to his normal pupils, but there was also red blood flowing down his eyes, his face showing unconcealed fatigue, and there were fine sweat on his forehead, and his eyes were even more blurred. Obviously, using the ninjutsu with two eyes in a short period of time also puts a huge burden on Uchiha Fugaku. Hey! Uchiha Fujio stared at Amaterasu no Baya burning on Shimura Danzo for a long time, breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned around to leave. However, just as he turned around, he felt a cold murderous intent coming from behind him, and then a hoarse voice came into his ears. Sure enough, your Uchiha clan is a threat that cannot be ignored to Konoha. If you let it go, it will destroy the entire Konoha sooner or later. How could it be? Uchiha Fujio heard the sound coming from behind, and a look of incredible expression appeared on his face. Then he quickly turned his head and saw that Shimura Danzo, who had become like a skeleton, was standing behind him like a ghost. And on Shimura Danzo, a black and sticky thing like ink flowed out of his body. The black thing flowing out of Shimura Danzo was unknown, but even the Amaterasu Nova flame on his body was drowned. No, it was not so much that it was drowned, Amaterasu Nova flame was sent to another space by the black fluid. In order to, we must, completely erase your threat. Shimura Danzo staggered towards Uchiha Fujio, saying vague words intermittently, and then suddenly pulled open the collar of his chest. The next moment, a black gossip spell appeared on his chest, and the dark ink gushed out of his body like a fountain, covering Uchiha Fujio. This is the sealing technique of the Vortex clan. When Uchiha Fugaku saw this, his eyes suddenly shrank. He couldn't imagine that a person's body was destroyed to this extent and could still be alive. More importantly, the strange black fluid gushed out of Shimura Danzo's body brought him a fatal threat. Then he flashed and quickly retreated, avoiding the black objects sprayed out of Shimura Danzo's body. Then he saw that with Shimura Danzo as the center, the range affected by the black objects sprayed out of his body was dragged into the strange space by an invisible force, leaving only a semicircular pit with a diameter of dozens of meters left on the spot. At this point, Shimura Danzo, who has not yet completely become Dark of Konoha, has finally died completely. Chapter 62, The Temptation That Cannot Be Refused. Is Achiha a threat to Konoha? Uchiha Fujio stood in front of the pit left by the SISISI seal, recalling the last words that Shimura Danzo left. His face turned a little ugly. Even though they have disagreements with the Naruto, as a descendant of one of the founders of Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku always believes that the Uchiha clan he governs is the pillar of Konoha village. However, he did not expect that in the eyes of the senior management of the Naruto, their Uchiha clan has become a threat that must be erased. What an irony! However, Uchiha Fugaku thought of the cooperative relationship between himself and Ken Shushu, coupled with the almost explanatory hint to him not long ago. His eyes suddenly became firmer again and he whispered, "As long as I can become Naruto, I can definitely change all this." Not long after, the battles between the other Uchiha members and the Anbu brought by Danzo ended one by one. All the Angroves brought by Danzo were killed in battle, and the Uchiha clan also lost 2 people, and they were injured. This is a very brilliant record. You should know that in addition to the Anbu elites from Konoha village, Danzo brought this time, there were also the elites of the roots he established. There were dozens of people in total, and all of them were at the level of the Uchiha clan. In addition to the patriarch Uchiha Fugaki, the clan leader, there were only 9 people. With such a huge gap in number, the Uchiha clan not only won, but also killed everyone after only paying the price of 2 people dying in battle. This kind of record is enough to reflect the strength of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fujio came to Ken Shushu with this record, holding his head up and chest out. "I'm very sorry, Your Highness Shiu failed to leave Shimura Danzang's body." When Uchiha Fujio said this to Ken Shushu, although he said this apologies, his tone was full of pride. "It's okay." Kanzeo Jiu waved his hand gently and said with a smile, "This time, the Uchiha patriarch not only successfully killed Shimura Danzo, but also wiped out all the subordinates he brought. This was something I didn't expect. However, this also shows that the Uchiha clan is powerful and deserves to be the name of the most powerful clan in the ninja world." To be honest, Kanzeo Jiu was not surprised that Uchiha Fujio could kill Shimura Danzo, but he destroyed the Konoha Anbu elites and the elites of the Agen organization brought by Danzang just by relying on the 2 Uchinaga teams he brought. This was something he did not expect. However, being able to completely wipe out the people brought by Danzang means that their actions will not be known. At least there is no need to worry that Konoha knows that Danzang was killed by the Uchiha clan. It is estimated that the Uchiha clan also had this idea, so he tried to sacrifice the 2 masters of the clan and also wanted to catch all the people brought by Danzang. As for Danzo's body, he might have a headache if he didn't get the disappearance of Uzumaki Mito, but it doesn't matter now. "Thank you for your praise." Uchiha Fujio accepted the praise from Kancho with a calm look on his face, and then asked, "I still remember that Your Highness said before that as long as you can solve Shimura Danzo, Your Highness can help my Uchiha clan change our predicament in Konoha." As he said that, Uchiha Fuga suddenly stood up, bent down toward Kansuke, and begged sincerely, "Your Highness, please help me Uchiha get through the difficulties." Shincho looked at Uchiha Fujio who was bent down 90 degrees in front of him, and was silent for a while, then said, "Captain Uchiha, for me, it is not difficult to help your Uchiha clan get rid of the current predicament, and there are many ways. But before that, I must first ask you a question, is your Uchiha clan trying to simply get rid of the predicament of Konoha, or do you want to get more?" Uchiha Fujio suddenly raised his head when he heard the words of Ken Shushu, looking straight into Ken Shushu's eyes, and said in a cold voice, "We want more." "Okay, I like the directness of Uchiha's patriarch." When Shinsuke heard Uchiha Fujio's words, he laughed and said, "For me, it is not difficult to change the Uchiha clan's predicament in Konoha. It is even easy to support Uchiha clan leader, you will run for the next Naruto. I can even support the Uchiha clan in Fire Country to build a ninja village that belongs only to the Uchiha clan to replace Konoha. But there is no free lunch in the world. What are you going to use to exchange for my support? After hearing the words of Kansuke, Uchiha Fujiyo's expression became more and more serious, and at the same time he was a little excited. Before this, the Uchiha Fujiyo could have thought of the great support of the Uchiha clan, and probably only supported the Uchiha clan in competing with the Naruto. He did not expect that the Uchiha clan would even say such words as supporting them in establishing a ninja village that belongs only to the Uchiha clan in the Fire Kingdom. One country, one village, is a rule that has been continued since the end of the Warring States period. Uchiha Fujiyo believes that it is impossible for Kanju to understand what his assurance represents. It is unlikely that a ninja village belonging to the Uchiha clan is that compared with a large ninja village like Konoha, no matter how strong the clan is, it is impossible to compete with it, unless there is another strong man like Uchiha Madara who can push the entire ninja world with his own strength. It is impossible. Uchiha Fujiyo knew very well that with the personality of their Uchiha clan, if there was another Uchiha Madara, there would be only two. One was the Uchiha clan's extermination, and the other was the Uchiha clan's unification of the entire ninja world. But it was impossible to think about it later. However, although it is unlikely that one clan and one village are the main will of the Uchiha clan, even Konoha is now a family that is really close to the Uchiha clan. If the Uchiha clan now shows his position and shows enough strength, and the support of the Daming clan of the Kingdom of Fire is supported by him, I believe that Konoha will definitely have some families who will follow them. More importantly, the fact that building a ninja village in the Kingdom of Fire is completely dominated by the will of the Uchiha clan is much more attractive to Uchiha Fugaku than to compete for the position of the Konoha Naruto, which is an irresistible temptation. After all, even the ancestor Uchiha Madara, who is known as the Ninja Realm Shura, only established Konoha village with Shimama Senju. If he could build a ninja village that belongs only to the Uchiha clan and then replace Konoha as the only ninja village in the Fire Kingdom, wouldn't that mean that his achievements have surpassed Uchiha Madara? However, Uchiha Fugaku quickly calmed down because he was also thinking, what could the Uchiha clan exchange for the support of Kamikaze for them? Chapter 63, The Ambition of the Uchiha Clan. Uchiha Fujiyo thought for a long time, but he didn't expect what the Uchiha clan could do to exchange for the support of Shenseoxiu. Fortunately, he asked directly, Your Highness Shu, please forgive me for being stupid. I would like to say, what does the Uchiha clan need to pay to get your support? Kansuke smiled slightly and said, after the death of the two brothers Shimama and Tomoema of Senju, they seem to have placed their position in the same position as the Daname of the Kingdom of Fire, or even higher than the Daname of the Kingdom of Fire. I am very dissatisfied with their actions. Uchiha clan chief, do you understand what I mean? In the beginning, Thousand-Handed Pillar when Masa signed a one-country and one-village system with the Kingdom of Fire, it was clearly stated that the relationship between the two would be dominated by the will of the Kingdom of Fire. Even after the death of Shimura Senju, his younger brother and successor Tomomi Senju did not violate this contract. But after serving as Naruto for decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have begun to deliberately forget this contract, and even signs of changing the positions of both parties. This was not only Shenseoxiu, but also his famous father and the senior officials of the Fire Kingdom were aware of this, and they were even very dissatisfied, but they were helpless. Even when the Daming Dame Dafa of Kanzeo and the senior leaders of the Fire Kingdom discovered that Sarutobi Hizun and the senior leaders of Konoha village showed signs of such thoughts, they began to win over some families and powerful ninjas in Konoha village, hoping to use this to balance Sarutobi Hizun and others' ideas, and they did. It was later that Kanzeo Jiu learned that many families in Konoha village had already stated that they would stand on the side of Daming. Otherwise, the power of Konoha village that was so powerful that it could compete with the other four major ninja villages in the past few years would have put this idea into reality. What made Kanju even more surprising was that the list of Konoha ninjas that the senior executives of the Fire Kingdom grabbed holds the name of Haki Shuomo. Even his daimyo father was secretly building momentum for Haki Shuomo, wanting him to compete for the next Hokage. It was not until this news that Shen Zhaoxiu finally understood what the real cause of Haki Sakuroji's death was. Uchiha Fujio frowned slightly after hearing what Kanzuk said, then looked at Kanzuk and asked in a deep voice, His Royal Highness Xiu means, do you want to build a ninja village that completely obeys the will of the Daming Kingdom of Fire? That's right. Kanzuk shook his head and said, the system of one country and one village is in front of the country and the village is behind. This is the rule set at the beginning of the establishment of this system. Even Shimura Senju, who was named Ninja God, did not want to overtake Naruto's status. I don't want to, nor do I allow Naruto to have such thoughts in the future. I see. Hearing this from Kanshushu, Uchiha Fujio didn't hesitate and nodded directly, please rest assured by your highness Xiu. On behalf of the Uchiha clan, I promise you that we will never have such thoughts whether we serve as Hokage or establish a new village. That's the best. Kanju nodded with satisfaction, then smiled and said to him, then. The Uchiha clan leader only needs to consider whether your Uchiha clan wants to compete for Konoha's next Hokage, or set up a new village in the country of fire. Forgive me, your highness. I still need to discuss this issue with the elders of the clan. Please give me some time. Uchiha Fujio said. It's okay. Kanzeo Jiu waved his hand and said, even if the Uchiha clan leader has made a choice now, it will take time to plan. Thank you, your highness. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fujio bowed slightly to Kanshushu and said, then I will say goodbye first. I'll send Uchiha clan chief. Kanju stood up and sent Uchiha Fuga out of his room. After seeing off Uchiha Fujio, Kanju returned to the room with a sarcastic smile on his face. In the conversation between him and Uchiha Fujio just now, if he would support the Uchiha clan in fighting for the next Hokage position of Konoha, and even help the Uchiha clan establish a new village in the Fire Country. These are all true, but the real purpose of Kanzeo Jiu was not to build a ninja village based on the will of the Kingdom of Fire, but he had no intention of allowing the ninja village to continue in the Kingdom of Fire. Therefore, Kanzeo Jiu didn't care about Uchiha Fugaku's promise, because he just wanted to use the hands of the Uchiha clan to make Konoha more chaotic. It would be better to split Konoha now, which would be better. There are many blood resistance limits he wants in Konoha village, and the Nine Tails Chakra. Shenzeoxiu guessed that the fruit condensed by the chakra of the tailed beast would probably be the ability of the animal-type phantom beast. Among the three major abilities, the acquisition methods of Animal System and Superman System have been determined, but the remaining Natural System do not know what kind of chakra is needed to condense. Shen Zhaoxiu had already had an idea about this and guessed that the fruit of the Natural System probably needed the legendary Immortal Art Chakra that combines natural energy. However, for the Immortal Art Chakra, Kamishu had already obtained a way to obtain it, because he saw Jiraiya's name from the list of Daming's father's list of Konoha ninjas, and Jiraiya did not seem to show a clear rejection of Daming's appeal. I just don't know if Jiraiya of this time has learned the magic of Myomushin. On the other hand, Uchiha Fujio returned to the tribe's side with Shinra Sawara. When Uchiha Fujio told him about the assurance that Kanju had given him, all the Uchiha tribesmen who followed him this time were extremely excited. But when they returned to the Uchiha clan, the elders in the clan were because there are differences in the choices of whether to compete for the position of Konoha Naruto or establish a new village. As for the most basic question of whether Naruto is higher than Daimyo or Daimyo is higher than Naruto, they completely ignored it. Because in the eyes of the Uchiha clan, no matter what choice they make, as long as they succeed, then Daimyo can only be a decoration for their clan. In the eyes of the Uchiha clan, their Sharingan is the ability born to make people obey the will of their clan. Only Uchiha Fugaku, the only one who attaches great importance to this issue. Because he was the only one in the Uchiha clan who had contacted Shin Zhaoxiu, and after the few times he had contacted Shin Zhaoxiu, he always felt that there was a power in this future Daming of the Kingdom of Fire that made him feel very afraid of. It is precisely because of that fear that Achiha is unable to use his ability to try to manipulate or explore the idea of Kanzawa Shui. Chapter 64, Yaang, Fengying, I'm determined. After Kanzao Jiu sent Uchiha Fujio away, he restored his appearance as Kurosaki Ichigo and then asked someone to invite Yakurokara to his room. Sir, have you succeeded? As soon as Yaang entered the door, he couldn't wait to think of Shenzaoxiu. What Yaang asked was naturally the result of the assassination of Shimura Danzo. It's successful. Kanzao Jiu nodded and said, but there was a little accident, and there was no body that could be brought back to Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo finally wanted to die with Uchiha Fujio. In addition to really wanting to take Uchiha Fujio away, the threat he believed, he might not have no idea of dealing with his body. After all, there are too many secrets hidden in his body. Even if he got the body of Shimura Danzang, Shen Zhaoxiu would definitely deal with it first before handing it over to Yaang. No corpse. Yaang heard the words of Kanzao Jiu, a trace of entanglement appeared on his face, and said, if there is no corpse, it may be difficult to blame Shimura Danzang's death on Iwi. Yaang's mission is to kill one or two important figures of Konoha, and then blame Iwei from the border between the Fire and Thunder Kingdom to Iwei. There is no corpse now, even if she brings back the news of Shimura Danzo's death, her mission this time will be considered a failure. Although Shimura Danzang has a high status in Konoha, his death is far from shaking the root of Konoha. Even if Shimura Danzang's death cannot be related to other villages, the impact of his death on the other four major ninja villages may not be as important as before. Self-Dea Koba White Teeth Haki Sakumo's death. In other words, if she failed to get the body, even if she successfully killed Shimura Danzo, her mission on this trip could only be considered a failure. Even if she failed to complete the task, even with the help of Kurosaki Ichigo, after she returned to the village, her chances of continuing to compete with Raza for the position of Fengying were much smaller. Your Excellency Yaang, don't have to worry. Kanzao Jiu looked at Yaang with a tangled face, smiled slightly, and said, I have a more important information here than Shimura Tuanzang's body. As long as you bring this information back, you can definitely shift Yunyan and even Iwei Yin's eyes from Sheyin village to Konoha's side, and the effect will be more significant than using Shimura Tuanzang's body to blame Iwei Yin. When Yaang heard this, he was shocked and immediately asked, what information? Shenzaoxiu did not answer, but just looked at her with a smile and said, Old Master Yaang, this information is of extraordinary value. You don't think I will give it to you just without asking for anything in return, right? Even as partners, our relationship is not so close that we can share this kind of intelligence that can influence the trend of the war between the two major ninja villages for free. Sorry, I'm rude. Yaang also blushed when he heard the words of Shenzaoxiu, then looked at him with a serious face and asked, I don't know what price I need to pay. Can I exchange this important information from you, sir? Shen Zhaoxiu thought about it in a pretense and then made a request he had already thought of, I want the chakra of Yi-tailed Masaru. Shunye's chakra. When Yaang heard the request of Shenzaoxiu, he was slightly stunned. It was not because Shenzaoxiu's request was too much, but because it was too easy. As an important war weapon in Sheihenkan, Shokuro is self-evident, but if it is just a chakra, it can be exchanged for information that is more valuable than the body of Shimura Danzang. Yaang believes that even if the third generation of Lord Fengying is alive, he will exchange it without hesitation. Therefore, Yaang had almost no hesitation and directly agreed to Shenzaoxiu's request. Can? Yaang looked at Shenzaoxiu and nodded, I agree to your request. Very good, one-tailed chakra is done. Kanzao Jiu was overjoyed, but he looked at Yakurakara calmly on the surface, nodded slightly, and said, it seems that our cooperation will be very pleasant. After that, he took out a piece of information about the death of Mito, the nine-tailed man of Konoha, the previous generation of the nine-tailed man, Jiriki Uzumaki, and handed it to Yakurakara. Yaang took over the information. He opened it and took a look. When she saw the information, she suddenly showed an incredible look on her face. This Konoha's man, Kuriki, has actually. Yaang looked at the information in his hand and was extremely surprised. As the first generation of the nine-tailed Tsukiriki in Konoha village, Uzumaki Mito can not only perfectly control the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox, but also proficient in the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Even in the war-torn era when the ninja village system has not yet been established, her strength is only at the level of Chiho Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. In this era without Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, it is no exaggeration to say that she is the strongest in the ninja world, so her existence is definitely more threatening to other ninja villages than the Naruto in Konoha village. There is no doubt that for the current Sand village, the information about the passing of Uzumaki Mito is definitely more important than the body of Shimura Danzo. Yaang believed that after she brought this news back to the village, as long as she made some use and guidance, she would definitely be able to shift the eyes of Union Village and Union Village from Cheyenne Village to Konoha's side, and temporarily solve the village's dilemma. After reading the information in his hand, Yaang carefully put it away, then bent down to Shinzawasu respectfully and said, "Mr. Kurosaki, thank you for giving me this information. When I return to the village, I will definitely deliver Shunye's chakra to your hands as fast as possible. I believe in your excellency." Kamishu nodded, then smiled, and said, "I hope this information will add a help to your excellency Yaang in the process of competing for Fengying. Don't worry, as long as you bring this information back to the village, Luosha will definitely not be able to fight against me." Yaang raised his right hand firmly, clenched his fists, and said confidently, "I'm going to settle the position of Fengying. Then I wish you the Lord Yekara to the position of Fengying." Kanzeo Jiu bent down and picked up the wine pot on the table, poured 2 glasses of wine, handed one of them to Yaang, and said, "I hope that after Yaang becomes Fengying, don't forget the agreement between us." The agreement between Yekara and Kurosaki Ichigo is naturally to open a food chain restaurant to the Kingdom of Wind. This kind of thing is undoubtedly another great help for Yekara to compete for the position of Wind Shadow. She naturally would not refuse, so she immediately made a statement. "Please rest assured that as long as I become Fengying and your food chain restaurant enters the Wind Kingdom, I will definitely win the greatest convenience for you." Yaang took the handed to him by Shinzawa, answered seriously, and then drank the wine in the glass in one go. "Then I'll wait for the good news that you will become Fengying in the Kingdom of Fire," Shenzaoxiu said with a smile, then raised the one in his hand and drank it all in one go. Chapter 65, Ability Change. The Kingdom of Fire, Daming Palace. After finishing the itinerary of the Rain Country, Yekara embarked on the itinerary of the returning country with the information given to her by Kanchu. The Katsu are arranged to find various rare blood resistance boundary chakras. If you find one, you will be rewarded with 50 million yuan. If you can get the chakra of the tailed beast, it will be 100 million yuan, and the monthly employment fee will be given. There is no reason to refuse such conditions, and it is impossible to refuse, so I set out on the itinerary directly. Shenzaoxiu himself returned directly to the Kingdom of Fire by Tianzu and Purgatory. In the room, Shen Zhaoxiu sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, and 5 people from Tianlao, Siming, Zuk, Mingtang and Jingkui knelt in front of him on one knee. 5 people were summoned this time to change their abilities. At this time, Shen Zhaoxiu had 7 kinds of Superman abilities. In addition to the diamond fruit that had been given to Purgatory, there are flower fruit, line fruit, magnetic fruit, hot fruit, steam fruit and barrier fruit. Among them, except for the barrier fruit and twill fruit he is preparing to hold it himself, he will give the remaining 4 kinds to 4 of the 5 people in front of him. Not to mention Tangta fruit, this ability has some bugs, and can only be controlled by himself. For Sail fruit, Shenzaoxiu always had a special expectation in his heart. He always felt that if the ability of this fruit was developed to the limit, it would be an important force to resist those difficult illusions, sealing techniques, and other various unidentified abilities in the future, so he left this ability to develop for himself. In addition, the remaining abilities can only be allocated to 4 of the 5 people in front of you, which means that one person will not be able to change his current abilities. Shenzeoxiu's eyes glanced back and forth on the 5 people in Tianzhou, then thought for a while, and then confirmed in his heart what abilities should be given and who should be kept for the time being. After making a decision in his heart, Shenzeoxiu moved slightly, and among the 5 people, except for Siming and Zuck, the animal system abilities of the other 3 people were taken back by him one after another. The ability to keep Siming is because her own chakra number is the least among the 5 people, and the longer the ability of the animal system is held, the greater the increase in the upper limit of the chakra for the ability person. Well, that's it, it's definitely not because he's used to being a rabbit-pulling Siming. The 3 of them in Tianzhou felt that their abilities were withdrawn, and they had experienced them more than once. There was no change in their faces once. During the period when the Tianlao and the 3 men were training hard almost every day during this period. In addition to their respective abilities being developed, their own chakra has improved significantly under the guidance of the fruit ability of the animal system. Even if the ability is deprived of at this time, the upper limit of several people as ninjas has been greatly increased. Although they have not reached the level of a ninja, they are not far from each other. After Shen Zhaoxiu took back the animal system abilities of the 3 people, he opened his hands again. And then the chakras of various colors gathered in his palms at a speed visible to the naked eye, condensing into one fruit with strange shapes, a total of 3. Shenzeoxiu waved his hand, and the 3 devil fruits fell lightly in front of the 3 of them, and then said, "This is a new ability that has been given to you, so eat it." "Yes, Lord Chu, X3. After the 3 of them answered in unison, they each picked up the devil fruit in front of them and ate them without hesitation. After eating the fruit, the 3 of them immediately realized the new abilities they had gained, and they couldn't help but feel excited. What Shenzeoxiu gave to the heavenly prison is hot fruit. Flower and fruit gave to Ming Tang. Magnetic fruit is given to Jing Kui. Originally, Shenzeoxiu wanted to give the line fruit to Zuck, but when he thought that Zuck's current bird and bird fruit and swift form abilities were very convenient to handle the intelligence system responsible for her, he did not change her abilities. After Shen Zhaoxiu was about to expel her, he would release some powerful and flying fruit to replace her. Zuck himself also understands this very well. Siming, who also had no ability to change, had no idea, and was even a little happy because this girl also liked to be masturbated by Shen Zhaoxiu. If she changed her ability, she would not be able to turn into the form of a rabbit trolley. Is she hiding in Shen Zhaoxiu's arms? Learn to experience it. Shenzeoxiu looked at the 3 of them and said in a deep voice, "Next, your task is to develop the new abilities they have obtained and master this ability as quickly as possible. If nothing unexpected happens, the abilities given to you will always accompany you to the end." "Yes, Lord Chu, X3. When the 3 of them heard this, they immediately replied in unison. Although the abilities of Superman system cannot be as good as the abilities of animal system, after eating, it will bring huge increases to their chakra, but the various magical abilities of Superman system allow them to instantly have the strength to surpass most of the ninja world. Moreover, every ability given to them by the divine Shui has a huge upper limit. As long as you use it skillfully and develop it for a period of time, you will definitely be comparable to those elites with titles. If you can develop it to the level of awakening, it will be no problem to match Shadow." The 3 people who obtained the ability of Superman were fully equipped with the strength of the Supreme Ninja, and the purgatory that had sworn allegiance. At this time, the power that Shen Zhaoxiu had in his hands was not weak, but with this little power alone, let alone changing the entire ninja world, even facing Konoha was far from enough, so he still needed to increase the power in his hands as soon as possible. Shenzeoxiu then looked at Zuck, took out a warrant, and said, "Zuck, go and take my warrant and go to the number 1 stronghold to select a group of qualified people to bring them back." "Yes." Zuck stood up, took the warrant from Shenseoxiu, bowed to him, and then stood up with the warrant and went to the number 1 stronghold. The number 1 stronghold is a place where Kanzeoxiu is personally responsible. Every year, 100 orphans are selected from charity houses all over the Kingdom of Fire to train him, providing him with an export place where he can trust his subordinates. In addition to cultivating ninjas, what kind of talents will be cultivated? In all industries currently under the control of Shenseoxiu, almost all the important management positions are trained by the number 1 stronghold. Without his warrant, the number 1 stronghold will not leave anyone. Aikido, you go to the underground black market to release tasks and collect chakras from different ninjas, just go to the ninja. Jinkui, go to the number 2 stronghold and bring all the chakra seal scrolls made by the craftsman to cooperate with Mingtang's mission. After Zuck left, Shenseoxiu ordered Mingtang and Jingui. "Yes, X2. Mingtang and Jingui got the order and immediately stood up, practiced a tribute to Shenzhou, and left. For a long time next, Shenseoxiu was not ready to go out to storm, so he had to start mass cultivating the devil fruits of the animal system and prepare to strengthen his team of abilities. However, for various reasons, the upper limit of ninjas cultivated in the number 1 stronghold is not high, which is a flaw. For example, if a fruit with a high upper limit is given to a mediocre ninja and a talented ninja, the power and upper limit that can be exerted must be very different. Therefore, if you want to accumulate strength quickly, it is very necessary to recruit some talented ninjas. Shenseoxiu was silent for a while, then said to Siming, "I remember Muiezbu Shimushuomo has a son, Siming. You can investigate his current situation and arrange it by the way. I want to see him." During this period of time, there are not many candidates who are talented and age-appropriate, and there are not many troubles on them. Kakashi happens to be one, and he has a relationship with the Daming clan and Haki Sakumo. If Shin Shaoxiu wants to recruit talents, Kakashi, who is less than 5 years old at this time, is undoubtedly a very suitable goal. Chapter 66, Hakiki Kakashi. Konoha Village, Hashimo family. In the afternoon, Kakashi Haki, who was only 4.5 years old, dragged his tired body back home. Since the suicide of the head of the family, the young ninjas of the Haki family have also died one by one in just a few months due to various dangerous tasks. The Haki family has become a depressed family from a prominent family in just a few months. At this time, except for the young master of Hashimo Kakashi, there were only 2 elderly servants left. Kakashi pushed open the door and found that the house had become empty. All the valuable things in the house were gone, and the 2 old servants disappeared together. Now, Kakashi is the only one left in the huge Hashimo family. Looking at the empty home, Kakashi, who was 4.5 years old, had no trouble in his heart, because he had noticed what the 2 old servants had done a few days ago, but he did not stop it, nor could he stop it. Although Kakashi is not very old, he has been smarter than ordinary children since he was a child and has become sensible. Since the death of his father Haki Sakuromo, what he has experienced has also made his mind far more mature and indifferent than his age. But even so, Kakashi is still just a 4.5 years old child now. Even though he still maintains a cold expression that is inconsistent with his age, he cannot stop the tears of sadness. Kakashi stood for a while, then raised his hand to wipe away the tears from his face, then put down his school bag and began to clean up the messy home. Although Kakashi knew very well that he might be sent to the children's adoption home in the village after today, at least it is still his home now, and every corner is filled with warm memories. Gilyalu. Before we knew it, it was dusk. The screams from his stomach made Kakashi stop the work in his hand. He put down the tools in his hand and was about to go to the kitchen to find some food. He turned around and saw 3 strangers coming to the yard at some point and standing not far away to look at him. "Who are you?" Kakashi asked, looking at the 2 of them. Although he had never seen these three people, Kakashi did not show a look of fear on his face, and there was no sign of panic on his tender face. "You should be Kakashi, right?" Kakashi, who looked tender with a look of tenderness but with a mature look that was not as good as his age, walked forward slowly, came to him, and said with a smile, "My door should be considered a friend of Haki Shuashi. Sorry, we arrived a little late, but finally caught up." As Kanchu said, he squatted down, then reached out and rubbed Kakashi's head, and whispered, "It's great that you're fine." Kakashi wanted to avoid Kamishu's hand, but the other party's gentle eyes made him stunned for a moment, and then he felt the temperature coming from the palm of the big hand above his head, and he suddenly wanted to cry. But Kakashi quickly suppressed his emotions, then took a step back, looked at Kanchuo with vigilance, and asked, "Are you, your father's friends?" Kakashi knew very well that after the decline of the Hokage family, they had no friends, so at this time, the people who dared to claim to be Hokage Sakuro's friends were either bad guys or liars. What a vigilant little guy! When Shin Zhaoxiu saw the vigilance in Kakashi's eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. What did he experience to make a child less than 5 years old have such a gaze? "Don't worry, although your father and I have never met, we should be considered ally." Shinsuyu put his hand on Kakashi's head again, rubbed his white hair with some pain, and said, "I was still hesitating, you are still so young, do you really want to tell you what's going on? But seeing how you look like now, I think it might be better to let you understand the truth as soon as possible. At least, it won't cause you to misunderstand your father." Kanzayashi knew that Kakashi hated his father for a long time because of his father's suicide and the rumors circulating in the village. "The truth? Is there any secret hidden in my father's death?" When Kakashi heard the words of Kanshushu, his tender little face also moved, and then asked anxiously, "I knew that people like my father would never commit suicide because they could not stand the rumor. How could a ninja like Haki Sakuro commit suicide because of some rumor?" Kanzu shook his head, a sarcastic expression appeared on his face, and then he was about to tell Kakashi the truth, but he had not had time to speak. Two figures suddenly appeared, stopping his next words. The person who came was not someone else, but Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and his disciple Hatsuki Shui sect. After Jiraiya showed up, he looked at Shenzaoxiu with a serious look and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Shu, please be careful." Upon hearing this, Kanzaoxiu stood up and looked at him, smiled slightly, and said, "What? Even if Haki Shuomo failed, he was still a hero of Konoha. His death was his own choice. I have nothing to say, but you want to deprive him of the right to let his son know the truth. Isn't that a bit too much, right? Or, what else do you want to do to his son?" "We don't." Jiraiya wanted to defend himself, but he glanced at Kakashi behind the cultivator's cultivation, but he couldn't say anything about his defense. In fact, after Hashiki Sakumo's death, Naruto and the elders did plan to cultivate Kakashi into a tool. After all, he inherited the bloodline of White Tooth. If he trained well, he might become a ninja as powerful as his father in the future. Moreover, Kakashi is still young and just needs simple cultivation to stabilize his thoughts and make him a knife for Konoha. It was Jiraiya who firmly opposed it and stopped it with a tough attitude that made Naruto and the elders give up this plan. The reason why he appears here now is to protect Kakashi. Even Jiraiya has discussed with his disciple Hatsuki Mizuno that Kakashi will become his disciple in the future and promised in front of Naruto and the elders that Kakashi will definitely be loyal to Konoha in the future, which will avoid the fate of Kakashi being taken away by Anbu directly. However, in Jiraiya's plan, Kakashi did not intend to let Haki Shuomo know the real cause of his death, so he was speechless when facing the questioning of Kansuke. After Kanshui cultivating himself, Kakashi heard his words and saw Jiraiya's speech frustration. Suddenly a hot light rose in his eyes, and then immediately turned to cold. Although he is young, his mind has long surpassed his age. He also heard from the words of Shinsu, that his father's death seems to be hiding many secrets. More importantly, from the conversation between the two, Kakashi realized that the identity of Shenseoxia was not simple. Chapter 67, Master and Disciple. I'm very disappointed by Konoha now. Kanju said softly, then ignored Jiraiya and Hakushimizuno and bent down to carry Kakashi, saying, I'll take Kakashi away, tell Sarutobi Hina and others not to try to do extra things. Kakashi did not resist, and just let Kansuke hold him and leave Konoha. Jiraiya looked at the backs of Shenseoxiu and his men leaving, and tried to stop him several times, but he didn't speak in the end, just watched the few men leave quietly. Teacher, who was the master just now? After Kanzeojiu and others left, Habuki Mizuno asked Jiraiya curiously. At this time, the Naruto Shuigate had just become the supreme ninja. Not to mention the title of Yellow Flash, he had not even learned Flying Thunder God, so his current status cannot reach Shenzhou cultivation, so naturally he is not very clear about Shenzhou cultivation. That person. Jiraiya heard the words of the Naofeng Mizuno men, turned to look at him and said, he is the highness of the great master and the future daimyo of the kingdom of fire. Daiming. When Habuki Mizuno heard Jiraiya's words, he remembered the death of Hakishuomo not long ago from the conversation between the two. He suddenly understood something, and then looked at Jiraiya with disbelief and asked, Teacher Jiraiya, is Lord Hakishuomo's death really a conspiracy? Conspiracy? Not counting. Jiraiya shook his head, showed a look of regret on his face, and said, he just participated in a war that he shouldn't have participated, and then was defeated. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, is also a disciple of the contemporary Naruto Sarutobi Hinazo, so Jiraiya is naturally one of the candidates for the next Naruto. Because of Jiraiya's background and personality, he was not influenced by the will of Konoha's senior management to improve Naruto's status to daiming, so he also became the target of the daiming clan's focus. It is precisely because of these reasons that Jiraiya became one of the few people in the village who knew the real cause of Haki Sakumo's death. Originally, Jiraiya was still very yearning for the position of Naruto and daiming when he did not understand the conflict between Naruto and daiming, and he always worked hard to become Naruto as the most important goal in life. However, after seeing the conflict between the two sides because of whose will, he gradually became confused about this goal. Jiraiya, who believed in the will of fire left by Chihao Hashirama, had never feared war, but never thought that such a deep darkness would be hidden under the shadow of the position of Nayaka. Jiraiya, who had fought side by side with Haki Sakuroji countless times, also respected this powerful ninja with the title of Koba White Teeth. He never thought that a ninja like Haki Sakuroji who defeated countless foreign enemies would eventually die in the political struggle. This is simply an insult to the word ninja and a blasphemy to the will of fire. Therefore, after Haki Sakuroji's death, Jiraiya became even more disgusted with this unreasonable internal fighting, and at the same time, she also felt a strong sense of rejection of the position of Nayaka. A war that shouldn't be involved. After hearing Jiraiya's words, Hatsuki thought of the identity of Kanshui. He suddenly understood something, and then looked at Jiraiya with a lonely face, and said seriously, Teacher Jiraiya, I want to be Naruto. Jiraiya was stunned when she heard what Naruto Mizuno said, then laughed, raised her hand to rub his head, and said, Minamon, you are such a careful and gentle child. If you were to be Naruto, maybe there would be no such conflict between the village and daiming. Naoki Mizuno raised his head, looked at Jiraiya with a firm look, and smiled confidently, Teacher Jiraiya, I promise you that I will change all this, absolutely. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya heard what Naoki Mizuno said, a hint of emotion flashed in her eyes, then she laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, If it is yours, I believe you will definitely be able to do it. But it's too early for you to become a Naruto. It's okay, I'll work hard. Hakusuke Minato smiled confidently and said, with the excellent teacher like you, I believe I will definitely become a Naruto in the future. Well, you're right. Jiraiya was a little fluttered by the words of Hakufuku Mizuno, and then took out a scroll from his arms and threw it to Hakufuku Mizuno, saying, "This is the ninjutsu you have always wanted to learn, I'll exchange it for you." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Hakusuke Mizuno immediately caught the scroll that Jiraiya threw, and couldn't wait to open it, then shouted with excitement, "It's indeed the Flying Thunder God technique developed by the second generation of Naruto Senju Tobirama, which is so great." After a brief look at the content on the scroll, Hakusuke Mizuno suppressed the excitement in his heart, sealed the scroll and put it in his arms, then bent down at Jiraiya's 90 degrees, and said seriously, "Teacher Jiraiya, thank you for your hard work, I will definitely learn this ninjutsu." Huofeng Mizuno knows how much it costs to exchange for ninjutsu of the level of Flying Thunder God. Even Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjutsu, if you want to exchange for this ninjutsu, you will definitely need to complete a very dangerous task. "Well, you are my recognized disciple. I won't help you." Jiraiya chuckled, then raised her head, put her hands behind her neck, and looked at the gradually brighter moon in the sky. While walking outside Uezi, she whispered, "Hey, Minato, I should be a good teacher, right?" "Certainly." Upon hearing this, Habuki Mizuno nodded immediately, then quickly followed Jiraiya's pace, looked at him seriously and said, "There is no better teacher in this world than you." "Ha ha ha ha." Jiraiya heard the Hokumizu sect and laughed again, saying, "It's really fun to hear my disciples praise him like this. That guy Orochimaru should never hear his disciples praise him like this, right? And so are Tsunade. In this regard, I am indeed better than the 2 of them." "That's of course, you are an excellent teacher who has taught the future 4th generation of Naruto." Hakusuke Mizuno echoed with a smile. "Hey, Minato." Jiraiya suddenly stopped, looked at Habuki Mizuno with a serious look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "Grow up quickly. The future of Konoha and the will of fire of the 1st generation may depend on you excellent young ninjas." "Well, I will, Mr. Jiraiya." Hakusuke Minato nodded firmly and said confidently, "I will definitely become Naruto, and then pass on your teachings to the next generation of better young people." Chapter 68, The Truth. High-end entertainment club, supreme private room. In a luxurious private room, Shenseoxiu and Kakashi sat opposite each other, while Siming and Tianzeoxiu stood motionless behind Shenseoxiu. Kakashi's little face was a little cramped. He had many questions to ask Shen Zhaoxiu, but he was a little scared and vigilant. Kakashi even regretted following Shen Zhaoxiu to leave Konoha. "Idiot, I should have asked everything I want to know when I was in front of Lord Jiraiya." Kakashi thought so in his heart. "I think you should ask me a lot of questions now, right?" Kanzeoxiu looked at Kakashi with a tender face, looked at the vigilance in his eyes that wanted to hide, and smiled slightly, saying, "I originally wanted to wait for you to grow up before telling you the truth, but seeing your current look, I think it's nothing even if I tell you now, so, just ask if you have anything you want to ask. As long as I can tell you, I will tell you the answer without reservation." When Kakashi heard the words of Kanshushu, his tender face immediately became serious, and then asked, "Sir, I want to know how my father died. I never believed that someone like my father would commit suicide, never." Kakashi grew up with his father's reputation since he was a child. Since he became sensible, he has been proud of having a father named Koba Whiteteeth. However, when he learned about his father's death and the cause of his death, Kakashi almost collapsed. Although he still didn't believe that his father would commit suicide because of some rumors, during this period, the trust in his heart began to gradually shake due to the whispers of everyone around him. No matter how genius or how precocious he is, Kakashi is now just a child less than 5 years old, and it is normal to be affected by the rumors around him. Just today, when Kakashi returned home and looked at the empty house, the admiration and trust in his father had completely collapsed, and even began to turn towards hatred. And now, the sudden appearance of Kanzeojiu has aroused the hope in Kakashi's heart. At this time, as long as Kanzuk tells Kakashi that Haki Sakuro did not commit suicide, then the tall and majestic image in his heart will shine again. However, the words of Shinzaoxiu caused his young mind to be hit again. Your father did commit suicide, there is no doubt about this. Shinzaoxiu said. How could it be? The hope that had just risen in his heart was ruthlessly broken again, which made Kakashi a little unacceptable, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed. However, although your father committed suicide, his reason for committing suicide is not because he can't stand the rumors. Kakashi looked at Kakashi with a dim look and said, the real reason for your father's suicide is to protect important people and have to sacrifice his own life. For protection, is it because of me? Kakashi heard the words of Shinzaoshu, his dim gaze gradually became brighter again, and then he knelt down in front of Shinzaoshu and begged, Sir, please be sure to tell me the true cause of my father's death. I want to know what his father died for. Of course, I specially brought you out from Konoha just to tell you the truth. Shinzaoxiu looked at him and said, but if you want to tell your father's death, you have to tell you my identity first. Your identity? When Kakashi heard this, he also looked at Shinzaoxiu curiously. In fact, since the first time he saw Shinzaoxiu, he had been curious about who Shinzaoxiu was. Shinzaoshu looked at Kakashi, chuckled, and said, my name is Shinzaoshu. The gods practice, the gods shine. Kakashi immediately realized something when he heard the name of Shinshu, and then looked at him in surprise and asked, are you a Daiming clan? Shinzaoshu smiled and nodded, saying, to be precise, I am the next daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire. Although surprised by the identity of Shinzaoxiu, Kakashi immediately grabbed the point and asked, you are from the Daiming clan, so that is to say, my father's death is related to Daiming. So that's it. Kanzeojiu nodded and said, for some reason, there were some differences in opinions between our Daiming clan and the Naruto and the senior management of Konoha village. We believe that Konoha village exists with the Kingdom of Fire, so Konoha villages should be dominated by the Kingdom of Fire, while Hokage believes that Konoha village, as an important pillar of the Kingdom of Fire, should enjoy the right to be equal to or even higher than Daname. When Kakashi heard the words of Kanshushu, his little face also showed a look of surprise and said, how could it be, Daname is the main and Naruto is the auxiliary. This is the will passed down from the first generation of Naruto. But halfway through the words, Kakashi stopped talking because he already understood the meaning of Kanzaoshu's words. The dispute and even war arose from Konoha village and the Daiming clan of the Kingdom of Fire because of whose will they be the main one, that is, who is the real boss of the Kingdom of Fire. Kakashi looked at Kanzuk and asked, so, my father died because he was involved in the fight between Naruto and Daimyo, right? You can even hear these things. It seems that you are indeed much more mature than ordinary children. Shinzaoshu looked at him in a little surprise, then nodded and continued, yes, your father committed suicide because he was involved in this kind of dispute. The Naruto and the senior management of Konoha want to put the rights of the village above the country, which obviously violates the rules set by the first Naruto and our Daiming clan. Therefore, even the ninjas of Konoha village do not all agree with the Naruto and the others' ideas. Your father Haki Sakumo is one of the Konoha ninjas who support the will handed down by the first Naruto and stands on the side of our Daimyo clan. When Shinchuo said this, he glanced at Kakashi and saw his calm expression. He continued, at first, we wanted to support your father and let him serve as the next Naruto. But what we didn't expect was that after learning about this, Konoha's senior management actually used despicable things. They actually used your father's life to threaten senior Haki Sakumo to betray us and give up fighting for the position of Naruto. On one hand, there is the life of the person you cherish the most, and on the other hand, the way of forbearance that you believe in and implement all your life. In the end, your father chose to sacrifice himself. You should know what happened later. Kakashi looked at Kanchu, with the crystal luster flashing in his eyes, and said, "So, you want to tell me that my father was actually forced to death by Lord Naruto and the others, right?" Chapter 69, Kakashi, I want to be a Naruto. Yes, that's the truth. Kamisuke nodded and said, "Your father is on our side because he has always believed in the will of fire handed down by the first Naruto, and supports the country signed by the first Naruto and the village signed by the first Naruto and the country in the back. We support your father in competing for the position of the next Naruto, which is also because the senior Haki Sakumo who inherited this will has the prestige and strength to become the next Naruto. We want to help senior Haki Sakumo to compete with each other with dignified competition. We never thought of using any despicable means, but they used your life to threaten senior Haki Sakumo too. What is even more unexpected is that after your father's death, Konoha village even released such news to slander senior Haki Sakuroshi. What a ridiculous reason why Koha White Teeth, who is famous in the ninja world, actually chose to commit suicide because of mere rumor." Kamisuke stood up, his face full of anger, and said with disdain, "The image of senior Haki Sakuroshi in Konoha has always been a hero who is extremely powerful and has made the enemy scared on the battlefield. Because Konoha was afraid of the strength of senior Haki Sakumo, he used your life to threaten him. After forcing senior Haki Sakumo to death, they refused to give up and even released the extremely ridiculous news to discredit senior Haki Sakumo's image in the village of Konoha. They are using the lives of Haki Sakumo's senior to warn other ninjas. In this way, we warn those Konoha ninjas who support our Daimei clan, and let them give up their support for us and give up the will of the first Naruto to stay. Killing someone to kill your heart, but that's it. Father." Kakashi's eyes suddenly turned red as he listened to Kansue's words. In fact, he didn't listen to many things after Shenseoxiu. His mind is just constantly echoing in his mind that his father committed suicide to protect him. It turns out that my father has never been a coward. He is the great ninja who inherited the will of fire of the first Naruto. His father is still a hero in the village. He could have become a Hokage, but it was just for me that my father chose to commit suicide. The more Kakashi thought about it, the sadder he became, and then tears couldn't help but flow down. When Shinsuyu saw Kakashi crying, he didn't continue talking, but just looked at him quietly. "Sirshuu! Lord!" A long time later, Kakashi suddenly raised his head and wiped away the tears from his face. His tender face looked at Kanshusha seriously and asked, "I want to know who is the person who spread my father's suicide because of rumor? Can you tell me?" When Shenseoxiu heard this, he stared at him for a while, and then asked, "Do you want to take revenge?" Kakashi lowered his head, clenched his fists, and said with a trembling body, "They shouldn't have let their father bear the charge of being a coward after his death. It seems you no longer hate your father, which is great." Seeing this, Shen Zhaoxiu smiled slightly and said, "The person your father cares about the most is you. For you, he can give everything, which is why I brought you out of Konoha. As for revenge, you are still too young now, and the matter is too complicated for you. Revenge is too early for you. Moreover, I have killed the culprit who spread the cause of death of senior Sakumo Hashiki in Konoha village. It's been killed." Kakashi suddenly looked up at Kanshushu, his eyes full of surprise. Although Kakashi is young, he can also think that the person who has the right to spread that kind of news in Konoha village must have a good status, at least he is a senior executive at the elder level. Even if Kanzeojiu is the future daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire, it is definitely not easy to kill someone with the same status in Konoha village. At least it cannot be as easy as he said. For a moment, the little guy's gaze began to change when he looked at Shenseoxiu, and the vigilance in his eyes almost disappeared completely. When Kanshusha saw the vigilance in Kakashi's eyes disappear, he immediately understood what he was thinking and said seriously, "I am not daiming yet. I can't control this kind of struggle, nor can I save what happened to senior Haki Shuomo. Killing Shimura Danzo is the only thing I can think of, and it is the only thing that can comfort Senior Haki Sakuroshi. Shimura Danzo, Nayaka assists. Haki Kakashi heard the words of Shen Zhaoxiu, and his little face was full of disbelief. He looked at Shen Zhaoxiu in shock. With some he stuttered, "Sir Xiu, are you talking about the person who spread the cause of my father's death in Konoha village?" Hokage assisted Shimura Danzo. "It was Shimura Danzo, and you have killed him." "That's right." Kamisuke nodded and said, "If it hadn't been for the fact that he had spent a lot of time to kill Shimura Danzo, I would have come to Konoha village to pick you up." Although Shimura Danzo did not die at the hands of Kakashi, he planned it, so Shenzui had no burden at all for the use of Shimura Danzo's death to gain favorability in Kakashi. Even if necessary, Kanzeo Jiu didn't mind taking out Shimura Danzang's death and whipping the corpse a few more times and using the waste. For Kakashi, who had just experienced great ups and downs, Kakashi was willing to risk his huge dedication to kill Naruto for his father, which undoubtedly brought great impact to his young mind, and made Kakashi, who was less than 5 years old, instantly become much closer to Kakashi's senses to Kakashi. Kamisuke felt the change in Kakashi's eyes when he looked at him, and immediately hit the railway while it was hot. "Kakashi, you are the only and most cherished person in this world, and although you are young, you should also understand that I am protecting you from Konoha." "I understand, and thank you very much for taking care of me." Kakashi looked at Kansuke and kowtowed to him sincerely to express his gratitude, then said seriously, "Although doing so may disappoint your kindness, I want you to send me back to Konoha." "Send you back to Konoha?" Kanzeo Jiu looked at Kakashi with surprise when he heard this. "I finally made a lot of guidance before, trying to make Kakashi give up on Konoha, but Shenseoxiu never expected that this kid would actually say that he wanted to go back to Konoha village. Is this little guy's brain broken?" "That's right." Kakashi looked at Kanshusha with a serious look on his face and said, "In order to change Konoha, my father wanted to become a Hokage, but failed to protect me, so I want to go back to Konoha, become a good ninja like him, and then do what my father has not done. I want to be a Naruto." Chapter 70, Boy, do you want strength? Kanzeo looked at Kakashi with a firm face, and couldn't say anything in his heart, feeling like shooting himself in the foot. Kakashi couldn't help but lower his head when he saw the disappointed look of Kanshu, but his thoughts did not change. Although he is young, he also has his own ideas. His dream since childhood is to become a powerful ninja like his father Haki Sakuroshi. Now there is another goal to become a Naruto, so strong strength becomes more and more indispensable. Following Kanshusha may allow him to grow up safely, but if you want to gain powerful strength, staying in Konoha is the best choice. Kanshusha probably understood Kakashi's thoughts, and he also understood them very well. After all, although his status in Daming of Fire Country is higher, it is Konoha village who has mastered the power. He smiled slightly, looked at Kakashi and asked, "It is undeniable that if you want to become a powerful ninja like Senior Haki Sakumo, staying in Konoha village is indeed more suitable. But have you ever thought that even if you have excellent talents in ninjas, Konoha village will really train you seriously?" And Shenseishu came to Kakashi, stopped talking, as if he was hesitating. After a moment, he looked at Kakashi and said, "Let you see my abilities." As he said that, he raised his palm, and then a chakra gathered in his hand, condensed into a fruit with a strange pattern. It is animal fruit. "Young man, if you want strength, you don't have to go back to Konoha." Kanzeo handed the devil fruit in his hand to Kakashi and said with a smile, "Try it after eating it." "What's this?" Kakashi looked at the devil fruit in Shenseoxiu's hand with a strange look on his face. He had just seen that this fruit was condensed with Shenseoxiu's chakra, but he didn't know what this fruit meant. However, although he was confused, Kakashi took the devil fruit from Kanju's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then bit it down. It's so bad." At the entrance of the demon fruit, the unique smell made Kakashi's face suddenly change and he almost vomited it out. But then, the power of the devil fruit poured into his body, making Kakashi forget the indescribable smell in his mouth in an instant, and his eyes suddenly became brighter. Without Shenzaisha reminding him, he ate all the remaining devil fruits with big mouthfuls. After eating all the devil fruit, the complete dog fruit ability was completely integrated into Kakashi's body. The powerful chakra, which was as arrogant as a yellow wolf, overflowed uncontrollably, and a shadow of a yellow wolf condensed outside his body. This power. Kakashi felt this power in his body, and he felt that he was even learning more than ninja now. The teachers in the school must be strong. This is my ability. Shinso looked at Kakashi with a surprised look and explained, my abilities are to give others the power similar to blood relay and can be changed at any time. As he said that, he raised his palm again. The next moment, Kakashi felt that the powerful chakra in his body was rapidly losing, and there was another fruit in Kanzaisha's hand that was exactly the same as the strange fruit he had eaten just now, condensing. Kakashi looked at the devil fruit in Shenzaoxiu's hand and was full of surprise. At this time, he saw Shenzaoxiu lifting his left hand again, and a chakra, which was completely different from before, gathered in his left palm, condensed into a fruit with another unique pattern. This time, what Shenzaoxiu took out was the Superman system barrier fruit. He handed the barrier fruit in his hand to Kakashi and smiled and said, the abilities contained in this fruit are completely different from the one just now. Do you want to eat them and experience them? This time, Kakashi didn't hesitate much, quickly took the barrier fruit from Shenzaoxiu's hand and ate it all. After eating the fruit, Kakashi's eyes immediately became brighter, and then he raised his hands and overlapped the middle and index fingers of both hands. The next moment, a light green barrier appeared in front of him. Bang! Shen Zhaoxiu suddenly punched and hit the barrier heavily, which scared Kakashi, but what surprised him even more was that Shen Zhaoxiu's fist, which was wrapped enough to break the rock, fell on the barrier in front of him, and the barrier did not move at all. What a powerful defense! Guru! Kakashi swallowed, then let go of his hand gesture, and the barrier in front of him disappeared. Then he looked at Shenzaoxiu and asked, Master Shu, can you really give me this ability? Of course not. Kanzaoxiu shook his head decisively, then opened his palm. The next moment, Kakashi felt the ability of barrier fruit quickly flowing out of his body, and his heart was full of loss. It's too early for you to have the ability of Superman. Shen Zhaoxiu handed the previous dog fruit to Kakashi and said, in addition to improving chakra, the ability of animal can also strengthen the physical constitution of the abilities. At your current age, if you have the ability of animal to grow with your age, in a few years, your body and the original chakra upper limit will be greatly improved. At that time, it was the best time to master the ability of Superman. So, you should eat this animal fruit first to make your body grow stronger. Animal System Superman System. Kakashi took the dog fruit from the hands of Kamikaze, and ate the fruit again. Then he felt the familiar and powerful, wild chakra flowing in his body again. Feeling the wild chakra in his body like a beast, and thinking about the chakra that could become a barrier, Kakashi suddenly understood why the Divine Zhao cultivation divided these two abilities into Animal System and Superman System. Although the ability to make chakra become a barrier, Kakashi currently prefers the wild chakra ability in his body, because this wild chakra full of wildness can make him clearly feel that he has become stronger. How is it? After seeing my abilities, do you still want to go back to Konoha village? Kanchuo looked at Kakashi with an excited face and asked with a smile. I don't want to. Without any hesitation, Kakashi shook his head directly. It was obvious that after experiencing the power of the devil fruit, this little guy already knew exactly how to choose to make himself stronger faster. As for the fact that his abilities could be taken back by Shenzaoxiu at any time, he also chose to ignore them. Chapter 71, Konoha Meeting. Konoha Village, Naruto Building. In the conference room, Naruto Sarutobi Hinaru, Sunan and many elders gathered together. His Highness Shiu took Kakashi away. After hearing Jiraiya's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not care too much, so he waved his hand and said, "If you take it away, take it away. Just a child, so what if it is Haki Sakuroshi's son? Without the cultivation of Konoha village, could he still grow into another Konoha White Teeth? Impossible. The reason why Haki Sakumo became the famous Koi White Teeth in the ninja world is that he has his own talent, but the cultivation of Konoha is a more important key. Without Konoha, even if he goes to the other 4 major ninja villages, Haki Sakumo may become a powerful ninja, but he will never reach the height of Koi White Teeth." Sarutobi Hinazo is very confident in this regard. Sarutobi Hinasar pondered for a while and said, "The matter about Haki Shuomo ends here. Don't pass on the messages in the village anymore." However, since Kakashi chose to leave the village, the things left by the Hamamua family were returned to the village. Good. Mito Minion and Zwanyu nodded in agreement, and the latter said, "I will send someone to take over the Hokage family's property later. Just arrange it." Sarutobi Hina nodded, then his eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "This time I came to you, mainly for the matter of Rain Country. The time for Danzang to go to Yuyan village has exceeded the mission time, and no information has been sent back to the village during this period. I have reason to suspect that something might have happened to him." "Probably not." Mito Minion shook his head and said, "Danzang went to Yuhameng village this time, but he brought a large group of Nanmu elites sent by Hizawa and the elites of the root organization he formed by himself, plus Danzang himself. This power, let alone a mere unknown Akatsuki organization, even Hanzo himself would not be able to do anything to them. Maybe it was because Danzang and the others encountered something else, so they forgot to send a message to the village." "No." Sarutobi Hizawa shook his head and said, "Even if Danzo forgets, Anbu will send me messages to me regularly to report the progress of the mission. And after Danzo and the others lost the news, I asked Anbu to try to contact them many times, but no response was received, so I was worried about any accidents they had. Then send someone to the Kingdom of Rain." Zwanyu Xiaochun said. "I have this plan, too." Sarutobi Hina nodded, then swept his eyes over Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Tsunade, and finally landed on Orochimaru, saying, "Okamaru, you go to Yuhadeng village for a trip. Be sure to find Danzo and the others. Even if you can't find it, at least you have to figure out what happened to them in the Rain Country. If you can't find Danzo's trace in the Rain Country, you can go to the Land of Earth to check it out if necessary." Sarutobi Hitso added. "I understand, Mr. Sarutobi, leave it to me." The Orokai King stood up, responded slowly to Sarutobi Hinasar, and then turned around and left the conference room. "Okay, let's leave the matter of Yu Hidden Village to Orochimaru. Next, let's discuss the issues about Sanden Village and Yun Hidden Village." After watching Orochimaru leave, Sarutobi Hizuko continued, "The conflict between Shaimura and Yunhamura is becoming more and more intense. Not long ago, 1,000-person army-level battle broke out. If this conflict continues, it will be a matter of time before the outbreak of a full-scale war between the two villages. More importantly, when Union Village was in conflict with Sangxia Village, it was still provoking us. In the past few months, Union Village has sent at least 10 waves of ninja teams to test us in the kingdom of Tonakawada. They may not necessarily want to provoke us, or they may also want to borrow from the Kingdom of Fire." Mizuno Minion said. "The Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Wind are far apart, and the Kingdom of Fire is in the middle of the two. Therefore, if the Kingdom of Thunder wants to truly start a war with the Kingdom of Wind, the fastest way is to cross directly from the Kingdom of Fire. But the Kingdom of Fire will definitely not allow the large troops of Yungzhou village to cross their territory, so to date, the Kingdom of Thunder has been tentatively attacking the Kingdom of Wind, from the Kingdom of Tien, Taki, the Kingdom of Grass and the Kingdom of Rain. The troops in Union Village need to bypass 4 countries along the way to reach the Wind Kingdom, and the distance has more than doubled. Of course, it is more convenient to cross from the Fire Kingdom. This is also the reason why Mito Minion believes that the temptation of Thunder Country to them may be to borrow the truth. This doesn't matter, because even so, we can't let them borrow it. Sarutobi Hinashin waved his hand and said, the key now is not all Union of the Thunder Country. Awaken Village of the Earth Country has been tempting us for a while. The reason why Danzo went to the Rain Country in person this time is that in addition to stabilizing the Rain Country in Hanzo, there is also a secret mission to test the true intention of Awaken Village. Humph, Union and Yanyan have made an appointment. Do you want to provoke us at the same time? After returning to the bed, Xiao Chun snorted coldly and said, then let them come. Are we Konoha afraid that they will not succeed? Xiao Chun, don't be excited. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to the excited Zwanyi Koharu and said, it's not long after Lord Mito passed away, Kushina is not very skilled in the power of the 9 tails. At this time, if we start a war with Union and Yanyan at the same time, we will be very passive. As he said that, he glanced at Tsunade and Jiraiya who were silent. His eyes fell on the former, and said, Tsunade, although the war has not yet broken out, judging from the current situation, another war that will affect the entire ninja world is inevitable. Your current situation is not suitable for going to the front line, so once the war breaks out, you may have to leave all logistics and medical care to you. You can get familiar with it first. Upon hearing this, Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hinata expressionlessly, then stood up and said, I understand. After that, she left the conference room without looking back. Sarutobi Hiza looked at Tsunade's back as he left, a hint of apology flashed in her eyes, but she quickly recovered, and then took out a document from the drawer in front of her and put it in front of Jiraiya. He said with a serious expression, Jiraiya, you take this document to the Land of Water, and you have to write everything you need to do. It is of great importance, you must complete the above tasks well. What mission? Old man. You are so serious. Could it be that you want me to assassinate the 3rd generation of Mizuhashi? Jiraiya was not very clear about what happened in Umeno country. She didn't know the transaction between the village and the hidden village of Mizuki, and she didn't know the news that the 3rd generation of Mizuki had died. So he was very curious about what Sarutobi Hizaki wanted him to go to the Mizuno country. Then he picked up the file in front of him and opened it to see it, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hizaki. Chapter 72, Sarutobi Hinashin's Ambition. It's important. You can set out now and read the documents on the way. Sarutobi Hinata held down the file on the table, preventing Jiraiya from opening it now, and then said to him with a serious look on his face, remember, the above tasks are related to the safety of the village. It is necessary to complete them well. Do you understand? Also, bring Watergate with you. The most important thing in this mission is negotiation, which he is better at. Negotiation? Okay, I get it. Jiraiya heard Sarutobi Hinashin say this. Although she was curious, she did not insist on reading the documents now. She just stood up and stretched, then picked up the documents and walked out, saying, Old man, don't worry, no matter what difficult task it is, I will complete it perfectly. Wait for my good news. Is it really good to let Jiraiya go for this matter? After Jiraiya left, Mito Minion said with some concern, with his personality and relationship with Tsunade, if he saw the content on the file, he would definitely be very angry. Will there be any accident? The documents Sarutobi Hinazan to Jiraiya recorded the contents of the secret transaction between Konoha village and Hidden Village, which led to the destruction of Umeno country by Hidden Village. Although the document is a bit obscure and does not have the entire process of their transaction with Mizuan, naturally, after seeing the above content and the matter he wants to negotiate with Water Kingdom, he will definitely guess the truth of the matter. The Uzumaki clan and the Kyojo clan are in-laws, and Uzumaki Mito is Tsunade's grandmother, so Konoha and Kirimizu use the Uzumaki clan as bargaining chips and causing the Uzumaki clan to be exterminated. Tsunade naturally cannot know about the matter. Now Sarutobi Hinashen asked Jiraiya to do this task, which is equivalent to indirectly telling Tsunade about this matter. When Jiraiya saw the contents of the document, it would be difficult for him to not be angry with Tsunade. However, this is exactly what Sarutobi Hizuo wants. Although Sarutobi Hinazun is not very old now, he has been sitting in the position of Naruto for decades. He knows that at his age, even if he is silly, he can still sit in this position for 10 years at most. However, he has been in control of the power of Naruto for decades, now he no longer wants to hand over his full strength easily. Even if he wants to hand over it, he must not hand over it to others. So over the years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been vigorously cultivating his son. Under the training of Sarutobi Hinazo, his eldest son has reached the position of Dark Force Captain. He only needs to exercise and gain a wave of reputation to become a strong competitor for the next Naruto. What he has to do now is to pave the way for his son before he can completely grow up and eliminate some competitors. As long as Sarutobi Sunset succeeds in becoming the Hokage, Konoha village will be in the hands of their Sarutobi clan in the next few decades. With these decades as a buffer, perhaps, in the future, their Sarutobi clan can turn the Naruto position into their exclusive property, which will be passed on from generation to generation, like the Daming clan of the Fire Kingdom. This is Sarutobi Hinason's true ambition. Not long ago, the next Naruto's most powerful competitor, Sakumo Haki, gradually moved closer to Daming. Angered almost all the senior executives of Konoha village at the moment, and then he was seized by Sarutobi Hiruzen and used the hands of his gay friend Danzo to solve the problem. And because of this, Danzo was also held by him. At least before he died, Danzo had lost the qualification to compete for Naruto. Two birds with one stone. After Danzo was eliminated, among the remaining opponents, the most likely to compete for the next Naruto position is his 3 disciples. Sarutobi Hinazan understood very well that although his eldest son was excellent, he was still far from succeeding Naruto. At least he was far from competing with his 3 disciples. Originally, Sarutobi Hinazan wanted to choose the next Hokage from his 3 disciples as a transition. In this way, even if he left Hokage's position, he could still affect Hokage's decision to a certain extent. In the future, when his son grows up, he could still make another effort. But unexpectedly, after Sarutobi Hinata tested his 3 disciples, he found that their current thoughts were actually deviating from his preset direction. Since this is the case, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to find a way to remove these 3 people from the Naruto preparation candidates. Among the 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hinason, Tsunade, who was born in the Thousand Hand clan, may eventually become the next Hokage. Moreover, with the friendship between Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, as long as Tsunade reveals his intention to be a Hokage, they will not only not compete, but may also help Tsunade with all his might. Fortunately, during the last Ninja World War, Tsunade not only suffered from phobia because of witnessing the death of his younger brother and lover, but also became indifferent to the pursuit of power. Such a Tsunade has basically lost the qualification to compete for Naruto. After Sunin ruled out Tsunade, only Jiraiya and Orochimaru were left. Sarutobi Hizuo knows Jiraiya's personality very well. The reason why he asked Jiraiya to do this task was to make Jiraiya disappointed with Konoha after seeing the content of this task, and Jiraiya, who was disappointed with Konoha, naturally would not participate in the competition for the next Naruto. Not only that, as long as Jiraiya returns to the village and tells Tsunade that Konoha sells the Uzumaki clan as a bargaining chip to Kirihide village, Tsunade's personality will not only be disappointed with the village, but may even run away from home. In this way, the strong competitors lost 2 more. More importantly, with Sarutobi Hisan's understanding of Jiraiya and Tsunade, even if these 2 left Konoha because of these dirty things, when Konoha really encountered difficulties, they would never stand by and would still become Konoha's strong backing. So, he is sure to make a profit in this wave. After using this task to solve Jiraiya and Tsunade, among the three ninjas, Orochimaru was the only one who was qualified to compete with his son. If only Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that he can definitely help his son eliminate this threat before resigning. Everything is in the plan, take it. Sarutobi Hinata felt happy, but a sad look appeared on his face, and sighed, I am angry that I will definitely be angry, but it is related to the safety of the village. Jiraiya is not a person who will not care about the overall situation. But after this mission, he should be very disappointed with the village and me, the teacher. It can't be blamed entirely on you. Rigen is all for the village. Yes, it's all for the village. Mito Minion and Zwanyo Koharu comforted him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two of them, nodded slightly, and said, yes, it's all for the village. Chapter 73, Hakumizu Gate, I want to be a Naruto. Damn it, how could they do this? How dare they? On the way to the Water Kingdom, Jiraiya opened the document given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and when he saw the content on it, he couldn't help but scream and scold. What's wrong, Mr. Jiraiya? When Naofeng Mizuno, who was walking with him, saw Jiraiya suddenly became angry, so he came over and asked curiously. Those old guys in the village are too much. How could they do such a thing? Jiraiya took a angrily sentence, then stuffed the file in his hand to Hatsuki Mizuno and said, you can read it yourself. Jiraiya finally understood why Sarutobi Hinata repeatedly told him that this mission was related to the safety of the village and that he had to complete it. It turned out that the old man was afraid that he would just give up after seeing the contents of the document. In fact, when Jiraiya saw the contents of the document handed over to him by Sarutobi Hizuwa, he did have the urge to give up his mission and return to the village to question the old men and women in the village. But when he thought about Sarutobi Hiruzen's repeated explanations before leaving, Jiraiya resisted this impulse. He comforted himself that the old man was forced to do so, and this task was indeed related to the safety of the village. After completing the task, he must return to the village and ask them to give him an explanation. How could this be? After reading the contents of the document, Huofeng Mizuno looked shocked. He did not expect that the destruction of the Uzumaki clan was actually due to the transaction between the village and the hidden village of Fog. As an ally who had been with Konoha for decades, the Uzumaki clan was sold by the village senior management and was also destroyed. This kind of thing caused a huge impact on the heart of the Hokibuki Mizuno, who had always been looking forward to the Will of Fire. More importantly, he only confirmed his relationship with Kushina Uzumaki not long ago, and now he suddenly knows the truth about the destruction of the Uzumaki clan. Should he tell Kushina Uzumaki? Minigo, you can't tell Kushina about this. Just as Hakusuk Mizuno was struggling, Jiraiya suddenly looked at him and said with a serious look on his face. Uzumaki Kushina is the nine-tailed Tsubaki Riki of this vocation. Her existence and will are a major event that truly affects the safety of Konoha village. There must be no accidents, so the truth about the destruction of the Uzumaki clan must be hidden from her. I know, Mr. Jiraiya. Hakusuk Minato knew what Jiraiya meant, and he smiled bitterly and said, but, the Uzumaki clan is also an ally of the village after all. It's too much for Lord Naruto to do this. I know, I'm angry, too. Jiraiya patted his disciples on the shoulder and sighed, maybe it was because of the death of Lord Mito that the village had lost its important pillar. They were afraid that Kushina would be influenced by the Uzumaki clan in the future, so they did this. Even if that's the case, that's too much. Naoki Mizuno clasped his fists and looked at Jiraiya. He said seriously, Teacher Jiraiya, I want to be a Hokage, I want to change all this, please be sure to help me. Minato, you. Jiraiya looked at her disciple in surprise, then laughed and said, Mizusa, you are indeed braver than me. He was obviously very angry. But he still wanted to find a reason to comfort his disciples. Jiraiya felt distressed, but now seeing the firm expression of Naofeng Mizuno, he suddenly became expectant again. I will help you, Water Gate. Jiraiya raised his hand and placed it on the head of Hakuzui Mizuno, and said seriously, the teacher will do his best to help you and let you sit in the Naruto position, but you must also assure me that even if the current situation of the village cannot be changed, you must not become an old man in the future. Bofeng Mizuno focused on the key points and said, don't worry, Teacher Jiraiya, even if I fight for my life, I will definitely change the village. I believe you can do it. Jiraiya looked at his disciple with relief, smiled and nodded, then took the document back from the hands of the Naofeng Mizuno and said, let's go to the water country first. When we complete this mission, I will take you to a good place. Hey! When Naofeng Minato heard Jiraiya's words, a trace of entanglement appeared on his face, and then said firmly, Teacher Jiraiya, I will not go to peep at the women's bathhouse with you again in the future. Bang! Jiraiya heard the words of Matsumiya, and he didn't step on it and fell down the dog and ate shit. Then he jumped up and gave Matsumiya a big head, and said angrily, who said he wanted to take you to the women's bathhouse? And I'm not peeping, but collecting field trips. Do you understand whether you can understand the information? I won't go anyway. Naofeng Mizuno covered his head and lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, you are caught every time, it's so embarrassing. I was too devoted at that time, it wasn't right, I was too careless. Jiraiya's face turned red, then bent down and asked at the Habuki Mizuno, Mizuno, teach me how you can run away without being discovered every time. Teacher Jiraiya, let's hurry up and hurry up. When Naofeng Mizuno heard Jiraiya's words, his face turned red, and he did not answer his question, and began to speed up his pace. Hey, Mizuman, I'm your teacher at least, so it's not too much for you to teach me. Jiraiya caught up with Hatsuki Mizuno and continued to ask, let me quickly, tell me how you did it. If I can learn it, I will teach you a powerful ninjutsu. I don't need it. Naoki Mizuno ignored Jiraiya and said, don't ask any more, I won't say it, and I won't peep with you again in the future. Everyone said it was a field trip, but it was not a voyeurism. Jiraiya emphasized, then slowed down, raised his hands behind his neck, and said, it's okay if you don't say it, but seriously, Minato, after this mission, I will take you to a good place where you will learn more powerful ninjutsu. No, it's a fairy. If we learn immortal arts, we will no longer be mortals, but immortals. Immortal art. When Naofeng Mizuno heard Jiraiya's words, he stopped and then turned to look at him and asked, Teacher Jiraiya, is the place you are talking about Miyamu Mountain? Eh? How did you know Miyomushin? Jiraiya looked at Habuki Mizuno with a look of surprise and asked. It was Wentai who told me. Naoki Mizuno smiled slightly and said, didn't you let me form a psychic contract with the toads of Miyomushin last week? Have you forgotten? Hey, you can already make Wentai spiritually known to the contract that was signed last week. Jiraiya looked at him with a look of surprise. Then laughed again, saying, haha, I am worthy of being my disciple. If it is yours, maybe it can really change the village. I will definitely do it, Mr. Jiraiya. Habuki Mizuto said confidently with a smile. Chapter 74, The Fourth Generation of Fengying Yakura, Part 1. The Country of Wind, the Village of Sand Hidden. Luo Sa led the ninja troops of Share Hidden Village, successfully repelled the 1,000-man troops of Yun Hidden Village, and used the desert landform to defeat the AI who had a great reputation in Yun Hidden Village, and made great contributions. After returning to the village, Luosha was highly praised by the senior executives of Shehyang Village, and was even called a hero by the people in the village. Originally, Luosha thought that after successfully resisting the attack from Yunyan Village this time, the fact that he became the fourth generation of Fengying must be stable, but he did not expect that Yaang, who was sent to perform another mission at this time, actually completed the mission and returned to the village. Not to mention Luosha, even the senior executives of Shea Hidden Village were surprised to hear that Yaang had completed his mission and returned to the village, because when they assigned Yaang's mission, they never thought that she could complete it. In other words, in the eyes of the senior management of Shea Hidden Village, although Yaang and Luosha are still competing, Luosha is the best candidate to inherit the position of Feng Ying in the fourth generation. The reason why they assigned the impossible task of assassinating the senior executive of Konoha to Yaang was that she could not complete the task and then lost the election normally, but unexpectedly, Yaang actually completed the task. Now, Yaang and Luosha completed the task, which was a bit difficult. Elder Cho, what should I do now? In the conference room, an elder looked at Cho and asked, Yakura and Luisa have completed the mission, so who should take charge of the fourth generation Feng Ying? Cho thought for a while, then said, let's see how the two of them complete the task first. This time, Luosha not only defeated Union's 1,000-man troops, but also defeated the AI who is very likely to become the next generation of Lei Ying, which is a very brilliant record. That's right. After hearing Chiyo's words, the other outer elder nodded and agreed, to complete the task, Luosha obviously needs to complete it better. Not necessarily. Another elder spoke, saying, how do you know that Yaang's mission has not been completed? Maybe she will kill the important people in Konoha village, maybe it may not be necessary. How is that possible? That's Konoha. The elder retorted. If someone supports Luosha, there will definitely be someone supporting Yaang. However, there seem to be more people supporting Luosha at present, because in addition to strength and reputation, Luosha's ability can also bring considerable income to existence. Alright. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling, Hai Lao Zhang slapped the table. He glanced at his sister Cho, and saw that she didn't say anything. Then he swept his eyes over the two elders and said in a deep voice, no matter what, let's listen to Yaang's mission report first. The two elders felt Hai Lao Zhang's gaze and closed their mouths at the same time. When Cho didn't speak, old Hai was hiding in front of the elders, and he was still very majestic. The conference room was quiet for a while, and Luosha and Yaang walked in one after another. The two looked at each other, and then they each sat in a position opposite to each other. Okay. Everyone is here, then start the meeting. At this time, Hai Lao Zhang stood up, glanced at the two of Yaang and Luosha, and said, Luokang, Yaang, the protagonists of this meeting are you two, so let's report first, the result of your mission this time. As he said that, his eyes wandered over the two of them for a while, then fell on Luosha and said, Luosha, come first. Yes, Elder Hai Lao Zhang. Luosha stood up and told in detail about his process of repelling Union's 1,000-man troops and defeating the fourth-generation Thunder Shadow candidate AI. It's worthy of Luosha. He actually repelled Union's 1,000-man troops after only paying a few dozen people. And I also defeated the son of the third generation of Lei Ying. If Luosha was the fourth generation of Feng Ying, wouldn't it mean that the shadow in our village is stronger than Union? As soon as Luosha finished speaking, the elders who supported him began to support the actors and kept praising him. Alright. Hai Lao Zhang stopped the Luosha blow, then looked at Yaang and said, Yaang, come and report the results of your mission too. Yes. Yakura stood up and said, I went to the fire country this time and killed the Hokage, assisted Shimura Danzo from Konoha village, etc. Before Yaang could finish his words, an elder couldn't help but interrupt her and asked in disbelief, you just said, did you kill Shimura Danzo? That's right. Yakura nodded without changing his expression and said, although we used the power of others, we did kill Shimura Danzo. Well, although I didn't see the process and didn't take action, I did participate. How is this possible? Although the elders still didn't believe it, they couldn't help but say, since that's the case, then you can report carefully about the killing of Shimura Danzang, and be more detailed. How did you kill him? Where? Have you brought the body back? Also, you just said that you could use the power of others to kill Shimura Danzo. Whose power did you use? We took advantage of the time when Shimura Danzo went to Rain Country, we ambushed the road and killed him. He used sealing techniques to destroy his body before he died, so the body could not be recycled. As for whose power I have used. Speaking of this, I have another important thing to report to the elders. Yekuro looked around and said, this time I met the manager of the food chain restaurant Ichigo Kurosaki, while I was in the process of communicating with him. During my conversation, I overheard that Konoha village seemed to want to do something about the food chain restaurant. Konoha village's approach naturally angered the Kurosaki manager, and the person who proposed this idea was Shimura Danzo. After learning this information, I vaguely revealed my identity and reached an agreement with this manager Kurosaki. Not only did I use his power to kill Shimura Danzo, but I also received his promise afterwards. Later, I would open the food chain restaurant chain to the Kingdom of Wind. If I could get the support of the village and Daming, he would even shift the focus of the food chain restaurant from the Kingdom of Fire to the Kingdom of Wind. Are you saying true? When the elders heard Yaang's words, their expressions gradually evolved from surprise to surprise. They couldn't help asking, that manager Kurosaki? I really promised you that he would open a food chain restaurant to the Land of Wind. That's right. Yaang nodded affirmatively and said, he participated in the assassination of Shimura Danzo this time, and even the whole thing was led by him. With this alone, as long as this matter is leaked, Konoha will not be able to let him go. Therefore, he will never regret it, nor will he be able to regret it. Chapter 75, The Fourth Generation of Fengying Yakura, Part 2. Haha, after killing Shimura Danzo, the food chain restaurant can no longer continue to operate in the Fire Country, and Konoha will never allow it. That's right, if the food chain restaurant wants to leave the Fire Country, moving to the country of cooperation style is definitely the first choice. Yaang, you did this very well. No, I must send someone to contact the manager Kurosaki immediately, and be sure to confirm this matter. Yes, at the same time, we must spread the cause of Shimura Danzang's death and cut off the possibility of him repentance. The elders said everything, and they wanted to move the food chain restaurant to the Wind Kingdom immediately. There is no way. For the country of Wind, the benefits that food chain restaurants can bring are really important. Once the food chain restaurants really focus on the country of Wind, not only will it bring huge taxes to the country of Wind every year, but it is even more difficult to estimate what the industrial chain formed around the food chain restaurants can bring. At least, their sand-hidden ninja mission volume will definitely skyrocket, and it is the kind that has no risk and high rewards. Elder Yaang heard that the prison door was going to communicate with Lord Kurosaki in a threatening way, and immediately spoke. Manager Kurosaki said that the food chain restaurant will definitely move to the Wind Country, but not now. The Wind Kingdom will soon fall into war, and this war may affect the entire ninja world. Now is not the time to relocate. Manager Kurosaki is very sensitive in character, and if the elders use threatening methods, they may have a counterproductive effect. Moreover, Manager Kurosaki said that he will not contact anyone except me in the Wind Country and Sand Village. Once someone other than me tries to contact him, he will change his strategy immediately and contact other countries. Just contact you. When the elders heard Yaang's words, they finally understood that the Kurosaki manager was blatantly supporting Yaang to take office. However, they can also understand the other party's idea. After all, if Yakurakura can become Fengying, it will be much more convenient for them to open a food chain restaurant to Fengzi Kingdom and avoid a lot of trouble. For a moment, the elders who originally supported Luo Xia began to gradually think about Yaang's tilt. Luo Xia was obviously aware of this situation, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. Unexpectedly, what was originally sure was disrupted by the unexpected support Yaang suddenly received. Elders. Luo Sa stood up, looked at Yaang in surprise, and then said, "First of all, I am very happy with Yaang Kin Ninja killing Shimura Danzo and bringing back the food chain restaurant in Feng's Higuo in the village. However, Yakura's mission focuses on provoking a conflict between Iwagen and Konoha. Without leaving Shimura Danzo's body, this goal cannot be achieved. In this way, even if you get the promise of that manager Kurosaki Ichigo, your mission cannot be considered completed, and it can even be said to be a failure. Everyone was stunned when Luo Xia said this, but after reacting, they felt that Luo Xia was right. Strictly speaking, although Yaang killed Shimura Danzo, the mission was indeed a failure. However, the promise of the restaurant manager of the food chain she brought back had already overshadowed the importance of the task, making everyone ignore this issue for the time being. Now that this question has been raised by Luo Xia, even the elders who support Yaang are not good at saying anything about it. Seeing this, Luo Xia couldn't help but feel happy, and then continued, I don't doubt Mr. Yaang, but you just said that the fact that manager Kurosaki only contacts you is too outrageous. Not to mention that such things must be absolute, our Shaya Hidden Village said nothing at all. Even if Shayan Village can decide, wouldn't it really be perfunctory to say such things that you only contact with Mr. Yaang? Moreover, all elders must be clear that the promise of manager Kurosaki is just a promise before it is realized. If the elders are so simple and are controlled by an illusory promise, it would be too ridiculous. When the elders heard this, they immediately reacted, and couldn't help feeling ashamed. At such an old age, they were actually killed. Illusory Chingruo was stunned. Since that's the case, let's put the matter of the food restaurant chain aside and discuss the task first. At this time, Cho, who had not spoken, also spoke. She glanced at Yaang and said, let's just think that Yaang, you really killed Shimura Danzang, but without getting his body, you can't solve the current dilemma of the village. So Luo Sa is right, your mission has indeed failed. Faced with Cho and the elders' doubts, Yaang was anxious and immediately said, we really killed Shimura Danzo. Not only that, but also a gang of Konoha village was killed together with Shimura Danzo. The authenticity of this problem will be confirmed immediately as long as the news is released. Moreover, although I did not bring back the body of Shimura Danzang, I brought back a more important information, an important information that could make Iway and Union turn their attention from our village to Konoha village. Oh! When Cho and others heard Yaang's words, they became interested and asked, I was also curious when you said that. What kind of information can make you say such a thing? The content of this information is. Yakura took a deep breath, looked around everyone, and then said, the nine-tailed Tsubaki Riki of Konoha village, the wife of the ninja god Shimurachi, Uzumaki Mito, has passed away. Swish! Swish! Yaang's words fell, and everyone present stood up, staring at her with a burning look, and asked in a deep voice, can this information be confirmed? Absolutely. Yaang nodded affirmatively and said, and that death was not something that happened recently, it should have been a while. Luo Xia couldn't help but feel sank when he heard Yaang's words, and his face gradually became ugly because when he heard the news of Uzumaki Mito's death, he knew that he had lost. After hearing Yaang's affirmative answer, the elders also showed different expressions on their faces, and finally looked at Cho. Cho felt everyone's eyes, pondered for a while, then looked at Raza and said, Raza, you can arrange for someone to go to Konoha to verify immediately, including the news of Shimura Danzo's death. Once confirmed, the news will be immediately transmitted, and the most important thing is to pass it on to Iway and Union. Yes, Elder Cho. Luo Xia nodded, glanced at Yaang deeply, and then turned around and left the conference room. After Luo Xia left, Cho looked at Yaang and said, Yaang, prepare for it. When the information is verified correctly, it will be when you take over the position of the fourth generation Feng Ying. When Yaang heard this, he immediately replied in surprise, I have been ready, Elder Cho.